This is Audible.
Harper Audio presents The Invasion of the Tearling by Erica Johansson. Book 1. Chapter 1. Hall. The second Mort invasion had all the makings of a slaughter. On one side was the vastly superior Mort army, armed with the best weapons available in the New World, and commanded by a man who would balk at nothing. On the other was the Tear army, 1/4 the size, and bearing weapons of cheaply forged iron that would break under the impact of good steel. The odds were not so much lopsided as catastrophic. There seemed no way for the Tearling to escape disaster. The Tearling as a military nation, Callow the martyr. Dawn came quickly on the Mort border. 1 minute there was nothing but a hazy line of blue against the horizon, and the next, bright streaks stretched upward from eastern Mort Main, drenching the sky. The luminous reflection spread across Lake Karchmar until the surface was nothing but a glowing sheet of fire, an effect only broken when a light breeze lapped at the shores, and the smooth surface divided into waves. The Mort border was a tricky business in this region. No one knew precisely where the dividing line was drawn. The Mort asserted that the lake was in Mort territory, but the Tear staked its own claim to the water, since a noted Tear explorer named Martin Karchmar had discovered the lake in the first place. Karchmar had been laid in his grave nearly 3 centuries since, but the Tearling had never quite relinquished its shaky claim to the lake. The water itself was of little value, filled with predatory fish that were no good to eat, but the lake was an important spot, the only concrete geographical landmark on the border for miles to the north or south. Both kingdoms had always been anxious to establish a definitive claim. At one point, long ago, there had been some talk of negotiating a specific treaty, but nothing had ever come of it. The eastern and southern edges of the lake were salt flats, the territory alternating between silt and marshland. These flats stretched eastward for miles before they ran into a forest of Mort pine. But on the western edge of Lake Karchmar, the salt flats continued for only a few hundred feet before they climbed abruptly into the border hills, steep slopes covered with a thick layer of pine trees. The trees wrapped up and over the hills, descending on the other side into the Tearling proper, and flattening out into the northern Almont plain. Although the steep eastern slopes of the border hills were uninhabited forest, the hilltops and western slopes were dotted with small Tear villages. These villages did some foraging in the Almont, but they mostly bred livestock, sheep and goats, and dealt in wool and milk and mutton, trading primarily with each other. Occasionally they would pool their resources and send a heavily guarded shipment to New London, where goods, particularly wool, fetched a greater price, and the payment was not in barter, but in coin. The villages stretched across the hillside: Wood End, Idlewild, Devon's Slope, Griffin. Easy pickings, their inhabitants armed with wooden weapons and burdened with animals they were unwilling to leave behind. Colonel Hall wondered how it was possible to love a stretch of land so much, and yet thank great God for the fate that had taken you away. Hall had grown up the son of a sheep farmer in the village of Idlewild, and the smell of those villages, wet wool, caked with a generous helping of manure, was such a fixed part of his memory that he could smell it even now, though the nearest village was on the western side of the border hills, several miles away and well out of sight. Fortune had taken Hall away from Idlewild. Not good fortune, but the backhanded sort that gave with one hand while it stabbed with the other. Their village was too far north to have suffered badly in the first Mort invasion. A party of raiders had come one night and taken some of the sheep from an unguarded paddock, but that was all. When the Mort Treaty was signed, Idlewild and its neighbour villages had thrown a festival. Hall and his twin brother Simon had gotten roaring drunk and woken up in a pig pen in Devon's Slope. Father said their village had gotten off easy, and Hall thought so too, until 8 months later, when Simon's name was pulled in the second public lottery. Hall and Simon were 15, already men by border lights, but their parents forgot that fact over the next 3 weeks. Mum made Simon's favourite foods. Pa relieved both boys from work. Near the end of the month, they made the journey to New London, just as so many families had made since, with Pa weeping in the front of the wagon, Mum grim and silent, and Hall and Simon working hard to produce a forced gaiety on the way. His parents hadn't wanted Hall to see the shipment. They'd left him in a pub on the Great Boulevard, with £3 and instructions to stay there until they returned. But Hall wasn't a child, and he left the pub and followed them to the Keep lawn. Pa had collapsed shortly before the shipment departed, leaving Mum to try to revive him, so in the end it was only Hall who saw the shipment leave. Only Hall who saw Simon disappear into the city and out of their lives forever. Their family stayed in New London that night, in one of the filthiest inns the Gut had to offer. The horrendous smell finally drove Hall outside, and he wandered the Gut, looking for a horse to steal, determined to follow the cages down the Mort Road, break Simon out, or die trying. He found a horse tied outside one of the pubs, and was working on the complicated knot, when a hand fell on his shoulder. "What do you think you're doing, country rat?" The man was big, taller than Hall's father, and covered in armour and weapons. Hall thought he would likely die within moments, and part of him was glad. "I need a horse." The man looked at him shrewdly. "Someone in the shipment?" "None of your business." "It certainly is my business. It's my horse." Hall drew his knife. It was a sheep-shearing knife, but he hoped the stranger wouldn't know. "I don't have time to argue with you. I need your horse." "Put that away, boy, and stop being a fool. The shipment is guarded by 8 Caden. I'm sure you've heard of the Caden, even out in whatever shithole town you come from. They could break your puny little knife with their teeth." The stranger made to grab the horse's bridle, but Hall held the knife up higher, blocking his path. "I'm sorry to be a thief, but that's the way it is. I have to go." The stranger gazed at him for a long moment, assessing. "You've got stones, boy, I'll give you that. What are you, farmer?" "Shepherd." The stranger considered him for another moment, and then said, "All right, boy, here's how it plays out. I will lend you my horse. His name, appropriately enough, is Favour. You ride him down the Mort Road and take a look at that shipment. If you're smart, you'll realise that it's a no-win proposition, and then you have 2 choices. You can die senselessly, achieving nothing, or you can turn around and ride to the army barracks in the Wells so we can talk about your future." "What future?" "As a soldier, boy, unless you want to spend the rest of your life stinking of sheep shit." Hall eyed him uncertainly, wondering if his words were a trick. "What if I just ride off with your horse?" "You won't. You have a sense of obligation in you, or you'd never be off on this fool's errand in the first place. Besides, I have an entire army's worth of horses if I need to come after you." The stranger turned and headed back into the pub, leaving Hall standing there at the hitching post. "Who are you?" Hall called after him. "Major Bermond, of the Right Front. Ride fast, boy, and if any harm comes to my horse, I'll take it out of your miserable sheep-loving hide." After a hard night's ride, Hall caught up with the shipment and found that Bermond was right. It was a fortress. Soldiers surrounded each cage, their formations dotted by the red cloaks of the Caden. Hall didn't have a sword, but he wasn't fool enough to believe that a sword would make any difference. They couldn't even get close enough to distinguish Simon. When he tried to approach the cages, one of the Caden launched an arrow that missed him by no more than a foot. It was just as the Major had said. Still, he considered charging the shipment and ending everything. The terrible future he had already sensed on the trip to New London, a future in which his parents looked at him and saw only Simon missing. Hall's face would not be a comfort to them, only a terrible reminder. He tightened his grip on the reins, preparing to charge. And then something happened that he would never be able to explain. Through the mass of tightly packed prisoners in the 6th cage, he suddenly glimpsed Simon. The cages were too far away for Hall to have seen anything, but seen it he had all the same. His brother's face. His own face. If he rode to his death, there would be nothing left of Simon, nothing to even mark his passage. And then Hall saw that this was not about Simon at all, but about his own guilt, his own sorrow. Selfishness and self-destruction riding hand in hand, as they so often did. Hall turned the horse, rode back to New London, and joined the Tear Army. Major Bermond was his sponsor, and although Bermond would never admit it, Hall thought that the Major must have spoken a word in someone's ear, because even during Hall's years in the unranked infantry, he had never been pulled for shipment duty. He sent a portion of his earnings home each month, and on his rare journeys to Idlewild, his parents surprised him by being gruff but proud of their soldier son. He rose quickly through the ranks, becoming the General's executive officer by the young age of 31. It wasn't rewarding work. A soldier's life under the Regency consisted of breaking up brawls and hunting down petty criminals. There was no glory in it. But this... "Sir?" Hall looked up and saw Lieutenant Colonel Blazer, his second-in-command. Blazer's face was darkened with soot. "What is it?" "Major Caffrey's signal, sir. Ready on your command." "A few more minutes." The two of them sat in a bird's nest deep on the eastern slope of the border hills. Hall's battalion had been out here for several weeks now, working steadily as they watched the dark mass move across the Mort Flats. The sheer size of the Mort army hindered its progress, but it had come, all the same, and now the encampment sprawled along the southern edge of Lake Karchmar, a black city that stretched halfway to the horizon. Through his spyglass, Hall could see only 4 sentries, posted at wide lengths on the western edge of the Mort camp. They were dressed to blend in with the dark, silty surface of the salt flats. But Hall knew the banks of this lake well, and outliers were easy to spot in the growing light. 2 of them weren't even patrolling. They dozed off at their posts. The Mort were resting easy, just as they should. The Mace's reports said that the Mort army numbered over 20,000, and that their swords and armour were good iron, tipped with steel. And by any measure, the Tear army was weak. Bermond was partly to blame. Hall loved the old man like a father, but Bermond had become too accustomed to peacetime. He toured the Tearling like a farmer inspecting his acres, not a soldier preparing for battle. The Tear army wasn't ready for war, but now it was upon them, all the same. Hall's attention returned, as it had so often in the past week, to the cannons, which sat in a heavily fortified area right in the centre of the Mort camp. Until Hall had seen them with his own eyes, he hadn't believed the Queen, though he didn't doubt that she'd had some sort of vision. But now, as the light brightened in the east, it gleamed off the iron monsters, accentuating their smooth cylindrical shapes, and Hall felt the familiar twist of anger in his gut. He was as comfortable with a sword as any man alive, but a sword was a limited weapon. The Mort were trying to bend the rules of warfare, as Hall had known it all of his life. "Fine," he murmured, tucking away his spyglass, unaware that he spoke aloud. "So will we." He descended the ladder from the bird's nest, Blazer right behind him, each dropping the last 10 feet to the ground before they began to climb the hill. In the past 12 hours, Hall had quietly deployed more than 700 men, archers and infantry, over the eastern slopes. But after weeks of hard physical work, his men found it difficult to remain still and simply lie in wait, particularly in the dark. One sign of increased activity on the hillside would have the Mort wide awake and on their guard, and so Hall had spent most of the night going from post to post, making sure his soldiers didn't simply jump out of their skins. The slope grew steeper, until Hall and Blazer were forced to scrabble for handholds among the rocks, their feet slipping in pine needles. Both of them wore thick leather gloves and climbed carefully, for it was dangerous terrain here. The rocks were riddled with tunnels and small caves, and rattlesnakes liked to use the caves for their dens. Border rattlers were tough brutes, the result of millennia spent grappling for survival in an unforgiving place. Thick leathery skins rendered them nearly impervious to fire, and their fangs delivered a carefully controlled dose of venom. One wrong handhold on this slope and it was your life. When Hall and Simon were 10 years old, Simon had once captured a rattler with a cage trap and tried to make it into a pet. But the game had lasted less than a week. No matter how well Simon fed the snake, it could not be tamed and would attack any movement. Finally, Hall and Simon had let the snake go, opening the cage and then running for their lives back up the eastern slope. No one knew how long border rattlers lived. Simon Snake might even be here somewhere, slithering among its brethren just behind the rocks. Simon. Hall shut his eyes, opened them again. The smart man trained his imagination not to venture too far down the Mort Road, but in these past few weeks, with all of western Mortmain spread out before him, Hall had found himself thinking of his twin brother more often than usual, where Simon might be, who owned him now, how he had been used. Probably labour. Simon was considered one of the best shearers on the western slope. It would be wasteful to use such a man for anything besides heavy labour. Hall told himself this again and again, but probability held no sway. His mind dwelled constantly on the small percentage, the chance that Simon might have been sold for something else. Bastard! Blazer's quiet curse brought Hall back to himself, and he snuck a look back over his shoulder to make sure his lieutenant hadn't been bitten. But Blazer had only slipped slightly before regaining his hold. Hall continued to climb, shaking his head to clear it of unwanted thoughts. The shipment was a wound, one that did not heal with the passage of time. Hall gained the top of the rise and broke into the clearing to find his men waiting, their gazes expectant. Over the last month they had worked quickly, with none of the complaining that usually marked a military construction project, and had finished so early that Hall was able to test the entire operation multiple times before the Mort army had even reached the flats. The hawk handler, Jasper, was also waiting, his 12 hooded charges tethered to a long perch at the crest of the hill. The hawks had cost a pretty penny, but the Queen had listened carefully and then approved the cost without blinking. Hall walked over to one of the catapults and placed a hand on its arm, feeling a fierce stab of pride as he touched the smooth wood. Hall was a lover of mechanisms, of gadgets. He constantly sought ways to do things faster and better. In his early career, he had invented a stronger yet more flexible longbow that was now favoured by the Tear archers. On loan to a civilian construction project, he had tested and proved a pump-based irrigation system that now carried water from the Cadell to a vast parched portion of the southern Almont. But these were his crowning achievements. 5 catapults, each 60 feet long, with thick arms made of Tear oak and lighter cups of pine. Each catapult could fling at least 200 pounds, with a range of nearly 400 yards into the wind. The arms were secured to the bases with rope, and on either side of each arm stood a soldier with an axe. Peeking into the cup of the first catapult, Hall saw 15 large, bulky canvas bundles, each wrapped in a thin layer of sky-blue fabric. Hall had originally planned to fling boulders, like the siege catapults of old, and flatten a significant portion of the Mort encampment. But these bundles, which had been Blazer's idea, were much better, well worth several weeks of unpleasant work. The topmost bundle shifted slightly in the wind, its canvas sides rippling, and Hall backed away, raising a clenched hand into the stillness of the morning. His axemen grabbed their weapons and heaved them high over their shoulders. Blazer had begun humming. He always hummed to himself in tight situations, an annoying tick. Hall, listening with half an ear, identified the tune, the Queen of the Tearling, the notes badly off-key, but recognizable all the same. The song had taken hold with his men. Hall had heard it more than once in the past few weeks as they sanded lumber or sharpened blades. "My gift to you, Queen Kelsea," he thought, and dropped his hand toward the ground. Axes hissed through the air, and then the stillness of the morning wrenched wide open, the hillside echoing with an enormous creaking and cracking as the arms of the catapults realized they were free. One by one they levered upward, gaining speed as they lunged into the sky, and Hall felt his heart lift in a pure joy that never evaporated, a joy he'd felt even as a small child testing his first rabbit trap. My design, it works. The arms of the catapults reached their limits and halted, with a boom that echoed across the hillside. That would wake the Mort, but it was already too late. Hall socketed his spyglass and followed the progress of the light blue bundles as they hurtled toward the Mort camp. They reached their zenith and began to drop, 75 of them in all, the sky-blue parachutes unravelling as they caught the wind, their canvas burdens swinging innocuously in the breeze. The Mort were moving about now. Hall spied knots of activity, soldiers emerging from tents with weapons, sentries withdrawing into the camp in preparation for an attack. "Jasper," he called. 2 minutes." Jasper nodded and began to pull the hoods from his hawks, feeding each bird a small piece of meat. Major Caffrey, with his uncanny gift for recognizing a dependable mercenary, had found Jasper in a Mort border village 3 weeks ago. Hall didn't like Mort hawks any more now than he had as a child, when the birds used to swoop across the hillside looking for easy prey. But he still had to admire Jasper's skill with his charges. The hawks watched their handler attentively, heads cocked, like dogs waiting for their master to throw a stick. A warning shout went up from the Mort camp. They had spotted the parachutes, which dropped faster now as wind resistance decreased. Hall watched through his spyglass, counting under his breath as the first bundle disappeared behind one of the tents. 12 seconds had elapsed when the first scream echoed across the flats. More of the parachutes descended on the camp. One landed on an ordnance wagon, and Hall watched, fascinated, despite himself, as the ropes relaxed. The bundle shivered for a moment, then sprang open as 5 furious rattlesnakes realized they were free. Their mottled skins curled and streaked over the pikes and arrows, dropping from the wagon and disappearing from sight. Screams echoed against the hillside, and in less than a minute the camp devolved into utter chaos. Soldiers ran into each other. Half-dressed men stabbed wildly at their own feet with swords. Some tried to climb to higher ground, the tops of wagons and tents, even each other's backs, but most of them fled for the boundaries of the camp, desperate to get clear. Officers shouted orders, to no avail. Panic had taken hold, and now the Mort army began to pour from the camp on all sides, fleeing west toward the border hills, or away to the east and south across the flats. Some even sprinted mindlessly north and splashed into the shallows of Lake Karchma. They had no armor or weapons. Many were stark naked. Several had cheeks still covered with shaving cream. "Jasper," Hall called. "Time." One by one, Jasper coaxed his hawks onto the thick leather glove that covered his arm from thumb to shoulder and sent them into the air. Hall's men watched the birds uneasily as they gained altitude. But the hawks were well trained. They ignored the Tear soldiers entirely, soaring down the hillside toward the Mort camp. They dove directly into the exodus of men who streamed from the southern and eastern ends of the campsite, talons opening as they dropped, and Hall watched the first of them seize the neck of a fleeing man who wore only a half-buttoned pair of trousers. The hawk ripped out his jugular, spraying the morning sunlight with a fine mist of blood. On the west side of the camp, wave after wave of Mort soldiers sprinted mindlessly toward the trees at the foot of the hillside. But 50 Tear archers were scattered among the treetops, and now the Mort went down in droves, their bodies riddled with arrows sinking into the mud of the flats. New screams came from the lake. The men who'd sought shelter there had discovered their error, and now they thrashed back toward the shore, bellowing in pain. Hall smiled with a touch of nostalgia. Going into the lake was a rite of passage among the children of Idlewild, and Hall still had the scars on his legs to prove it. By now, the bulk of the Mort army had deserted the camp. Hall cast a regretful eye toward the 10 cannons, which sat entirely unattended. But there was no way to get to them now. Everywhere he looked, rattlesnakes slithered among the tents, seeking a good place to nest. He wondered where General Jeannot was, whether he had fled along with his men, whether he could be one of the hundreds of corpses lying piled at the bottom of the slope. Hall had developed a healthy respect for Jeannot, but he knew the man's limitations, many of the same limitations that Bermond suffered himself. Jeannot wanted his warfare quiet and rational. He didn't make allowances for extraordinary bravado or crushing incompetence. Yet Hall knew that any army was riddled with such anomalies. "Jasper," he called, "your birds have done good work. Bring them back." Jasper gave a loud, piercing whistle and waited, tightening the straps that bound the leather glove to his forearm. Within seconds, the hawks began to soar back in, circling over the hilltop. Jasper whistled intermittently, a different note each time, and one by one each bird dropped to settle on his forearm, where it was rewarded with several pieces of rabbit before being hooded and placed back on the perch. "Pull the archers," Hall told Blazer, "and find Emmett. Have him send messengers to the General and the Queen." "What message, sir?" "Tell them I've bought us time. At least 2 weeks until the Mort can regroup." Blazer departed, and Hall turned back to stare across the surface of Lake Karchmar, a blinding sheet of red fire in the rising sun. This sight, which used to fill him with longing as a child, now seemed like a terrible warning. The Mort were scattered, true, but not for long, and if Hall's men lost the hillside, there was nothing to prevent the Mort from shredding Berman's carefully assembled defensive lines. Just over the hill sprawled the Almont Plain, thousands of square miles of flat land with little room for manoeuvre, its farms and villages isolated and defenceless. The Mort had 4 times the numbers, twice the quality of arms, and if they made it down into the Almont, there was only one end game: slaughter. Ewan had been the keep's jailer for several years, ever since his da retired out of the job, and in all that time he had never had a prisoner that he considered truly dangerous. Most of them had been men who disagreed with the regent, and these men generally entered the dungeons too starved and beaten to do more than totter into their cells and collapse. Several of them had died in Ewan's care, although Da had told him that he was not to blame. Ewan had disliked coming in and finding their bodies cold on their cots, but the regent hadn't seemed to care either way. One night the regent had even marched down the dungeon steps dragging one of his own women, a red-haired lady so beautiful that she seemed like something out of one of Da's fairy stories. But she had a rope tied round her neck. The regent led her into a cage himself, calling her bad names the entire way, and snarled at Ewan, "No food or water. She doesn't come out until I say." Ewan didn't like having a woman prisoner. She did not talk or even weep, only gazed stonily at the wall of her cell. Ignoring the regent's orders, Ewan had given her food and water, keeping a careful eye on the clock. He could tell that the rope around her neck was hurting her, and finally, unable to bear it any longer, he went in and loosened the noose. He wished he was a healer, able to fix the circle of raw, red flesh on her throat, but Da had taught him only the most basic first aid, for cuts and such. Da had always been patient with Ewan's slowness, even when it caused trouble. But it didn't take a smart brain to keep a woman alive for the night, and Da would have been disappointed in Ewan had he failed. When the regent came to collect the woman the next day, Ewan had felt great relief. The regent had said he was sorry, but the woman had swept out of the dungeon without giving him so much as a glance. Ever since the new queen took the throne, there hadn't been much for Ewan to do. The queen had freed all of the regent's prisoners, which confused Ewan, but Da had explained that the regent liked to put men in the dungeon for saying things he didn't like, and the queen only put men in the dungeon for doing bad things. Da said this was sensible, and after thinking it over for a while, Ewan decided that Da was right. 27 days ago, Ewan had noted it in the book, 3 Queen's guards had burst into the dungeon leading a bound prisoner, a grey-haired man who looked exhausted, but, Ewan noted gratefully, uninjured. The 3 guards didn't ask Ewan's permission before hauling the prisoner through the open door of cell 3, but Ewan didn't mind. He'd never been so close to Queen's guards before, but he'd heard all about them from Da. They protected the Queen from danger. To Ewan, this sounded like the most wonderful and important job in the world. He was grateful to be head jailer, but if he'd just been born smarter, he would have wanted most of all to be one of these tall, hard men in their grey cloaks. "Treat him well," ordered the leader, a man with a head of bright red hair. "Queen's orders." Though the guard's hair fascinated him, Ewan tried not to stare, for he didn't like it when people stared at him. He locked the cell, noting that the prisoner had already lain down on the cot and closed his eyes. "What's his name and crime, sir? I have to write it in the book." "Javel. His crime is treason." The red-haired leader stared through the cage bars for a moment, then shook his head. Ewan watched as the men tromped off toward the stairwell, their voices drifting down the hallway behind them. "Got to cut his throat. Is he safe with a dummy, you think? That's between the Queen and the mace. Well, he must know his job. No one's ever escaped. Still, she can't have an idiot as a jailer forever." Ewan flinched at the word. Bullies used to call him that before he got so big, and he had learned to allow the word to roll right off him. But it hurt more from a Queen's guard. And now he had something new and terrible to think about, the possibility of being replaced. When Da had retired, Dar had gone to speak directly to the regent to make sure that Ewan could stay on. But Ewan didn't think Dar had ever spoken to the Queen. The new prisoner, Javel, was one of the easiest charges Ewan had ever had. He barely spoke. Only a few words to tell Ewan when he had finished his meals, or run out of water, or needed the bucket emptied. For long hours, Ewan even forgot that Javel was there, but then Ewan could think of little but being dismissed from his post. What would he do if that happened? He couldn't even bring himself to tell Dar what the Queen's guard had called him. He didn't want Dar to know. 5 days after Javel came to the dungeon, 3 more Queen's guards stomped down the stairs. One of them was Lazarus of the Mace, a recognizable figure even to Ewan, who rarely left his cells. Ewan had heard plenty of stories about the Mace from Dar, who claimed that the Mace was fairy-born, that no cell would hold him. "A jailer's nightmare, you," Dar would cackle over his tea. If the other Queen's guards had been impressive, the Mace was 10 times so, and Ewan studied him as closely as he dared. The captain of the guard in his dungeon. He couldn't wait to tell Dar. The other 2 guards carried a prisoner between them like a sack of grain, and after Ewan unlocked cell 1, they threw the man on the cot. The Mace stood looking at the prisoner for what seemed to Ewan a very long time. Finally, he straightened, cleared something deep in his throat, and spat, a great glob of yellow slime that landed square on the prisoner's cheek. Ewan thought this unkind. Whatever the man's crime, surely he'd suffered enough. He was a miserable, shriveled creature, starved and dehydrated. Mud had caked into the thick welts over his legs and torso. More welts, deep red rivets, crossed his wrists. Great hanks of hair had been pulled from his head, leaving patches of scabbed flesh. Ewan couldn't imagine what had happened to him. The Mace turned to Ewan and snapped his fingers. "Jailer." Ewan stepped forward, trying to stand as tall as he could. Dar had chosen Ewan as his apprentice, even over Ewan's smarter brothers, for exactly this reason. Ewan was big and strong, but he still only came up to the Mace's nose. He wondered if the Mace knew he was slow. "You watch this one closely, jailer. No visitors, no little field trips outside the cell for exercise. Nothing." "Yes, sir," Ewan replied, wide-eyed, and watched the group of guards exit the dungeon. No one called him any names this time, but it was only after they had departed that Ewan realized he had forgotten to ask for the man's name and crime for the book. Stupid! The Mace would surely notice such things. The next day, Dar had come to visit. Ewan was tending the new prisoner as best he could, though the man's wounds were well beyond the power of anything but time or magic. But Dar had taken one look at the man on his cot and spat, just like the Mace. "Don't bother trying to cure this bastard, you." "Who is he?" "A carpenter." Dar's bald head gleamed, even in the dim torchlight, and Ewan saw with some uneasiness that the skin of Dar's forehead was getting thin, like linen. Even Dar would die eventually. Ewan knew that, deep in a dark place in his mind. "A builder." "What did he build, Dar?" "Cages," Dar replied shortly. "Be very careful, you." Ewan looked around, confused. The dungeon was full of cages, but Dar didn't seem to want to talk about it, and so Ewan stored the facts in his mind, alongside the rest of the mysteries he didn't understand. Once in a while, usually when Ewan wasn't even trying, he would solve a mystery, and that was a great and extraordinary feeling, the way he imagined birds would feel as they swooped across the sky. But no matter how he stared at the man in the cell, no answers were forthcoming. After that, Ewan thought he was prepared for anyone to enter his dungeon, but he was wrong. 2 days before, 2 men in the black uniform of the Tear army had burst in, dragging a woman between them. But this was no fancy woman like the regent's redhead. She spat and kicked, shouting curses at the 2 men who dragged on her arms. Ewan had never seen anything like her. She seemed all white, from head to toe, as if her flesh had lost all of its colour. Her hair was similarly faded, like hay that had sat too long in the sunlight. Even her dress was white, though Ewan thought it might once have been light blue. She looked like a ghost. The soldiers tried to force her through the open door of cell 2, but she grabbed at the bars and hung on. "Don't make this any harder than it needs to be," the taller soldier panted. Suck you, you limp prawn. The soldier kept patient pressure on her hands, trying to peel back her locked fingers, while the other soldier worked on hauling her into the cage. Ewan hung back, not sure whether to get involved. The woman's eyes fell on him, and he went cold inside. Her irises were circled pink, but deep in the centre was a blue so light that it glittered like ice. Ewan saw something terrible there, animal and sick. The woman opened her mouth, and Ewan knew what was coming even before she spoke. "I know all about you, boy. You're the half-wit." "Give us some help, for Christ's sake," one of the soldiers snarled. Ewan jumped forward. He didn't want to touch any part of the ghost woman, so he took hold of her dress and began to tug her backward. With both soldiers free to work on her fingers, they finally succeeded in prying her loose from the bars and flung her into the cage, where she ran into the cot and fell to the ground. Ewan was barely able to get the door closed before the woman hurled herself against the bars, spewing more curses at the three of them. "Christ, what a job," one of the soldiers muttered. He wiped his brow where a mole grew like a small mushroom. "Locked in, though, she shouldn't give you too much trouble. She's blind as a mouse." "Only watch out when the owl comes hunting," the other remarked, and they chuckled together. "What's her name and crime?" "Brenner. Her crime?" The soldier with the mole looked at his friend. "Hard to say. Treason, probably." Ewan wrote the crime in the book, and the soldiers left the dungeon, cheerful now, their work done. The soldiers had said that the ghost woman was blind, but Ewan quickly discovered that it wasn't so. When he moved, she turned her head, and her blue-pink eyes followed him across the dungeon. When he looked up, he found her gaze pinned on him, a horrible smile stretching her mouth. Ewan usually brought his prisoners their food in their cells, for he was too big to be physically overpowered by an unarmed man. But now he was glad of the little door on the front of the cell that allowed him to slide the woman's food trays through. He wanted the comfort of bars between them. Cell 2 was the best cell for dangerous prisoners, since it faced directly into Ewan's small living quarters. He was a light sleeper. But now, when it came time for bed, he found he could not sleep with that awful gaze upon him, and he finally moved his cot into the corner so that the doorway blocked the view. Still, he could sense the woman, sleepless and malevolent, even in the dark, and for the past few days his sleep had been uneasy, frequently broken. Tonight, after Ewan had finished his dinner and inspected the empty cells for rats or rot, there was neither. He cleaned his cell blocks thoroughly every other day. He settled down with his pictures. He tried constantly to paint the things he saw, but he always failed. It seemed like an easy business, with the right paper and some good paints and brushes. Da had given him these for his last birthday, but the images always escaped somewhere between his thoughts and the paper. Ewan couldn't see why it had to be that way, but it was. He was trying to paint Javel, the prisoner in cell 3, when the door at the top of the steps crashed open. For a few moments Ewan had a bad fright, worried about a jailbreak. Da had warned him about jailbreaks, the worst shame that could befall a jailer. 2 soldiers were stationed outside the door at the top of the steps, but Ewan was all alone down in the dungeon. He didn't know what he would do if someone had forced his way in. He grabbed the knife that lay on his desk. But the crash of the door was followed by many voices and footsteps, such unexpected sounds that Ewan could only sit at his desk and wait to see what would come down the hallway. After a few moments, a woman entered the dungeon, a tall woman with short-cropped brown hair and a silver crown on her head. 2 great blue jewels hung on fine glittering silver chains around her neck, and she was surrounded by 5 Queen's guards. Ewan considered these things for a few seconds, then bolted to his feet. The Queen! She went first to stare through the bars of cell 3. "How have you been, Javel?" The man on the cot looked up at her with empty eyes. "Fine, Majesty." "Nothing else to say?" "No." The Queen put her hands on her hips and huffed, a sound of disappointment that Ewan recognized from Da, then moved over to cell 1 to gaze at the wounded man who lay there. "What a miserable-looking creature." The mace laughed. "He's endured rough handling, lady. Rougher, maybe, than even I could have devised." The villagers took him in Devon's Slope when he tried to barter carpentry for food. They bound him to a wagon for the trip to New London, and when he finally collapsed, they dragged him the rest of the way.
You paid these villagers?
All 200, Majesty. It's a lucky break. We need the loyalty of those border villages, and the money will probably keep Devon's Slope for a year. They don't see a lot of coin out there.
The Queen nodded.
She didn't look like the queens in Dar's stories, who were always delicate, pretty women, like the Regent's redhead. This woman looked tough. Maybe it was her short hair, short like a man's, or maybe just the way she stood, with her feet spread, and one hand tapping impatiently on her hip. A favourite phrase of Dar's popped into Ewan's head. She looked like no one to fiddle with. "You, Banneker?" The Queen snapped her fingers at the man on the cot. The prisoner groaned, putting his hands to his head. The welts on his arms had begun to scab over and heal, but he still seemed very weak. And, despite Dar's words, Ewan felt a moment's pity.
"Give it up, lady," the mace remarked. "You won't get anything out of him for a while. Men's minds can break from a journey like that. It's usually the point."
The Queen cast around the dungeon, and her deep green eyes found Ewan, who snapped to attention. "Are you my jailer?"
"Yes, Majesty. Ewan."
"Open this cell." Ewan stepped forward, digging for the keys at his belt, glad that Dar had labelled them all so it was easy to find the key with a big 2. He didn't want to keep this woman waiting. Once a month he oiled the locks just as Dar had advised, and he was grateful to feel the key turn smoothly with no squealing or hitches. He stepped back as the Queen entered the cell with several guards. She turned to one of them, a huge man with ugly, jagged teeth. "Stand him up." The big guard hauled the prisoner off the cot and grabbed him by the neck, dangling him just above the ground. The Queen slapped the prisoner's face. "Are you Liam Banneker?"
"I am,"
the prisoner gurgled in a low, thick voice. His nose had begun to trickle blood, and the sight made Ewan wince. Why were they being so unkind? "Where is Arlen Thorne?"
"I don't know."
The Queen said a bad word, one that Dar had once spanked Ewan for repeating, and the mace cut in.
"Who helped you build your cages?"
"No one." The mace turned to the Queen, and Ewan watched, fascinated, as they locked eyes for a long moment. They were talking to each other, talking without even opening their mouths. "No," the Queen finally murmured. "We're not going to start that now.
Lady."
"I didn't say never, Lazarus, but not for such small chance of reward as this." She came out of the cell, signalling her guards to follow. The big guard dumped the prisoner back on his cot, where he breathed in great wheezes like an accordion. Ewan, feeling the mace's eyes on him, assessing, locked the cell immediately behind them. "And you," the Queen remarked, moving over to gaze at the woman in cell 2. "You're the real prize, aren't you?" The ghost woman giggled, a sound like metal on glass. Ewan wanted to clap his hands over his ears. The woman grinned at the Queen, showing rotten lower teeth.
"When my master comes, he'll punish you for keeping us apart."
"Why is he your master?" the Queen asked. "What has he ever done for you?"
"He saved me."
"You're a fool. He abandoned you to save his own skin. You're nothing but chattel to a slave trader." The woman flew at the bars, her arms flailing like the wings of a bird gone wild inside its cage. Even the mace took a step back. But the Queen moved forward until she was only a few inches from the bars, so close that Ewan wanted to shout a warning. "Look at me, Brenna." The ghost woman looked up, her face wrenching, as though she wanted to look away, but could not. "You're right," the Queen murmured. "Your master will come, and when he does, I will take him.
My magic will protect him from harm."
"I have my own magic, dear heart. Can't you feel it?" Brenna's face twisted in sudden pain. "I will hang your master's corpse from the walls of my keep. Do you see?"
"You can't do that,"
the ghost woman howled.
"You can't."
"Sport for vultures," the Queen continued smoothly. "You can't protect him. You're nothing but bait." The ghost woman screamed in fury, a high and unbearable sound like the screech of a hunting bird. Ewan covered his ears and saw several Queen's guards do the same. "Be quiet," the Queen ordered, and the woman's screams cut off as suddenly as they had begun. She stared at the Queen, her pink eyes wide and frightened as she huddled on her cot. The Queen turned back to Ewan. "You will treat all 3 of these prisoners humanely." Ewan bit his lip. "I don't know that word, Majesty." "Humanely," the Queen replied impatiently. "Enough food and water and clothing. No harassment. Make sure they can sleep." "Well, Majesty, it's hard to make sure someone can sleep." The Queen looked very hard at him, her brow furrowing, and Ewan realized he'd said something wrong. It had been easier when Dar was the jailer and Ewan only an apprentice. Dar could always step in when Ewan didn't understand. He was about to apologize, for it was always better to do that before someone got angry, when the Queen's forehead suddenly smoothed. "You're down here alone, Ewan?" "Yes, Majesty. Since my Dar retired, his arthritis got too bad." "Your dungeon looks very clean." "Thank you, Majesty," he replied, smiling, for she was the first person besides Dar who had ever noticed. "I clean it every other day." "Do you miss your Dar?" Ewan blinked, wondering if she was winding him up. The Regent had liked to do that, and his guards had liked to even more. Ewan had learned to spot the telltale sign in their faces, a sly meanness that might crouch hidden, but never went away. The Queen's face was hard, but not mean, and so Ewan answered truthfully. "Yes. There's lots of things I don't understand, and Dar always explained them." "But you like your job?" Ewan looked down at the ground, thinking of the other guard, the one who had called him an idiot. "Yes." The Queen beckoned him to stand in front of cell 2. "This woman may not seem dangerous, but she is. She's also very valuable. Can you watch her every day and not let her trick you?" Ewan stared at the ghost woman. Certainly bigger and tougher prisoners had been housed in the dungeon. Several of them had tried to trick Ewan, everything from pretending to be sick, to offering Ewan money, to begging the loan of his sword. The ghost woman stared at the Queen, her eyes gleaming with hatred, and Ewan knew that the Queen was right. This woman would be a tough prisoner, smart and quick. "But I can be smart too." "I'm sure you can," the Queen replied, and Ewan jumped, for he hadn't said anything. He turned and saw something that made his jaw drop in astonishment. The blue jewels that dangled around the Queen's neck were sparkling, glittering brightly in the torchlight. "Once a week," the Queen continued, "you'll come upstairs and give me a report on all 3 of your prisoners. If you need to, take notes." Ewan nodded, pleased that she had assumed he could read and write. Most people thought he couldn't, but Dar had taught him so that he could keep the book. "Do you know what suffering is, Ewan?" "Yes, Majesty." "Behind your 3 prisoners there is another man, a tall, starving, thin man with bright blue eyes. This man is an agent of suffering, and I want him alive. Should you ever see him, you send word to Lazarus immediately. Do you understand?" Ewan nodded again, his mind already full of the picture she had put there. He could see the man now, a looming scarecrow figure with eyes like great blue lamps. He longed to try to paint him. The Queen reached out, and after a moment Ewan realized that she wanted to shake his hand. Her guards tensed, several of them placing hands on their swords, so Ewan offered his hand very carefully and allowed her to shake it. The Queen didn't wear any rings, and Ewan wondered at this. He wondered what Dar would say when Ewan told him he'd met the Queen, that she wasn't at all how Ewan had thought she would be. He stood by his cells, keeping an eye on all of the prisoners, but also peeking at the Queen as the 5 guards surrounded her and seemed to carry her in a wave down the hallway and up the stairs, out of his dungeon. Kelsea Glynn had a temper. She was not proud of this fact. Kelsea hated herself when she was angry, for even with her heart thumping and a thick veil of fury obscuring her vision, she could still see clearly the straight path from unchecked anger to self-destruction. Anger clouded judgment, precipitated bad decisions. Anger was the indulgence of a child, not a queen. Carlin had impressed these facts upon her many times, and Kelsey had listened. But even Carlin's words had no weight when fury washed over Kelsey. It was a tide that cleared all obstacles. And Kelsey knew that although her anger was destructive, it was also pure, the closest she would ever get to the girl she really was deep down, beneath all of the controls that had been instilled in her since birth. She had been born angry, and she often wondered what it would be like to release her rage, to drop all pretense and let her true self out. Kelsey was working very hard to contain her anger now, but every word from the man across the table made the dark wave behind the dam swell a bit further. Mace and Pen were beside her, Alice and Father Tyler in seats farther down the table. But Kelsey saw nothing but General Bermond, seated down at the other end. On the table before him lay an iron helmet topped with a ridiculous blue plume. Bermond was dressed in full armour, for he had just ridden in from the front. "We don't want to stretch this army too thin, Majesty. It's a poor use of resources, this plan." "Must everything be a fight with you, General?" He shook his head, clinging doggedly to his point. "You can defend your kingdom or you can defend your people, Majesty. You don't have the manpower to do both at once." "People are more important than land." "An admirable statement, Majesty, but poor military strategy." "You know what these people suffered in the last invasion." "Better than you do, Majesty, for you weren't even born yet. The Cardell ran red. It was wholesale murder." "And mass rape." "Rape's a weapon of war. The women got over it." "Oh, Christ," Mace breathed, and put a restraining hand on Kelsey's arm. She started guiltily, for Mace had caught her. General Bermond might be old and lame, but she'd still been thinking of dragging him from his chair and giving him several good hard kicks. She took a deep breath and spoke carefully. "Men were raped along with the women, General." Bermond frowned, annoyed. "That is apocryphal, Majesty." Kelsey met Father Tyler's eye, saw him give a slight shake of the head. No one wanted to talk about this facet of the last invasion, not even 20 years later, but the Arvath had received many consistent reports from local parish priests, the only observers to really chronicle the invasion. Rape was a weapon of war, and the Mort did not discriminate by gender. Kelsey suddenly wished that Colonel Hall could have attended this council. He didn't always agree with her, but he was at least willing to look at all sides of a thing, unlike the general, whose mind had hardened long ago. But the Mort army had reached the border several days ago, and Hall could not be spared. "We are wandering from the subject, Majesty," Alice remarked. "Agreed." Kelsey turned back to Bermond. "We have to protect these people." "By all means, Majesty. Build a refugee camp, and take in every stray. But don't sidetrack my soldiers from more important business. Those who want your protection can find a way to the city by themselves." "That is a dangerous journey to make alone, particularly with small children. The first wave of refugees is barely out of the hills, and we've already had reports of harassment and violence along the way. If that's the only option we offer, many of them will choose to stay in their villages, even when the Mort draw near." "Then that's their choice, Majesty." The dam in Kelsey's mind shuddered, its foundations weakening. "Do you honestly not know the right thing to do, General? Or do you just pretend not to know because it's easier that way?" Bermond's cheeks reddened. "There's more than one right here." "I don't think there is. Here we have men, women, and children who have never done anything but farm. Their weapons are wood, if they have weapons at all. Invasion will be a bloodbath."
"Precisely. And the best way to protect them is to make sure that the Mort never invade this kingdom."
"Do you really believe that the Tear army can hold the border?"
"Of course I do, Majesty. To believe otherwise is treasonous."
Kelsey clamped her teeth down on the inside of her cheek, unable to believe the cognitive dissonance implied in such a statement. Hall's reports came from the border, regular as clockwork and grim as doom, but Kelsey didn't need Hall to tell her the true state of affairs. The Tear army would never hold against what was coming. In the past week, a vision had begun to grow on Kelsey, the western Almont covered over with a sea of black tents and soldiers. The girl, who had been raised by Kelsea Glynn, would never have trusted in visions, but Kelsey's world had broadened well beyond the width of Carlin's library. The Mort would come, and the Tear army wouldn't be able to stop them. All they could hope to do was slow them down. Arliss spoke up again.
The Tear infantry are out of training, Majesty. We already have reports of tin weapons breaking under impact due to improper storage, and there is a serious morale problem.
Vermund turned to him, furious.
You have spies in my army?
I have no need of spies, Arliss replied coolly. These problems are common knowledge. Vermund swallowed his anger with poor grace.
Then all the more reason, Majesty, for us to spend the limited time we have in training and supply.
No, General. Kelsey came to a decision suddenly, as she so often did, because it seemed the only thing that would allow her to sleep at night. We're going to use resources where they'll do the most good. In evacuation.
I refuse, Majesty.
Indeed. Kelsey's anger crested, breaking like a wave. It was a wonderful feeling, but, as always, damnable reason intruded. She could not lose Vermund. Too many of the old guards in her army had a misplaced faith in his leadership. She forced a pleasant smile. Then, I will remove you from command.
You can't do that.
Of course I can. You have a colonel who's ready to lead. He's more than capable, and certainly more of a realist than you.
My army will not follow Hall, not yet.
But they will follow me.
Nonsense.
But Vermund's eyes edged away from hers. He had heard the rumours too, then. Less than a month had elapsed since Kelsey and her guard had returned from the Argive Pass, but prevailing wisdom now held that Kelsey had unleashed a titanic flood on Arlen Thorne's traitors and washed them all away. It was a favourite tale, demanded constantly from storytellers in New London's pubs and markets, and it had done wonders for security. No one even tried to sneak into the keep any more, Mace had informed Kelsey in a tone of near regret. The incident in the Argive had drastically altered the political landscape, and Vermund knew it. Kelsey leaned forward, scenting blood. Do you really believe that your army will defy me, Vermund? For your sake?
Of course they will. My men are loyal.
It would be a pity to test that loyalty and come up short. Wouldn't it be easier to simply help with my evacuation? Vermund's glare was furious, but Kelsey was pleased to see that it was also weakening, and for the first time since the meeting had begun, she felt her anger beginning to recede a bit.
The camp's one thing, Majesty, but what will you do when the Mort come? This city is crowded as it is. There certainly isn't room for 500,000 extra people.
Kelsey wished she had a ready answer, but this problem had no easy solution. New London was already overpopulated, creating issues with plumbing and sanitation. Historically, when disease had broken out in the more crowded sections of the city, it was almost impossible to control. Double the population, and these problems would multiply exponentially. Kelsey planned to open the keep to families, but even with its great size, the keep would only absorb perhaps a quarter of the influx. Where would she put the rest? New London is not your concern, General. Lazarus and Arliss are in charge of preparing for siege. You worry about the rest of the kingdom.
I do worry, Majesty. You've opened Pandora's box.
Kelsey did not allow her expression to change, but the satisfaction on Vermund's face told her that he knew he had struck his mark. Kelsey had opened the door to chaos, and while she told herself there had been no alternative, her nights were tormented by the certainty that there had been another option. Some path that could have stopped the shipment while avoiding the bloodshed to follow, and if Kelsey had only been a bit more clever, she could have found it. She drew a slow breath. Regardless of blame, General, done is done. Your job is to help me minimize the damage.
Like trying to dam up God's ocean, eh, Majesty?
Just like that, General. She grinned at him, a grin so ferocious that Vermund recoiled against his chair. The first wave of refugees will reach the Almont proper tomorrow. Give them some guards, and then begin moving the rest. I want those villages cleared out.
And what happens if my army is as weak as you seem to think, Majesty? The Mort will make straight for New London, just as they did in your mother's time. Mort soldiers get a salary, but it's a pittance. They build their wealth on plunder, and the good plunder is right here. If I can't keep them from crossing the border, do you really think you can keep them from sacking the city?"
Something was wrong with Kelsey's eyes. A thick cloud seemed to obscure her vision, light at the corners and heavy in the centre. Was it her sapphires? No, they had been quiet for weeks, and now they hung dark and still against her chest. Kelsey blinked rapidly, trying to clear her head. It wouldn't do to show weakness in front of Bermond now. "I'm hoping for help," she told him. "I have opened negotiations with the Cadaris."
"And what good will that do?"
"Perhaps the king will lend us some of his troops."
"Fool's hope, lady. The Cadaris are isolationists, always have been."
"Yes, but I'm exploring all options."
"Lady," Penn asked quietly, "are you all right?"
"I'm fine," Kelsey muttered. But now spots were dancing across her field of vision. She was going to be ill, she realized, and she could not do that in front of Bermond. She stood up, grabbing at the table for balance.
"Lady?"
"I'm fine," she repeated, shaking her head, trying to clear it.
"What's wrong with her?"
Bermond asked, but his voice was already growing faint. The world suddenly smelled like rain. Kelsey clenched the table and felt the slickness of polished wood slipping beneath her fingers.
"Grab her, man," Mace barked. "She'll fall."
She felt Penn's arm around her waist, but his touch was unwelcome and she shook him off. Her vision blurred entirely, and she glimpsed unfamiliar surroundings, a small compartment, and a grey, threatening sky. Panicked, she closed her eyes tightly and then opened them again, looking for her audience chamber, her guards, anything that was known. But she saw none of them. Mace, Penn, Bermond. They were all gone. Chapter 2. Lily.
"It is merely crossing," said Mr. Micawber, trifling with his eyeglass. "Merely crossing. The distance is quite imaginary."
David Copperfield, Charles Dickens. Her eyes opened on a deep grey world, storm clouds promising certain rain. In the distance, through the windshield, she could see a bleak sky dominated by a line of dark grey silhouettes. Manhattan. The car hit a bump crossing the bridge, and Lily looked out of the window, annoyed. Greg was in charge of their household finances, but Lily had overheard him telling Jim Henderson that he paid a good chunk of money to the utilities every month to use the bridge. In return, they were supposed to maintain the paving, but they never did as good a job as they should have. And lately, Lily had noticed bumps and potholes that took longer and longer to repair. Still, the trip beat taking the public bridge. Their Lexus was begging to be carjacked on a public roadway. Security regularly patrolled this bridge and its connecting roads, and officers would appear in moments if Jonathan pressed the panic button. A few potholes were a small price to pay for safety. The bridge ended, and Lily looked eagerly out the window as the high walls tapered down to a low barrier. She came into the city less and less often, and it seemed like things were worse every time, but she still liked to visit. Her own house in New Canaan was beautiful, a stately colonial with white columns, just like those of all of her friends. But even an entire town could get old when everything was the same. Lily dressed more carefully for her rare trips outside the wall than she did for her own dinner parties. Dangerous or not, this excursion always seemed like an event. Looking over the edge of the roadside barrier, she glimpsed the slums, hung with garbage bags to create shelter from the coming rain. Shapeless, shiftless people huddled against walls and beneath overhangs. The first time Greg had brought Lily to New York, just after they married, most of the buildings had already been empty, the windows covered with for lease signs. By now, squatters had torn down even the signs, and so many buildings had been abandoned that security hardly bothered with the downtown at all. The blank windows made these buildings look empty. But they weren't. Lily shrank from imagining what went on inside. Drugs, crime, prostitution. And she'd even read online that people caught sleeping unawares were often killed for their organs. There were no rules outside the wall. Nothing was safe. Greg said that the people outside the barriers were lazy, but Lily had never thought of them that way. They were simply unlucky. Their parents hadn't been wealthy like hers and Greg's. Greg hadn't been so rigid when he was at Princeton. Sometimes on weekends he would even work with the homeless. That was how they had met, both of them volunteering in Trenton at the last homeless shelter left in New Jersey. Though more and more these days, Lily wondered whether Greg had done it for his resume. He had gone on to a government internship the next summer. Lily went to Swarthmore, studying English because it was the only thing she liked. The books were all purged by then, free of sex and profanity, and anything else the Frewell administration had found un-American. But Lily could still enjoy them, could still dig deep beneath the sterilized surface to find a good story. She loved being in school, and the thought of the future made her feel panicky and out of control. Greg was the ambitious one, the one who'd worked summers in Washington, who travelled to New York on countless weekends to network with his parents' friends. Lily had liked that Greg seemed to have such a handle on where his life was going. When he landed a good job assisting the liaison for a defence contractor and asked Lily to marry him after graduation, it had seemed like nothing short of a godsend. She wouldn't have to work. Her entire job would be keeping the house and making nice with other people like herself. And, of course, taking care of the children when the children came. None of it seemed like real work. Lily would have plenty of time to shop, to read, to think. The car hit another bump, jarring her against the seat, and Lily felt something almost like a smile stretch across her lips. She had hit the jackpot all right. Rain pelted down on the car all at once, hitting the window in spatters that obscured Lily's view. The sky had been darkening all day, and many of the people outside the barrier were wearing some sort of synthetic bags over their clothing in preparation. Lily wondered if they had to find new bags for each rainstorm, or whether they reused the same bags over and over again.
"Detour up ahead, Mrs. M,"
Jonathan said over his shoulder. "Why?"
"Explosion."
He pointed out the windshield, and Lily saw an oily sheen of flame through the rain, perhaps a mile ahead. She'd read about this as well. Sometimes criminals would climb up and plant explosives on the private highways, trying to block them off, to force people to take public routes. Just one of many constant dangers in travelling outside the war. But so long as Jonathan wasn't concerned, Lily wasn't either. Greg had hired Jonathan for Lily 3 years ago, in the week before their wedding. Jonathan was a good bodyguard, but an even better driver. During his service in the oil wars, he'd been in charge of security for supply caravans, and he seemed to know the entire eastern seaboard's roadways like the back of his hand. He guided the car through the high streets, which now ran so flush against the buildings that Lily could only glimpse a thin line of darkness over the edge. She pictured the people beneath her, imagining them as rats that scuttled through the gloom. Embeth, a high school friend of Lily's, had come to New York after graduation to be a nanny. But a few years ago, Lily could have sworn she had seen Embeth on a corner in Lower Manhattan, dressed in rags, skin grimy, and hair looking as though she hadn't washed it in years. Just a brief glimpse through a car window, and then gone. As they passed over the crumbling remains of Rockefeller Center, Lily saw that someone had lasered blue words onto the pavement where the old fountain used to be, the graffiti so large that it was visible from the roadway above. The Better World. That was the slogan of the Blue Horizon, the separatist group, but no one seemed to know exactly what it meant. Most of the Blue Horizon's activities seemed to involve blowing things up, or hacking into various government systems to cause trouble. Last year, when the separatists had presented Congress with a request to secede, Lily had been all for it, but Greg told her no. There was too much money at stake, too many customers and debtors to lose. Lily, who thought only of the reduction in violent crime, considered it a good trade, but she left it alone. That had been a stressful time for Greg at work. He was constantly on edge, drinking too much. He had never really relaxed until the petition failed. Jonathan took a smooth left into the basement of the Plymouth Centre and stopped at the security barrier. 2 men with guns in their hands approached the car, and Jonathan presented his pass.
"Mrs. Mayhew, appointment to see Dr. Davis on the 50th floor."
The guard peered into the back of the car.
"Open her window."
Jonathan rolled down Lily's window and she leaned forward, presenting her left shoulder. The guard had a cheap portable scanner. He had to wave it over Lily's shoulder several times before her tag registered with a small, cricket-like beep.
"Thank you, Mrs. Mayhew,"
the guard said, and gave her a smile with no warmth. He went out to scan Jonathan, and Lily settled back into the leather seat as the car proceeded smoothly into the garage. The body scanner beside the elevator buzzed loudly as Lily went through. She'd forgotten to take off her watch. It was a big, chunky thing, nearly solid silver with a diamond face, and her friends always eyed it covetously when she wore it to the club. To Lily, a watch was a watch, but like so many things Greg had brought her, she wore it because she was expected to. As soon as she made it through the gate, she stuffed the watch into her purse. The elevator beeped as it read the implant in her shoulder. The tag would show her location, if Greg should check. But what of that? To the outward eye, Dr. Davis was a perfectly respectable doctor, and many wealthy women consulted him for their fertility troubles. Still, Lily felt a guilty blush spreading over her cheeks. She always got caught when she lied, and she had never been able to keep a secret. Only this one, the biggest secret of all, and the longer she kept it, the more frightened she became. If Greg found out... But she didn't let her thoughts go too far down that road. If she did, she would turn around and run out of the building, and she couldn't afford to do that. She took a deep breath, then a few more, until her pulse slowed and her nerve came back. When the elevator doors opened, she turned left and went down a long hallway carpeted with deep, rich green. She passed many doors advertising various specialty doctors, dermatologists, orthodontists, cosmetic surgeons. Dr. Davis's was the last door on the right, a thick walnut slab that looked exactly as it should, with a brass nameplate that advertised Anthony Davis, M.D., fertility specialist. Lily placed her thumb against the pad and waited a few seconds, looking up at the pinhole camera fixed to the side of the door until the tiny red light turned green and the lock clicked. The waiting room was crammed with women. Nearly all of them were like Lily, white and well-dressed, holding high-quality handbags. But a few were clearly from the streets, betrayed by their hair and clothing, and Lily wondered how they'd gotten past security. One of them, a Hispanic woman, perhaps 5 or 6 months pregnant, had squashed herself into a chair just beside the door. She was gasping for breath, clutching the arms of the chair, her face pale and frightened. When Lily looked down, she saw that the lap of the woman's jeans was soaked with blood. 2 nurses came hurrying out of the back office with a wheelchair and helped the woman slide into it. She clasped her swollen belly with both hands as though trying to hold something in. Lily saw tears trickling from the corners of her eyes, and then the nurses pushed her through the door to the examining rooms beyond. "Can I help you?" Lily turned to the receptionist, a young brunette with an impersonal smile. "Lily Mayhew. I have an appointment. Wait, please, until we call you." There were no seats left, but the newly vacated chair, its light green cushions soaked with blood. Lily couldn't bring herself to sit there, so she leaned against the wall, stealing covert glances at the people around her. A woman and a teenage girl, clearly mother and daughter, sat in 2 nearby chairs. The girl was anxious. Her mother was not. And Lily read their dynamic easily. She had felt the same way the first time Mom had brought her to this office, understanding that it was a rite of passage, but also that it had to be kept secret, that what went on here was a crime. Lily hated this appointment, hated this office, the necessity of it, but at the same time she was utterly grateful for this place, that there were people who didn't fear Greg, all the Gregs of this world. But it was a mistake to think of Greg now. Lily felt as though he were looking over her shoulder, and the idea made her forehead break out in sweat. Each year she came here made it more likely that she would get caught, if not by security, then by Greg himself. Greg wanted children in the same way he had wanted a new BMW, the same way he wanted Lily to wear her diamond-studded watch. Greg wanted children so he could show them off to the world. All of their friends had at least 2 children already, some even 3 or 4, and the wives gave Lily pitying looks at the club, at parties. These looks didn't hurt at all, but Lily had to pretend that they did. A few times she'd even drummed up some tears, small tantrums for Greg's benefit, solid evidence of sorrow over her failure as a wife. Once upon a time, Lily had wanted children, but that seemed very distant now, an entire lifetime that had happened to someone else. Greg was the one who had suggested that Lily go to a fertility clinic. Not knowing she'd been coming to Dr. Davis for years, not knowing that he had just made things that much easier for her to hide in plain sight. After an eternity, Dr. Anna leaned out the glass door and called Lily's name. She led Lily into an office and drew the curtains, leaving her with the inevitable paper gown. Dr. Anna was Dr. Davis's wife, a woman well into her 50s. She was one of the few women doctors Lily had ever met. Lily had mostly been too young to understand the Frewell laws. President Frewell's term in office had begun when Lily was 8 and ended when she was 16. But his laws had left their legacy, and medical schools rarely admitted women any more. Lily, who could no more have let a strange man look between her legs than she could have gone outside naked, was grateful that there was a Dr. Anna at all. But Dr. Anna had the constantly irritated face of the old-time schoolmarm, and she always seemed annoyed at Lily for being there, for taking her away from something more important. She asked Lily the routine questions, making notes on her clipboard, while Lily worked at tucking the paper gown more tightly around her, trying to cover as much skin as possible. "Do you need more pills?" "Please." "A whole year's worth?" "Yes." "How will you pay?" Lily dug inside her purse and produced $2,000 in cash. Greg had given it to her for shopping last weekend, and Lily had poked the money through a hole in the lining of her purse, then lied and said she'd bought herself a pair of shoes. The hole in her purse had come in handy several times in the past year, when Greg had taken to making unscheduled inspections of her things. She had no idea what he was looking for. When he found nothing, he would give Lily an odd, cheated look, the look of the store clerk who had failed to catch someone shoplifting. The inspections were unsettling, but that look worried Lily even more. Dr. Anna took the cash and slipped it into her pocket, and then they went on to the messy, unpleasant business of the exam itself, which Lily endured by gritting her teeth, staring at the cheap plaster tiles on the ceiling, and thinking of the nursery. She and Greg had no children, but Lily had furnished the nursery just after their marriage, back when things were different. The nursery was the only place in their house that belonged entirely to Lily, where she could really be alone. Greg needed people around him, needed someone to respond to him. Nowhere in the house was safe. He might come barging into any room at any time without knocking, seeking attention. But he never came into the nursery. When Dr. Anna had sent out all of the various tools and swabs, she told Lily, "The receptionist will tell you your test results, and she'll have your pills together. Just give her your name." "Thank you." Dr. Anna went for the door, but paused just before opening it, and turned around, her schoolteacher's face set in its default expression of pinched disapproval. "You know, it won't get better on its own." "What won't?" "Him." Dr. Anna's eyes dropped to the ring on Lily's finger. "Your husband." Lily clutched the hem of the paper gown more tightly between her fingers. "I don't know what you mean." "I think you do. I see over 500 women a month in here. The bruises don't lie." "I don't—" "Plus," Dr. Anna continued, cutting Lily off, "you're clearly a wealthy woman. There's no reason you can't get contraception closer to home. With black market prices, what they are these days, you could even get a dealer to deliver pills to your house. Unless, of course, you're afraid your husband will find out." Lily shook her head, not wanting to hear any of this. Sometimes she thought that everything was almost fine, so long as it wasn't brought out into the open. "Your husband doesn't own you." Lily looked up, suddenly furious, because Dr. Anna didn't know what the hell she was talking about. That was all marriage meant, ownership. Lily had sold herself for someone to take care of her, to pay the bills and tell her what to do. Certainly there had been some buyer's remorse along the way, but that was the proverbial pig in a poke, as Lily's mother would have said. Mom and Dad hadn't wanted her to marry Greg, but Lily had been so sure of what was best. Thinking of her parents, Lily felt a sudden hopeless longing for her old room, back in their house in Pennsylvania, for the twin bed and oak desk. The furniture had been plain, nowhere near as nice as the things Lily owned now, but her room had been her own. Even her parents didn't come in without knocking first. Lily's eyes had watered. She wiped a quick hand across them, smearing her makeup. "You don't know anything about it." Dr. Anna gave a mirthless chuckle. "This dynamic never changes, Mrs. Mayhew. Believe me, I know." "He's only done it a few times," Lily mumbled, knowing even as she spoke that it was a mistake to answer. Had she ever resented Dr. Anna's clinical, impersonal manner? She longed to have it back now. "He's been under a lot of pressure at work this year." "Your husband's a powerful man?" "Yes," Lily replied automatically. It was always the first thing that popped into her head about Greg, that he was a powerful man. He worked for the Department of Defense, acting as a civilian liaison between the military men and the weapons contractors. His division oversaw supply for all of the military bases on the East Coast. He was 6'2" and had played football in college. He had met the president. There was nowhere that Lily could escape to. "Even so, there are places you can go, you know. Places you can hide." Lily shook her head, but there was no way to explain to Dr. Anna. Women did run sometimes, even in New Canaan. Last year, Kath Olcott had just taken off one night, packed her 3 kids in the family Mercedes and disappeared. Security had found the car, abandoned in Massachusetts, but so far as Lily knew, they never found Kath. John Olcott, a big, quiet man who had always made Lily feel slightly uneasy, had hired a private firm to find his wife, but it hadn't helped. They couldn't even trace her tag. Kath had done the impossible. She had taken her children and gotten away clean. But Lily would never be able to disappear, even without children in tow. Where would she live? How would she eat? All of the money was in Greg's name. The big banks wouldn't open individual accounts for married women anymore. Even if Lily had known people who could create a new identity for her, she didn't. She had no skills. She had graduated college with English credentials. No one would hire her, not even to clean houses. Lily closed her eyes and saw the homeless of Manhattan in their shapeless garbage bags, living in clusters beneath the roadways, fighting for scraps. Even if she made it so far, she wouldn't last a day in that world. "Well, think it over," Dr. Anna told her, her face severe again. "It's never too late." Reaching into her pocket, she produced a card, and with a questioning glance at Lily, tucked it into Lily's purse where it sat on the chair. Then she slipped out, closing the door behind her. Lily slithered down off the paper-covered exam table, carefully shedding her paper gown so that it didn't rip. Her parents' waste-not, want-not upbringing still ruled her sometimes, even in such silly matters as a paper gown that couldn't be reused. Looking down at herself, she saw purple finger-shaped bruises on her upper arms from where Greg had grabbed her on Tuesday. The rest of the cuts and bruises from the bad night almost a month ago had finally healed, but these new marks meant that she couldn't wear anything sleeveless for a while, and Greg liked her in sleeveless tops. She began to put on the rest of her clothes, trying not to look down at the rest of her body. Greg had been under a lot of stress. That at least hadn't been a lie. And he had been sorry afterward. But a few times was stretching it. There had been 6 times so far, and Lily could remember each of them in detail. She could lie to Dr. Anna, but there was no use varnishing the truth inside her own head. Greg was getting worse. When Lily exited the elevator, she found several members of security clustered around a well-dressed man at the scanner. The man looked respectable enough to Lily's eye, with just a touch of grey in his hair and a very smart navy suit. But the guards hustled him behind the desk through a blank white door with "Security" painted on it in black letters. All sound ceased when they closed the door behind them. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 remaining guards, Lily moved toward the waiting Lexus. Terrible memory had awoken. Maddie's blonde pigtails disappearing through the doors. Sometimes there were whole months when Lily managed not to think of Maddie, and then she would see something. A woman being escorted from her car, security knocking on someone's door, even the faintest glimpse in the distance of one of the sprawling detention centres that lay along I-80. Maddie was gone, but even the tiniest thing could bring her back. Lily jerked the car door open angrily, forcing the image away. This little expedition was hard enough. She didn't need Maddie along for the ride. "Back home, Mrs. M?" Jonathan asked. "Yes, please," Lily replied, feeling the same odd amalgamated emotions the word always invoked in her, half comfort and half revulsion. Home. After Jonathan dropped her off, Lily went right to the nursery. Greg wasn't home yet, and the house was empty, silent but for the humming of circuits inside its walls. Jonathan was supposed to stay with Lily at all times, even when she was at home. But she heard the engine gun outside and knew that he had left again. He often ran his own errands on the clock, sometimes at odd hours, but Lily had never mentioned this to Greg. She never felt unsafe by herself, not here in New Canaan. The walls around the city were 20 feet high and topped with electrified fencing. There was never any crime. Or at least, Lily amended to herself, any violent crime. The city was full of law-abiding thieves. The nursery was a spacious, airy room on the ground floor. Lily had chosen this room because it was beside the kitchen, but even more so because the nursery opened onto a small brick patio that overlooked the backyard. Lily had liked the idea of being able to bring a baby outside to feed it in the shade of the elms. 3 years ago, but it seemed like 100. And now Greg's baby was something to avoid having at all costs. When no children came, the room had become Lily's by default. Greg wasn't the sort of man who would ever enter the nursery anyway. His father, whom Lily had loathed, had raised Greg with very definite ideas of what was masculine and what wasn't, and a room full of stuffed animals didn't make the cut. The fact that Lily remained childless only made the nursery less inviting to him, and despite the toys strewn all over the place, the room had, more or less, taken on the air of a Victorian ladies' parlour, a quiet, sedate space where men never entered. Sometimes, when Lily had friends over, they would have coffee in here, but it was always the women, never the men. Of course, the house's surveillance system was set up so that Greg could watch her in the nursery even while he was at work. But Lily had taken care of that wrinkle early on by recording several days' worth of innocuous footage. Lily knitting, napping, even staring longingly into the crib, as well as plenty of footage of the empty room, and looping it within the feed. Greg was not particularly computer literate. In his parents' house, everything had always been done for him by the nanny, the tutor, the bodyguards. Now, at work, he had a secretary who handled his entire life. But Lily knew something about computers, at least enough to alter the surveillance system. Maddie had been something of a hacker. In the last 2 years before she disappeared, was taken, Lily's mind amended. This was a fact she was never allowed to forget inside her own head. Maddie had more or less lived in her room with the door closed, spending long hours on the computer. But sometimes, during weeks when Lily and Maddie were getting along, Maddie would show her interesting things, and this was one of them, how to cut into surveillance footage. If security ever decided to monitor their surveillance system, Lily would need a new trick. But fortunately, Greg's job as a military liaison meant that he and Lily were respectable citizens, and so their house feeds were supposedly closed. Lily had a sneaking suspicion, confirmed the longer she got away with it, that Greg didn't like to look at the nursery, not even on a monitor. If he did check up on her in this room, it was probably limited to a brief glance, certainly not long enough to connect anything he saw with earlier footage. So far, it had worked fine. Her time in the nursery belonged to her and to no one else. Even in the past year, as Greg grew increasingly invasive of her few remaining privacies, this place was still safe. Lily closed the door behind her and took the pills over to the secret place beneath the corner tile. Even if Greg ever did decide to come in here, Lily didn't think he would be able to spot the loose tile which lay perfectly flush with the wall. Over the years, Lily had hidden plenty of contraband here, cash, painkillers, old paperback books. But nothing was as important as the pills, which Lily arranged in neat, careful stacks of 3 boxes each beneath the tile. She stared down at them, wondering for the 100th time why she was so different from all of her friends, why she didn't want to be a mother. Being childless was a failure. She heard this message constantly, from her friends, from the minister, from the government bulletins online. The tone of these had grown increasingly panicked in the last 10 years as the ratio of poor to rich had quadrupled. There were even tax incentives now, deductions for people above a certain income level who had multiple children. To the outward eye, Lily had failed at her most important task. but she could only dissemble the shame that her friends would have felt. Inside, she thanked God for the pills. She wasn't ready to have children, and certainly not with Greg, not when he got worse all the time. The night last week. Lily had tried not to think of it since, but now the bubble in her mind popped, and all at once, for the first time, Lily found herself seriously considering a new life. Considering escape. Even Lily knew that the world was full of dark places to hide. She thought again of Kath Alcott, who had bundled her children into a car and simply vanished. Had Kath had a plan? Had she joined the Separatists? Or had she re-established herself somewhere as an ordinary citizen, with a new name and a new face? There were forgers and surgeons out there who would do such work. But I have no money. That was the real stumbling block. Money bought options, the ability to disappear. Lily could ask her mother for help, but Mom didn't really have any money either. When Dad died, his company claimed he had breached his employment contract, and so there was no pension. Mum had barely had enough to pay the property taxes on the house. But even if Mum had been rich, she didn't want to hear about Lily's problems with Greg. As far as Mum was concerned, Lily had made her own bed. She had plenty of friends in New Canaan, but no real friends. There was no one she could trust, no one who would help her with something like this. And she suddenly found herself hating Dr. Anna, hating her utterly for trying to upset the status quo. Lily didn't need to peek over the horizon at another, better world that was far beyond her reach. This, right here, was the best possible outcome. To get her pills every year, and not have to bring a child into this house.
Lil?
She started guiltily. Greg was home. The front door panel on the wall was blinking brightly, but she hadn't noticed.
Lil, where are you?
She shoved the tile back into position and stood up, hastily smoothing her skirt down over her hips. On the way out, she tapped the panel on the wall and was rewarded with the quiet, somehow comforting whirring of the house beginning to make dinner as she went down the stairs. Greg had gone straight to the bar. This was another thing Lily had noticed lately. Greg used to drink only when something good had happened at work. But now it seemed to be every night, and his intake was increasing. They didn't all turn into bad nights for Lily, but she couldn't help noticing the correlation. The way Greg immediately went for the booze every night now. The way he drank as though he were trying to escape from something.
How was your appointment?
Good. Dr. Davis said it's looking better.
What's looking better?
He came toward her, tumbler in one hand, and wrapped an arm around her waist. He thinks my body will respond well to something called demiprene. It stimulates my ovaries.
To release eggs?
Yes. The lies flowed glibly, well rehearsed from Lily's mouth. She had done her research 2 years ago, knowing that the time would come when Greg would demand real information about what the hell was wrong with her reproductive system. But his questions grew more pointed all the time, and Lily had begun to have the uneasy feeling that he was doing his own research now.
I got good news today,
Greg remarked, and she relaxed a bit. There would be no real interrogation tonight. Really?
Ted said, hinted, that there's a senior liaison spot opening up next year. Sam Ellis is retiring. Ted says I'm in line for it.
That's good. Greg nodded, but his hands were already pouring another glass of scotch. Lily saw that something was troubling him, badly. What's wrong?
Ted said I was in line for the job, but he made a crack when I was leaving. I think he meant it as a joke, but—
What was it? Lily asked, but that was merely routine, the routine of comforting her husband at the end of the day. She already knew. Greg's cheeks had stained a dull brick red.
He said that if it wasn't for my little problem, I would have been an SL last year.
He was joking.
The first couple of times, maybe. Now I don't think so.
Lily took his hand, trying to project more sympathy than she felt. Greg was under enormous pressure, certainly, but it was a pressure with which Lily couldn't identify. She had never been ambitious. She didn't care whether Greg made senior anything, so long as they had a roof over their heads and a decent life. Other wives at the club took great pride in their husbands' advancements, as though they were all still in high school, where dating the starting quarterback meant you were somehow superior to every other girl in your class. But not Lily. Greg had a good job, and his superiors liked him. He was in no danger of being fired. Who gave a fuck if he became the youngest senior liaison in the history of the Pentagon? Greg does, she reminded herself. But that fact no longer carried the weight it once had. It would have been much easier to cheer for Greg if he had shown some reciprocal concern for her. Early in their marriage, things had been better. Greg had treated her like a separate person once, but the tone had shifted, and now all of Lily's actions were evaluated in terms of the main chance, as though she were merely a booster engine on Greg's rocket. These little stories from the office were always the same, and while Greg was certainly looking for reassurance, he was also looking to goad. The message was clear. Lily's shriveled uterus was impeding his career path. The possibility that Greg's testicles might be an issue had never even come up. Lily felt anger climbing up the back of her throat. But then Greg leaned forward, elbows on the bar, burying his head in his hands. He wasn't crying, not Greg. His hateful father had smacked that out of him long before Lily had ever come on the scene. But this was as close as he ever got. Greg? She bit her lip, trying to gather courage. She had broached this topic twice in the first year of their marriage, and Greg had shut her down each time. But now it seemed like a moment when he might actually be able to listen. Lily reached out and took his hand. Greg, you know, maybe it's okay. He raised his head, looking at her as though he'd never seen her before. What? Lots of people don't have children. Maybe it's not the end of the world. What are you talking about? You've always wanted kids. No, I haven't. She bit back the words, but they continued as a kind of scream deep in her mind. You assumed I did. We never discussed it. You never even asked. Lily swallowed, trying to get her anger under control. This was her husband, and once they'd been able to talk honestly, sometimes even for hours on end. She reached out and touched Greg's hair, took a deep breath, and continued, Greg, if we never had kids, I would be okay with it. He wrapped his arms around her with an incredulous chuckle. You're just saying that. No, I'm not. She pulled back and looked him in the eye. Greg, we'd be fine. He reared back, his eyes filling with hurt. You think I'm infertile, don't you? No, of course not. He grabbed her shoulders, clenched fingers digging into the soft skin just above her collarbone. Lily could almost feel the bruises starting. I'm not. I know, Lily whispered, looking away. Already she could sense herself shrinking inward, her personality diving behind any cover it could find. What point was there in pressing onward when it only made Greg worse? He shook her, and Lily felt her teeth rattle. What? I know you're not infertile. You're right. It's important. He watched her narrowly for a moment longer, then smiled, good humour easing back into his face. Absolutely, Lil. And I've had an idea about what we can do. What's that? He shook his head, smiling, the barely hidden grin of a boy who knows he's been naughty. I have to look into it first, make sure it's viable. Lily had no idea what he was considering, but she didn't like that grin. It reminded her of a time in college when Greg's frat had been under investigation for assaulting a pledge. Despite Princeton's best efforts, the news had trickled all over the nearby campuses. When Lily asked Greg about it, he claimed that he'd had nothing to do with it, but the same little gleam had been in his eyes then. The younger Lily just hadn't been smart enough to read the forecast. Dr. Davis says the odds are still very good. Dr. Davis is taking too long. Lily stood still, almost frozen, as he wrapped his arms around her again. Think how wonderful it would be if we had a baby, Lil. You'd be such a good mother. Lily nodded, though her throat felt as if there was a tennis ball in there. She thought of being pregnant, having Greg's baby inside her, and a ripple of revulsion travelled just beneath her skin, making her shiver, making Greg clutch her tighter. Lil, say you love me. I love you, Lily replied, and he kissed her neck, his hand moving to her breasts. Lily had to force herself to hold still and not recoil. She didn't understand how words that sounded so automatic to her own ears could be so pleasing to Greg. Maybe all he really needed was the structure of things. Maybe quality was a different consideration, too graded for him. I liked this man once, Lily thought. And she had, when they were both young and in college, and Lily didn't know her ass from her elbow, when Greg would buy her nice things and Lily would mistake that for love. Greg said he loved her, but Greg's definition of that word had morphed into something dark and invasive. Lily's friend Sarah said love was different in every marriage, but Sarah had been sporting her own black eye that day, and she didn't believe her own platitude any more than Lily did. He doesn't know, her mind whispered. He still doesn't know about the pills. But that was no longer a comfort. Lily had known that she couldn't get away with the pills forever. But for a long time they had seemed to provide an almost magical protection, the same talismanic quality that she found in her nursery. Even the bad nights had been easier to get through, knowing that some part of her was ultimately safe, that Greg would not have his way everywhere. But she knew that grin, knew it very well. Greg had gotten away with nearly everything in his life, usually with his father's enthusiastic approval, and now he was once again up to no good. Whatever he was planning, it seemed certain that the status quo wouldn't hold. Greg was groping around under her dress now, and Lily fought not to move, not to push him away. She'd thought of saying no. She'd been thinking of it for months now. But that no would open up an entire conversation that she wasn't ready to have yet. What would she say when he asked why? She closed her eyes and pictured her nursery, that quiet space where there was no intrusion, no violation, no... Kelsey blinked and found herself in the blessedly familiar space of her library. She was standing in front of her bookshelves with pen beside her, less than a foot away. For a moment the world wavered, but then she saw all of the books, Carlin's books, and felt reality solidify around her, the Queen's wings settling back in with a solid thud in her mind. "Lady, are you all right?" She rubbed her eyes with the heel of her hand. A hissing sound came from the fireplace in the corner, making her jump. But it was only the fire, dying out in the early hours of the morning. "I was dreaming," Kelsey whispered. "I was someone else." But dreaming was the wrong word. Kelsey could still feel the man's hands digging into her shoulder, laying the groundwork for bruises. She could remember each thought that had passed through the woman's head. "How did we get here?" she asked Pen. "We've been wandering the wing for the better part of 3 hours, lady." 3 hours? Kelsey swayed slightly, her hand tightening on the edge of the bookshelf. "Why didn't you wake me up?" "Your eyes were open, lady, but you couldn't see or hear us. Andalai said not to touch you, said it's bad luck to lay hands on a sleepwalker. But I've been with you, to make sure you didn't hurt yourself." Kelsey began to protest that she hadn't been sleepwalking, but then closed her mouth. Something nagged at her memory, something that would shed light. The woman in the almond. Kelsey had never even learned her name, but 6 weeks ago she had watched through the woman's eyes as Thorne took her 2 children. That had not been a dream either. It had been too clear, too sharp. But what Kelsey had just experienced was even sharper. She knew this woman, knew the terrain inside her head as well as that inside her own. Her name was Lily Mayhew. She lived in pre-crossing America. She was married to a wretch. Lily was no figment of Kelsey's imagination. Even now Kelsey was able to picture a whole host of sights she'd never seen, wonders lost centuries before in the crossing. Cars, skyscrapers, guns, computers, freeways. And she could now see chronology, the timing of political developments that had always eluded pre-crossing historians like Carlin, who had no written record to work with. Carlin had known that one of the biggest factors precipitating the crossing was socio-economic disparity. But thanks to Lily, Kelsey now saw that the problem had been much uglier. America had descended into true plutocracy. The gap between rich and poor had indeed been steadily widening since the late 20th century, and by the time Lily was born, 2058, Kelsey's mind produced the year with no trouble at all, more than half of America was unemployed. Corporations had begun to hoard the dwindling supplies of food for sale on the black market, with most of the population either homeless or in unrecoverable debt. Desperation and apathy had combined to allow the election of a man named Arthur Frewell. And that was a name that Kelsey had heard before many times from Carlin, who spoke of President Frewell and his Emergency Powers Act in the same tone she had used for Hiroshima or the Holocaust.
Lady, are you all right?
I'm fine, Pen. Let me think. Memory had suddenly assaulted Kelsey, sitting in the library 5 or 6 years ago, while Carlin's voice echoed waspishly against the walls. The Emergency Powers Act, a lesson in creative naming. Honest legislation would have simply called itself martial law and been done with it. Remember this too, Kelsey. The day you declare martial law is the day you've lost the game of government. You may as well simply take off your crown and sneak away into the night. According to Carlin, the Emergency Powers Act had been created to deal with a growing and very real threat of domestic terrorism. As the economic divide widened, separatist movements proliferated across America. The better world. Kelsey had seen that in her vision, blue letters more than 30 feet tall. But what did it mean? She wanted so badly to know, to see. She looked down at her 2 necklaces, expecting to see the stones shining brightly as they had when she awoke from that terrible vision in the Almont. But they were dark. The last time she remembered seeing them illuminated had been that night in the Argive Pass, when she had brought the flood. For the first time, Kelsey wondered if it was possible that the jewels had somehow burned out. They had worked a great and extraordinary miracle in the Argive, but it seemed to have drained everything from them. Perhaps they were no more than ordinary jewels now. The idea brought relief, followed quickly by fear. The Mort were massing on the border, and any weapon would help, even one as inconsistent and unpredictable as her 2 jewels. They could not burn out. "You should go to bed, lady," Penn told her. Kelsey nodded slowly, still turning the extraordinary vision over in her mind. Out of habit, she ran a hand across the row of books, taking comfort in their solidity. Sleepwalking or not, she was not surprised that this was where she'd ended up. Whenever she had a problem to consider, she invariably found herself in the library, for it was easier to think when she was surrounded by books. The clean, alphabetized rows provided something to stare at and consider, while her mind wandered away. Carlin, too, had used her library as both solace and refuge, and Kelsey thought Carlin would be pleased that she found the same comfort here. Pinpricks of tears stung her eyes, but she turned away from the bookshelf and led Penn out of the library. Andalai was waiting for Kelsey in her chamber, though the clock showed that it was well after 3 in the morning. Her youngest daughter, Glee, was asleep in her arms. "Andalai, it's late. You should have gone to bed."
"I was awake anyway, lady. My Glee has been sleepwalking again."
"Ah." Kelsey slipped off her shoes. "A cunning sleepwalker, I hear. Mace says he found her wandering in the guard quarters last week."
"The mace says many things, lady."
Kelsey raised her eyebrows. The tone had been judgmental, but she couldn't interpret the remark. "Well, I don't need help tonight. You should go to bed." Andalai nodded and left, carrying her small daughter with her. Once she was gone, Penn bowed and said, "Good night, lady." "You don't have to bow to me, Penn." Humour sparked in Penn's eyes, but he said nothing, only bowed again before retreating into his anteroom and drawing the curtain. Kelsey took off her dress and tossed it into the clothes hamper. She was glad that Andalai had gone so easily. Sometimes Andalai seemed to feel it was her duty to help Kelsey get undressed, but Kelsey didn't think she would ever be comfortable being naked in front of others. Andalai had hung a full-length mirror on the wall beside Kelsey's dresser, but as she was trying to quietly cure Kelsey of her physical shyness, she had picked the wrong tack. Even this simple device created myriad challenges. Kelsey wanted to look in the mirror, but she didn't want to, and she always ended up looking, and then hated herself. Her reflection did not please her, especially since moving into the Queen's wing, where it seemed she was surrounded by beautiful women. But even stronger was distaste for her mother, Queen Alissa, who had reportedly spent half of her life preening in front of the glass. So Kelsey made a compromise. Whenever she passed the mirror, she would glance at herself quickly, just long enough to determine that her hair was all right and she hadn't wiped ink on her face during the day. Anything more than a peek would be vanity. Now, catching sight of herself in the mirror, Kelsey froze. She had dropped weight. This seemed impossible, for Kelsey was even less active now than when she had first come to the keep. There was too much to do every day, and most of it involved sitting, either on her throne or at her desk in the library. She hadn't exercised in weeks, and all of her plans to eat less, which seemed so attainable in the morning, were inevitably wrecked by nightfall. But she could not deny what she was seeing now. Her thick legs had slimmed down, and her hip bones were more pronounced. Her stomach, which had always been a special source of embarrassment due to the dimpling that showed just above her abdomen, had retreated to only a slight rounded protrusion. Kelsey tiptoed closer to the mirror, peering at her arms. They too seemed thinner. The thick meat had disappeared from her biceps, and now they tapered neatly down to her forearms. But when had all of this happened? Less than a week ago, certainly, for she had peeked into the mirror before her last meeting with Hall and seen none of these changes. Staring at her face, Kelsey got a nasty shock, for it seemed that something was different there, too. But a moment later she realized that it had been only a trick of the firelight. What's wrong with me? Should she ask Mace to get the doctor? She shrank from the idea. Mace didn't think anyone needed a doctor unless he was bleeding to death, and the Mort doctor favoured by Corin was wildly expensive. Was Kelsey really going to demand him now simply because she'd lost some weight? She wasn't wounded or bleeding. She felt fine. She could afford to watch and wait, and if anything else happened, then she would tell Mace or Penn. She had been under a great deal of stress lately, after all. The fire snapped behind her, and Kelsey whirled around. For a moment, she was certain that someone was standing in front of the fireplace watching her. But there was nothing, only shadows. Despite the fire's warmth, her chamber suddenly seemed cold. After a final uneasy look in the mirror, Kelsey put on her nightgown and climbed into bed. She blew out her candle, then dug her feet deep into the warm pile of blankets, pulling the covers all the way up to cover her cold nose. She tried to relax, but behind her closed eyes, unbidden, came the same image that had tormented her for weeks now. The Mort army, a poisonous black tide that poured down over the border hills into the Almont, leaving devastation behind. The Mort had not entered the Tear, not yet, but they would. Mace and Arliss had been stocking for siege and building reinforcements around the city, but unlike Bermond, Kelsey didn't deceive herself. When the Mort really came for the city and put all of their efforts into breaching the walls, no amount of last-minute fortification would keep them out. Her mind turned again to Lily Mayhew, who lived in a town surrounded by walls. There must be some lesson in Lily's life, something helpful. But nothing came. Kelsey rolled onto her back, staring into the darkness. Her mother had faced the same no-win scenario and ended up selling out the Tearling. Kelsey hated her for it, yes, but what could she do differently? She clutched her sapphires, willing them to give her answers, but they were silent, imparting only a feeling of doomed certainty. Kelsey had judged her mother harshly, and this was the inevitable punishment, to be dealt the same hand. I have no solutions, Kelsey thought, curling up into a ball. And if I can think of nothing, then I'm no better than she was. The miners were a rough lot. They had obviously bathed before coming to the keep, but nevertheless dirt seemed to have grimed its way into their skins, giving them a swarthy appearance. They were independent miners, and this in itself was something of a rarity. Most of the miners in the Tearling belonged to guilds, for combination was the only way they could compete against the Mort. One of the miners was a woman, tall and blonde, though she was as grimy as the rest, and wore a beaten green hat that looked as though it had been through a hurricane. Kelsey, who hadn't known that mining crews accepted women, watched her with interest, but the woman returned her gaze with hostility.
"Majesty, we're just out of the Fairwich," announced Bennett, the foreman. "We've been mining in the foothills for nearly a month."
Kelsey nodded, wishing she hadn't worn such a thick wool dress. Summer had come, warm and somnolent, but someone had lit a fire anyway. She hated holding audience these days, for it seemed designed to take her attention away from the more pressing problems, the Mort and the refugees. The first wave of border villagers would already be making their way across the Almont, but they were only a fraction of what was coming. 500,000 extra people at least. Where would New London put them all?
"We were originally a crew of 15, Majesty,"
Bennett continued, and Kelsey tried to keep her attention on him, stifling a yawn. "Where are the rest?"
"Gone, lady, in the night. We kept a pretty close camp even at first, but, well, you know a man has to take a piss sometimes. Men would leave the camp in the night, and sometimes they just didn't come back."
"And why have you come to tell me this?" Bennett began to reply, but the female miner, who had the air of a second-in-command, grabbed his arm, muttering frantically into his ear. The exchange quickly became a protracted argument, punctuated by grunts and hissing. Kelsey was content to watch. Father Tyler stood closer to the miners than the rest of them. He could probably hear what was being said. She had begun to allow the priest to attend her audiences on occasion, and he had already provided several valuable insights. He enjoyed the audiences, said it was like watching history in action. He also knew how to keep his mouth shut, so much so that he had reportedly incurred the wrath of the new Holy Father, who didn't feel that Father Tyler was providing him with enough information. Kelsey didn't understand what held Father Tyler's tongue, but attendance here seemed like a fair reward.
"Majesty."
Bennett finally broke free, though his companion glared at him as he spoke.
"We found something in the Fairwich."
"Yes?" Bennett nudged the woman, who gave him a disgusted look, but pulled a small black pouch from the pocket of her cloak. Kelsey's guard tightened automatically, doubling up in a line in front of Penn. Something winked blue as Bennett held it up in the torchlight. "What is it?"
"Sapphire, Majesty, unless I miss my guess. We found a good-sized vein."
Now Kelsey understood the argument. "I assure you, your find is your own. We may try to buy it from you at a fair price, but on my word, there will be no seizure." The words had the desired effect. All of the miners seemed to relax at once. Even Bennett's second-in-command calmed down, her brow smoothing as she doffed her green hat. "May we inspect your find?" Bennett looked back to the miners, who gave grudging nods. He moved forward a few feet and held the jewel out to Kib, who took it and brought it to Kelsey. She held out one of her own sapphires to inspect them side by side. Bennett's jewel was rough, chipped directly from the vein, and had seen no polishing, but it was also enormous, almost the size of Kelsey's palm, and there was no mistaking the quality of the stone. She waited a moment, struck by a ridiculous hope that the new sapphire would react to her jewels, wake them up somehow, but nothing happened. "Lazarus?"
"Looks the same stone to me, but what of it?"
"You say you found a lot of this stuff, Bennett?"
"Yes, Majesty. We had to dig deep for the vein in the foothills, but I would guess it's shallower up in the Fairwich proper. We just didn't dare go up there after Tober."
"What happened to Tober?"
"Gone, Majesty."
"He deserted?"
"To where?" an old miner in the back asked scornfully. "We had all the supplies."
"Well, what do you think happened then?"
"I don't rightly know, but we heard noises out there in the night, sometimes, like some big animal."
"Only some of us heard it, lady," Bennett cut in, glaring at the old miner. "Out in the woods, and away up in the eye of Fairwich. It was a big thing, but it moved too stealthy to be an ordinary animal. It took Tober, we're sure of it." "Why?" "We found his clothing, lady, and his boots, a few days later at the bottom of a ravine. They was all tore up and stained with blood." Alice snorted quietly, a sound of disbelief. "3 other men disappeared also, lady, before we learned to tighten up our camp at night and work only in groups. We never found a trace of them." Kelsey turned the sapphire over in her hand. Alice couldn't know it, but this wasn't the first such story she'd heard lately. Now that there was no shipment, the census people stationed in every village were anxious to prove that they were still relevant, and information of all sorts poured into Mace from every corner of the kingdom, including the tiny villages at the base of the Fairwich. There had been 3 complaints of missing children in the foothills, as well as several men and women disappeared on the fells. No one had seen anything. Whatever the predator was, it came in the night and then simply vanished with its prey. "Kib, return this, please." Kelsey handed him the stone and leaned back against the throne, thinking. "Lazarus, there have always been disappearances in the Fairwitch, yes?"
"Plenty of them, lady. It's a dangerous place, particularly for children. Scores of young ones disappeared before Tear families simply stopped settling in the mountains. The Mort, more or less, avoid their portion of the Fairwitch as well."
"Majesty."
Father Tyler spoke up tentatively, raising his hand in the air, and Kelsey bit back a grin. "Yes?"
"The old Holy Father believed the Fairwitch to be cursed."
Mace rolled his eyes, but Father Tyler ploughed on.
"I don't believe in curses, but I will tell you, in the late 1st century the Arvath sent missionaries up into the Fairwitch, looking for those who drifted up there after the crossing and settled in the mountains. None of the missionaries ever returned. This isn't merely rumour. The report is part of the Arvath records."
"Has anyone ever found any bodies?" Kelsey asked.
"Not to my knowledge. This is the first I've heard of any remains at all, blood or clothing."
This made Kelsey even more uneasy. If people had disappeared, where were the bones? She turned back to the miners. "Bennett, do you plan to return to the Fairwitch?"
"We haven't decided yet, Majesty. The sapphire is good quality, but the risk—"
Arliss tapped Kelsey's shoulder and leaned forward to murmur in her ear.
"The Catarees value sapphire highly, Majesty. This stuff would be a good investment."
Kelsey nodded, turning to the miners. "Your choice is your own. But should you go back, I'll buy your haul at—" She looked to Arliss.
£50 per kilo.
£60 per kilo. I'll also pay extra for any information on what stalks up there."
"How much extra?"
"It depends on the quality of the information, doesn't it?"
"Give us a moment, Majesty."
Bennett led his crew to the far side of the room, where they gathered into a huddle. The old miner on the outskirts prepared to spit on the floor, and was forestalled only when Welmer grabbed his shoulder and gave him a forbidding shake of the head.
£60 per kilo,
Arliss moaned in an undertone.
"You'll make no money that way."
"I know you, Arliss. Your markup is ruthless."
The right price is whatever the market will bear, Queenie. The ruler of a poor kingdom should remember that."
"Just do your job and make sure the taxes come in on time, old man."
"Old man? You never had a better tax collector. £10,000 this month alone." "Majesty."
Bennett stood at the foot of the dais.
"It's a fair deal. We'll leave next Friday."
"Good," Kelsey replied. "Arliss, give them each £5 bonus in advance."
£5 each, Queenie?"
"Goodwill, Arliss."
"Much appreciated, Majesty,"
said Bennett. The rest of the miners grunted agreement, crowding around Arliss with hungry expressions. Arliss pulled out his little book and bag of coins, grumbling the entire time, but Kelsey considered the money well spent. The Tearling didn't have enough metal in the ground to support more than a handful of mining crews. If miners disappeared from the Tear, the kingdom would be forced to get the bulk of its metal from Mortmain, which meant there would be no metal at all. A loud yawn came from Kelsey's left. Pen. He was very tired. His eyes had a dark, hollow look about them, and he seemed to have lost weight. "Pen, are you ill?"
"No, lady."
For a moment, Kelsey was reminded of Myrn, whose chronic exhaustion had hidden an addiction to morphia. She blinked and saw deep scarlet blood dripping over her knife hand, then shook her head to clear it. Pen would never be so stupid. "Well, have you been sleeping enough?"
"Certainly."
Pen smiled, a private type of smile that had nothing to do with the conversation, and in that moment Kelsey became sure of something she'd only suspected. Pen had a woman somewhere. 2 weekends a month, Mace took Pen's place in the antechamber. Queen's guards didn't usually get time off, but a close guard was a special matter, since he had no downtime. Mace was good company, but Kelsey could always sense Pen's absence. She'd been wondering lately what he did in his spare time, and now, somehow, she knew. A woman, Kelsey thought, a trifle bleakly. She could ask Mace about it, surely he would know, but then she cut that impulse off at the knees. It wasn't her business, no matter how curious she was. She didn't know why she felt so unhappy, for it wasn't Penn she thought of at night. But he was always there, and she had grown to depend on him. She didn't like the idea of him spending time with anyone else. She'd been staring at Penn so long and so alertly that he straightened up in his chair now, looking alarmed. "What?" "Nothing," Kelsey muttered, ashamed of herself. "Get more sleep if you can." "Yes, lady." Once the miners had received their coin, they bowed and followed Bennet away. The money had enlivened them, for they chattered like children as they headed for the doors. Kelsey leaned back in her chair and found a steaming mug of tea sitting on the table beside her. "You're a wonder, Anderlei." "Not really, lady. I've yet to see the moment when you don't want tea."
"Sir?"
Kib appeared in the front of the throne, an envelope in his hand.
"Colonel Hall's latest report from the border."
Mace took the envelope and offered it to Kelsey, who had just picked up her tea. "I don't have hands."
"Just read it to me, Lazarus."
Mace nodded stiffly, then began to open the envelope. Kelsey noticed small red spots blooming in his cheeks, and wondered if she should have said please. Mace stared at the message for a very long time. "What is it?"
"Majesty."
Father Tyler jumped forward so unexpectedly that several of Kelsey's guard moved forward to intercept him, and he backed off, hands in the air.
"I'm sorry. I'd forgotten. I have a message from the Holy Father."
"Can it wait?"
"No, lady. The Holy Father wishes to have dinner with your Majesty."
"Ah." Kelsey narrowed her eyes. "I thought you might have some complaints."
"I wouldn't know, lady,"
Father Tyler replied, but his eyes darted away from hers.
"I'm only the messenger. But I wondered if the mace and I might sort it out now, before I need to leave."
Kelsey was not anxious to meet the new Holy Father, whose priests had already begun to give entire sermons on her shortcomings, her lack of faith, her socialist taxation policies, her early failure to get married and begin breeding an heir. "What if I don't want to dine with him?"
"Lady."
Mace shook his head.
"The Holy Father's a bad enemy to have, and you may need the Arbath if it comes to siege."
"For what?"
"Housing, lady. It's the second largest building in New London."
He was right, Kelsey realized, though the idea of requesting assistance from God's church made her skin break out in gooseflesh. She put down her tea. "Fine. Give me that letter, Lazarus, and work it out with the good father. Let's have His Holiness in here as soon as possible." Mace gave her the paper and then turned to Father Tyler, who visibly quailed, backing away. Kelsey scanned the letter and then looked up, pleased. "We've scored a tactical victory on the Mort Flats. The Mort camp is disbanded. Colonel Hall estimates their recovery time at 2 weeks.
"Good news, Majesty,"
Elston remarked. "Not all good news," Kelsey replied, reading further. "The Mort supply route remains intact. The cannons are undamaged."
"Still, you're playing for time," Penn reminded her. "Delay is important."
Playing for time. Kelsey looked around the room and saw, or fancied she saw, the same question in every face. When the time ran out, what then? There was no anxiety here. Her guard clearly expected her to produce another miracle, as she had in the Argive. Kelsey wished she could hide from them, from the calm trust in their eyes. Mace finished up with Father Tyler and returned to his place beside the throne. The priest raised his hand in farewell to Kelsey, and she waved back as he headed off toward the doors. "What's next?" she asked Mace.
"A group of nobles is waiting outside to see you."
Kelsey closed her eyes. "I hate nobles, Lazarus."
"That's why I thought it best to deal with them quickly, lady."
When the nobles arrived, Kelsey was struck first by their clothing, ostentatious as ever. Now in summer, there were no hats or gloves, but they all displayed a new fashion that Kelsey had seen before, what appeared to be gold and silver, melted down and allowed to run in rivulets across the fabric, so that shirts and dresses seemed to be dripping with precious metal. To Kelsey's eye, the effect was merely sloppy, but clearly they thought otherwise. Carlin would have had much to say about this bunch. Despite the fact that she had been a noble herself, She loathed conspicuous consumption. Kelsey was not surprised to see the tall, wasp-like figure of Lady Andrews near the front of the group, clothed in red silk. She looked, if possible, even more fleshless than before, but that might only have been the look in the woman's eyes, a loathing for Kelsey that seemed to dwarf everything else in her face.
Majesty.
The man in front, a tiny creature with an enormous beer belly, bowed before her.
Lord Williams, Mace murmured. Greetings, Lord Williams. What can I do for you?
We come with a common grievance, Majesty.
Lord Williams swept an arm toward the group behind him.
All of us hold property in the Almont.
Yes?
The evacuation is already incredibly destructive. Soldiers and refugees march across our lands, flattening the crops. Some of the refugees even loot in our fields. The soldiers do nothing.
Kelsey bit down on her tongue, realizing that she should have foreseen this issue. These people, after all, had nothing to do but sit and count every last penny of profit. Do you have complaints of violence, Lord Williams? Armed thievery? Harassment of your farmers? Lord Williams's eyes widened.
No, lady, of course not. But we lose money on the damaged and stolen crops, as well as lost work time.
I see. Kelsey smiled, though it hurt her face. What would you suggest?
Majesty, it's not really my place.
Speak plainly.
Well,
Another noble stepped forward, a taller man with a tightly clipped moustache. After a moment's thought, Kelsey placed him, Lord Evans, who owned vast fields of corn north of the drylands.
I have reports, lady, that while your soldiers protect the refugees on their journey, they make no attempt to supervise them. You could order better enforcement.
I will do that. Anything else?
My farmers can't work with an army of vagrants marching across their fields. Why not conduct the evacuation at night? That way it won't interrupt production.
Something flared behind Kelsey's ribs. Lord Evans, I suppose you have a residence in New London?
Why, yes, Majesty. My family owns two.
So long before the mort come, you will simply move your household and all your valuables into town?
For certain, Majesty.
How convenient for you. But these people are being transported from their homes with no such ease. Some of them have never left their villages before. Most will be on foot, and many are carrying infants and young children. Are you honestly suggesting that I've forced them to cross unfamiliar territory in the dark?
Of course not, Your Majesty,
Evans replied, his moustache twitching in alarm.
I only meant—
I am suggesting it, Lady Andrews announced, stepping forward. Property rights have always been inviolate in the Tearling. Be careful, Lady Andrews. No one is violating your property rights. They cross our lands. So did the shipment once a month. It must have done a good bit of damage to your roadways. But you did not complain then. I profited. Precisely. So let's talk about what's really at stake here. Not right to property, but right to profit. Profit is where we find it, Majesty. Is that a threat?
No one is threatening, Your Majesty,
Lord Williams cried. He looked around to the group behind him, and several of them nodded frantically.
Lady Andrews does not speak for all of us, Majesty. We simply wish to minimize the damage to our lands.
Lady Andrews rounded on him. If you had any balls at all, Williams, I would not have needed to attend this farce.
Keep it civil,
Mace barked. But the admonishment sounded automatic, and Kelsey suspected that Mace was enjoying himself. At some point, Majesty, Lady Andrews continued, the mort will have to cross my lands. I can make it difficult for them, or I can stand aside. Kelsey stared at her. Did you just tell me you mean to commit treason? Here, in front of 30 witnesses? I have no such intention, Majesty. Not unless I'm forced to it. Forced to it, Kelsey repeated, grimacing. I know how you conduct yourself in wartime, Lady Andrews. You'll probably greet General Jeannot himself with a glass of whiskey and a free fuck.
Lady,
Mace pleaded.
Majesty, I beg you, Lord Williams interrupted. Please do not take Lady Andrews' word as representative.
Be quiet, Williams, Kelsey replied. I understand what Lady Andrews is about here. Lady Andrews had begun to examine her nails, as though she found Kelsey uninteresting. You all have property rights for certain, but property rights are not inviolate, not in my tier. These people must be evacuated, and their safety is more important than your profit. Try to stand on your rights in this matter, and watch me bring out the principle of eminent domain." Several of the nobles gasped, but Lady Andrews merely looked up at Kelsey, bewildered. Lord Williams grabbed Lady Andrews' arm and began to hiss in her ear. She shook him off. "I will do my best to curtail the looting," Kelsey continued, "but if any of you," she looked around the group of nobles, "any of you hinder the evacuation in any way, I will not even think twice before I seize your lands for the greater good. Do you understand me?"
"We understand, Majesty," Lord William bleated. "Believe me, thank you for doing what you can."
He tugged Lady Andrews away from the throne, but she shook him off again, staring up at Kelsey with eyes like daggers.
"She's bluffing, Williams. She wouldn't dare. Without the support of the nobles, she has nothing."
Kelsey smiled. "What do I care for your support?"
"If we abandon the monarchy, Kelsey Raleigh—"
"My name is Glynn."
"If we abandon you, then you have no money, no protection, no structure. Even your army is shaky. Without us, what do you have?"
"The people. The people," Lady Andrews mimicked.
"They'd as soon kill any highborn as look at us. Without force or arms or gold, you're as vulnerable as the rest."
"My heart flutters."
"You're taking my threat lightly. That's an error."
"No, your threat is real enough," Kelsey admitted after a moment's thought.
"But your overestimation of your own importance is staggering. I knew it the first moment I ever laid eyes on you."
She returned her attention to the rest of them. "I'm sorry for the inevitable impact on your profits. You will simply have to content yourself with a bit less gold on your clothing this year, and hope the strain doesn't become too much. Get out." The nobles turned and moved off toward the doors. Some of their faces betrayed anger, but most of them only looked a bit bewildered, as though the ground had shifted beneath their feet. Kelsey gave a great sigh of impatience, and that seemed to hurry them onward.
"Wonderful diplomacy, lady," Mace muttered. "You realize you only make my job more difficult."
"I'm truly sorry for that, Lazarus."
"You need the support of your nobles."
"I disagree."
"They keep the public in line, lady. The people blame the nobles and their overseers for their problems. Remove that buffer, and they might start looking higher up the chain."
"And if their eyes come to rest on me, I will deserve that." Mace shook his head.
"You're too absolutist for power politics, lady. Who cares if your nobles are hypocrites? They serve a function for you, and a useful one."
"Parasites," Kelsey remarked. But the retreating group had reminded her again of Lily Mayhew. Lily had lived in a town with walls, high walls built to keep out the poor, and yet both she and her husband still had to be afraid of the world outside. Was Kelsey any better? Mace and Arliss had ordered the construction of an enormous temporary camp just outside of New London's walls to house the refugees. But if the Mort came, these refugees would have to be moved inside the city. Probably into the keep itself, since New London was already stuffed to bursting. Would Kelsey mind having them there? She thought for a moment, and realized with some relief that she would not.
"Now I'll have to keep an eye on all of these fops," Mace continued, looking troubled. "I doubt any of them would open direct negotiations with Mortmain, but they could do so through an intermediary."
"What intermediary?"
"Most nobles are church-going folk, lady. The Andrews woman is a regular guest in the Arvath, and the new Holy Father is no admirer of yours."
"Are you spying on the church?"
"I keep myself informed, lady. The new Holy Father has already sent several messages to Domain."
"For what purpose?"
"I don't know yet."
"That Andrews bitch is no more devout than I am, Lazarus."
"And when has that ever stopped anyone from being a pillar of the church?"
Kelsey had no answer. Isha. Marguerite was teaching them fractions, and Isha was bored. School was harder to get through on the days when she hadn't had enough sleep the night before. The air of the schoolroom always seemed too warm, and it put Isha into a semi-doze, awake and asleep at the same time.
2/5,
Isha answered, feeling smug. Marguerite had been trying to catch her napping. Marguerite, who liked all children, didn't like Isha at all. Isha seemed to create instinctive distrust in adults, as though they could sense that she was watching them, looking for errors and inconsistencies. But it was frustratingly hard to find mistakes in Marguerite. She was too pretty, and Isha gathered from overheard conversations that she had been the regent's concubine. But even Isha had to admit that neither of these things was Marguerite's fault. Something prodded Isha sharply in the ribs. Matthew, sitting behind her, nudging with his foot where Marguerite couldn't see. After a few more pokes, Isha turned around, baring her teeth. Matthew smiled wide, a malicious smile that spoke volumes. He had achieved his objective, broken Isha out of her head. Her brother was the worst sort of bully, one who couldn't stand the sight of other people sitting quietly and contentedly, one who simply had to ruin things. Maman made allowances for Matthew, said that Da had been hard on him, and he wasn't equipped to handle it well. Isha thought that was nonsense. She had taken the worst from Da. Even Wen admitted that, but it hadn't turned her into a little prick who couldn't leave other people alone. Matthew's foot nudged her again, digging right into the space between her ribs. Something struck inside Isha, a thick, deep, gong-like reverberation, and before she could think she whipped around and flung herself on Matthew, punching and kicking. He shook her off and ran, and without thinking, Isha got up and ran after him, out the door and into the hallway. Matthew was a year older and much bigger, but Isha was quicker, and just as Matthew reached the end of the hallway, she launched herself at him and brought him down. They fell to the stone floor together, Matthew screaming and Isha snarling. She got a fist up into Matthew's throat, making him cough and gag, then bloodied his nose with a good hard slap from the heel of her hand. She loved the sight of the blood against Matthew's white, frightened face. But then a man's hands were locked beneath her arms, hauling her backward. Isha kicked her heels, but she could get no leverage on the smooth stone of the floor. None of this seemed real, even when Isha looked up and saw Maman, the Queen, the rest of the guard, the wide eyes of the crowd assembled in the audience chamber. It seemed only another phase of the insomnia, the hours before sleep that caught Isha like a long, continuous fever dream. Any moment now she would sit up in the dark, mouth dry and heart pounding, and be pleased that nothing truly terrible had happened before she jerked awake. "Majesty, I apologize." Maman, apologizing for her. She had embarrassed Maman. The Queen merely shook her head, but Isha could sense irritation in the gesture, and this was almost as bad. Marguerite had arrived in the audience chamber now, and she bent over Matthew, shooting Isha a venomous look as she did so. Whoever had laid hold of Isha was now dragging her backward toward the hallway, and Isha's mind conjured up a rogue memory of Da, who always pulled and tugged. "Let go!" "Shut up, brat." The mace, Isha realized, and that brought home the seriousness of what she had just done. She planted her heels on the ground, but that was no help. The mace simply took one of Isha's arms and swung her around, clamping her wrist in an iron grip and dragging her down the hallway. Where was Maman? Isha wondered frantically. Memory was growing stronger and stronger, overtaking fact. The mace even smelled like Da at the end of the day, sweat and iron, and Isha couldn't go with him. She dug her heels in again, and when the mace turned, she brought her foot up and around, launching a kick into his stomach. It caught him squarely, and even in her fright, Isha felt a brief moment of satisfaction. It was no small thing to sneak a move on the captain of guard. The mace coughed and bent double, but his other arm snapped forward and flung Isha against the wall. She hit hard on her shoulder, bounced off, and staggered to the ground, black spots in front of her eyes. It took her a few seconds to recover, but Isha came up ready prepared to kick and scratch. But the mace was leaning against the opposite wall, one hand on his stomach, watching her with the same speculative gaze. "You have a great deal of anger in you, girl." "So?" "Anger is a liability for a fighter. I've seen it many times. If he doesn't let the anger go, or at least harness and drive it, it brings him down." "What do I care?" "See here." The mace detached himself from the wall, his bulky frame towering over hers, and Isha tensed, preparing. But he merely pointed to her foot. "A kick in the guts is good, but you didn't plan it well.
and so I wasn't disabled. In a real fight, you'd be dead now. What you want to do is point your toe. Catch me with the tip rather than the arch or ankle. Knock the wind out of me. It's very few men who can keep fighting without breath. Point your toe hard enough, and you could even damage one of my organs. As it is, all I'll have is a good-sized bruise."
Isha considered this for a moment, sneaking a glance at her own feet. She never planned anything, it just happened, actions exploding out of her. "Still, I hurt you."
"And what of that? Any man in this wing can keep fighting through much worse. I watched the Queen finish her crowning with a knife stuck in her back. Pain only disables the weak."
Pain only disables the weak. The words struck a chord inside Isha, making her think of all those years under Da's roof. Wen and Matthew each had broken bones, and Wen's shoulder had never healed properly, giving him a strange, slightly hunched appearance when he tried to stand up straight. Maman had taken so many beatings that some of her bruises never went away. And Isha and Morin.
Pain only disables the weak. Come along, Hellcat.
The mace resumed his course down the corridor, rubbing his stomach.
I want to show you something.
Isha followed him cautiously, a few feet behind. She had never been so far down the hall. It was mostly the guards and their families down here. Near the end, the mace opened one of the doors and swung it wide.
Have a look.
Warily, keeping an eye on him, Isha peeked around the doorway and blinked in surprise. She had never seen so much metal in one place before. The entire room gleamed in the torchlight. "The arms room," she breathed, her eyes wide.
"Welcome to my domain."
A tall, lanky man with a hooked nose emerged from behind a table on the other side of the room. Isha recognized him. Venner, the arms master. Even on the rare occasions when he emerged into the audience chamber, he always had a weapon in his hands, sword or knife or bow, fine-tuning them as though they were musical instruments.
"Come inside, child."
Isha only hesitated for a moment. Children were never allowed in the arms room. Wen would be so jealous. Even Matthew would be jealous, though he would try to hide it with scorn. Swords and knives covered the tables. Armory sets hung on the walls. There were even some long, twisted metal weapons, taller than a man, which rested against the wall, pointing toward the sky. Several maces, a rack of bows, their wood a deep polished bronze, and bundles of tied sticks that Isha eventually recognized as arrows. Hundreds and hundreds of them piled in the corner. So much weaponry. And then Isha realized what this stockpile was for. Siege. Maman had explained siege, but only to Isha and Wen. Maman thought the Mort army would reach New London by autumn. The mace had followed her into the room, and now he paused beside a table that held row after row of knives.
"You can't keep starting brawls with the other children. It's a distraction we don't need."
"It only distracts Marguerite."
"Today it distracted everyone. Your little squabbles are both noisy and dangerous."
Isha flushed. She added up the number of fights she'd been in since they'd come to the keep, and her cheeks burned brighter. Did they all think she was a brat? The mace's gaze was hard, almost contemptuous. He was waiting for her to make an excuse. She would surprise him, just as she had caught him off guard with a kick to the stomach. "Sometimes the anger runs me, and I can't control it. I hit and kick before I know what I'm doing." The mace settled back on his heels, his mouth crimping in a small smile.
"That's a strong admission. Many men refuse to face the fact of their anger."
"Maybe it helps that I'm not a man."
"In this room it won't matter,"
Venner interrupted, striding forward.
"It's a lesson I learned from the Queen. Here, you're a fighter, and I will treat you like one."
Isha looked up, instantly suspicious, and found Venner holding out a knife on one palm, offering her the hilt.
"What do you say, Hellcat?"
the mace asked.
"Want to learn?"
Isha looked at the room around her, the weapons piled everywhere, the walls hung with metal. She used to spend days of her childhood fearing that Da's shadow would appear on the ground beside her, and when she looked up to find him standing there, her stomach would fall to pieces. Staring at Venner and the mace, Isha saw that their faces were hard, yes, and grim. But she saw none of Dar's meanness there, none of his taking. She reached out and grasped the knife. Chapter 3. Ducat. In an era rife with butchery, we must still make special mention of Benin Ducat. The Tearling as a military nation, Callow the martyr.
Where is he?
The Queen heard the peevish edge in her own voice. That was bad, but she couldn't help it.
He'll be here, Majesty, Lieutenant Valet replied in a quiet voice.
The lieutenant was new to her security council, a replacement after the death of Jean Dowell, and he always seemed to be on the edge of things, afraid to speak up. The Queen, who usually valued restraint, found the new lieutenant's tiptoeing manner irritating, and signalled him to be silent.
I wasn't speaking to you.
Martin?
Lieutenant Martin nodded in agreement. He'll be here shortly, Majesty. The message said that urgent business delayed him.
The Queen frowned. 10 men were seated in a semicircle in front of her throne. All of them looked exhausted, and none more so than Martin. For the past month, he'd been in the north, putting down unrest in Cité Marche. Hundreds of people had planted themselves in front of the auctioneer's office and refused to move until the Crown addressed the economic conditions in the city. It was irritating, but nothing to really contend with. They had no leader, these radicals, and rebellion without a leader was like a tidal wave. It went like hell until it met a cliff wall. The rebellion in Calais had failed in a similar fashion when its momentum simply petered out. But the fighting in Cité Marche had been hard, with several soldiers killed. There was no doubt that many of these men could use some rest. After this meeting, she would give some of them a few days off. But the meeting couldn't begin without Ducat. Her chief of internal security was no doubt more exhausted than any of them. His men had spent weeks trying to figure out who was organizing the protests in Cité Marche with no answers yet. But Ducat would get results eventually. He always did. Physically, he was beginning to show his age, but there wasn't a more skilled interrogator in Mortmain. The Queen tapped her nails on the arm of her throne, her fingers going automatically to her breastbone. They seemed to go there all the time of their own accord. It had, in fact, become a tic, and the Queen of Mortmain had no tics. Such things were for the weak and mindless. The invasion of the Tearling had begun in disaster. Word had reached the Palais a week earlier. Her army had been taken by surprise and scattered throughout the Mort Flats. It would take weeks to reassemble the soldiers and clear the camp. The entire thing was a catastrophe, but there was no one on whom the Queen could unleash her fury. General Jeannot had simply disappeared. More than 1,000 Mort soldiers had died on the flats, but Jeannot's body hadn't been among the corpses. He'd better pray he's dead, if I find him. Movement to her right drew her attention. A slave was kneeling in front of the fireplace, lining the base with paper.
"What do you think you're doing?"
The slave looked up, her eyes wide, terrified, yet resentful. Tear. There could be no doubt of it. Although she was dark-haired and quite beautiful, she had the sullen, stupid expression of a Tear peasant. The Queen switched languages. "No fireplace is to be used within this building." The girl swallowed and replied in Tear, "I'm sorry, Majesty. I didn't know." Was that possible? The Queen had given a blanket order about fires. She would have to speak to Beryl about it. "What's your name, slave?" "Emily." She even pronounced it in the Tear fashion, without accent. "Be the last to know again, Emily, and you'll find yourself for sale on the streets." The slave nodded, gathered up the paper from the fireplace, and stuffed it back in the bucket, then stood waiting with a bewildered expression that only irritated the Queen further. "Get out!" The girl left. The Queen sensed her security council's eyes on her, questioning. The throne room was cold this morning. No doubt many of them wondered why there was no fire. But the only fires the Queen allowed now were torches and the ovens in the Palais kitchens, some 20 floors below. Not even to Beryl could she admit the truth. She was frightened. In the past 2 months, disturbing rumours had begun to trickle in from the Fair Witch. Miners taken, children disappearing. even an entire family that had simply vanished from a home at the base of the foothills. The dark thing was always hungry. The Queen knew that better than anyone. But something had changed. It had always been satisfied with explorers and fortune-hunters, those foolish enough to venture into the Fair Witch proper. Now it was expanding its hunting grounds. But how? That was the real question. The Queen didn't know the whole of the dark thing's strange history, but there was no doubt that it was bound to the Fair Witch, enspelled there in some way. It could only travel by fire, and even that effort could exhaust its abilities. So how had it managed to take an entire family in Arc Nor without leaving a trace? Has it gotten free? The Queen quailed at the thought. The dark thing had forbidden her to invade the Tearling, and by now it would know that she had disobeyed. But what choice did she have? Left unpunished, the delinquent Tear shipment was an incitement to every revolutionary in the New World. The riots in Cité Marche were only the latest example. The last Carrerie's shipment had contained goods of markedly diminished quality. Poorly insulated glass, defective horses, second-rate gems, whose surfaces revealed multiple flaws. In Calais, silk production had dropped to such a low level that it could only mean deliberate sabotage. These signs were easy to interpret. Fear, that powerful engine that drove the Mort economy, was waning. The Queen had to invade the Tearling, if for no other reason than demonstration. An object lesson, as Thorn would say. But she had disobeyed the dark thing, and by now it had surely found her out. Damping the fireplaces was a temporary measure, one that could not work forever. It doesn't matter, her mind insisted. She would invade the Tearling, and do what she should have done years ago. Take the sapphires. The reports from the Argive Pass, though still spotty and unconfirmed, made her course very clear. The Tear sapphires still had power, all right, and once the Queen had them, she would tear through the New World like a hurricane. She would light all the fires she wanted, and even the dark thing would cower from her sight. But still she was worried. Thorn had vanished. It was a special gift of his, disappearing without a trace, but her guard captain, Glynn, had evaluated Thorn correctly long ago. Dangerous, Majesty, always, even if he stands before you wearing nothing. She wished she knew where he was. None of her military men were brave enough to ask about the fireplace. Valet's mouth still held a hint of displeasure at being silenced earlier. His pout, that of a small boy, denied a sweet. Children, the Queen thought grimly. My soldiers are all children. A throat cleared behind her, such a perfect mixture of signal and respect that it could only be Beryl. Majesty, Ducart has arrived. He will be here shortly. The Queen nodded, but her eyes remained on the darkened fireplace. She thought she'd heard something over there, a soft hiss like the sparking of a flame. Her patience had shortened, and she found herself unwilling to wait for Ducart even a moment longer. Let's begin. What of the Cité Marche? The rebels are contained, Majesty, Martin replied. For now, at least. Let's not call them rebels, Vice interrupted. Let's call them adolescents with too much time and money on their hands. Martin shook his head. I would advise caution in that assessment. We found many overfed young people, yes, and most of these ran at the first sign of real conflict. But we also found a considerable number of idle poor, apparently directed by a Le Vieux. Several of those we took into custody died hard without even revealing his name. What else? Barely anything, Majesty. None of them had much information to give. No one had ever seen Le Vieux's face, only received orders through intermediaries. He seems to be operating from outside Cité Marche. That's all? That's all they had, Majesty, I promise you. They didn't know anything. Thus, my caution. The rabble may have found a leader, someone who knows how to organize. That would be a serious development. The Queen nodded slowly, a thread of disquiet worming through her belly. Another low hiss came from the direction of the fireplace. She whirled, but there was nothing there. Stop falling to pieces. The double doors to the throne room opened with a creak of wood. And there, finally, was Ducat, still wrapped in his travelling cloak. He dragged a prisoner behind him, chained and hooded. "My apologies for the delay, Majesty," he called across the room, "but I bring you a gift." "Bring it quickly then, Benin. We've been waiting for you." Ducat hauled the prisoner forward, heedless of the man's groans as the manacles bit into his bloody wrists. Ducat's nose and cheeks were still reddened with the morning cold, and his black hair was beginning to thin on top. But when he reached the table and turned his heavy-lidded eyes to the Queen, she found herself comforted, as always, by the dark confidence she found there. Here, at least, was a man she would never need to doubt. "What have you brought me this time, Benin?" Ducat jerked off the prisoner's hood. The man straightened and blinked in the torchlight, and the Queen's spirits lifted as though infused with helium. It was General Jeannot. "I found him hiding out in Arc-Pearl, Majesty," Ducat announced, tossing the end of the chain to Lieutenant Vyse as he removed his cloak. "In the basement of a knockhouse, and not a wound on him either." The Queen gazed at Jeannot, considering. 2,000 dead in a surprise attack on his watch. It would be good to make an example of him. But not a public example. As yet, few in Mortmain knew of the disaster out on the flats, and she wanted to keep it that way. Still, it never hurt to remind her war council who was in charge here. Sometimes they tried to forget. "We behead our deserters, Vincent, but a general who fails so spectacularly and then deserts? I believe you're a special case." "Majesty," Jeannot protested, "I carry extensive knowledge of the army, of tactical planning. I did not want my knowledge to fall into tear hounds." "How noble of you. And which ignorant but well-meaning whore agreed to take you in?" Jeannot shook his head, but when the Queen turned to Ducat, he nodded. "Good. Have her executed." "Majesty, there was nothing I could have done," Jeannot cried. "The attack, it came so suddenly." The Queen ignored the rest. She had slept with Jeannot once, years ago, when he was only a lieutenant, and a different woman might have taken that into consideration. But the Queen was already sifting through her memories. Jeannot had been talkative after sex, babbling endlessly while she tried to sleep. It was one of the reasons she had never invited him back for a repeat performance. The Queen wasn't the only one afraid of fire these days. Jeannot's childhood home had burned down, and he had narrowly escaped being caught inside the flaming building, taking several bad burn wounds in the process. The incident had left its mark on the adult Vincent, who still had a deep-rooted horror of fire, of being burned. The Queen leaned forward, lacing her fingers together, and stared into Jeannot's eyes. He wrung his bound hands, trying to look away, but it was too late. Something had woken inside the Queen, a hungry, grasping rage that travelled her bloodstream, igniting individual nerves. She sensed Jeannot's body, tasted the contours of it, a soft mass of vulnerable cells in her hands. Dimly, she sensed her security council shifting uncomfortably around the semicircle. Martin crossed his legs, looking down at the floor. Ballet had actually turned away to stare into the dark fireplace. Only Ducat was really watching Jeannot, his expression the same as on those rare occasions when the Queen allowed him to observe in her laboratory. Alert and interested, curious to see what would happen next. Jeannot began to scream. He tore his gaze from hers, but the Queen had him now, and she bore down harder, feeling his skin as a thick, malleable fabric of flesh that darkened and burned in the oven of her mind. His body blackened before her, the skin charring and crisping until the Queen knew that she could turn him inside out and shed his skin as easily as if he'd been a pig on a spit. The military men were unable to ignore the spectacle. Even those who tried to look away now stared at Jeannot, transfixed, as his howls echoed between the walls of the audience chamber. The Queen went to work on his vitals, and Jeannot fell to the ground, his screams quieting till he could only emit a shallow gargling. His heart was the easiest thing of all, a thick wall of muscle that the Queen tore through as though it were paper, lacing it with fire and then shredding it apart. She felt the moment when he died, the connection between them breaking sharply inside her head. She turned back to the rest of them, looking for argument. The fire inside her was ravenous now, difficult to control. It cried out for another target. But none of them would meet her eyes. Only a charred, vaguely man-like shape remained on the floor. A throat cleared behind her. The Queen whirled, delighted. But it was only Beryl, his face expressionless, holding out an envelope. The Queen fought down the thing inside her, but it didn't go easily. She was forced to tamp it down, as one would extinguish a fire, stomping and kicking until it was only ashes. As her pulse returned to normal, she felt both relief and regret. She rarely used this particular talent, understanding that repetition would lessen its impact on others. But it was a wonderful feeling to let go and give free rein to her anger. There were so few opportunities now. She took the envelope from Beryl, noting that he'd already opened it, and read the enclosed note, unease deepening inside her with every word. All of the satisfaction of the previous few minutes had evaporated now, and she was suddenly afraid. "You're going back to the north, Martin. A fire has destroyed the central barracks in Cité Marche." "What kind of fire, Majesty?" "Unknown." "How many dead?" 56 so far. Likely more buried in the rubble. Someone barricaded the doors from the outside." Her commanders stared at each other in wide-eyed silence. "You're dismissed, all of you, except Ducat. Go and take care of this mess and bring me the heads of those responsible." Martin spoke up, an audible quaver in his voice. "The army needs a new commander, Majesty." "Dismissed." They leapt from their seats. Each took a wide path around the charred corpse of Jeannot, and the Queen restrained herself from smirking. There would be no more griping, complaints, or secret meetings from this bunch for a while. "Shall I remove that, Majesty?" asked Beryl, nodding toward the corpse. "After we are done." Beryl ushered the soldiers out, the oak double doors closing behind him. Only the Queen and Ducat remained. "Well, Benin, you know what I'm going to ask of you." "I would have thought you'd want me in the Cité Marche, Majesty. A barracks doesn't burn flat without inside help. There's conspiracy here." "What do you know of this, Livier?" "I've heard the name a few times in interrogation. No one seems to know what he looks like or how old he is, which is a bad sign. Whoever the bastard is, he's prudent as well as cunning. The terrorist tactics we've seen recently are new, well-planned and designed to inflict maximum damage. There are severe security problems, Majesty." "Severe," she agreed reluctantly. "And I know you're the best man to solve them, Benin." "But I can't put any of them," she gestured toward the door, "in charge of the army. It's been too long since we went to war, and none of them are experienced enough. We can put that second-in-command of yours in charge of Cité Marche while you're gone. He seems capable to assist Martin. But I need you on the border." "I'm getting a little old to go off to the front again, Majesty, and I've grown to enjoy my current job." She sighed. "What do you want, Benin?" 10% of plunder." "Done." "Not done," Ducat smiled, a vulpine smile that slid like ice along her spine. "Also, first pick of the children from Carreret and Calais. There aren't enough since the tier shipment stopped, and I've been losing out lately to Madame Arnaud. She's made some sort of underhanded arrangement with the auctioneer's office." The Queen nodded slowly, staring at the floor, ignoring the taste of bile in her throat. "You'll have them." "Then we're agreed. Any special instructions?" "Push the tier out of the hills and into the Almont. We can't cross the border anywhere else." "Why not simply flank them? Go farther north, toward the Fairwitch." "No," the Queen replied firmly. "I don't want the army within 100 miles of the Fairwitch. Steer clear." He shrugged. "You know best, Majesty. Give me a few days to tidy some loose ends here and send valet to let the border know I'm coming. I don't want to have to settle any questions of rank when I arrive." Ducat swung his cloak over his shoulders. "Incidentally, one thing does keep coming up about the rebel leader, this Le Vieux." "Yes?"
His accent, Majesty. Several prisoners have mentioned it. It's well hidden. But the man's enunciation says he isn't Mort. He's Tear.
What would a Tear be doing fomenting rebellion in Cité Marche?
I could find that out for you, Majesty. But no, I'm heading to the Western Front.
The Queen opened her mouth to reprimand him, and then closed it as he left the room in a swirl of cold air and black cloak. Yet even this exit, abrupt and disrespectful, was comforting. Ducat would find a way to dislodge the Tear from the border hills. He was a ruthless strategist. Ducat was the commander she needed now, but her unease resurfaced almost immediately after his departure. Why had the dark thing forbidden her to invade? Did it shield the girl? An unpleasant suspicion crossed her mind. Perhaps the dark thing valued the girl. Perhaps it valued her the same way it had once valued the Queen herself. With the dark thing's help, she had ascended to great dominion, but she had always known that this assistance was not free. In return, she was to find a way to set it free from its confinement in the Fairwitch. But she had reached the limit of her powers, at least until she got hold of the Tear sapphires. If the dark thing had no more use for her, then she held no leverage at all. Counting off problems in her mind, the Queen realized that she was in trouble. The Mort army had been humiliated out on the flats. The dark thing was moving beyond its own borders. The rebels in Cité Marche had found themselves a leader, a cunning Tear leader with no face. The Queen's mind gnawed away at these new developments, repeatedly biting down on each of them as one would bite down on a canker, relishing the pain but finding no solution. Around the corner, in the hallway that led to the stairwells, the slave girl Emily straightened from her crouch in the deep shadows. She had come to Domain in the previous October's shipment, but she had never faced the auctioneer's block. Two men, both of them very polite, had chosen her from the cage, stripped her, and inspected her thoroughly, for lice or some deformity, Emily supposed, before placing her in a wagon with several other male and female slaves, all of them bound for the Palais. Emily was a tall woman, pretty but well-muscled, just the way the Red Queen liked her female slaves. That was why she had been chosen. Emily missed her parents, her brothers and sisters, longed for them every day, but that longing paled in significance beside the fact that none of them would ever be hungry again. After a quick look in each direction, Emily moved lightly down the hallway, her face a pleasantly stupid mask, in case she was intercepted, her mind already composing a message to the mace.
Glynn Queen?
Kelsey dropped her pen, startled. She was alone in the library today, a rare occurrence. Father Tyler was supposed to be here, but he had sent his regrets, unexpected illness. Penn was with her, of course, but he didn't really cut into Kelsey's solitude, and anyway, he had nodded off on a nearby sofa while Kelsey worked. If Mace should walk in, he would give Penn hell for napping, but Kelsey was just as happy to have him get some sleep. Now, as the thin, lisping voice spoke again, Penn jerked awake.
You ride toward death, Glynn Queen?
Kelsey turned and saw Anderlai's youngest daughter standing before her. The child was tiny, a pixie really, fine-boned, like Anderlai, with dark hair that grew in a close cap around her head. Kelsey hesitated. She was never sure how to deal with children. The best she could seem to do was talk to them like tiny adults. But then she saw that the girl's eyes, as grey as her mother's, were distant and unfocused. Her usually ruddy face, all of Anderlai's children seemed to have taken their father's complexion, was pale now, a milky luminescence in the candlelight. The girl was no taller than Kelsey's work desk, little more than a toddler, but Kelsey felt a sudden urge to back away.
I see you, Glynn Queen,
Glee lisped.
I see you riding toward death.
Kelsey turned a questioning glance to Penn. Glee was supposed to stay with Anderlai or Marguerite at all times, but even Kelsey knew that there was a wraith-like quality about this particular child. Mace said she was a sleepwalker, and several times Glee had been found wandering the Queen's wing in unexpected places, even rooms that were supposed to be locked. But Mace had said nothing about what Kelsey was seeing now. The girl wasn't sleepwalking, for her eyes were open and staring. She didn't seem to know where she was. Kelsey got up from her desk. "Glee, can you hear me?"
"Don't touch her, lady,"
Penn warned. "Why not?"
"She's in a trance, just like you were a week ago. Andalai told us not to touch or disturb you. I don't think we should touch the girl."
"The Queen of Spades," Glee murmured hollowly, staring straight through Kelsey to the wall beyond. "Crossing, a dead hand grasping and empty." The dead hand. Kelsey paused at that, for dead hand translated roughly into Mortmain. Several members of the guard, notably Corin, had taken to asking Andalai when they needed advice on something uncertain, health or weather, or women. Whether Andalai would answer was another matter entirely. She dismissed questions that she considered beneath her, and she adamantly rebuffed all of Arliss's clever attempts to elicit information on coming betting events. Andalai had the sight all right, but here was something Kelsey had never considered, that her children might have it too. Glee moved forward until she was only a foot away, and Kelsey reached out to block her before they collided. "Don't touch her, Majesty." Andalai had entered the library just as soundlessly as her daughter. "Leave her alone, please. I will handle it." Kelsey scrambled backward. Andalai knelt in front of her daughter, speaking softly. And Kelsey, who had always assumed that Andalai loved all of her children fiercely and equally, suddenly saw that she had been wrong. Andalai did have a favourite child. It was clear in her face, her hands, the quiet tone of her voice. "You're in a dark place, my poppet," Andalai murmured gently, "and you must come out. You can follow me." "I can follow you, Maman," Glee repeated in her child's lisp. "Follow my voice, poppet. See the light, and then you can wake." Glee stood, staring blankly, for a few more moments. Then she blinked, staring up at her mother with wide eyes. "Maman?" "And here you are, poppet. Welcome back." Glee climbed into Andalai's arms. Andalai sat down on one of the sofas and began to rock the girl, who appeared to already be falling asleep. "Pen, leave us alone, and make sure we're not disturbed." Pen left, shutting the door behind him. "I apologize, Majesty," Andalai murmured quietly. "My Glee is not like my others. I can have both eyes on her, and a moment later, she's gone." Kelsey paused for a moment. "Does she have your sight, Andalai?" "Yes. She's too young to control it. I've been trying to train her, but it is difficult to find time alone, so that my other children will not be jealous. Glee still doesn't know how to differentiate between what should be said and what should be kept to herself." "I'm sure she'll learn." "She will, but the sooner the better. A child like Glee makes a valuable prize." "She's safe from me, Andalai." "I'm not thinking of you, Majesty." Andalai continued to rock her daughter, her gaze thoughtful. "Even before my Glee was to go in the shipment, her father had already begun planning a way to use her. His spoken thoughts went no further than dragging her to the dogfights for his own benefit. But I saw the possibility of sale in his mind. He may have told others about Glee."
"I see."
As always, Kelsey had to fight a morbid curiosity about Andalai's marriage. "Was it equally hard for you, as a child?" "Even worse, lady, for I had no one to guide me through it. My mother sent me away for fostering when I was newly born."
"Like me,"
Kelsey thought, surprised. Andalai and her children were so tightly knit that Kelsey had never imagined Andalai raised in anything but a close family. "For a long time, my foster parents thought I was merely mad. They treat these things with great suspicion in Mortmain."
"Despite the Red Queen?"
"Because of her, lady. The Mort are a science-minded people. They hate what the Red Queen can do, yes, but she is too powerful for them to hate the woman herself. Ordinary Mort quickly learn to hide such gifts."
"Lazarus tells me
though it's only a rumour in the Palais, that the Red Queen's laboratories have been working on the site. They wish to find out if it's genetic. Andalai smiled, her expression brittle. Trust me, lady, it is. My mother was one of the most powerful seers of our age. My gifts are only a shadow of hers. And I'm terribly afraid, Majesty, that Glee is more my mother than me. It will make the world very dangerous for her.
In what way?
Andalai considered her thoughtfully for a moment. We have trust, lady, you and I.
I trust you with my life, Andalai.
Then I will tell you a story. I cannot speak to the truth of the entire story, you understand, for some of it is Mort legend, but instructive nonetheless. There is a woman, a plain wife, who lives on the edge of the Forêt Envanouie. Her life is uneventful. She has grown bored with her husband, a miner. She does not like keeping house. She has nothing to occupy her mind, until one day a fortune-teller comes to the village. He is handsome, this fortune-teller, and he does parlour tricks, reads palms, offers charms, even carries an ancient crystal ball. But his tricks are very good, and he is no stranger to bored wives in small towns. The woman is enchanted, and enchantment makes her foolish. 9 months later, the fortune-teller is long gone. But a child is born. A child as different from the woman's other children as can be. This child can predict the weather, knows when visitors approach the village. Useful information for a community, certainly. But the child's gifts reach even further. She can see not only the future, but the past and present, the truth of things. She knows when people are lying. She is a boon to her tiny mining village, and the village prospers, far out of proportion to others in the surrounding countryside. And yet the villagers are extremely foolish. They talk freely about the child. They praise her to the skies. They brag about her in Cité Marche, not thinking of the fact that their country has a new queen now, a queen who believes that she has a right to anything she can grab. And one day, inevitably, soldiers come to the village and take the girl away. She's a commodity, you see, just as valuable as a good assassin or spy master. More valuable, even, for her gifts only sharpen as she reaches adolescence. She lives a gilded life in Domain, but still she is a prisoner, destined to sit at the right hand of the Queen until she dies.
The Red Queen's old seer, Kelsey realized. Dead now. Carlin had spoken of her several times. What was her name?
And yet, for all that, the woman is not entirely subservient. She has a secret life, you comprehend, and she is so clever, so gifted that she is able to hide that life even from the Queen of Mortmain, who has the most feared surveillance apparatus since the old États-Unis. The seer has a man. She conceives a child. Yet she knows the child will never be safe. Her mistress, the Queen, is interested in heredity. Even if the child shows no gifts at all, it will spend its life in a laboratory, subject to horrors. So the seer smuggles her newborn girl from the Palais. She gives the baby to good people, so she thinks, kind people. They live in the Jardin, one of the poorest sections of Domain. They've always wanted a child. The baby will be safe there. And yet here the mother's sight has failed her. The child does have her mother's gifts, sporadic and inconsistent, yes. But there, she too can predict the future, see the present. Sometimes she can even see other people's thoughts as clearly as if they were her own. Such a child would always hold a dangerous value. When her adoptive parents fall into debt and need quick money to keep from losing all they own, they sell her to a man in the neighbourhood, a man who has always coveted the child. Not for the usual reasons, you understand. He is a businessman, and he wants her sight for the market. She is a tool to him, and when she cannot perform, she is beaten. Kelsey swallowed.
How did you get out?
I made my own great mistake, lady. There was a boy, a tear slave whose masters lived next door to mine. He was a stupid boy, but persistent. He began coming around when I was 10 years old, and he would not take no for an answer. He told me of the tear, told me that we could escape and live a free life here. I had no interest in the boy, but when I was 15, my owner fell on hard times, and he had no leisure to market my particular gifts. He planned to sell me to a knockhouse.
Is that?
Andalai nodded. In your tier, Majesty, a whorehouse. Faced with that, I turned to the tier boy. I thought him harmless.
Andalai looked down at her daughter, who was fast asleep now, breathing easy.
Always my sight seems to fail when it is most crucial that it should function. Borwen raped me the first night out of Domain, and every night after that. We were on foot, and I could not outrun him. By the time we reached the Tearling, I already knew that I was carrying. I did not speak the language, but even if I had, Borwen had misled me about the nature of opportunity in the Tearling. For all of its terrors, Mortmain at least allows a competent woman to earn her living without being on her back. Many Mort women are miners or artisans. But I saw very quickly that there were no such options in the Tearling. Borwen is strong. He quickly found work. But I could find none, Majesty.
Andalai's voice was rising, and Kelsey realized, horrified, that Andalai seemed to be trying to justify herself, to ward off some inevitable condemnation. No 15-year-old can make good decisions, Andalai. I can barely make easy decisions for my own life now.
Perhaps, Majesty. But had I known that my children would also pay for my mistakes, I would gladly have taken the knockhouse. I knew that Borwen was a brute, but I didn't realize precisely what he was until Isha was 5 years old. I tried to send both Isha and Wen away, but we had no friends who would take them to safety. Heaven help me, I even tried our local priest to see if he would take them for fostering in lieu of the tithes. But the priest told Borwen what I had done. Finally, I tried to run away, but it is difficult to disappear with children, and it seemed that I was always pregnant. Each time Borwen found me, and if I refused to come home, he would snatch one of the children. In the end, it seemed better to keep them with me. At least I could help them, shield them somewhat.
That seems reasonable, Kelsey ventured, not knowing whether it was true. What she was hearing now was so far beyond her own experience that she couldn't begin to imagine what she would have done. Her mind skipped back to the pre-crossing woman, Lily Mayhew. Lily had wanted to run, but as a lone woman there was no safety for her to run to. The crossing was more than 3 centuries past, but that world suddenly seemed very close, separated by only a thin veil of time. Great God, Kelsey thought bleakly. Are we really no better? Perhaps it was reasonable, lady, Andalai mused. And yet my children suffered, and badly. The boys took beatings, the girls took worse. My husband is not a clever man, but his very stupidity makes him dangerous. He has never asked himself whether he has the right to do the things he has done. He is not intelligent enough to consider such questions. This, I think, is the crux of evil in this world, Majesty. Those who feel entitled to whatever they want, whatever they can grab. Such people never ask themselves if they have the right. They consider no cost to anyone but themselves. Surely part of that is upbringing, Kelsey objected. It can be eradicated. Perhaps, lady. But I believe Borwen was born as he is. Andalai looked down at Glee, who was fast asleep now, her mouth rounded into an O. I know what my girl has received from me, but I fear constantly what the rest may have taken from their father. I'm not sure whether Isha's temperament comes from Borwen's blood or his mistreatment. The boys have their own problems. Kelsey bit her lip,
then ventured, "Lazarus tells me that Isha has real skill, particularly with a knife. Venner enjoys teaching her, certainly more than he ever did me." Andalai made a face. "It's not what I would have wished for Her Majesty, the fighting. But I see now that her problems are beyond my ability to repair. I appreciate that you have given her this outlet. Perhaps it will ease some of her anger."
"Don't thank me. The idea came from Lazarus."
"Ah." Andalai shut her mouth. An entire conversation there. Andalai and Mace were unlikely allies, thoroughly disapproving of nearly everything about each other. Kelsey considered saying something else, but Andalai's next remark seemed deliberately abrupt, designed to close the previous topic, as though she were slamming shut a book. "My Glee's visions may be unfocused yet, lady, but I would advise you to take heed of them."
"In what way?"
"The Mort problem torments you, lady. You are not sleeping. You have lost an alarming amount of weight."
So Andalai sees it too. Kelsey didn't know whether to be relieved or not.
"I have considered the problem as well. I see no solutions. The Mort army is too strong. But Glee and I see the same common elements in your future. A hand holds your two jewels, but the hand is somehow empty at the same time. A beguiling man, whose face conceals a monstrosity. A playing card, the Queen of Spades. A chasm beneath your feet."
"And what does all of that mean?"
"I can't say, lady."
"Then I'm not sure what good it does me."
"Often no good at all, Majesty. It's a mistake made by many to place too much faith in visions. But I would urge you to remember these elements, for they may prove useful when you least expect it. That has been my experience."
Kelsey considered these things one by one. The Queen of Spades. Once a week, Kelsey played poker with 5 of her guard, and she knew the Spade Queen well. A tall, proud woman with a weapon in each hand. But what of that? Only one of Andalai's omens really seemed to mean anything. The beguiling man. That could easily be the fetch. But despite all that she knew of him, Kelsey did not believe him to be monstrous. Her instincts had failed her several times since she had taken the throne, but she refused to believe that they could fail so badly as that. The fetch had his own agenda, certainly, but he made no effort to beguile. Kelsey had done that to herself.
"Be careful, Majesty," Andalai cautioned. "I know your dark-haired rogue. I speak of another. Handsome as sin, this one, but beneath the facade is a horror, and suffering comes with him. Be on your guard."
Not sure how much of this she really believed, Kelsey nodded. She looked down at the sleeping child in Andalai's arms, and felt anew the massive weight of responsibility on her shoulders. So many individual lives to look out for each day, and arching above all, the great Morton nightmare on the horizon. It was a heavy responsibility, but it was Kelsey's, and even in her most self-pitying moments, she recognized that she had bargained for it. If she had known everything on that late afternoon when the guards rode up to the cottage, she would still have come, and now it was her burden to bear, all the way to the end. What end? Kelsey didn't know, but one of Andalai's images stayed with her, ruining her concentration for the rest of the afternoon. The Queen of Spades.
"Sir?"
Hall looked up, startled. The razor slipped in his hand, scraping jaggedly along his jaw, and he hissed in annoyance.
"What is it, Blazer?"
"Scouts are back, sir. There's a problem."
Hall sighed and wiped the lather from his face, smiling wryly. It seemed that every time he tried to get in a shave lately, there was a problem. Throwing the towel into the corner of his tent, he grabbed his spyglass from the table beside his cot and ducked outside.
"What is it?"
5 men rode out of the western Varin round dawn, sir. We thought they were messengers, but we've been tracking them all the same."
"And?"
"Lou's pretty sure now, sir. It's Ducat."
Hall's stomach sank. The news was not wholly unexpected, but it was bad all the same. Benin the butcher.
Hall would much rather have dealt with Jeannot, but Jeannot hadn't been seen in camp since the attack. He was dead, or fled, and there would be no more easy victories. Blazer looked uneasy as well, so Hall forced a smile and clapped him on the shoulder.
How far away? A few hours, at most?
Hall trained his spyglass on the sprawling mess of tents below. He and his men had gotten plenty of entertainment watching the Mort clear the camp. The Rattlers were crafty bastards, their sense of self-preservation not at all impacted by the sudden removal from their hillside rookeries, and having fed well, they'd gone to ground, finding the best hiding places in the camp and sleeping during the day. At night, the screams continued, a steady diet. For the first 2 weeks, Hall had been pleased to see the Mort camp lit up like a Christmas tree at night. They must have used up the lion's share of their ready oil. But more food and oil always came, an unrelenting stream of supply from the southeast, and snakes or no, the cannons remained heavily guarded in the middle of the campsite. Dozens of plans for dealing with them had been heard and discarded, and Blazer and Major Caffrey often ended up shouting at each other until Hall ordered them to shut up. These were signs he could read. Despite the victory they had scored, morale was beginning to fail. Hall refocused his spyglass on the foot of the hill where the Mort had piled their dead in an enormous pyre. This pyre had burned for the past week. Even now, wisps of smoke still drifted into the air from the charred remains. The smell had been bad, and Hall had been forced to change shifts at double time. But now the camp was entirely cleared of the dead, and Mort soldiers leaned against tents, chatting, their shirts off to absorb the June sunlight. 3 separate groups of soldiers were hunched over tables, downing pint after pint of ale while they played cards. Hall even saw one soldier sunbathing atop a supply wagon. Still excursionists on vacation. The Mort had tried several assaults on the foot of the hill, but found themselves repelled by Hall's archers each time. In the absence of Jeannot, or another general, these attacks were poorly planned, disorganized in execution. Hall could see them coming a mile away, but that would not last. He turned his spyglass east and found the party easily, a clutch of dark-clad figures moving slowly and steadily across the flats. He couldn't make out their features, but there was no reason to doubt Liu, who'd been born with a built-in spyglass of his own. Hall had never fought Ducart himself, but he'd heard plenty from Bermond, whose reminiscences about the Mort general could chill the blood.
Ducart will be more inventive, Hall remarked, and much more trouble.
If they try to flank us to the north, we can't hold them, Blazer cautioned. It's too much ground to cover.
They won't flank.
How do you know, sir?
The mace has a source in the Palais. The Mort have orders to avoid the Fairwich, even the foothills. It's this stretch or nothing.
Hall set down his spyglass. His palms were sweating, but he hoped that Blazer hadn't noticed.
Put fresh men in the trees and tell them not to let their eyes wander. Any changes in the Mort sentry line come directly to me.
Blazer left, humming to himself, and Hall began to shave again, though his hand wasn't quite as steady this time. He drew the razor down his bare jaw and felt the blade slice through his skin. Hall had no people. His parents had died several years ago, victims of a winter fever that had swept through all of the villages on the hillside. But what faced the tier now was infinitely worse, and Ducart's arrival only darkened the outlook further. In the last invasion, according to Bermond, Ducart had liked to throw his tier prisoners into pens with starving bears. There would be no mercy for the taken, not even the wounded, and part of Hall could not help wondering whether the Queen had considered these eventualities before she had violated the treaty and opened the door wide. The Queen had brought this upon them, and for a rogue moment Hall cursed her, sitting safely on her throne back in New London. There was some Bible story Hall remembered vaguely from his childhood, something of a little man who took on a giant and emerged victorious. Yet the Mort were 10 giants. Even after Hall's victory 2 weeks ago, the Mort army still had more than 4 times the men, enough to divide and crush the Tier army from multiple angles. The Queen had not thought of her soldiers, only of principle. And principle was cold comfort to men who were going to die. Hall wondered if she truly had magic, as the rumours said, or whether that was simply a fairy tale that the mace had allowed to spread. The rumours were difficult to reconcile with the woman who sat on the throne, the child adult with the gaze of an owl. Hall had already made his military assessment. All was lost. But intuition was not logical, and his gut would not allow him to give up.
She could save us, he thought stubbornly. She could.
Chapter 4. Matters of Conscience.
Flee! We are in the hands of a wolf. Giovanni de' Medici, upon the ascension of Rodrigo Borgia, Pope Alexander VI.
Father Tyler should have been at ease. He was reading,
sitting in the comfortable chair at his desk,
and reading usually calmed him, reminded him that there was a world beyond this one, a better world that seemed almost tangible. But this was the rare day when reading calmed nothing. Tyler had covered the same 2 pages several times before he finally put down his book and gave up. A candle on his desk was covered with dried drips of wax, and without thinking, Tyler began to peel them off. His fingers worked independently of his brain, peeling and peeling as he stared out the window. The Holy Father had died 2 weeks ago, on the last day of May. Cardinal Anders had succeeded him, in a conclave so short that a few of the more distant cardinals arrived to find him already in the Holy Father's seat. The Holy Father, recognizing a political mind as sharp as his own, had hand-picked Anders as his successor years ago, and everything had proceeded as it should. But Tyler was afraid. The new Holy Father had attended to many things since taking the robes. He immediately fired 5 cardinals, men with known reformist sympathies, men who'd spoken against Anders during his tenure. Their sees went to nobles' sons for more than £1,000 each. The new Holy Father had also hired 16 new bookkeepers for the Arvath, increasing the total to 40. Some of these new bookkeepers were not even ordained men. Several of them looked and sounded as though the Holy Father had plucked them right off the streets of the gut. Tyler and his brothers had heard nothing, but the conclusion was clear. More money would be coming in. Then there was Tyler's own position. The old Holy Father had been too preoccupied with fighting death to take Tyler to task. But Tyler knew that he would not escape the new Holy Father's house-cleaning attentions for long. Already, last Sunday, Tyler had found Anders' eyes seeking him out in the crowd during the convocation. Anders wanted information on Queen Kelsea, damning information, and Tyler had given him nothing. The Queen had already made several moves that presaged trouble for the Church, beginning with a prescription on the use of underage clerical aids to satisfy tithing debts. Tyler, who had been one of these aides himself, had enjoyed his childhood, but he understood the argument. Not all priests were Father Allen. Now parishes would have to hire real aides, aides whose salaries would be paid from money already earmarked for the Arvath treasury. But worse had followed. The Queen had announced that the Church's property tax exemption would end in the coming year. Starting in January, the Church would have to pay tax on all of its holdings up and down the Tearling, including the big prize, thousands of acres of high-producing farmland in the northern Almont. For the Arvath, this was a financial cataclysm. With the help of her foul-mouthed but undeniably clever treasurer, the Queen had also preempted the Holy Father's protests by decreeing that the Crown's private land holdings would no longer be exempt either. The Queen would pay property tax alongside the Church, and the money would be earmarked for public works and social services. Without enforcement, these decrees would mean nothing. But from overheard conversation in the keep, Tyler also knew that the Queen and Arliss had begun to quietly convert a large portion of the Census Bureau over to the business of tax assessment and collection. It was a clever move. Census men were already entrenched in every village of the Tearling, tracking the population, and it would not be a stretch for them to track income as well. Arlen Thorne would have screamed bloody murder, but Thorne was nowhere to be found, and without him, the census was a far more malleable animal. There would be plenty of Crown employees to make sure that God's Church forked over every last pound due. This morning, word had gone like quicksilver through the halls of the dormitory level. They were all wanted in the chapel at 9 this evening. No one knew what it was about, but the Holy Father required every priest in the Arvath to be there. Such a gathering was unlike Cardinal Anders, who always worked in the shadows, meeting one-on-one, so that no one else knew his plans. Tyler sensed something terrible on the horizon. It was 8:30.
"I know that you know, priest."
Tyler jumped to his feet, knocking over the candle. He turned, and the mace was there, leaning against the wall beside his bookshelves.
"You know that I can't read."
Tyler stared at him, speechless and frightened. He had known that he was treading on thin ice the other day, jumping into the Queen's conversation, but he had been unable to watch the mace wriggle there like a hooked fish. And Tyler's move had worked, for the Queen had forgotten about the note. It was only when Tyler met the mace's gaze afterward that he saw fire, hell, murder.
"How did you find out?"
the mace asked. "I guessed."
"Who have you told?"
"No one." The mace straightened, and Tyler closed his eyes, trying to pray. The mace would kill him, and Tyler's last odd thought was that the man had done him a great honor by coming in person.
"I want you to teach me."
Tyler's eyes popped open.
"Teach you what?" "How to read."
Tyler glanced at the closed door of his room.
"How did you get in here? There's always another door."
Before Tyler could consider this idea, the mace darted forward, cat-like and silent. Tyler tensed, pressing backward against his chair, but the mace only grabbed the other chair from beside the bookshelves, placed it facing Tyler, and sat down, his expression truculent.
"Will you teach me?"
Tyler wondered what would happen if he refused. The mace had not come here to kill him, perhaps, but that could always change. The mace had joined Queen Elissa's guard at the age of 14, and now he was at least 40 years old. Illiteracy was a difficult thing for anyone to hide, but it must have been nearly impossible for a queen's guard. Still, the mace had gotten away with it all of these years. Tyler glanced down and saw something extraordinary. The mace's hand, resting on the arm of the chair, was trembling, a slight flutter that was almost imperceptible. As unbelievable as the idea seemed, Tyler realized that the mace was afraid.
"Of me? Of course not, you old fool."
Then of what? After another moment's thought, he knew. The mace couldn't bear to ask for help, not from anyone. Tyler stared, marveling at the terrifying man sitting across from him. A courage it must have taken him to come here. And before he knew it, the words were out.
"I'll teach you."
"Good." The mace leaned forward, businesslike.
"Let's start now."
"I can't," Tyler told him, lifting apologetic hands as the mace's expression darkened.
"All of us are supposed to attend a meeting in the chapel at 9 o'clock.
He checked his watch. It was 8:45.
"In fact, I should go now." "A meeting about what?" "I don't know. The Holy Father demands the presence of every priest in the Arvath."
"Have there been many of these meetings?"
"This is the only one."
The mace's eyes narrowed.
"Come back tomorrow, just after supper, 7 o'clock. We can start then."
The mace nodded.
"Which chapel is this meeting in? The main, or the Holy Father's private?" "The main," Tyler replied, raising his eyebrows. "You know the Arvath very well." "Of course I do."
A hint of contempt crept into the mace's voice.
"It's my business to know of danger to my mistress."
"What does that mean?" The mace went to Tyler's clothes rack and pulled a robe from its hook.
"You're not a stupid man, priest. Pope and kings make poor bedfellows."
Tyler thought of the new appointees to the accounting office, men who looked more like criminal enforcers than priests of the Arvath.
"I'm only a bookkeeper."
"Not any more." The mace put on his weekend robe. Priests' robes were meant to fit loosely, but the material hung tight on the mace's huge frame.
"You're the keep priest, Father. You can't avoid picking a side forever."
Tyler stared at him, unable to reply, as the mace ran his hand over the wall beside Tyler's desk. His hand stilled, then pressed hard, and Tyler's mouth dropped open as a door swung inward, a door whose edges had been cleverly concealed by the uneven mortar of the wall. The mace stepped into the darkness, then leaned back into Tyler's room, a twinkle of humour in his dark eyes.
7 o'clock tomorrow, Father. I will be here.
A moment later, there was nothing facing Tyler but a blank stone wall. The bell for convocation rang, and he jumped. He was going to be late. He grabbed one of his chapel robes and threw it over his head as he hurried down the hallway. The arthritis in his hip began clamouring, but Tyler ignored it, pushing himself harder. If he entered late, word would surely get back to the Holy Father. Hurrying through the door of the chapel, Tyler found his brother priests already assembled in long, straight rows on either side of the central aisle. Up on the dais, the Holy Father stood behind the podium, his sharp eyes seeming to burn through Tyler as he stood frozen in the doorway.
Ty!
He looked down and saw that Wide, sitting on the end of the last bench, had scooted over to make a space. Tyler gave him a grateful look as he squeezed in, bowing his head respectfully. But his unease persisted. The sight of Anders in the white robes was still a shock to Tyler. To him, and no doubt many of the older priests, the Holy Father was, and always would be, the old shrunken man who now lay entombed beneath the Arvath. Tyler didn't grieve the old Holy Father, but he couldn't deny that the man had left his mark on the place. He'd sat in the seat for too long. Anders held up his hands for silence, and the shuffling stopped. The room was as still as stone.
Brothers, we are not clean.
Tyler looked up sharply. Anders gazed across the room with a benevolent smile. A smile that suited a Holy Father. But his eyes were deep and dark, filled with a righteous fury that made Tyler's stomach tighten with anxiety.
Disease begins with contagion. God has demanded that we root out the contagion and eradicate the disease. My predecessor tolerated it, turning a blind eye. I will not.
Taylor and Wide stared at each other, bewildered.
The old Holy Father had tolerated many vices, certainly, but these seemed like the sort of vices that wouldn't bother Anders at all. Anders kept 2 private servants, young women who had been turned over to the Arvath by their families in lieu of the tithe. When Anders had moved into the Holy Father's lavish apartments in the pinnacle of the Arvath, the women had followed, even though the new residents came equipped with an army of acolytes ready to serve the Holy Father's every whim. Anders might call his women servants, but everyone knew what they were. The new Holy Father was no stranger to vice, but now, as he turned and gestured to someone behind the dais, light glinted off the tiny golden hammer pinned to his white robes, and Tyler froze in sudden comprehension. 2 of the Holy Father's aides emerged from the hallway behind the dais. Between them was Father Seth. Tyler bit back a groan. Seth and Tyler had received their ordinations in the same year, but Tyler hadn't seen him in a long time. Ever since Seth had been given his own parish in Burnham, out in the southern Reddick, he rarely visited the Arvath. He was a good man and a good priest, so no one ever spoke of it. But all the same, everyone knew about Seth. Even back when they were all novices, Seth had always liked men. Due to Tyler's position as a bookkeeper, he knew that Father Seth kept a companion out in the Reddick, a man far too old to be a clerical aide, although Seth's records listed him as such. When the clerical aide had appeared, Seth's board expenditures had increased significantly. But Tyler had never called attention to this. Priests and cardinals all over the tier kept questionable companions and paid for them with the same contortionist's accounting. But Seth's aide was the wrong gender, and Anders must have found out. I will go through this church and root out the backsliders,
Anders thundered. Tyler had never heard Anders preach before, and a distant part of his mind noted that the man had a wonderful speaking voice, deep and booming, reaching the farthest corners of the chapel and echoing back.
We will purge and cleanse. And we will start with this creature, a priest who has not only violated God's law, but used church funds to subsidize his sickness, supporting his foul lifestyle with his parish's tithe.
Tyler bit his lip, wishing that he had the courage to speak, It was wrong what was happening here, and Wide, beside him, knew it too. He looked at Tyler with helpless, gleaming eyes. Wide and Seth had been good friends too, all those years ago when they had all been young together. God has been wronged, and for every wrong, God demands vengeance. At this, Wide closed his eyes and bowed his head. Tyler wanted to shout, loud echoes that would bring the vaulted ceiling down over their heads, but he remained silent. Seth has forgotten his duty to God. We will remind him. Anders's voice dropped suddenly. He had ducked behind the table. When he straightened, he was holding a knife. "Dear God," Wide muttered. Tyler merely blinked in surprise, wondering if this entire evening was a dream that had suddenly veered into nightmare. The Mace's strange visit, the disturbing sight of the guard captain in clerical robes, and now this horrible torchlit scene. Seth's pale face, alarm dawning in his eyes as he spotted the knife in Anders' hand. "Strip him." The two aides laid hold of Seth, who began to struggle. But Seth, like Tyler and Wide, was in his 70s now, and the two younger men overpowered him easily. One pinned Seth's arms behind his back, while the other ripped his robe down the front and tore off the remains. Tyler averted his eyes, but not before he'd seen the evidence of time on Seth's body. A narrow, sunken white chest, arms and legs that had lost all of their taut muscle, and now hung with loose skin. Tyler saw much the same thing when he looked down at his own body, a body that had grown pale and slack. He recalled a summer, half a lifetime ago, when their ecclesiastical class had journeyed all the way to the coast, to New Dover, for a look at God's ocean. The water was a miraculous thing, vast and sparkling and endless, and when Wide had thrown off his robes and dashed for the cliff edge, they'd all followed him without thinking, leaping off the rocks and hurtling 30 feet down. The water had been brutally cold, agonizing, but the sun had been shining, a bright golden face above the limitless blue ocean, and in that moment Tyler was certain that God was looking directly at them, that he was infinitely pleased with what they were becoming. "Our belief has grown slack," Anders announced. His eyes glowed with a terrible fervour, and Tyler recalled a rumour he had once heard, that during his years with the Regent's anti-sodomy squads, Anders had nearly killed a young homosexual, beating him with a plank of lumber until the boy was unconscious and covered in blood. The Regent's other thugs had to haul Anders off, or he would undoubtedly have murdered the young man right there in the street. Panic slowly dawned as Tyler realized that this was no mere shaming exercise. Seth could be in real danger. Looking heavenward, he caught sight of a hulking, white-robed figure concealed in the shadows of the gallery. The Mace, his grim visage inscrutable beneath the cover of his hood, his eyes pinned on Anders 100 feet below. "Good," Tyler thought almost angrily. "It's right that an outsider should see." "Hold him." Anders moved in swiftly, and his hands worked with almost surgical precision, so fast that Seth barely had time to make a sound before the deed was done. But Tyler and Wide screamed together, their voices joining a chorus of cries that echoed back and forth between the stone walls of the chapel. Tyler looked down, unable to watch, and found Wide's hand in his, their fingers clasped in the unconscious manner of children. When Anders straightened, his face was splattered with bright crimson. In his hand was a dripping red mass which he flung into the corner of the chapel. Seth had gotten his breath back now, and his first scream was a mad cacophony of sound that seemed to bounce off the highest rafters of the chapel. "Make sure he survives," Anders ordered the aides. "His work isn't done." The two acolytes took Seth between them and dragged him forward, down the stairs and then up the aisle between the rows of priests. Tyler didn't want to look, but he had to. Red sheeted down Seth's thighs and calves, and a crimson trail followed him up the aisle. Mercifully, Seth appeared to have lost consciousness. His eyes were closed, and his head lolled against his shoulder. The acolytes staggered under his dead weight. "Look and remember, brothers," Anders thundered from the dais. "God's church has no room for panderers and sodomites." Your sin will be discovered, and God's vengeance is swift." Tyler felt his dinner, barley soup, creeping up his throat and swallowed convulsively. Many of the faces around him looked similarly ill, white and frightened. But Tyler spotted plenty of exceptions, smug faces, vindicated faces. Father Ryan, eyes bright with excitement, nodding vigorously at Anders' words. And Tyler, who had not experienced true fury since the early starving days of his childhood in the Almont, suddenly felt rage contract within him. In all of this, where was God? Why did he remain silent? "Backsliders," Anders intoned solemnly. "Repent your works." Tyler looked up and found the Holy Father's gaze locked on him. "Ty?" Wide asked in an undertone, his voice plaintive. "Ty, what do we do?"
"We wait,"
Tyler replied firmly, his eyes pinned on the river of scarlet at his feet.
"We wait for God to show us the way."
And yet even this statement sounded hollow to Tyler's ears. He looked toward the dome of the chapel, toward heaven, waiting for some sign. But none came, and a moment later he saw that the gallery was empty. The mace had disappeared. When Kelsey had finished with Arliss, she dismissed Anderlei and returned to her own chamber alone. She was tired of people today. Everyone seemed to have constant demands, even Arliss, who knew better than anyone how strapped the crown was for men and money. Arliss wanted to provide armed protection for a small portion of farmers to stay out in the Almont until the 11th hour. Kelsey could see the argument. With the Almont emptied, the entire autumn crop harvest would be lost. But she had no idea where to get the manpower. Bermond would howl if she asked for even a fraction of his soldiers. And though Kelsey disliked the old general, she knew that he was indeed stretched extremely thin. Perhaps a fourth of the Tear army was deployed in and around the Argive Pass, making sure that the Mort didn't open it up as a potential supply line. The rest of Bermond's men were scattered across the eastern Almont, busily moving refugees inward toward New London. Hall's battalion was entrenched on the border. There was simply no more men to spare. Kelsey left Penn behind in the antechamber without a word, drawing the curtains closed behind her. Anderlei had made her a mug of tea, but Kelsey ignored it. Tea would only keep her awake. She brushed her hair and rearranged her desk, feeling restless and exhausted, but not at all sleepy. What she really wanted to do was to return to her library, to the continuing puzzle of Lily Mayhew. Who was she? Kelsey had gone through more than 10 of Carlin's history books now, looking for any reference to either Lily or Greg Mayhew. But there was nothing, not even in the books published closest to the crossing. Whoever the Mayhews were, they seemed to have faded into obscurity. But still the riddle of Lily seemed infinitely solvable compared to the problem on the eastern border. Kelsey was certain that if she could only find the right book, the answer would present itself, and Lily would become clear. But no solutions were forthcoming for the problem of the Mort. She couldn't go back to the library now. Penn needed his sleep. Kelsey had gone to bed early for the last 3 nights, but Penn still looked very ragged. She had begun to wonder whether he ever slept, or whether he simply sat there on his pallet, sword across his knees, as the night turned into morning. There was no reason for him to be so vigilant. Mace now had well over 30 Queen's Guards under his command, and the keep itself was more secure than ever. But still, the image of Penn, sitting there, motionless, staring into the darkness, was strangely persuasive. Kelsey didn't know how to make him sleep when she barely slept herself. After a moment's thought, she tiptoed toward the mirror. She had deliberately avoided looking for the past week, and although she ascribed this to Carlin's strictures about vanity, the real reason was much simpler. She was terrified. Except for a few moments of rogue longing, Kelsey had more or less resigned herself to the fact that she would spend her life with a round, friendly farm girl's face, good-natured but unremarkable. She had often wished that she were beautiful, but it simply wasn't in the cards, and she had come to terms with her appearance as best she could. Now she felt a deep ripple of fear as she studied her face in the mirror, remembering something Carlin had once said.
Corruption begins with a single moment of weakness.
Kelsey couldn't remember what they'd been talking about, but she seemed to remember Carlin looking at Barty, judgment in her gaze. Now, staring at herself in the mirror, Kelsey knew that Carlin was right. Corruption didn't happen all at once. It was a gradual, insidious process. Kelsey neither felt nor saw anything occurring, but change had crept up behind her back. Her nose was transforming, that was the first thing. It had always sat in the middle of her face like a squashed mushroom, too big for its surroundings. But now, to Kelsey's searching eyes, her nose had lengthened, become tapered, so that it emerged quite naturally and gracefully from the bridge between her eyes. The rounded, slightly piggish upturn had softened at the tip. Her eyes were still a bright cat's green, the shape of almonds, but the pockets of flesh around them had been steadily eroding, and now the eyes themselves seemed larger, dominating Kelsey's face in a way they never had before. Perhaps the most noticeable change was Kelsey's mouth, which had always been full-lipped and flat, too wide for her face. Now it too had shrunk, the top lip thinning slightly, so that the bottom looked fuller, a deep, healthy pink. Her cheeks had dropped weight as well, so that her face was oval rather than round. Everything seemed to fit better than it had before. She wasn't beautiful, Kelsey thought, not by any stretch, but she was no longer plain either. She looked like a woman someone might actually remember. At what cost? Kelsey shrank from the question. She was no longer afraid that she might be sick, for she had plenty of energy, and the image before her was the very picture of health. But beneath the initial pleasure she felt, looking at this new woman, there was a sense of great falsity. Here was beauty blooming from nowhere, beauty that reflected no change inside. "I'm still me," Kelsey whispered. That was the important thing, wasn't it? She was still fundamentally herself, and yet, several times lately she had caught Mace giving her hard looks, as though trying to analyze her face. The rest of the guard, well, who knew what they talked about once they retreated to their quarters at night? If things continued in this vein, they might well think her a sorceress, just like the Red Queen. They were still worried about the trance she'd had that night in the library. Whenever Kelsey stumbled these days, there seemed to be several guards at her arm to hold her up. She closed her eyes and saw again the pretty pre-crossing woman with the sad eyes, the deep lines around her mouth, the bruises. "Who are you, Lily?" No one knew. Lily had vanished into the past with the rest of humanity. But Kelsey couldn't be satisfied with that. Her sapphires operated outside of her control, their actions inconsistent and maddening. But they had never shown her anything she didn't need to see. What makes you think it's the sapphires? They've been dead for weeks. Kelsey blinked at that. True, the sapphires had done almost nothing since the archive. But Kelsey was not like Anderlai. She had no magic of her own. All of her power, everything extraordinary that she had ever done, was bedrocked on these two pieces of blue stone, both of which could fit comfortably in her pocket. Kelsey risked another look in the mirror, and almost flinched at the calmly attractive woman she saw there. How can the jewels be dead? They're transforming your face. God, Kelsey whispered, shuddering. She whirled away from the mirror, almost as if preparing to flee, and stopped short. A man stood in front of the fireplace, a tall black silhouette against the flames. Kelsey opened her mouth to shout for Pen, then held back, drawing a long, shaky breath. The fetch, of course. It was well known that no doors kept him out. She tiptoed a few steps closer. And then, as the firelight crossed his profile, she started. The man before her was not the fetch, but all the same she found herself physically unable to scream, or to make any sound at all. He was beautiful. There was no other word. He reminded her of the drawings of Eros in Carlin's books of mythology. He was tall and thin, not dissimilar to the fetch in build, but that was where the similarity ended. This man had a sensualist's face, slightly hollowed cheekbones tapering to a full-lipped mouth. His eyes were deep-set, but somehow wide, their colour indeterminate. By a trick of the firelight, the eyes seemed to gleam a deep red for a moment, before fading. "Tear-air?" Kelsey shook her head to clear it. He hadn't spoken out loud, she was sure. But still, his voice echoed inside her head, a low hum with a clear tear accent. Her pulse sped up and her breath shortened, as though both reactions had been set to a metronome. Her palms, dry as a bone moments before, had begun to sweat. She opened her mouth to speak, and he put a finger to his lips. "We meet in the quiet, Tear-air." Kelsey blinked. Behind the curtain drawn over the doorway, she could still hear Pen moving around, getting ready for bed. He hadn't heard a thing. "Nothing to say." She peeked down at her sapphires, but they lay dark and quiescent against the black silk of her dress, silk that now hung loosely on Kelsey's frame. Her mind tilted dizzily, and she felt intoxicated, as though she should slap herself awake. She met the man's eyes, and a thought arrowed out of her, as cleanly as breathing. "Who are you?" "A friend." Kelsey thought not. Anderlai's warnings recurred to her, but she didn't need Anderlai to know that this man didn't come in friendship. His gaze seemed to pin her where she stood, and she had the sense that all of his attention was focused on her, that nothing was so important to him as Kelsea Glynn at this moment. Handsome as sin, Anderlai had warned, but she had failed to do him justice. Kelsey had never had any man seem utterly absorbed in her before, and it was a seductive feeling. "What do you want?" she asked him. "Only to help you, Tear-air. Do you wish to know of the Mort Queen, of the movements of her army, where she is weak? I can tell you all of these things." "Free of charge, I suppose?" "Wise child. Everything has a price." "What's the price?" He pointed to her hand, which had crept up almost unconsciously to clutch her two sapphires. "You hold jewels of enormous power, Tear-air. You could do me a great service." Enormous power? After the Argive, Kelsey supposed that was true. But what good was all the power in the world if she couldn't control it, couldn't summon it on command? Inconsistent power would not mitigate the Mort army's massive advantage in size and weaponry. "What power?" "I have seen one jewel alter time and create miracles. But the other has the power of flesh, and you have a strong will, Tear-air. You will be able to flay skin and crush bones." Kelsey considered this idea for a moment, darkly fascinated. She closed her eyes and saw it suddenly, the Almont, stretched between horizons, and the Mort army cowering, fleeing before her. Was it possible? The man in front of her smiled as though he had read her mind, and gestured toward the fireplace. "Look and see." Kelsey found a wide mirage in front of the flames, a broad vista of salt flats and black water that could only be western Mortmain, Lake Kachmar. It must be, where the Mort army lay massed at the base of the border hills. But now the hillside was in chaos, treetops aflame and men in black uniforms fighting wildly. A pall of smoke covered the trees. "Here are your soldiers, Tear-air. They will fall." The Tear were being pressed back now, overwhelmed by superior numbers and forced back up the hillside. Hall's battalion, Kelsey realized, and they were going to die. Pain sliced through her, and she reached out toward the mirage, wanting to grasp them, to carry them away. The man snapped his fingers, and the mirage winked out, leaving only firelight. She thought of calling for Pen, but the stranger's gaze seemed to hold her frozen. "The Mort Queen has vulnerabilities. They are exploitable, and the service I ask in return is very small." Thinking of Anderlai's warning, Kelsey shook her head. "I want no part of you." "Ah, but that's not true, Tear-air. I have watched you for some time. You long to be an adult, but those around you often treat you like a child. Is it not so?" Kelsey didn't reply. The man stepped forward, giving her every chance to back away, and placed a hand around her waist. His hand was warm, and Kelsey immediately felt the skin beneath turn hot and feverish. Pressure echoed deep in the pit of her stomach. "I will never treat you as a child, Tear. I have never cared whether you were pretty or plain. I have known myriad women, but I will treat you as unique." Kelsey believed him. It was the voice, its hollow tones so smoothly confident that they seemed to weave certainty out of thin air. She met his eyes, and found them understanding, full of some sort of dark knowledge of Kelsey that he had no business having. For a moment she was tempted. So strong was the pull of being an adult with a life of her own, of making terrible mistakes the way everyone else was allowed to. And this man would be a good choice, for he had been the ruination of many women, she had no doubt. "But weaker women than me," a voice spoke up quietly inside her. "I'm not one to be taken in." Carefully she removed his hand from her waist. His skin was oddly dry, but even this was exciting in its own way. She couldn't help wondering what such dry hands would feel like between her legs, whether they would elicit the same sensations as her own. She backed away from him, trying to regain some control of herself, some equilibrium. "What do you want?" she demanded. "Be explicit." "Freedom." "Who imprisons you?" "Mine is not a dungeon of walls, Tear. "Speak more plainly, or get out." Admiration sparked in the man's eyes. He moved closer, but stopped when Kelsey held up a hand. "I am imprisoned, Tear, and you have the power to set me free." "In exchange for what?" "I offer you a chance to defeat the Mort Queen and achieve greatness. You will sit on your throne long after all you know has crumbled into dust." "Did you promise her the same thing?" This time it was his turn to blink. A stab in the dark, but a good one. The Red Queen's extraordinary age had never been explained, and it stood to reason that a man— is he a man, Kelsey wondered for the first time— who would try this with one queen would certainly try it with another. "I have no wish to emulate the Red Queen." "You will say so," he replied, "until the moment when her legions smash your army into rubble." The words were so close to what Kelsey had seen in her mind that she shivered, and saw that this gave him pleasure somehow. "You'll beg for the opportunity to be cruel." "I will not," she replied, "and if you seek cruelty in me, you won't find it." "Cruelty is in everyone, Tear. It takes only the right application of pressure to coax it out." "Leave now, or I will call my guard." "I have no fear of your guard. I could wring his neck with little effort." The words froze Kelsey, but she merely repeated, "Leave. I am not interested." He smiled. "But you are, Tear, and I will be waiting when you call." The man's form dissolved suddenly, coalescing into a black mass that seemed to hover in the air. Kelsey stumbled backward, her heart thudding. The mass streamed like shadow into the fireplace, falling on the flames like a curtain, dimming them, and then putting them out entirely, leaving the room cold and dark. In the sudden blackness, Kelsey lost her balance and landed against her bedside table, knocking it over. "Shit," she muttered, feeling her way around on the floor. "Lady?" Penn asked from the doorway, and she gasped. For a moment she'd forgotten the existence of anyone but her visitor, and that seemed the most dangerous development of all. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Penn. Just stupid." "What happened to your fire?" "A draft." Even in the dark she could hear Penn's silent skepticism. His soft cat-like tread moved across the chamber toward the fireplace. "Don't bother." She fumbled on the floor among the items that had fallen off the bedside table. "I'll just light a candle." "Have you been practicing sorcery, lady?" Kelsey paused in the act of striking a match. "Why do you ask?" "We're not blind. We see what's happening to you. Mace has forbidden us to speak of it." "Then perhaps you'd better not." Kelsey lit the candle and found Penn a few feet away, concern in his voice. "I'm not practicing sorcery." "You've become quite pretty." Kelsey scowled. Pleasure welled up in her that Pen thought her pretty, but the pleasure was quickly subsumed under anger. She had not been pretty enough before. She felt as though she couldn't win. Her heart rate was still elevated, and her body felt frazzled. Pen's handsome face was open, filled with the same honest concern as ever, but then Pen had always been good to her, all the way back to the Reddick Forest, when most of the guard would probably have been just as happy to leave her behind. As Pen helped her up, Kelsey couldn't help noticing other things. Pen was muscular. He had that whipcord body, well-developed on top and lithe on the bottom, that Venner extolled as an absolute necessity for a top-notch swordsman. Pen was quick and strong and intelligent. And perhaps, even more important, he was trustworthy, exceptionally so. Even in a cadre of guards chosen for their ability to keep their mouths shut. Anything that happened in this room would stay here. Pen?
Lady?
You think I'm pretty? He blinked in surprise.
I always found you so, lady. But it's true that your face has changed.
You always found me pretty? Pen shrugged.
It doesn't matter, lady. Some women are defined by their appearance, but you have never been one of them.
Kelsey didn't know how to take that. Pen had begun to look uncomfortable now, and she wondered if he was being deliberately obtuse.
But do you... You seem tired, lady. I should let you sleep.
Pen turned away and headed for the door.
Pen!
He turned back, though he seemed unwilling to meet her eyes.
You could sleep in here, with me.
Pen's eyes snapped to hers, and his face suddenly seemed to drain of all colour, as though Kelsey had slapped him. He shoved his hands into his pockets and turned away.
Lady, I'm a Queen's Guard. I can't.
This was an outright lie, one that made blood darken Kelsey's cheeks. Her mother's entire guard had tumbled in and out of bed with the Queen. If Arliss was to be believed, even Mace himself had done so. Pretty indeed, Kelsey thought. So pretty that even with no cost attached he wants no part of me. Blood roared in her ears, and she felt a terrible realization creeping up on her. The knowledge of how badly she had just humiliated herself. It took only a moment for humiliation to ignite into anger. You're full of shit, Pen. You could. You just don't want to.
Lady, I'm off to bed.
In the morning. Pen swallowed again convulsively, and Kelsey felt a moment of grim satisfaction. At least he was embarrassed as well.
In the morning, we'll forget about all of this. Sleep well.
Kelsey smiled at him, but the smile felt bitter and frozen. She had made the worst possible choice for this little experiment. The one guard she would have to see constantly, day in and day out. Pen went back into his antechamber and prepared to pull the curtain. Pen? He paused. Despite your active social life, I'll need you at your best in the coming weeks. Whoever she is, tell her to let you get more sleep. Pen's face froze. He jerked the curtain shut, and she heard the distinctive thump of his body falling onto the mattress. Then silence. A deep, wounded part of her mind hoped that he would lie awake for hours. But within a few minutes, he began to snore. Kelsey had never felt further from sleep. She stared at the lit candle on her bedside table, willing herself to blow it out, but she couldn't seem to work up the energy. The entire odd evening seemed to beg for analysis, but she didn't even have the energy for that. Her body was still a mess of involuntary reactions. She rolled over and punched the pillow, hating the frenzy inside her. She reached down to touch herself, then realized it would be no good right now. She was too angry, too ashamed. What she really wanted was to hurt someone, to flay skin and crush bones. The handsome man's words echoed inside her head. He had offered immortality, but that was only a word. Immortality for Kelsey would not solve the problems of the Tearling. He was imprisoned, the man had said, a prison without walls. He wanted Kelsey to set him free. Kelsey took her sapphires in her palm and stared at them for a thoughtful moment. Perhaps the man didn't know that they barely worked anymore, that Kelsey didn't truly command them. Flay skin and crush bones? But whose skin? Whose bones? She hated Penn in this moment, but she knew that he had not done anything wrong. Penn did not deserve her hatred. There was no one to harm but herself. Kelsey raised her left arm, staring at it. She had already endured terrible pain, the knife in her shoulder, the wound from the hawk. But what her mind dug up instead was Lily Mayhew. Lily's life was relatively comfortable for her times, but even in that brief moment of memory, Kelsey had sensed something terrible in Lily's future, an oncoming trial by fire. She studied the smooth white skin of her forearm, trying to focus, imagining the layers of flesh beneath. Just a scratch. It would barely hurt. But Kelsey sensed her subconscious mind revolting at the idea, all the same. Flay skin and crush bones. Just the skin, Kelsey whispered, staring at her arm, focusing all of her will on a tiny inch of flesh. She'd borne worse. Surely she could handle this. Just a scratch. A shallow line of red appeared on her forearm. Kelsey bore down, watching the line deepen, her breath hissing through her teeth as the skin parted with a sting, allowing a thin line of blood to well up and hold. At the sight of the blood, Kelsey smiled wide. She felt connected to her body, to each nerve. Pain was not pleasant, certainly, but it was good to feel something more than helplessness. She blotted her arm on the sheet and turned on her side, barely feeling the sting of the wound, not hearing the rumble of Penn snoring in the next room at all. She was too busy staring at the fireplace, thinking of Mort Main. "Lady." Kelsey looked up and found Mace standing in the doorway. Andalai gave her hair a hard tug, and Kelsey winced. "The Holy Father is here." Andalai set down the brush. "It will do, lady. I could have done a better job with more time." "His Holiness won't appreciate it anyway," Kelsey muttered, her voice petulant. She had been dreading this dinner all week, but her discomfort in this moment had nothing to do with the Holy Father. What she saw in the mirror was beyond belief. Mace had said nothing about it, and neither had Penn. But Andalai, who did her hair every day, could hardly fail to notice. Kelsey's hair had grown at least 8 inches in the past week, and it was now below her shoulders. She was no longer worried about being ill, but even illness would have been something definite, something known. Andalai must have seen some of Kelsey's upset, for she put a firm hand on Kelsey's shoulder and murmured, "It will be all right." "I've had an interesting report from Mort Main, lady," Mace continued. "The army?" "No, the people. Mort discontent has been spreading ever since you stopped the shipment, and now there's apparently a protest movement afoot. Right now it's concentrated primarily in Cité Marche and the northern market villages, but cells are already spreading south toward Demain." "Led by who?" "A man no one has ever seen, named Leveux. Apparently he's very anxious to conceal his face." "The Fetch?" "Possible, lady. We've heard nothing from the Fetch since he left that little bit of decor on the keep lawn. Arliss has received many tax payments from noble estates in the past month, but we've had no complaints of robbery or harassment. Something keeps him busy." Kelsey took a deep breath that she hoped was unobtrusive. "Well, if it keeps him from stealing my taxes, so much the better." "Also, the Red Queen has given an odd set of orders. No one throughout the entire palais is allowed to light a fire in any fireplace." Kelsey's mind went immediately to the handsome man who had appeared in her chamber. Given the loyalty of her guard, and despite the mistakes of the past, Kelsey did consider that a given. There was certainly no way for a stranger to simply waltz into the Queen's wing. The man had departed via the fire. It seemed a reasonable assumption that he had come from the fire as well. The handsome man had mentioned the Red Queen, hadn't he? Kelsey struggled to remember his exact words. If the Red Queen was afraid of this creature, he must be dangerous indeed. "You already knew he was dangerous," her mind mocked gently. 10 minutes of conversation, and he nearly had your dress off. "Does this mean anything to you, lady?" Mace asked. Kelsey had not been as careful as she should have been. Mace had always had a gift for reading her face, even in the mirror. "No. As you say, it's odd." Mace watched her for another moment. When Kelsey said nothing, he moved on, but she knew that she hadn't deceived him.
"Be careful with the Holy Father, lady. He's nothing but trouble."
"You can't be concerned about violence." Mace opened his mouth, and then closed it.
"Not tonight."
He was going to say something else. Kelsey thanked Anderlei and headed for the door, Mace and Penn trailing behind her. For the past 2 days she had done her best to make no eye contact with Penn, and he seemed just as happy to have it so. But this state of affairs could not hold for long. Kelsey wished she could think of a way to punish Penn, to make him feel as much regret as she did. And then she realized that her appearance wasn't the only thing that had changed. She was different now. The handsome man's words about cruelty recurred.
"It takes only the right application of pressure to coax it out."
"I'm not cruel," Kelsey insisted, but she didn't know whom she was trying to convince.
"God's church holds a vast amount of sway in this kingdom, lady, like it or not,"
Mace continued as they headed down the hallway.
"What's your temper tonight?"
"Telling me to watch my temper is the first and best way to wake it up, Lazarus."
"Well, I've put Father Tyler between you. At least, have a care for him."
They entered the audience chamber to find Father Tyler waiting with his usual timid smile. But tonight, the smile betrayed anxiety as well, an anxiety that Kelsey read easily. Father Tyler's 2 worlds were colliding, and Kelsey, who had long suspected that she saw a different man than the one who lived in the Arvath, wondered if he dreaded the evening as much as she did. She needed the resources of the Arvath now, but she didn't like the idea of going to the Holy Father with hat in hand. "I'm not," she reminded herself. "We're here to trade." "Hello, Father."
"Good evening, Majesty. May I introduce His Holiness?"
Kelsey turned her attention to the new Holy Father. She had pictured an old man, shrunken and shriveled. But this man was no older than Mace. He didn't radiate Mace's vitality. Rather, Kelsey got no impression from him at all. His features were thick and heavy, the eyes dark, opaque pits, and upon seeing her, his face remained immobile. Kelsey had never received such an impression of blank nothingness from anyone. After a few seconds, she realized that God's mouthpiece was not going to bow. Rather, he expected her to bow to him. "Your Holiness?" Seeing that Kelsey would not bow either, the Holy Father smiled, a functional lifting of the corners of his mouth that did nothing to change the lifelessness of his face.
"Queen Kelsey."
"Thank you for coming." She gestured toward the enormous dining table which had been laid out for 10 people. "Have a seat." 2 acolytes, one tall and one short, followed at the Holy Father's elbow. The tall one had the pointed face of a weasel, and he seemed vaguely familiar to Kelsey. He was clearly the favoured assistant. It was he who drew the chair out, then pushed it back in after the Holy Father had seated himself. Both acolytes stationed themselves behind the Holy Father's chair. They would not be eating, were clearly meant to fade into the landscape, but Kelsey's attention returned to the tall acolyte several times over the course of dinner. She had seen him before, but where? "No guards?" she whispered to Penn as they sat down.
"The Holy Father always travels with a complement of 4 armed guards, lady," he whispered back, "but the captain insisted they remain outside."
Father Tyler was seated on Penn's other side, only 1 seat from Kelsey. The Holy Father blinked in surprise when he took his place.
"Do you always eat with so many of your guard, Majesty?"
"Usually."
"Are security concerns so great?"
"Not at all. I prefer to eat with my guard."
"Perhaps when you begin a family, that will change."
Kelsey narrowed her eyes as Mila began to ladle soup into her bowl. "My guard are my family?"
"But surely, Majesty, one of your first duties is the production of an heir?"
"I have more pressing concerns right now, Your Holiness."
"And I have many worried parishioners, Majesty. They would have both heir and spare as soon as possible. Uncertainty is bad for a morale."
"You would have me get pregnant as my mother did, then, under the table?"
"Certainly not, Majesty. We don't preach wanton sexuality, though it's undeniable that your mother was guilty of such. We would have you married and settled."
Penn nudged her with his foot, and Kelsey realized that the entire table was waiting for her to begin eating. She shook her head. "Forgive me. Please start." Mila's tomato soup was usually quite good, but tonight Kelsey could barely taste it. The remark about her mother had been too crude, too overt. The Holy Father was trying to goad her, but to what end? His two acolytes stood behind him, motionless, but their eyes were constantly moving, clocking the room. The entire evening already felt wrong. Father Tyler was taking careful spoonfuls of soup, but Kelsey saw that he was eating nothing, that each spoonful went right back into the bowl. Father Tyler never ate much. He was an ascetic. But now his eyes were sunken in dark pockets of flesh, as though bruised, and Kelsey wondered, again, what had happened to him. The Holy Father hadn't even picked up his spoon. He merely stared at his soup bowl, his eyes empty as the others ate. This was so rude, particularly since Mila hovered anxiously 10 feet from the table, that Kelsey was finally forced to ask, "Is there something else we can bring you, Your Holiness?"
"Not at all, Majesty. I simply don't like tomato."
Kelsey shrugged. A man who didn't like tomato was to be more pitied than despised. She ate mechanically for a few minutes, breathing slowly in and out between spoonfuls. But she was unable to ignore the Holy Father, who seemed to be lurking in wait across the table. Since he clearly wished to make her angry, Kelsey tried to smooth her temper, a mental exercise akin to laying a velvet carpet across a field of spikes. She didn't want to ask this old liar for help, at least not outright, not as a supplicant. But she couldn't wait all night for an opening to come up in the conversation. Movement over Elston's shoulder distracted her. Her guard had just admitted the magician, a sandy-haired man of medium build. The last time Kelsey had seen him, she had been a frightened girl riding through the city, but she had not forgotten. And at her request, Mace had tracked the magician down. His name was Bradshaw, and until now he had been strictly a street performer. An engagement at the keep would be quite an opportunity for him. Kelsey's attention was drawn to his fingers, which were long and clever, even in the quotidian acts of removing hat and cloak. Mace didn't rate the magician as a particular threat to Kelsey's person, but as always, he remained wary of all things magical, and had warned Kelsey that security might tighten in odd ways over the course of the evening. Kelsey's instincts had been right. When she finally finished her soup and set down her spoon, the Holy Father pounced.
"Majesty, at the request of my congregation, I must bring up several unpleasant matters."
"Your congregation? You still give sermons?"
"All of humanity is my congregation."
"Even those who want no part of it?"
"Those who want no part of God's kingdom are the most in need, Majesty."
"What's the first unpleasant matter?"
"The destruction of the Graham Castle some months ago."
"I understand it was gutted by an accidental fire."
"Many of my congregation believe that fire to be no accident, Majesty. Indeed, the prevailing belief is that the fire was set by one of your own guards."
"Prevailing belief is very convenient. Have you any proof?"
"I do."
Kelsey drew a sharp breath. Mace, on her right, had frozen, but the Holy Father only continued to stare blandly at Kelsey. He seemed to have no fear of Mace at all. Kelsey considered asking the Holy Father to produce his proof, but discarded the idea. If he really did have something linking Mace to the fire, there was nowhere else to go. She shifted ground. "An assassination attempt on the Queen is treachery. I believe the common law states that treachery renders the traitor's lands forfeit."
"So it does."
"Lord Graham put a knife to my throat, Your Holiness. Even in the unlikely event that one of my guard was involved with that fire, his property was mine to burn."
"But not the people inside, Majesty."
"If they were on my property, they were trespassing."
"But your ownership of that property depends entirely on your own accusations of treachery."
"My accusations?" Kelsey repeated. "What else would you call Lord Graham's actions?"
"I don't know, Majesty. As you say, there's so little proof. What do we know? Only that you had a young, attractive lord in your chamber in the early evening, and you killed him."
Kelsey's mouth dropped open.
"Perhaps you had your eye on his lands all along."
Penn pushed back from the table, but Kelsey grabbed his arm and whispered,
"No, lady."
"Do nothing." Meeting Penn's gaze was a mistake. In that moment, Kelsey seemed to live her humiliation all over again. This was her oldest friend, the guard who had been kind to her long before any of the others. But all Kelsey could see was the man who had turned her down. How could they ever get back to where they had been before? She turned back to the Holy Father and found him watching her and Penn with an interested gaze. "So this is the story your priests tell from the pulpit, Your Holiness? Young Lord Graham was a victim of my wanton sexuality?" Elston and Dyer began sniggering.
"Majesty, you misunderstand me. I am only a mouthpiece for my congregation's concerns."
"I thought you were the mouthpiece for God." The shorter acolyte gasped.
"Such a statement would be blasphemous, Majesty,"
the Holy Father replied, his tone gently reproving.
"No man can speak for God."
"I see." She didn't see, but at least she had gotten him off the subject of mace and the fire. Miller took the pause in conversation as an opportunity to bring the main course, roast chicken with potatoes. Kelsey snuck a glance at Penn and found him staring with cold fury at the Holy Father. All of her guard were angry now, even Mace, whose mouth had tightened. Kelsey tapped her nails on the table, and they returned their attention to the food, though some of them appeared to have difficulty swallowing.
"Have you heard the reports from the Fair Witch, Majesty?"
the Holy Father asked. "I have. Children disappearing, and some invisible murderer that stalks in the night."
"How do you plan to address the matter?"
"Difficult to say, until I get some hard evidence of what's going on."
"While you wait, Majesty, the problem grows worse. Cardinal Penny tells me that several families have disappeared in the foothills. The Cardinal himself has seen dark shadows in the night around his castle. It's the devil's work, for certain."
"And how would you suggest that I fight the devil?"
"Prayer, Majesty. Devotion. Have you never considered that this might be God's vengeance on the Tearling?"
"For what?"
"For laxity of faith. For backsliding."
Father Tyler dropped his fork. It hit the ground with a clatter, and he crawled under the table to retrieve it. "Prayer will not save us from a serial killer, Your Holiness."
"Then what will?"
"Action. Judicious action, taken after all the consequences are weighed."
"Your faith is weak, Majesty."
Kelsey put down her fork. "You will not goad me."
"I had not thought to goad, only to offer spiritual advice. Many of your actions subvert God's will."
Kelsey saw where this was going now, and she leaned her chin on both hands. "Do tell, Your Holiness." The Holy Father raised his eyebrows.
"You wish me to list your transgressions?"
"Why not?"
"Fine, Majesty. I will. 3 heretics and 2 homosexuals were in Crown custody at the start of your reign, and you have freed them all. Worse, you tolerate open homosexuality in your own guard."
What was this? Kelsey fought down the urge to look at Mace or at any other member of her guard. She had never heard a whisper of any such thing.
"Your own failure to marry sets a terrible example for young women everywhere. I have heard speculations that you may have homosexual sympathies yourself."
"Indeed, Your Holiness. The sexual freedom of consenting adults is the greatest threat this kingdom has ever faced," Kelsey replied acidly. "God knows how we've lasted so long." The Holy Father was not derailed.
"And most recently, Majesty, I have been informed that you mean to tax the Arvath, like any secular body, on its landholdings. But surely this must be a mistake."
"Ah, so we finally come to it." "No mistake, Your Holiness. God's church is a landholder like any other. Beginning in February, I will expect monthly payments on all of your property."
"The church has always been exempt from taxation, Majesty, all the way back to David Raleigh. The exemption encourages good works and selflessness on the part of our brothers."
"You reap profit from your land, Your Holiness, and despite your mandate, you are not a charitable institution. I don't see the vast bulk of your income flowing back to the public."
"We distribute bread to the poor, Majesty."
"Well done. Saint Simone herself could hardly do more." Kelsey leaned forward, trying to soften the edge in her voice. However, since you bring up the point, I have an offer for you.
What is that?
If my estimates are correct, by the end of July, most of the Tearling will be housed at the Cardell camp outside the walls. When the Mort come, all of the displaced will need to be brought into the city.
That will make New London terribly crowded, Majesty.
Indeed. And since you claim to be a charitable institution, I thought you could show some of that Christian spirit by providing food and housing as well.
Housing?
I will be opening the keep to refugees, but you have the second largest building in New London, Your Holiness. 9 floors, and I'm told that only 2 of them are actually used for housing.
How do you know that?
The Holy Father asked angrily, and Kelsey was dismayed to see him shoot a glare at Father Tyler.
The Arvath is sacrosanct.
7 empty floors, Your Holiness, she pressed on. Think how many displaced people you could house and feed.
There is no extra space in the Arvath, Majesty.
In return, Kelsey continued as though he had not spoken, I would be willing to consider all of the church's New London property as charitable, and forgive the tax on those land holdings.
Only New London.
The Holy Father burst out laughing, an unexpected sound from his mirthless face.
New London constitutes only a tiny fraction of our property, Majesty. Now, if you were willing to throw in our holdings in the northern Almont, there might be an arrangement to make.
Ah, yes. Your farmlands, where the poor work for pennies a day, and their children start in the fields at the age of 5. Charitable property indeed.
These people would otherwise have no employment at all.
Kelsey stared at him. And that allows you to sleep at night?
I sleep well enough, Majesty.
I'm sure you do.
Majesty.
Father Tyler stood up abruptly, his face panic-stricken. I must use the restroom. Excuse me. Somewhere during the argument, Mila had slid a dessert plate in front of Kelsey. Cheesecake dotted with strawberries. Kelsey made quick work of it. It wasn't one of Mila's best efforts, but there really was no bad cheesecake, and even Kelsey's temper was not enough to blunt her appetite. Mace gave her a pleading glance, but Kelsey shook her head. While she chewed, she cast surreptitious glances at her guards, wondering for whom that remark about homosexuality had been meant. Perhaps, like so many things in God's church, the Holy Father had simply produced it from thin air. But Kelsey didn't think so. It was too odd a claim. And was it any of her business anyway? According to Carlin, the institutionalized homophobia of the pre-crossing had wasted vast amounts of time and resources. Barty, with characteristic practicality, always said that God had better things to worry about than what happened between the sheets. No, Kelsey decided, it's not my business. She wished she could simply tell the Holy Father to go fuck himself. It would feel wonderful. But where would she house all of those remaining refugees if not in the Arvath? Bedding, sanitation, medical care. Without the church, it would be a disaster. Briefly, Kelsey considered threatening to seize the Arvath itself under eminent domain, just as she had threatened that group of idiot nobles a few weeks ago. But no, that would be a disastrous move. A direct attack on the Arvath would only confirm every dire warning the Holy Father's people recounted in the pulpit, and too many people believed the church's nonsense. The Holy Father had been trying to make her angry, Kelsey realized now, and he had succeeded. Anger made Kelsey strong, but it weakened her as well. She saw no route to wend her way back into negotiation now, not without losing ground. I think His Holiness and I have provided enough entertainment for one evening, she announced, standing up. Shall we move on to the real performance? The Holy Father smiled, though the smile did not meet his eyes. He hadn't touched his cheesecake either, and Kelsey cast her mind back, trying to remember if he'd eaten anything at all. Was he worried about poison? Surely this man would not scruple at making one of his acolytes taste the food. You're wandering. Focus on the Arvath, the Mort. Kelsey tried, but she didn't see what could be done to repair the situation now. And wasn't this all academic anyway? The Mort would be here long before the new tax year, and New London would never stand up to a prolonged siege. Debating next year's taxes was like painting a house that lay right in the path of a hurricane. Perhaps she should just relent. But at the mere thought of it, Kelsey's mind conjured the Arvath steeple. Pure gold, worth many thousands of pounds. She could not give in. As the group moved toward the throne, Father Tyler reappeared beside Kelsey, speaking in a low voice. "Lady, I beg you not to antagonize him further. He can take care of himself." But Kelsey paused, seeing anew the priest's pale face, the weight that had dropped from his already thin frame. "What is it you're frightened of, Father?" Father Tyler shook his head stubbornly. "Nothing, Majesty. My concern is for you." "Well, if it's any consolation, I do plan to be on my best behavior for the rest of the night." "And yet that plan so often fails." Kelsey laughed, clapping him on the back. Tyler's grimace became more pronounced, and she bit her lip. She had forgotten that she wasn't supposed to touch a member of God's church. "Sorry, Father." He shrugged, then grinned mischievously, a rare occurrence for Father Tyler. "It's fine, lady. Unlike His Holiness, I'm not concerned about your wanton sexuality." Kelsey chuckled and gestured for him to come with her to the top of the dais, where 2 armchairs had been set up. The Holy Father was already seated, and he gave Kelsey one of those disturbingly bland smiles as she sat down. His acolytes remained standing at the foot of the dais. Mace gestured for Elston to stay with them. So Mace, too, was worried about the tall acolyte with the weasel's face. Memory tugged at Kelsey for a moment, before letting go. Mace snapped his fingers at the magician, Bradshaw, who came forward and made a shallow bow. He didn't wear the brightly coloured clothing Kelsey had seen on so many street performers. Rather, he was dressed very simply, in black. A table had been set up nearby to hold his props, an assortment of objects including 2 small cabinets placed perhaps 2 feet apart. Bradshaw opened the cabinets, lifted each to show that there was no false bottom, then took a cup from the dinner table and placed it in one cabinet, shutting the door tightly. When he opened the door of the other cabinet, the cup was there. Kelsey clapped, pleased, though she had no idea how the trick was done. Not magic, surely, but it had the appearance of magic, and that was good enough. Bradshaw made a quick succession of objects appear in each cabinet. One of Dyer's gloves, a bowl from the table, 2 daggers, and finally, Mace's mace. This last caught Mace out with a bewildered expression that turned momentarily to anger, then back to bewilderment, as Bradshaw took the mace from the cabinet and presented it to him with a smile. Kelsey clapped loudly. Few people could put one over on Mace, and even fewer would have dared to try. Mace inspected his favourite weapon for a moment, as a jeweller would inspect diamonds, and finally appeared to conclude that it was indeed the same mace. In a low voice, Kelsey told Elston to give the magician a 50% tip. The Holy Father was clearly unimpressed. He had watched the entire performance with an increasingly sour expression and had not clapped once. "Not a fan of illusions, Your Holiness?" "Not really, Majesty. All magicians are con artists, deceiving the common people into belief in pagan magic." Kelsey nearly rolled her eyes, but stopped herself. Her window of opportunity was closing here. Once the Holy Father walked out the door, he was never coming back. And perhaps he would be more amenable to reason now, when there were fewer people to overhear. Bradshaw was waving his hands in a performative fashion below. Kelsey waited until he produced a mouse from nowhere, before asking quietly, "What would tempt you to accept my offer?" "Perhaps we could reach a compromise, Majesty. Forgive the taxes on both our new London holdings and half of our acreage in the Almont, and the church will happily feed and house 4 floors worth of the displaced." Kelsey looked up at Mace. "How much tax money is that?" "Only Arliss would know for certain, lady. But you're talking at least 1,000 square miles of producing farmland. A year's taxes would be a good sum." "Not just a year," the Holy Father interjected. "In perpetuity." "In perpetuity?" Kelsey repeated in an incredulous whisper. "I could build my own damned Arvath with the money the Tearling would lose over 5 years alone." "You could build it, Majesty, but you don't have the time." The Holy Father grinned, and for the first time his eyes showed a glimmer of light. But it wasn't a good sort of light at all.
"The mort will be here by autumn, and you're over a barrel. That's why we're having this conversation."
"Don't make the mistake of thinking that you're anything more than a convenience to me, Your Holiness. I don't need your pile of gold."
"Then don't make the mistake of thinking I'm frightened of your tax collector, Majesty. By the time the new year rolls around, you'll be in no position to tax anyone."
Kelsey had been thinking the same thing not 5 minutes before, but this fact only made her angrier. She turned fully toward him, no longer even pretending to take interest in the magic show. "And what good is all that gold doing you, Your Holiness? Who is it you're trying to impress with that steeple of yours? God?"
"God is not interested in such trifles."
"My point exactly."
"Devout parishioners donated that gold, Majesty, as a matter of repentance and good works. Your uncle was one of them."
"My uncle had 7 concubines and no marriage in sight. How devout could he be?"
"Your uncle confessed those sins to Father Timpani, Majesty, and was absolved."
"A fascinating system. Children of 4 are subjected to more discipline." The Holy Father's voice tightened in anger.
"You have criminal laws for secular punishment, Majesty. My concern is simply salvation of the soul."
"But the gold helps, right?"
"How dare you!"
"Your Majesty." Bradshaw gave another elaborate bow at the foot of the dais. "For my final trick, may I ask one of your guard to volunteer?" Kelsey produced a wilted smile. "Kib." Kib headed down the steps to the chuckles of the other guards, but Kelsey barely paid attention. Her hands were clenched tightly on the arms of her chair. It was all she could do not to throttle the man sitting next to her. "All that room," she thought, staring at the Holy Father, her temples throbbing. "All that room and all that gold. You don't use it, you don't need it, but it's not to be shared. If we live through the invasion, my friend, I am going to tax you until you scream for mercy." The Holy Father stared back at her with the supreme arrogance of one who had nothing to fear. Kelsey remembered a remark Mace had made weeks ago, that the Holy Father wasn't above dealing with Domain under the table. If the Holy Father had already made his deal, then of course he wouldn't be threatened by Kelsey. He need only sit and wait until the Mort army rolled in, sparing the Arvath and laying waste to everything else. And now Kelsey felt the first seeds of despair take root in her heart. She had spent the last month running back and forth, moving frantically from one option to the next, trying to find a solution, and now she looked up and found herself surrounded by cannibals.
"In honour of your holy guests, Majesty."
Bradshaw produced the cup he'd used earlier and filled it with water from a small canteen, then handed it to Kib.
"Have a sip, sir, and please confirm that it's water."
Kib sipped gently at the cup.
"Water indeed."
The magician brought the cup to the front of the dais and held it up for Kelsey's inspection, waiting until she nodded to continue. With a small, polite bow to the Holy Father, Bradshaw covered the mouth of the cup with one hand and snapped the fingers of the other. A small flash of light appeared between his fingers, and then Bradshaw held the cup up to Kelsey again, removing his hand. The water in the goblet was now a deep, dark red.
"For Her Majesty's pleasure," Bradshaw announced. "Where's my able assistant?"
Kib raised his hand, and the magician danced over to him, holding out the cup.
"Taste it, sir. It will do you no harm."
Kib, smiling with a touch of anxiety, took a small sip from the cup. An astonished look came over his face, and he took a second, larger sip. Turning to Kelsey, he announced in an amazed voice,
"Majesty, it's wine."
Kelsey chuckled, then giggled, and finally could not stop herself from roaring with laughter. She didn't miss the look of fury on the Holy Father's darkening face, but that only made her laugh harder. Below the dais, Bradshaw smiled, his face flushing with triumph.
"Get up! Get up!"
The shorter acolyte had fainted dead away, and the taller one was shaking him, hissing commands. But the young man was out cold. The Holy Father rose from his seat, his face a deep, rich red that pleased Kelsey no end. Father Tyler was murmuring gently in his ear, but the Holy Father shoved him away. He showed no concern for the unconscious boy on the floor.
"I see no humour in an insult offered to guests," the Holy Father snarled. "That was a blasphemous joke, Majesty, in poor taste."
"Don't look at me, Your Holiness.
I don't keep court performers. His tricks are his own.
I want an apology,
he snapped. And Kelsey, who had assumed that this sort of ludicrous outrage was part of a Holy Father's job description, found herself hesitating, because his anger was clearly genuine. But even if Bradshaw had produced Mary the Virgin from a hat, no one could possibly take a magic trick seriously. The smart move was conciliation, but Kelsey was long past that now. She tapped her nails on the arm of the chair and asked sweetly, "An apology? From whom?"
"From this impostor, Majesty."
"Impostor? I'm quite sure he didn't mean to represent himself as the actual Christ, Your Holiness."
"I demand an apology."
"Did you just give the Queen an order?" Mace asked, his voice deadly soft.
"I certainly did."
"Refused," Kelsey snapped. "What kind of fool takes offence at an illusion?" "Majesty, please." Father Tyler had moved up to stand beside the Holy Father, his thin face blanched nearly white now. "This is hardly constructive."
"Shut up, Tyler,"
the Holy Father hissed.
"All magicians are charlatans. They promise quick solutions and undermine faith in the straight and righteous path."
Kelsey narrowed her eyes. "Don't even think about playing the devout card with me, Your Holiness. I've heard all about you. What of those 2 women you keep in the Arvath? Do they kneel down before the Holy Spirit every night?" At this, the Holy Father's face turned an apoplectic purple, and Kelsey suddenly wished that he would simply have a heart attack and keel over right in front of her throne, consequences be damned.
"Have a care, Majesty. You have no idea how delicate your position is."
"Threaten me again, you greedy fraud, and I will end you." "I'm sure he meant nothing of the kind, Majesty," Father Tyler exclaimed in a high, panicky voice. "It was no threat, only—"
"Tyler, stay out of this,"
the Holy Father roared. He turned and lashed out with one arm, catching Father Tyler in the chest. Tyler momentarily pinwheeled for balance, then fell backward down the stairs of the dais. Kelsey heard the dry, crisp snap of a breaking bone, and all thought ceased, the voice of reason in her head falling mercifully silent. She jumped to her feet, pushed past Penn, and slapped the Holy Father across the face. Mace and Penn moved very quickly, and the rest of the guard were right behind them. Within a few seconds, more than 10 men stood between Kelsey and the Holy Father. The guards obscured her view, but not before she had seen and memorized the white mark of her handprint against the Holy Father's red cheek, wrapped it in her mind like a gift.
"Sacrilege!"
the taller acolyte hissed from the bottom of the stairs.
"No one can lay hands on the Holy Father."
"If you value that hypocrite, get him out of my keep right now." The acolyte scrambled up the steps to assist the Holy Father. Kelsey turned back to her armchair, determined to ignore them, but then she heard gasping breaths below her, behind the wall of guards. "Father, are you all right?"
"Fine, Majesty."
But Father Tyler's voice was hoarse with pain. "Stay there. We'll get you a doctor."
"Tyler will come with us,"
the Holy Father snarled. But Mace had already pushed his way down the steps and positioned himself between Father Tyler and the priests.
"The Queen says he stays. My own doctors will attend him." "I think not, Your Holiness. I've seen the work of your doctors."
The Holy Father's eyes widened, full of surprise and something else. Guilt. Before Kelsey could decipher his reaction, Mace sprang across the room and laid hold of the taller acolyte, grabbing him by the neck.
"We'll be keeping this one as well.
Brother Matthew, is it?"
"On what charge?"
the Holy Father demanded, enraged.
"Treason,"
Mace announced flatly.
"The Thorn Conspiracy."
The Holy Father's mouth worked for a moment.
"We came here under promise of safe conduct."
"I promised safe conduct to you, Your Holiness," Kelsey snapped, though inwardly she cursed Mace. He never told her anything. Now she placed Brother Matthew easily. One of the men from the Argive crouched around Thorn's campfire in the middle of the night. "You're free to go, but your toadies came at their own risk."
"I suggest you leave now,"
Mace told the Holy Father, tightening his grip on the struggling priest's neck,
"before I have a chance to ask your weasel any questions."
The Holy Father's eyes narrowed, and he kicked the shorter acolyte, who was still unconscious on the floor.
"You, wake up. We're leaving."
Somehow or other, they got the young man to unsteady feet. Mace handed Brother Matthew off to Elston and followed the two Arvath men to the doors. The second acolyte, his face white as milk, cast several appalled glances over his shoulder, but the Holy Father, walking stiffly at his side, never looked back. Kelsey hurried down the stairs to crouch beside Father Tyler, whose left leg was twisted at a dreadful angle. He was breathing in shallow pants, enormous beads of sweat rolling down his pale cheeks. Kelsey gathered the hem of her dress to wipe his forehead, but when Corin tried to examine the leg, Father Tyler groaned and begged him to stop.
"Broken in multiple places, lady. We're going to have to put him out to reset the bone."
"We'll wait for the doctor," Kelsey ordered, casting a murderous glance toward the Holy Father's retreating back. "God's good work, I suppose." Father Tyler giggled, a wild, disconnected sound.
"I got off light, Majesty. Seth will tell you so."
"Who's Seth?" But Father Tyler gritted his teeth, and although Kelsey asked her questions several more times before the doctor arrived, he refused to answer. Chapter 5. Dorian. The success of a great human migration depends on many individual pieces falling into place. There must be discontent with an unpleasant, perhaps even intolerable, status quo. There must be idealism to drive the movement, a powerful vision of a better life beyond the horizon. There must be great courage in the face of terrible odds. But most of all, every migration needs its leader, the indispensable, charismatic figure whom even terrified men and women will follow headlong into the abyss. The British-American crossing met this final requirement in spades. The blue horizon of the Tear, Glee Delamere. Lily was sitting in the backyard, struggling to record a message to her mother. The day was too hot. Something must have gone wrong with the climate control. That happened more and more often lately. Greg said it was the separatists and their hackers sabotaging the satellites. The military men he dealt with at the Pentagon had been complaining about it for weeks. Over the past few days, the temperature in New Canaan had climbed into the high 90s, and now heavy, wet air blanketed the backyard. Weather aside, this had been a good week. Greg had gone on a business trip to Boston, some sort of convention with other players in the military. Lily always pictured these meetings as a larger version of the parties they held at their house. Drunken men, their voices growing louder and hoarser as more and more liquor poured forth. Still, she was grateful. When Greg was gone, she could almost pretend that this was her house, that she needed account to no one for her day. There was no need to hide in the nursery. Lily could move freely around the house. But tonight, Greg would be coming home, and Lily was trying to snatch the last few hours to record her letter. It was hard to make her lies sound natural, particularly for Mom, who didn't want to hear about anything unpleasant. Lily had just hit record again when a woman toppled over the back wall into the garden. Lily looked up, startled. The woman rolled down the wall, a hissing sound following her descent as she scraped against the ivy that clung there. She ended up buried in the patch of hydrangea bushes, disappearing from sight with a low, wounded grunt. Jonathan materialized from the kitchen doorway, his gun drawn.
"Stay back, Mrs. M."
Lily ignored him, got up from her Adirondack, and tiptoed over to the stone wall. The intruder had flattened the hydrangea bush. Lily felt Jonathan's restraining hand on her arm, but she peered over the jagged edges of the bush until she found the woman who lay there. "She looks like Maddie." The woman did look remarkably like Lily's younger sister. Her hair, now tangled in the bush, hadn't been washed in some time, but it was the same dirty blonde, even the same springy texture. She had Maddie's snub nose, her freckles. She was a few years too young. Lily bit her lip, trying to remember how old her sister would have been now. 2 years younger than Lily, so 23. This girl couldn't be more than 18. Now Lily heard sirens, their wails muted by the thick stone wall. Security hardly ever used sirens in New Canaan. On the rare occasion when they came into Lily's neighborhood, it was a quiet, efficient business. But this woman clearly didn't belong in New Canaan. Her face was streaked with some kind of grease, and she wore jeans and a torn sweater that looked about 3 sizes too large. The edges of the sweater were bloody. Lily peered more closely, then drew back with a hiss. She's been shot."
"Go on inside, Mrs. M. I'll call security."
The woman opened her eyes. They shone bright green and remarkably clear, too old for an adolescence, before they slipped closed again. The woman breathed in shallow pants, her hand clamped against the bloody patch on her stomach. She seemed too young to even contemplate crime, and she looked so much like Maddie. Maddie, who had disappeared years before. "You're injured," Lily told her. "You need a hospital."
"No hospital. She's a trespasser,"
Jonathan hissed. The sirens were louder now, perhaps as close as Willow Street. The woman opened her eyes again, and in them Lily saw resignation, a tired sort of acceptance. Maddie had looked that way when they came for her, as if she were already imagining what came next. Lily didn't want to think about that day, about Maddie. Jonathan was right, they should call security. But Maddie was upon Lily now, and she found herself unable to do it, unable to turn the woman in. "Help me get her inside."
"What for?"
Jonathan asked. "Just help me."
"What would Mr. M say?"
Lily looked up at him, her voice sharpening. "It wouldn't be the first secret we've kept, would it?"
"This is different."
"Let's get her up."
"She's not a random wall trespasser, Mrs. M. You hear those sirens? Do you think they aren't for her?"
"Into the house. We'll put her in the nursery. He'll never know."
"She needs a doctor."
"Then we'll get her one."
"And then what? Doctors have to report gunshot wounds."
Lily hauled the woman up, slipping an arm under her shoulders, and wincing when the woman groaned. It seemed very important to hurry up and get the woman inside before she thought too hard about possible consequences. About Greg. "Come on, inside." Grumbling, Jonathan pitched in. Together they helped the woman across the garden and into the house, an air-cooled oasis of darkness. By the time they reached the living room, the woman had dropped into unconsciousness and become much heavier than her skinny frame would have suggested. Lily groaned as they hauled her through the foyer, but her mind was already clocking off the things she would have to do. First, the surveillance. Lily had no backup footage of the living room and stairway, but she could do a one-time erase, and Greg would chalk it up to a glitch. Probably, her mind amended. The separatists' shoes were covered with mud, and she had left several patches of it on the living room carpet. The house sterilized itself, but not that quickly. Lily would need to clean the mud up by hand before Greg came home. They muscled the injured woman into the nursery and deposited her on the sofa. Lily could feel Jonathan's glare even before she looked up.
"What are you doing, Mrs. M?"
"I don't know," Lily admitted. "I just—"
"What?"
A picture of security popped into Lily's head. The door through which they hustled people who never came out again. When Lily was a child, there hadn't been such doors, and even as she became an adult, she had paid very little attention to the world changing around her. She often thought that it was this very inattention to implications, to the future, that had allowed her to marry Greg in the first place. Maddie had been the political one, the one who cared about the wider world. Lily's immediate concerns were keeping the house running and dealing with Greg, finding ways to tiptoe around his newly volatile anger, to stay one step ahead of it. That was a full plate, certainly, but she couldn't escape a nagging sense of shared responsibility, of many good people, all of them with their eyes on the ground, who had allowed the faceless door of security to become the status quo. Maddie would not have allowed it, but Maddie had disappeared. Jonathan was still waiting for an answer, but Lily couldn't explain, not to him. Jonathan had been a Marine, had fought in Saudi Arabia in the final desperate battle for the last of the world's oil. He was a loyalist. He carried a gun. "I'm not going to turn her in," Lily finally replied. "Are you going to tell Greg?" Jonathan looked down at the woman on the sofa, his gaze contemplative.
"No, ma'am, but you need to get her to a doctor. If you don't, she's going to bleed to death right here on your couch."
Lily ran through the list of local doctors she knew. Greg's friends, none of them trustworthy. Their family doctor, Dr. Collins, had offices less than 5 miles away in the centre of town, but he wasn't an option either. Dr. Collins had never asked Lily whether she wanted to have a baby. On her last visit, he told her that she needed to relax more during sex, that relaxing was a good way to conceive. "My purse. There's a card in there. My doctor in New York."
"Davis? This isn't his area." He's a fixer.
He's a fertility specialist.
Right, Mrs. M.
She stared at him for a moment. Are you going to tell Greg? Jonathan sighed, pulling the Lexus keys from his pocket.
Stay here. Keep pressure on the wound. I'll be back with the doctor.
What doctor?
Don't worry about it.
Not one of Greg's friends?
Don't worry about it. Mrs. M, you were right. We both know how to keep a secret.
Jonathan was gone for more than an hour, giving Lily plenty of time to imagine the worst. Jonathan arrested for transporting an unlicensed physician. Jonathan unable to find a doctor at all. But mostly, Jonathan gone straight to Greg's office, straight to security, to tell them everything. Jonathan had been her bodyguard for nearly 3 years, Lily told herself, and he knew about Dr. Davis. If he'd wanted to get her into trouble, he could have done so a long time ago. But still, she was afraid. The woman on the sofa was visibly dehydrating before Lily's eyes. Her lips were chapped nearly white, and when she tried to speak, it was a hoarse croak. Lily went downstairs and filled a bowl with chipped ice. She didn't know anything about taking care of sick people, but she'd had pneumonia when she was little, and for that entire week all she could stand to eat was ice chips. She wet a cloth with freezing water and dumped it into the bowl as well. When she returned, the woman on the sofa asked where she was. Lily tried to tell her, but the woman passed out again before she'd finished. Another 3 hours and Greg would be home. Where was Jonathan? And what was Lily doing anyway? The pills were one thing, one secret to keep, but hiding a person was something else. "What's your name?" Lily asked the woman when she woke up again.
No names,
she whispered back. Lily felt as though she had heard those words before, perhaps on one of the government's countless pamphlets and flyers. What had the woman been doing here? From time to time, Lily heard sirens cruising the neighborhood, sometimes far away, and sometimes very close. She checked the news sites on the wall panel, but there was nothing, no local news about a trespasser or any nearby crime. She went out to the surveillance room and deleted that afternoon's footage. There was always a chance that Greg had seen it in real time, but that was very unlikely today. At the end of his conference, Greg would be busy glad-handing before he got on the plane. On her way back to the nursery, she cleaned up the mud. The woman was still unconscious. She was too young to be Maddie, yes, and a bit too tall as well. But still, it was almost like having a ghost on the sofa. As the afternoon advanced, the line of sun from the window moved across the woman's shoulder, and Lily spotted a scar there, just above the collarbone. Lily had a scar in the same place, a neat surgical line from having her tag implanted when she was young. But this scar was much more noticeable. It was not the thin, pristine line that a laser would leave. It looked as though it had been done with a scalpel. Lily stared at the scar for a very long time, a wild idea taking hold in her mind. The woman had somehow removed her tag. That should have been impossible. Each tag was armed with a toxin, a deadly chemical that would release on impact if anyone tried to tamper with the device. But the longer Lily considered the scar, the more certain she became. This woman had managed to get rid of her tag. She could move freely wherever she wanted, without security tracking her every movement. Lily couldn't even imagine what that would be like. Jonathan finally came back at 4, with a small, neat, grey-haired man in tow. The little man looked just the way a doctor should look, to Lily's mind. He wore a professional-looking grey suit and old-fashioned wire-framed glasses, and he carried a small black leather bag that clinked as he set it down. He ignored Lily entirely, going straight to the woman on the sofa. After a moment's assessment, he turned, speaking as he would to a nurse. "Boiling hot water, and some towels, cotton towels." For a moment, Lily was too surprised to move. She wasn't used to being ordered around in her own house. Except by Greg, her mind whispered, and that got her moving out of the nursery and down to the kitchen. After she had fetched the water, she went to the linen closet and tried to decide which towels Greg would miss the least. He had a strange, sporadic eye for details around the house. Lily would throw out a set of threadbare sheets, and then, a year later, Greg would ask where the sheets had gone. None of their towels were dark enough to hide blood. Whichever set she chose would have to be tossed. Just pick and go, damn it. Lily grabbed a set of pine green towels she'd always hated, a wedding gift from Greg's aunt. When she returned, she found that Jonathan and the doctor had moved the sofa into the direct sunlight beneath the windowsill. The doctor had removed the woman's oversized sweater to reveal a discoloured man's undershirt beneath, and now he was cutting the undershirt off with some scissors he produced from his little bag. Lily bent down to deposit the towels beside him.
"That'll do, miss."
Lily.
"No names."
That phrase again. Feeling rebuked, Lily turned to Jonathan and found that he'd taken out his gun, a gleaming black thing that never failed to make Lily uneasy, and was fiddling with it, taking out the bullets and putting them in again.
"I need you to hold her down,"
the doctor said. Lily didn't know who he was talking to, but both of them moved forward, Lily toward the woman's arms, and Jonathan, tucking the gun away, toward her feet. Looking down, Lily saw a glint of panic in the woman's eyes, and she placed a hand on her forehead, feeling like the world's biggest fraud as she murmured, "It'll be all right." The next half-hour would stay with Lily in clear, sickening detail for the rest of her life. The doctor had a laser probe, at least, but when he began to poke around with it, the woman's arms strained until Lily's face and neck were slicked with sweat in the effort to hold her down. Every few minutes the doctor would mutter, "Buried deep, little bastard," and these mutterings were Lily's only way to mark the passage of time. She spent much of the operation staring at Jonathan, trying to puzzle him out. He was a good bodyguard and a gifted driver, but he was also a former Marine, and, Lily had always thought, a loyalist. How on earth did he know an off-the-grid doctor? How would either of them be able to keep this from Greg? The doctor finally found the bullet, then began to work a small set of tongs into the hole. The woman passed out again, somewhere in the middle of this process, her arms going mercifully slack against Lily's hands. The temperature in the nursery felt as though it had climbed sharply, though the wall panel only read 74 degrees. Lily was dizzy, as though she'd lost all the blood in her head. Jonathan, no surprise, was steady as ever, his face immobile as he watched the doctor work. He'd probably killed men in Saudi Arabia with the same stone face. At last the doctor held up the tongs to display a deformed piece of scarlet-dripping plastic. Jonathan held out a towel, and the doctor dropped the bullet into it, making the cotton bloom red, then began to seal the wound.
"Was she successful?"
the doctor asked.
"I don't know,"
Jonathan replied.
"One of us should let him know she's here."
"I'll do it. How long will she have to stay?"
"Ideally, she needs a few days' rest. She's lost a lot of blood. There's no way to get her out anyway, not until she can walk. I would think there are roadblocks up by now."
The doctor gave Lily a doubtful look.
"But can she stay here?"
"Yes, she can," Lily replied, trying to sound firm. But the rest of the conversation had mystified her. What kind of doctor patched wounds and asked no questions? The doctor wiped his hands on one of Lily's bath sheets, then threw it on her armchair.
"She'll need fairly constant care."
"I'll do it," Lily volunteered. "During the day I can be in here all the time. At night, maybe every few hours."
"What does a woman like you want with something like this?"
Lily flushed at the judgment she saw in his eyes. Her nursery was bigger than most people's homes. She wished she could tell this neat little man about Maddie, but she didn't know where to begin. "I just do. She'll be safe here." The doctor considered her for another moment, then opened his bag and dumped a pile of medical paraphernalia onto the sofa. Bandages, syringes, pill bottles.
"You'll need to change the bandage at least once a day. If she becomes feverish, give her this. Have you ever given someone an injection?"
"Yes." Lily nodded vigorously, feeling more confident now. The new syringes had guides to pinpoint veins, but even if the doctor's syringes were the older kind, Maddie had been a diabetic. Lily knew how to give a shot. The doctor held up a green-wrapped syringe.
"Antibiotics. Give her an injection every evening at the same time. The vein in her forearm."
He turned back to Jonathan.
"She can stay here for a few days, but she could easily develop infection. The sooner he gets her out, the better."
He who? Lily wondered now. The doctor's voice was so reverent that for a moment Lily thought he was talking about God.
"I need to take the doctor back, Mrs. M., then run some errands. I might be gone until late."
Lily nodded slowly. "I'll tell Greg you went to pick up my new dress in the city." This wasn't precisely a lie. Lily had ordered a new dress from Chanel several weeks ago. $15,000, amethyst silk with hand-sewn sequins. Now, looking down at the unconscious woman on the sofa, she felt sick.
"We need to go. Her husband will be home soon."
The doctor gathered up his instruments, wiped them down with a bloody towel, and stuck them inside his bag.
"These towels need to be burned. You can't just throw them away."
"I know that," Lily snapped, glaring at him. Then she looked down in bewilderment. The floor tiles had begun to tremble beneath her feet. A giant thunderclap echoed outside, an explosion of noise that made Lily cover her ears. Dimly, from the other end of the house, she heard glass shatter. The doctor had covered his ears as well, but Jonathan merely stood staring out the window, a faint smile on his face. For a few seconds the walls and doors continued to rattle, and then they were still. The security alarm went off downtown, its distinctive bray loud enough to penetrate even the unconscious brain of the woman on the couch. She rolled and murmured in her sleep. The doctor reached out to clasp Jonathan's hand.
"The better world. The better world,"
Jonathan repeated. Lily stared at him with wide eyes, 100 tiny things coming together in her mind. Jonathan's encyclopedic knowledge of the public roadways, his inexplicable decision to keep Lily's secrets, his mysterious nighttime errands. Now Lily understood why the injured woman had rolled over the wall into this particular garden. Because Jonathan was here. Jonathan, a separatist.
"I'll be back later, Mrs. M."
She nodded, watching him go. Deep down she secretly hoped that the doctor would shake her hand as well. But he didn't, only gave her another distrustful look as he went. Lily was left staring at the woman on the couch, her mind already categorizing the various types of trouble she was in. If she were caught harboring a fugitive, she would be arrested, taken into custody. But even the dangers of arrest paled against what would happen if Greg found out. Greg called the separatists filth. He crowed whenever one of them was caught, and watched with a grim but smug pleasure as they were executed on the government's site. I need to be smart now, Lily thought, staring at the woman on the couch. She wondered how it was possible to be terrified and at the same time deeply excited. She had gone to a party one weekend in high school, years before she had met Greg. She had been drunk, yes, but not so drunk that she didn't know what she was doing. And at the end of the night, she had followed a boy into a darkened room and given up her virginity, just like that. Lily had never learned the boy's name, not even in the morning, but he had been shy and kind, and she had never regretted the incident, a moment of wild abandon that had seemed, in that time and place, to define her. I'm here, she thought now, terrified but buoyant, as though she were floating in mid-air at a great height. Really and truly, here. It had been a long time. When Greg walked through the door, Lily could already tell that it was going to be a bad night. His head was lowered like a bull's, and there were sweat stains under his arms. Although he'd never said so, Lily was fairly sure he was scared of flying. She could smell him all the way across the living room, a mixture of bitter fear sweat and the sandalwood cologne he wore every day. The cologne smelled like a dead animal. If he'd only been wearing it when I met him, Lily thought, biting her cheek against the sudden peal of awful laughter, maybe I would have told him to get lost. She had taken a shower, straightened her hair, and put on her best dress, knowing that Greg would come home angry. The news sites had begun to carry the story almost immediately. 3 East Coast security bases, one only 6 miles from New Canaan, had suffered some sort of cataclysmic chemical explosions in their jet-proving grounds. The casualties had been low. The terrorists had clearly been aiming for equipment, not men, and they had succeeded. More than 100 jets had been destroyed. 2 civilian contractors from Lockheed had died as well, but they hadn't been workers, only management. Only management. That sounded like something Lily's father would have said. Dad had been a chemical engineer, and by the end of his life, he'd been management himself, making upward of $5 million a year. But his sympathies had always been with the workers. When Lily was very young, Dad even tried to organize a union at Dow. But that attempt had died with Frewell's Labour Facilitation Act. When quality control went to complete automation a few years later, there weren't even any workers to unionize anymore. Dad was well off, yes, but Lily knew he was unhappy. He had died 2 years ago, and even in those last hours, sitting beside his bed in the hospital, Lily could sense him longing, still dreaming of his more equitable world. She couldn't escape the feeling that she was the wrong daughter to be there, that it was Maddie he really wanted. Greg dumped his coat on the sofa and went straight for the bar. Another bad sign. Lily noted the hunch of Greg's thick shoulders beneath his suit, the way his dark brows had knitted together over his fraternity-handsome face, the clench of his jaw as he dumped gin into a glass. Liquid sloshed over the rim onto the bar, but Greg didn't wipe it away. That would be her job, Lily thought, and was surprised to feel a dim throb of anger trying to break through her anxiety. The anger struggled briefly, then drowned. Security sirens had been sounding in and out of their neighbourhood all afternoon. They hadn't come to Lily's door, but they had gone to see Andrea Torres down the block. On the rare occasions when something happened in New Canaan, Andrea was always the first one questioned, because her husband was half Mexican and had once been arrested on suspicion of helping illegal immigrants cross state lines. But Andrea was a tiny, shy woman who could barely gather the courage to go down and get her own mail at the foot of her lawn. Lily always invited her to parties as a matter of form, since they lived in the same neighbourhood. But Andrea never came. Security was looking for an 18-year-old woman, 5'6", with blonde hair and green eyes. She had been hired as a civilian cleaner at Pryor Security Base 3 months ago, and today, somehow, she had made her way onto the jet fields and planted a bomb. She had taken gunfire as she fled from the scene, and they believed she was wounded. Her name was Angela West. No names, Lily had thought almost reflexively. The woman in the nursery was not an Angela. Lily decided that she must have been mistaken about the scar on the woman's shoulder. No one would have been able to get security clearance on a military base without a tag. The news sites said that the woman had known affiliations with the Blue Horizon, but no one seemed able to explain what domestic terrorists wanted with jets designed for transcontinental flight. The sites postulated that the separatists were mad dogs, simply going after the nearest military installation. Everyone knew they were headquartered in New England somewhere, although neither security nor private bounty hunters had been able to find a trace. The news said that naval bases were a convenient target. Even to Lily, this explanation didn't ring quite true. Every few months, Greg would invite a security lieutenant named Arnie Welch over to dinner, and the last time, after a few drinks, Arnie had admitted mournfully that the Blue Horizon were efficient, well-organized terrorists. They targeted carefully selected goals, and usually succeeded. Lily watched the online news because there was nothing else, but she knew the news sites were heavily censored. Security was determined to keep the size of the problem under wraps, but Arnie could always be persuaded to talk on his third glass, and according to Arnie, the Blue Horizon was a much bigger problem than most civilians knew. "You haven't asked me about my day." Lily looked up and found Greg staring at her, a hint of petulance in his protruding lower lip. She got up from the armchair, taking a deep breath, and went and kissed him. He tasted like salami and olives. He'd already been drinking martinis on the plane. "I'm sorry?" "I had a bad day," he told her, pouring himself a scotch. Lily nodded with what she hoped looked like sympathy. Every day was a bad day for Greg. "Did the trip go all right?" "It did, right until terrorists blew up every jet on the East Coast." "I saw it on the news." Greg looked down at her, irritated, and Lily realized that he'd wanted to tell her about it himself. "I didn't know it was terrorists. I thought they were just accidents. Explosions." "They weren't. 3 saboteurs got security clearances. One of them was even a woman. I don't know what the hell has happened to this country." Greg took a swig of whiskey. "I have to go down to Washington in a couple of hours. The Pentagon will need more jets in a hurry, and they're going to want me to take care of it." "That's good," Lily replied tentatively. "No, it isn't," he snapped.
The fucking separatists have bombed damn near every jet production facility on the East Coast over the past 2 years. Only 2 of them are still up and running. The rest are still being repaired. There's no way for us to come up with even a fraction of the jets the Pentagon is going to ask for. Every time we build something, the Blue Horizon blows it up.
Lily wanted to ask questions about the woman, to see if Greg had more information. But she knew better. She'd seen Greg like this several times in the past year, and they always came with injuries. 2 black eyes, and a night in the emergency room with a broken arm. The last time had been the worst. Greg had wanted to have sex almost as soon as he came in the door, and when Lily pushed him away, he'd slapped her. While he was fucking her, he had bitten her shoulder hard enough to draw blood. Lily shook off the memory, a quick, reflexive mental movement almost akin to a shiver. Greg always said he was sorry afterward, and there was usually a present of some kind attached, earrings or a dress. There was nothing to do but forget these things, until they happened again.
Now I'll have to go down to Washington and stand in front of 10 3-star and higher generals and explain that what they want can't be done.
Lily tried for empathy, but none was forthcoming. In fact, she realized in astonishment, she almost wished Greg would hit her, as he plainly meant to at some point, and leave. She wanted to be back in the nursery. It had been nearly an hour, and the woman would be thirsty. "What was her name?" Lily asked.
Huh?
Greg had begun stroking the crack of her ass, something she hated. She willed herself to be still, not to brush his hand away. "The terrorist. The woman. What was her real name? Did they find out?"
Dorian Rice. She escaped from the Bronx Women's Correctional a year ago. You believe that?"
Lily did.
"I've just enough time for dinner before I leave."
Lily knew her role now. She was supposed to serve dinner, then ask if he wanted anything, if there was anything she could do for him. She sensed Greg waiting for her to ask. He knew this routine as well as she did. And yet, Lily found herself unable to act. "If he decides he wants to screw, I'll go out of my fucking mind." Greg's hand had stopped stroking her crack, a small favour that suddenly seemed worth whatever might happen next. Lily slipped out of his arms. "I'll go get you some food." He grabbed her arm before she'd taken 2 steps toward the kitchen, his hand clamping hard.
"What are you thinking about?"
"You." Lily wondered if Dorian Rice would be hungry, if she could eat solid food. She should have asked the doctor.
"No, you're not,"
Greg replied, his voice petulant.
"You're thinking about something else. I don't like it when you do that."
"Do what?"
"I don't like it when you go somewhere else in your head. You're supposed to be here with me."
"You fucking candy ass." Lily bit down on the words, bit down hard. Candy ass. It was Maddie's favourite insult. She'd applied it to at least half the people in media by the time she was 14.
"Why don't you say you love me? I've had a lousy day."
Lily opened her mouth, even found her lips edging into an oval to shape the words. "I can't say it." "But what if he hits you?"
"Well, what if he fucking well does?"
That was Maddie again. She and her perennially foul mouth seemed to have taken up residence in Lily's head. Greg's hand had coiled in her hair, and he yanked her head backward, not hard enough to be truly painful, but enough for a warning. Lily felt a muscle pop in her neck.
"Everything I do for you, Lil. Don't you love me?"
She looked up into his eyes, brown, with just a hint of green, and gritted her teeth. It was going to be one of those nights. It had gone too far now for it not to be. But she might reduce the oncoming damage by playing her part. "At what price, Lil?" Maddie asked. Lily could almost see her now, smirking, her blonde hair tied up into the goth girl pigtails she'd favoured since she was about 9. Maddie had never met Greg. She'd disappeared 2 years before Lily first brought Greg home. And yet, even in the beginning, the good days, Lily had always known, deep down, what Maddie would have thought. Greg tugged harder now, pulling Lily's hair, hurting her scalp, and she opened her mouth, not knowing if she meant to say it or not. Even if Dorian couldn't eat solid food, she would need something. Maybe Lily could bring her some soup. Chicken broth. That should be safe enough. That was what invalids always ate in books. Lily should give Dorian some books too, from her hidden stash, so that she wouldn't be bored.
You do love me, don't you, Lil?
What if she can't read?
Lil, say you love me.
No. The word was out before she could pull it back, and Greg flung her across the living room into the teak cabinet that housed the screen. Lily's forehead hit first, splitting open and leaving a smear of blood on the dark wood. The cut didn't hurt so much, but then her midsection also ran into the corner of the cabinet, knocking the wind out of her. It felt like someone had kicked her intestines in. Lily opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Her breath was stuck somewhere in her throat, trying to get down into her lungs, allowing only a series of hoarse gasps. Blood trickled into her left eye, and when she looked up, she saw Greg approaching through a haze of scarlet. The rug was scattered with drops of blood.
What did you say to me?
Good question. Lily had put a lock on her throat a long time ago so that everything would need to pass through a filter before coming out. There was a very real lock there now, a physical one. She struggled to draw breath. But the other lock, the one that mattered, it had broken wide open. She wiped blood from her eye and braced herself as Greg bent down toward her. His face was red with anger, and the corners of his eyes had squeezed down into deep pockets. But the eyes themselves? They were empty.
Want to apologize?
Part of her did. If she apologized and did it well, he would fuck her and then leave her alone for the rest of the night. If she wasn't such a good actress, he might give her a few more sporting injuries and then fuck her anyway. Going to be a bad night. He was about to hit her again. His fist hadn't even clenched, but over the past year Lily had developed good radar for such things. She sensed the oncoming blow, perhaps even before the impulse had left Greg's own brain. She grabbed the leg of his grey suit pants with one bloody hand and pulled herself up into a crouch before he could jump backward. Her stomach was still hitching, but as she straightened and stood, everything relaxed inside her, and she drew a pure, clean breath of air that seemed to fill her up.
You got blood on my suit.
Greg's tone was astonished, as though Lily had defied gravity.
Now I'll have to change.
How terrible for you. He grabbed her by the hair and threw her out of the corner. Lily tripped over the coffee table, barking her shin, and landing in a pile of government flyers that flew everywhere, scattering across the living room floor. She tried to shove herself up, but Greg was behind her, pushing her back down as if she weighed nothing, pinning her against the coffee table. He pulled up her dress, and Lily fought harder, suddenly understanding what was going to happen next. She thought of the woman in the nursery, the bullet hole in her stomach. How brave she had been. She held the idea tightly as Greg ripped her panties off and shoved inside her. He'd planted his arm in the small of her back to keep her still. But Lily hitched involuntarily as she felt something tear deep inside her on the left side. A groan was climbing up the back of her throat, but she bit down on the skin of her hand. Greg would like it if she made a hurt sound. There was no logic to this. It was simply something she knew. Movement from over her shoulder caught her eye. She looked backward past Greg's arm pinning her neck, and saw an upside-down Jonathan standing in the front hall behind her, frozen, his eyes wide. His car keys were still in his hand. Shame crashed down on Lily. She did her best to hide the bruises, knowing very well that she wasn't fooling anyone. Jonathan knew the score. He had taken her to the emergency room when Greg broke her arm. But this was much worse, and everything in Lily screamed that it had to be hidden. She couldn't watch it reflected in anyone's eyes but her own. Jonathan took a step forward, reaching beneath his jacket and pulling out his gun. Lily shook her head frantically. Jonathan could probably stop Greg, even without the gun. Greg was bigger, but Jonathan was combat-trained. But then what would happen? Greg would fire Jonathan without a thought, hire Lily a new bodyguard. Jonathan might even go to prison. And then, what would happen to the woman in the nursery? Or to me? Jonathan took another silent step forward, raising the gun, his eyes fixed on Greg. Lily drew a hitching breath and gasped, "No!" This only served to egg Greg on. He began to thrust faster. But it had also stopped Jonathan. He paused, gun in hand, on the bottom step into the living room. Lily gave him a small smile through gritted teeth, a smile meant to tell him that she would get through it, that she was looking beyond the next few minutes. She rolled her eyes to the left, toward the nursery. The separatist. Jonathan hesitated for a long moment, eyes gleaming and hand clutching the banister. Then he tucked the gun back inside his jacket and disappeared into the shadows of the hallway as silently as he'd come. 2 hours later, Lily hobbled slowly toward the nursery. She'd meant to check on the woman much sooner, but in the end she broke down and took a hot bath. Even after an hour soaking in the tub, she could barely walk. She would have taken some aspirin and gone to bed, but she didn't like the idea of the injured woman sitting in the dark nursery alone. Lily didn't know whether Jonathan had gone to check on her. He appeared to have disappeared from the property again. Greg had gone to Washington for his crisis meeting at the Pentagon. Above the stone wall around the garden, Lily could still see the orange bloom of flames, the thick smoke that obscured the moon. They hadn't been able to get the fire under control yet, and Pryor was still burning. Had Dorian Rice built the bomb herself? Where had she learned that kind of thing, young as she was? The Blue Horizon recruited many veterans, both men and women, who had returned from the oil wars to find themselves unemployed, but Dorian looked too young to have done a single tour of duty. When Lily reached the nursery, she slid the dimmer switch on the wall panel up slowly, not wanting to scare the woman if she was asleep. But Dorian was awake, lying on the couch and staring at the ceiling, looking lucid for the first time. Lily set a bowl of broth and a glass of water on the table in front of her, and Dorian nodded thanks. She had sharp eyes. They tracked Lily's every movement and grimace as she limped across the room. "Looks like we've both been through it today," Dorian remarked. "Where are we?" "My nursery." Lily reached the loose tile, but now she faced a logistical problem. Squatting was simply not going to happen, not tonight. She was reduced to pawing at the tile with her toes. After an interminable period, during which she could feel the young woman's eyes pinned to her back, she managed to work a toenail beneath the edge of the tile and flip it up and over. She bent one knee and stuck her other foot out, gracefully, like a ballet dancer, flipped 2 books out of the hole, and pushed them over to Dorian, who picked them up off the floor and flipped through them appreciatively. "Where's a woman like you get real books?" Lily bit her lip, not sure how much to tell. What if this woman were taken for interrogation? Dorian grinned, showing a missing incisor. "You're already in plenty of trouble, honey." "There are a few other wives in the neighborhood who like to read. One of them has family in California with some kind of collection. They bring her books whenever they come to visit, and we pass them around." Michelle could also procure pharmaceutical-grade painkillers for anyone who needed them. Lily wished she had some now. "Does anyone know I'm here?" "Jonathan does. He went to let some other people know." "I won't be here long, then." "You can stay as long as you like." "Dangerous for you. I bet security's all over this town." "Yes." "When they don't find me, they'll start searching houses." Something new to worry about, but Dorian didn't look particularly worried, so Lily shrugged and tried to look nonchalant as she sat down carefully in her favourite armchair. She tightened up everything in preparation for the landing, gritting her teeth, but when her ass met the cushion, it still started all over again. She should have taken the aspirin. Dorian yawned. "I'm getting sleepy. If you decide to call security, do me a favour and shoot me in the head first." "I won't call anyone." "Good, because I'm not going back into custody." Lily swallowed. She thought again of the blank door, that day in Manhattan, the group of uniformed men hustling the man in the suit inside. She had never found a single article or news report about what went on behind that door. "What's it like?" "What?" "Custody." "Oh, it's wonderful. They serve you steak and whiskey, and when you go to bed there's a little mint waiting on your pillow." "I'm only curious." "Why do you care?" "My sister." But Lily found she couldn't finish that thought. Did she really want to know what had happened to Maddie behind that door? "Nobody talks about it." Dorian shrugged. "It's bad. For women, especially." "Women have a bad time everywhere." "Oh, get off it, rich lady."
Sure, you walked in here limping and shuffling, but we've all done that walk. You should be thankful he was the only one."
Lily swallowed again. The throb between her legs, the raw, rubbed skin, suddenly felt much worse.
"I need to sleep. You can go."
"I'll stay until you're asleep."
"There's no need for that."
Lily leaned back in the armchair, crossing her arms.
"Fine. Christ."
Dorian closed her eyes.
"Wake me up if he comes."
"Who?" Lily almost asked, then answered herself. "No names." She lit the small scented candle that sat on the table beside the armchair, then whispered to the house to turn off the overhead light. Shadows flickered on the walls, highlighting Lily as a matronly figure, an old woman in her rocking chair.
"We've all done that walk."
She watched Dorian fall asleep. Her mind kept on trying to turn to Greg to go over the evening, but Lily wouldn't allow it. She would think about these things tomorrow, in the light of day, but not now. But the images, the sensations kept on coming until she thought she might bolt from the chair and scream. What would Maddie do?
But that was easy.
Maddie wouldn't have shied away from remembering. Maddie would have gone all the way through it. Maddie had always been tough, and Lily, who had been delighted at the idea of a younger sister, quickly became disenchanted when she realized that Maddie was never going to want to play any of the same games as herself. No dress-up, no beauty parlour, no cooking in the fake kitchen that sat in the corner of the living room. Maddie liked baseball, insisted on wearing pants. By the time she was 12, she was the best pitcher in the neighbourhood, so good that the neighbourhood boys not only allowed her to play in their impromptu baseball league, but always picked her first. But being a tomboy was only part of it. Maddie was much smaller than Lily, tiny and pixie-like, but she had no tolerance for bullshit. She was unable to keep silent, even when silence would save her trouble or pain. Their elementary school had had 2 bullies, and by the time Maddie started 6th grade, she had dealt with both of them. In 8th grade, she took several suspensions for arguing with the canned government information being peddled by her history teacher. Maddie was born to be a defender of the weak, of the helpless. Maddie was the first to tell Lily that millions of people were living outside the fences that surrounded media. People who didn't have enough food. People who owed so much money that they would never be free of their debts. Until then, Lily had had no idea that not everyone lived the way their family did. Dad told her the truth as well, but many years later, when Lily was 15. Even though Maddie was the youngest, Dad had clearly told her the truth of things long before. The woman, Dorian, moaned in her sleep, jerking Lily back to the present. Drops of sweat gleamed on Dorian's forehead in the candlelight. Lily cast around and found the bowl of melted ice she had brought up earlier. She hauled herself from the chair, wincing, dipped her towel in the cold water, and wrung it out, and then placed it gently on Dorian's forehead. The towel turned warm almost immediately, and Lily dipped it again, replaced it. She should get Dorian some aspirin. But no, the doctor had left some pills for fever. Lily seemed unable to feel sure of anything. She had been at her father's sickbed, but she didn't know how to take care of sick people. The nurses and machines had done all of the work. Toward the end, when Dad was pumped full of drugs, he had asked for Maddie, and Lily couldn't bring herself to explain where Maddie was, to make him go through it again. She had told him that Maddie was down the hall talking to the doctor, but Dad kept on asking, right until the end. They had a special bond, Dad and Maddie, and because that bond seemed to have always been there, Lily had no time to develop resentment. Dad took Maddie to Phillies games in the summer, and he would sit with her in his study at night, the 2 of them reading endless books together. Even though Maddie was 2 years younger than Lily, she was the first to learn to read on her own. This was the crucial difference between the 2 of them, and the crucial similarity between Maddie and Dad. Maddie cared deeply about things. "If we could be better people," she would say, "if we could care about each other as much as we do about ourselves. Think about it, Lily. Think what the world would be." Lily would not, for this sounded good in theory, but Lily had no such deep drives. Anything she cared about was discarded as uninteresting 2 months later. Maddie's passions were exhausting. They demanded not only interest, but commitment and effort. Sometimes Lily had wished that Maddie would just think about boys and clothes and music, as all of Lily's friends did, as Lily did herself. The candle flame flickered sharply, and Lily looked up at the walls where the shadows of her familiar nursery furniture had turned grotesque in the thin candlelight. The house was supposed to be airtight, to protect against a chemical attack, but she felt a draught from somewhere, chilling her toes. The cold had not woken Dorian, though. She slept on peacefully, her head lolling sideways on the pillow. For a moment she looked so much like Maddie that Lily could almost believe this woman was her sister. But then the shadows shifted again, and the illusion was broken. That Maddie would be politically active was almost a foregone conclusion. Their childhood was not a good time for anyone to be political. But Lily had only realized this years later when she learned about the Frewell administration. One of Lily's English teachers, Mr. Hawthorne, had disappeared when she was halfway through 8th grade, and Lily had not questioned the school's announcement that Mr. Hawthorne had moved to California. Only in college did she remember that Mr. Hawthorne had been prone to sweeping pronouncements about the impact of religion on society, that he often assigned books with this theme. Back then, federal editing of individual works of literature was still new, and Mr. Hawthorne had always managed to secure the original versions for their readers. But one day he was simply gone, replaced with a substitute who used the approved editions. Mr. Hawthorne vanished perhaps 2 months before Maddie did, and Lily, who had barely cared at the time, often wondered now, again, in those moments before sleep, when everything took on an exaggerated importance, and even fever dreams seemed reasonable, how he had gotten caught. A student, probably. A student as thoughtless as Lily, talking because she loved to talk, meaning no harm. She was being watched. Lily knew it suddenly, in every nerve ending. Someone was standing just inside the door to the patio, looking down at her. Greg, back from Washington early, here to check on her, to see what his doll was up to. Greg didn't come into the nursery, but that wouldn't be the only line crossed tonight, would it? Lily would look up and see his grinning face, his bully's cheerfulness, and she would have nothing left. She made herself look up, and relief nearly choked her. It wasn't Greg. The man had entered the room without making a sound, and now he leaned against the closed door, watching her. He was perhaps 40, a tall man with a military bearing that showed clearly despite his relaxed posture. He wore all black. His blonde hair was cropped almost brutally short, but it suited the face beneath, a severe, clean-shaven face, all angles and hard curves. "How is she?" Lily blinked at his accent, which wasn't American. "She's fine. She's got a fever, but the doctor said that might happen. I'll stay with her until it breaks." The man inspected her closely, studying her face. "You're Mrs. Mayhew?" Lily nodded slowly, identifying the accent. English. She hadn't heard an English voice in a long time. It had been more than 10 years since security had closed the border to the UK and expelled all of the Brits. What was he still doing here? "Have you ever seen me before?" he asked. "No." "You sure?" Yes. She was sure. She would have remembered this man. He exerted pull, a magnetism that Lily could feel all the way across the room. He lifted a black canvas bag, smaller than the doctor's, but still clearly medical. Lily heard the light ring of metal instruments inside when he set it on the table. "I don't know why you helped her, but thank you. Unexpected help is the best kind." "Why is it unexpected? Because I'm rich." "That, and your husband." For a moment, Lily could only think of the scene in the living room. Then she realized that he must be talking about Greg's job. Greg didn't work for the government, not exactly, but by now security practically was the government. In the eyes of the Blue Horizon, Greg was just as bad as any politician. The man's eyes were beginning to hypnotize her. With an effort, Lily turned back to Dorian. Why did she blow up the naval base? It seemed so pointless. "Nothing we do is pointless. You only judge because you can't see the whole picture." "I don't judge." "Of course you do. Why wouldn't you? This is a lofty perch you sit on." Lily flushed. and she suddenly found herself wanting to contradict him, to explain about Greg, to tell this man how the perch wasn't so lofty at all. But she couldn't say any of that to a stranger. She couldn't even say it to her friends.
"Boss?"
Dorian asked from the couch.
"There you are, love."
Dorian smiled, a sleepy smile that turned her face into that of a child.
"Knew you'd come. Did it work?"
"Beautifully. Months before they can fly again. You did a good job."
Dorian's eyes brightened.
"Sleep, Dory. Heal up."
Dorian closed her eyes. Lily didn't know what to make of this exchange. Clear affection between the two of them, yes. But what man sent the woman he loved to plant explosives, to be shot?
"I have to get her out of here,"
the man murmured, his eyes troubled. She can stay as long as she needs to.
"Until you tire of the novelty and turn her in."
"I won't," Lily snapped back, stung. "I would never do that."
"Forgive me my skepticism."
"The doctor said she shouldn't be moved," Lily insisted, alarmed, for the man had risen from his armchair, and she saw that he meant to pick Dorian up and carry her out. Lily sprang from her own armchair, then hissed in pain as all of her separate wounds woke up at once.
"Seen some rough handling, haven't we, Mrs. Mayhew? Who's done that to your face?"
"None of your business." He nodded, his eyes bright, and Lily saw that he already knew. Maybe not everything, but more than she wanted him to. "Don't take her away, please."
"Why not?"
Lily cast around for more of the doctor's words. There might be roadblocks.
"There are 3 roadblocks around New Canaan, Mrs. Mayhew. They're no impediment to me."
"Please." Lily was appalled to find herself near tears. The entire day seemed to have crashed down on her all at once. The horrible surgery, Greg, Maddie. And now this man who wanted to take Dorian away before Lily could atone for anything. Please let her stay.
"What's your interest here, Mrs. Mayhew? Might as well tell me. I'll know if you're lying. Are you looking to collect a reward?"
"No!" He bent toward Dorian again. Lily fumbled for words, for any excuse, but she came up with nothing. Only the truth. "I turned my sister in." He looked up sharply.
"What?"
Lily tried to stop, but the words came tumbling out. "My sister. I turned her into security 8 years ago. I didn't mean to, but I did. Dorian looks just like her." He studied her closely for a moment, his eyes narrowed.
"What's your maiden name, Mrs. Mayhew?"
"Freeman."
"Good name for a separatist. What did your sister do?"
"Nothing." Lily closed her eyes, feeling tears threatening to swamp her again. "She had a pamphlet in her room. I didn't know what it was at the time."
"You showed it to someone?"
Lily nodded, and the tears began to slide down her cheeks. "My friends. One of them had a father who worked for security, but I never thought about that. I just wanted to know what Maddie was doing."
"How old were you?"
17. Maddie was 15.
"Did they come for her?"
Lily nodded again, unable to speak. She had no way to explain that morning, the way it never changed in her memory, no matter how badly she wished it to. Lily, standing by her locker, surrounded by her own friends, all of them glued to their phones. Maddie, coming out of a classroom 30 feet away. And just around the corner, not yet seen, the 4 security officers closing in. Sometimes Lily had dreams, hopeless nightmares in which she reached for Maddie, grabbed her arm at the last minute and helped her duck into a classroom, behind a door, out the window. But even her dreaming self knew it was futile. At any moment the 4 men in black uniforms would come around the corner, that 2 of them would grab each of Maddie's arms and escort her down the hallway, that Lily's last glimpse of her sister would be a flash of blonde pigtails before the doors closed. At dinner, the 3 of them, Mum and Dad and Lily, had waited for Maddie to turn up. They had waited through the night as well, and into the next morning. Dad had got on the phone with every important person he knew, and Mom cried almost non-stop. But Lily was silent, some deep and awful part of her already beginning to put 2 and 2 together, to understand what she had done. Dad was only an engineer. His clout was nowhere near strong enough to get a prisoner released, especially not one with suspected separatist ties. They had waited for days and then weeks, but Maddie had never come home. She had vanished into the vast, dark mechanism of security. The doctors said that Dad had died of cancer, but Lily knew the truth. Dad had been dying for a long time, dying slowly and horribly of Maddie's disappearance years before. Mom didn't want to talk about it, didn't even want to think about it. She told friends that Maddie had run away, and when Lily tried to talk about it, Mom would simply ignore her, turning the conversation into a different path. Mom's attitude was maddening, but Dad's grief had been terminal. I killed him too, Lily often thought to herself in those defenseless moments right before sleep. I didn't mean to, but I killed my father. She looked up at the man in front of her, expecting judgment, but his face was neutral. It's been eating you up, I see. Lily nodded. And you're using Dorian as what? Self-punishment? Fuck you, Lily hissed. I'm not the one who sent her to blow up a jet field. She volunteered, he replied mildly. Please. Your group recruits people with nowhere else to go. True, most of them have nowhere else, but that's not why they volunteer. Then why? He leaned forward, his remarkably light eyes gleaming in the candlelight. He steepled his hands, and Lily saw that his fingers were scarred and burned in several places. Whatever she had imagined when she thought of the blue horizon, it wasn't this man. Tell me, Mrs. Mayhew, have you ever dreamed of a better world? Who hasn't? Anyone who profits by keeping the world as it is. You and your husband, for instance. I don't profit by it, Lily muttered, wiping the tears from her cheeks. Maybe not, he replied, his eyes going to the cut on her forehead. Profit is a relative thing. But regardless, there's a better world out there. I see it all the— The Englishman broke off abruptly, tilting his head to one side. A moment later, Lily heard it as well, a siren, no more than a couple of streets away. Time for me to be going. He began digging in the medical bag on the table. I thought I'd need this, but the doctor seems to have done well. Did he leave antibiotics? Lily nodded. I'm supposed to give her 1 shot per day. Good. Don't go shopping and forget. Lily's cheeks coloured, but she didn't take the bait. She can stay? Until I find a safe way to get her out. A few days at most. He pulled a small white packet from the bag and held it out to Lily. Take this. Pour a bit in the bath for a few days. Take it for what? He stared down at her, his face unreadable. You put on a good show, Mrs. Mayhew, but men like your husband rarely limit the damage to the outside. Lily took the packet, trying not to touch his fingers. I suppose you think I have options? Oh, I know you don't. He closed the flap of his medical bag. But don't lose all hope of the better world. It's out there, so close we can almost touch it. What better world? The Englishman paused, deliberating. Lily had thought that his eyes were grey, but now she saw that they were actually bright silver, the colour of moonlight on water. Picture a world where there are no rich and poor, no luxury, but everyone is fed and clothed and educated and cared for. God controls nothing. Books aren't forbidden. Women aren't the lower class. The colour of your skin, the circumstances of your birth, these things don't matter. Kindness and humanity are everything. There are no guns, no surveillance, no drugs, no debt, and greed holds no sway at all. Lily fought against his voice, but not hard enough, for she glimpsed his better world for a moment, clear and limned in shades of blue and green, a village of small wooden houses, of pure kindness, beside a river surrounded by trees. Wake up, Lily. She dug her fingernails into her palms. I'm told that pipe dreams go better with lubricant. His shoulders shook with silent amusement. That's late night, Mrs. Mayhew, but you did ask the question. He opened the patio door and stood framed for a moment in the doorway, listening to the night. He was taller than Greg, Lily saw now, but whereas Greg was still bulky from his football years, this man was agile, with the lithe muscles of a runner or a swimmer. When he turned back to her, She noticed a long, jagged scar running down the side of his neck.
"Do you want to help us further?"
"Help you how?"
"We can always use information. Anything you can pass along via Jonathan would be helpful."
"How did Jonathan join up with you?"
"That's his story to tell."
"How did you get over the New Canaan Wall?"
"There are ways through every barrier, Mrs. Mayhew."
Lily blinked, stunned by the calm assurance of this statement. "Who are you?"
She knew what she would get. No names. The Englishman stepped through the door, and Lily ignored him, staring resolutely at the sleeping woman on the sofa. He had allowed Dorian to stay, but Lily felt as though she had already lost something. Soon they would both be gone, Dorian and this man. And what would Lily have then? A lifetime with Greg? An eternity of nights like tonight? This brief glimpse of another life would make that future 1,000 times worse. When the man spoke, his reply was so unexpected that Lily froze in her chair, and by the time she looked up, he had already vanished into the night. "My name is William Tear." Book 2. Chapter 6. Ewan. Even small gestures of kindness have the potential to reap enormous rewards. Only the short-sighted man believes otherwise. The Glynn Queen's words, as compiled by Father Tyler. The Canaries' ambassador, Ajmal Katan, was a charmer, tall, sharp-witted and handsome, with almond-coloured skin and a blinding white smile. Kelsey liked him immediately, despite Mace's warning that this was exactly the sort of ambassador the King of Kadea always sent to women, smooth and plausible and seductive. Katan's tear was imperfect, but even his accent was engaging, riddled with pauses before long words, and a sharp drop on the penultimate vowel. He had brought Kelsey a beautiful chess set carved from marble, kings and rooks and bishops with intricately detailed faces, and she accepted the gift happily. After their return from the Argive, she had sent several keep servants to clean out Carlin and Barty's cottage, and among assorted other things they had brought back Carlin's old chess set. Both Arliss and Mace were good players. Arliss could beat Kelsey 2 times of 3, but Carlin's set was old, whittled by Barty, no doubt, of plain wood, and beginning to show its wear. It had great sentimental value to Kelsey, but the new set would be more durable for play. Mace had warned Kelsey that the Canaries placed great value on appearances, and as such she had not wanted to conduct this meeting in the large central room of the Queen's wing that usually served for such functions. At her urging, Mace had finally relented and moved the throne back down to the massive audience chamber several floors below. When not filled with people, the chamber felt ridiculously cavernous, so they had also thrown this audience open to the public. Tier nobles had more or less stopped attending Kelsey's audiences once they realized that no gifts would be dispensed from the throne, and Mace and Kelsey had decided on a simple, fair system. The first 500 people who came to the keep gate could attend the audience, so long as they submitted to a search for weapons. Kelsey had found that clothing was a fairly reliable index of wealth. Some of the people who stood in front of her were clearly of the entrepreneurial class, probably dealing in lumber, if not something less legal, but the majority of the audience was poor, and Kelsey had the regrettable thought that most of them had come here for entertainment. Her first few public audiences had featured quite a bit of talk, and some occasional catcalling from the crowd, but Mace had taken care of that, announcing that anyone who captured his attention could look forward to a private conference. Now, Kelsey barely heard a peep. "My master begs that you will honor him with a visit," the ambassador said. "Perhaps one day," Kelsey replied, seeing Mace frown. "At the moment, I have too much to do." "Indeed, you have the full plate. You have provoked the ageless queen. My master admires your bravery." "Has your master never provoked her?" "No. His father did, and received a painful reminder. Now we pay twice as much in glass and horses." "Perhaps that's the difference. We were paying in humans." A moment later, Kelsey remembered that the Canaries also sent slaves to Mortmain, but the ambassador did not seem to take offence. "Yes, we've heard this as well. You forbid human traffic within your borders."
My master is greatly entertained."
There was an insult wrapped in the last statement, but Kelsey made no attempt to unpack it. She needed help from the Cadarees king, and she could not offend the ambassador by questioning him in front of his aides. But neither did she have time to engage in the lengthy and circuitous prelude to serious discussion that was fashionable in Cadair. This morning a message had arrived from Hall with bad news. General Ducat had taken command of the Mort army. Everyone in the Queen's wing seemed to know a horror story about Ducat, and although the border villages had already been evacuated, and Vermond was now beginning to clear out the eastern Almont, even a successful evacuation would accomplish nothing if Ducat got to New London. The city's defences were weak. The eastern side had a high wall, but that wall was too close to the Cadell River, built on watery ground. The western side of the city had nothing. Her mother had trusted the natural defence of the Clayton Mountains to protect the west against a prolonged siege, but Kelsey was not so sanguine. She wanted a western wall around the city, but Mace estimated that they had less than 2 months until the Mort reached the city. Even if she conscripted every stonemason in New London, they would never build it in time. But Cadair had many masons, the best stoneworkers in the New World. Even if the king was unwilling to supplement the Tear army with his own forces, perhaps Kelsey could get him to lend her some of his craftsmen. At the very least, she needed him to stop sending horses to Mortmain. There was a saying, only lightly exaggerated, that a sick Cadarees mare could outrun a healthy Tear yearling. Better horses weren't much use to the Mort up in the border hills, but once they got down into the Almont, superior cavalry would be a crushing advantage. She needed these negotiations to bear fruit. "Shall we get down to business, Ambassador?" Catan's eyebrows rose.
"You move quickly, Majesty."
"I'm a busy woman." Catan settled in his chair, looking a bit disgruntled.
"My master wishes to discuss an alliance."
Kelsey's heart leapt. A murmur ran through the audience chamber, but Mace didn't react. He was too busy staring at the ambassador with narrowed, suspicious eyes.
"My master likewise wishes to reduce his tribute to the Mort," Catan continued, "but neither Cadair nor the Tearling is strong enough to do so alone."
"I agree. What would the terms of this alliance be?"
"Slowly, slowly, Majesty,"
Catan insisted, waving his hands, and that was Kelsey's real clue that she would not like what was coming. The ambassador felt the need to wend his way into it.
"My master recognizes your bravery in defying the Mort, and would reward you accordingly."
"Reward me how?"
"By making you first among his wives."
Kelsey froze, dumbfounded, hearing several of her guards mutter around her. She swallowed hard and managed to reply, though it felt as though her throat were full of moths. "How many wives does your king have?"
23, Majesty."
"Are they all Cadarees?"
"All but 2, Majesty. Those 2 are Mort, gifts from the ageless queen."
"What are the ages of these wives?" The ambassador looked away and cleared his throat.
"I am not sure, Majesty."
"I see." Kelsey wanted to kick herself. She should have seen it coming. Mace had told her that the Cadarees were isolationists, that their assistance would come with heavy strings. But she didn't think that even Mace had foreseen such an offer. She scrambled to think of a counter-proposal. "What is the value of being the first wife?"
"You sit immediately beside the master at table. You have first pick of all gifts delivered to the palace. Once you have produced a healthy son, you have the right to refuse the master's attentions, if you wish."
Corrin had begun tapping his fingers on his sword. Elston appeared to be thinking of creative ways to disembowel the ambassador, and Kib placed a warning hand on his shoulder. But Mace... Kelsey was glad that Catan could not see Mace's expression, for there was murder there. "What of an alliance without marriage?"
"My master is not interested in such an alliance."
"Why not?"
"The King of Cadair cannot have an alliance on an equal footing with a woman. Marriage ensures that your Majesty is seen to submit her will to my master in all things."
Mace moved in sharply, blocking off Kelsey's right side. She blinked in surprise, for she had sensed no threat from the ambassador or his guards. It took a few moments for her to see it. Mace had actually moved to protect the ambassador. Some of Kelsey's anger ebbed away then. She smiled at Mace and felt a rush of affection when he smiled back. Turning back to Catan, she asked, "Would your master expect to share my throne?"
"It is difficult for one man to govern 2 kingdoms, Majesty. Rather, my master would appoint a—"
Catan paused for a moment, searching for language.
"Castellan, yes? A Castellan, to oversee your throne on his behalf."
"And I would live in Kader?"
"Yes, Majesty, with my master's other wives."
Elston had begun to crack his knuckles now, slowly and obtrusively, one at a time. Catan, clearly sensing the thin ice beneath him, did not elaborate on the further joys of living in the king's harem, but merely waited silently for Kelsey's response. "This is the only offer you bring?"
"My master has not empowered me to make any other offer, Majesty."
Kelsey smiled gently. If she were the ruler Carlin had been trying to train, she might have taken Catan's deal, distasteful as it was. But she could not. An entire life seemed to flash before her eyes, the life of a Cadarese concubine outlined clearly before she pushed the thought out of her head. If it would save the Tearling, she would gladly give up her own life, stick a knife in her heart tomorrow. But this, she could not. "I refuse."
"Yes, Majesty."
Catan looked up, his black eyes twinkling with sudden amusement.
"I cannot say that I am surprised."
"Why not?"
"We have heard all about your Majesty, even in Kader. You have a will."
"Then why offer?"
"It is my job, Majesty, to carry the master's wishes and offers. Incidentally, this offer will remain open until my master withdraws it."
The ambassador leaned a few inches closer, lowering his voice.
"But for your sake, I am glad that you do not accept. You are not such a woman to be content in my master's harem."
Kelsey met his smiling eyes and felt her mouth twitch back. She found him attractive, she realized. Attractive in a way that only the fetch had been before. It was a wonderful feeling, almost like freedom. "Will you be staying with us long, Lord Ambassador?"
"Sadly, Majesty, I am to report back to my master as soon as negotiations are concluded. We will beg your hospitality for 1 night only."
"A pity." But Kelsey knew it was probably for the best. She already spent far too much time thinking about the fetch, and another handsome man would only be a further distraction. Deep in her mind, a small voice rose in protest. Would she never deserve any pleasure for herself? But Kelsey smothered it easily. Whenever she needed a cautionary tale, her mother was always there, waiting in the back of her mind. Mace cleared his throat, reminding Kelsey of her duties as a hostess. Cadarese hospitality had well-defined rules, and they would expect to share at least 1 meal with her before they left. "Well, gentlemen, we have—" Kelsey began. But she got no further, for the doors at the other end of the throne room suddenly exploded in commotion. Kelsey's guards drew in tight. Her memory doubled back to that terrible day of her crowning, and the muscles of her shoulder tensed automatically, bunching up beneath her scar. Something was happening at the doors. A group of Queen's guards and Tier army had coalesced into a huddle. Several men shouted to be heard.
"What is it?"
Mace called across the room. No one answered him. An argument was clearly going on, army men bickering with the guard. But finally, a group won through, 2 men hauling a third between them. They approached the throne slowly, haltingly, followed closely by soldiers and guards.
"Good Christ,"
Mace muttered. Kelsey, whose eyesight was not good, had to wait a few moments, but as the 3 men came closer, her mouth dropped open. On the left was her jailer, Ewan, his open, friendly face now scuffed with bruises, one eye swollen shut. On the right was Javel, the prisoner from the Argive. His wrists were manacled, but he appeared to be unharmed. Between them, nearly unconscious, bound with thick rope and bleeding from multiple wounds, was Arlen Thorne. Ewan recognized the man the moment he saw him. He didn't need the silence at the top of the dungeon stairs, where 2 soldiers were supposed to be on duty at all times. He didn't need the swift intake of breath by the woman in cell 2, or the way her eyes blazed as she stared up through the bars. He didn't even need the glimpse of the knife tucked behind the man's back. A tall, starving thin man with bright blue eyes, the Queen had said. And when Ewan looked up and saw the Scarecrow, he simply knew. Still, he was determined to handle things the right way. The Scarecrow had a knife, and Ewan had 3 prisoners to think about. He was big enough to knock the Scarecrow flying, and it was good to know that he would need no weapons to do so. But he also knew that he was big enough to accidentally kill the Scarecrow with such a blow. Dad always warned Ewan to remember his own size, and the Queen, Ewan reminded himself, wanted this man alive. "Good afternoon," the Scarecrow greeted Ewan, leaning over the desk. Javel, the prisoner in cell 3, sat bolt upright from his cot.
"How can I help you, sir?"
Ewan asked. From the corner of his eye, he saw that his other 2 prisoners, Brenner and Banneker, had moved up to stand at the bars. The torchlight played cruelly over the now healing welts that covered Banneker's body, but his face was sly and expectant.
"The Queen has ordered me to transfer all 3 of your prisoners to the Central New London Jail,"
the Scarecrow told Ewan. He had a low, somehow unpleasant voice, and Ewan didn't even question how this man had gotten past the soldiers at the top of the stairs. He guessed they were already dead.
"I'm to escort them myself. This is the first time I've heard about a transfer," Ewan replied. "Give me a moment to note it in the book."
He pulled out the logbook and began to ink up his pen, trying to think. Da had always told Ewan that he had the ability to be clever. It would just take some time and work. After Ewan finished with the book, the Scarecrow would expect him to get up and walk over to the cells with his keys. If Ewan could only get the Scarecrow to walk in front, it would be easy to disarm him. But something told Ewan not to be too sure even of that. The Scarecrow was skinny, yes, but he looked quick. He wore the black uniform of the Tier Army. If he was a soldier, he might have another knife hidden somewhere. "Your name, sir?" Ewan asked.
"Captain Frost."
Ewan wrote as slowly as possible, his face screwed up as though in concentration. He couldn't simply launch himself at the Scarecrow while seated at the table. The table itself would flip over and act as a shield if it didn't kill the man outright. Ewan also had to make sure the man's knife didn't get into any of the cells. Da had told Ewan that prisoners could use any sharp object to pick a lock. Javel had moved up to stand at the bars of cell 3, and Ewan, who had grown accustomed to the man's dull, expressionless face, was shocked at what he saw there now. Javel's expression was that of a hungry dog. His eyes, deep and dark, were glued to the Scarecrow's back. There could be no more delays. Ewan pushed back his chair and got up, pulling the ring of keys from his belt. He came around the right edge of the table, where it would be only natural for the Scarecrow to move out of his way, to go in front of him. But the Scarecrow merely backed away a single step and pressed up against the wall, sweeping a hand toward the cell block.
"After you, Master Jailer."
Ewan nodded and moved forward, his heart thumping in his chest. He warned himself to be on guard, but even so he was taken by surprise, had only the barest fraction of a second to sense the hand around his neck, the knife coming for his throat. He reached up and batted the knife away, heard it clatter to the ground in the far corner behind him. The Scarecrow jumped on Ewan's back, wrapped his arms around Ewan's throat and squeezed. Ewan bent double, trying to throw the Scarecrow over his shoulders, but the man clung to him like a snake, his arms pressing tighter and tighter around Ewan's neck until the cells in front of Ewan were covered with black spots that bloomed wide when he tried to focus. He sought for air, but there was none. Blood was roaring in his ears, but he could still hear the woman, Brenner, hissing encouragement. Banneker, too, was holding the bars of his cell, hopping up and down in his excitement. And then there was Javel, silent, his eyes wide and unhappy, his hands outstretched as though to ward something off. The agony in Ewan's chest had become a fire that burned everything now, his arms and legs and head, and he didn't have the strength to pry the man loose. Stinging pain arrowed up from Ewan's palm. He thought for a moment, and then realized that he was still clutching his ring of keys, gripping them hard enough to draw blood. The world had turned to a dark, bruised purple, and Ewan suddenly realized that without air to breathe, he was going to die, that the Scarecrow would kill him. Dar was dying, Ewan knew, but Dar was dying of old age, of sickness. This wasn't the same. Javel's unhappy face swam before him, and without warning, Ewan's mind made one of its odd connections. Javel didn't want this to happen. Javel was a prisoner, yes, a traitor, but somehow he was not the Scarecrow's friend. All of Dar's old lectures about jailbreak echoed through Ewan's head, but before he could think about them, he had already flung the keys towards cell 3. He watched them clang off the bars and land just between them, saw a dirty hand scrabbling for them on the ground. Then the purple world darkened to black. When Ewan woke up, his head and chest were aching. His neck stung as though it had been scraped with a brick. He opened his eyes and saw the dungeon's familiar ceiling above him, grey stones caked with mould. Dar always said that whoever had built the keep had done a good job, but it had become harder and harder over the years to prevent seepage from the moat. What had woken him up? The noise, of course. The noise to his right. Snarling sounds like a dog would make. A thick thud like a baker's fist sinking into dough. They had lived right next to a bakery when Ewan was growing up, and he loved to stand on his toes and watch the bakers through the windows. He wanted to close his eyes and go back to sleep, just as he would have on a Sunday morning long years ago, before he began to apprentice with Dar in the dungeon. The dungeon! Ewan's eyes snapped open. Again he saw the familiar pattern of mould on the ceiling. "Stop!" a woman shrieked, her voice echoing around the stone walls. It hurt Ewan's ears. He looked to his right and saw the ghost woman clutching the bars, screaming. On the floor beneath her, Javel was crouched over the Scarecrow, pinning him down. Javel was laughing, dark laughter that made Ewan's arms prickle. As he watched, Javel reared back and hit the other man squarely in the face. "I have only one question for you, Arlen." Javel's high cackle drowned out the woman's scream. Another blow landed, and Ewan winced. The Scarecrow's features were awash with dripping red. "Can you do the math? Can you, Arlen? Can you flesh-peddling bastard?" Ewan struggled to sit up, though his head pounded so hard that he groaned and blinked tears from his eyes. When he opened his mouth, nothing came out. He cleared his throat and found new agony, roaring pain that barreled down to his chest and back again. But he was able to produce a weak croak. "The Queen!" Javel paid no attention. He hit the Scarecrow again, this time in the throat, and the Scarecrow began to cough and gag. Now Ewan spotted his keys, still stuck in the lock of cell 3, dangerously close to the reach of Banneker. He crawled over and retrieved them, then approached Javel cautiously from behind. "Stop!" Ewan whispered. He couldn't seem to raise his voice. His throat felt as though someone had set it on fire. "Stop! The Queen!" Javel didn't stop, and Ewan realized then that Javel meant to hit the Scarecrow until he was dead. Ewan took a deep, painful breath and grabbed Javel beneath the arms, hauling him backward off the unconscious man. Javel snarled and turned on Ewan, attacking him with his fists. But Ewan accepted this with patience. The Queen would not wish Javel to be hurt either. Ewan certainly didn't want to hurt him. Javel had been a good and well-behaved prisoner, and even when Ewan had thrown him the keys, he had not fled. Ewan kept his arms around Javel in a bear hug, dragging him toward the wall, not letting go even when Javel hit Ewan in his right eye, snapping his head backward and sending sparks across his vision. He threw Javel up against the wall, hard enough for the man's head to rap against the stones. Javel groaned softly and rubbed his scalp, and Ewan took the moment of sudden silence to croak, "The Queen wants this man alive. Do you hear? She wants him alive." Javel looked at him with bleary eyes. The Queen wants him alive. She told me so." Javel smiled dreamily, and Ewan's stomach tightened with worry. Even after Dar's many lectures about minding his size, Ewan had injured one of his brothers while wrestling, rolling Peter into a fence post and breaking his shoulder. He might have thrown Javel against the wall too hard. Javel's voice, too, was odd, hazy, seeming to float somewhere over their heads. "Queen Kelsea. I saw her, you know, on the keep lawn. But she was older. She looked like the true Queen. I don't think anyone else saw." "What's the true Queen?" Ewan asked, unable to help himself. Whenever Dar told fairy stories, it was always the queens that Ewan liked best.
The true queen, the one who saves us all.
A shrill cackle echoed behind them, and Ewan whirled, certain that the scarecrow had only been shamming, that he somehow recovered his knife. But it was only the woman, Brenna, clutching the bars of her cage, grinning happily.
The true queen,
she mimicked in a ghastly, cracked voice.
Fools. She goes to her death before the first snowfall. I've seen it.
Ewan blinked, and then cast a quick glance toward the ground. The scarecrow lay motionless, but Ewan was sure he had seen the man move. He turned back to Javel, who was still rubbing his head.
Will you help me tie him up? I have rope.
I can't kill him, can I? Javel asked sadly. Not even now.
No,
Ewan replied in a firm voice, certain of this one thing.
The queen wants him alive.
Isha trudged slowly down the hallway, a lit candle in one hand and the red leather-bound book in the other. 2 weeks ago she had turned 12, and Maman had given her permission to get up and read when she was wakeful. Maman didn't have insomnia, but she seemed to understand Isha's misery at being stuck there, alone in the dark. She must have passed the request along to the Queen, or the mace as well, because now the guards ignored Isha when they saw her wandering through the keep in her nightgown, clutching her book. She always went to the same place to read, the arms room. Venner and Fell were too important to work the night shift, so the room was always empty at night, save for the rare guard who came in to sharpen a sword or grab a replacement piece of armor. Isha liked to take the 5 straw men that Venner kept there for beginning sparring, arrange them in a big pile in the far corner, and curl up with her book. It was a good reading spot, quiet and private. She passed Corin, leaning against the wall. He was in charge of the night guard this week. Isha liked Corin. He always answered her questions, and he had shown her the best way to grip a knife for throwing. But she knew better than to talk to him when he was on duty. She gave him a small wave with 2 of the fingers holding her book, and saw him smile in return. None of the other guards lining the corridor were her friends, so she kept her eyes down until she reached the arms room. The cavernous chamber, large and dark, should have frightened her. Many dark rooms did. But Isha loved the glitter of weapons in the candlelight, the tables and tables of swords and knives and armor, the slight residual smell of old sweat. Even the long, looming shadows cast by her candle didn't frighten Isha. All of these shadows seemed to have the tall, careful aspect of Venner, and they were a comforting presence in the dark. Isha knew that she was becoming a better fighter every day. A few days ago she'd even gotten through Fell's guard with her knife, while the men lining the walls hooted and cheered. Isha took it as a point of pride that several of the guards spent their free time watching her spar. She was getting better, yes, but that wasn't all. She sensed her own potential to be more than better, to be great. Someday, I'll be one of the greatest fighters in the tier. I'll be the Fetch himself. Isha had told no one about this dream, not even Maman. Even if other people didn't laugh, she knew that to speak the dream out loud would curse it, hex it somehow. She gathered the straw men in the far corner of the arms room. And when they were arranged just right, she collapsed contentedly and opened her book to its mark. She read for hours through a great battle and the pleas of a woman who dreamed of holding a sword, and her mind raced ahead of her to the day when she would stride across the world, weapon in hand, finding evil and stabbing it out. These thoughts spun out before her, faster and faster, a grand dream. And finally, Isha slept. The candle continued to burn beside her for perhaps 40 minutes, until it guttered and died, leaving her in the dark. She awoke to the sound of the door opening, of voices. Her first instinct, learned from earliest childhood, was to freeze, to make herself invisible. She had escaped from Dar, but in waking moments that never mattered. Some little part of her was always awake, waiting for his thick, ponderous movement in the dark. Slitting her eyes open, she saw faint torchlight inching its way around the edge of the table. She drew her knees up, curling into the smallest ball possible. It was 2 men, she realized after a moment, one with a younger, lighter voice, and one with the older, roughened tones of a long-time Queen's Guard. This second voice took her only a few seconds to identify. The mace. Isha had heard his angry growl often enough lately to recognize it now, even when he spoke calmly and quietly. "Had a good break?" the mace asked. His tone was pleasant, but Isha heard unpleasantness just beneath it, lurking. The other man must have been able to hear it as well, because his voice, when he answered, was low and defensive. "I'm sober. That's not my concern. I know you'll never make that mistake again." "Then what's your concern?" the younger man asked, his tone aggressive. "You and her." Isha curled into a tighter ball, listening closely. This would be about Marguerite, for certain. All of the guards, even Corin, had a certain look on their faces when they watched Marguerite, even if she was just walking across a room. Isha had been jealous for a bit, but then she remembered that Corin was old, 38. Too old for Isha, even in her fantasy life. The mace's voice remained measured and careful, but there was still that tone lurking underneath. "You can't hide much from me, you know. I've known you too long. You're not impartial. That's fine. Perhaps none of us are. But none of us have your job." "Leave off," the younger man snarled. "Don't take your anger out on me," the mace replied mildly. "I haven't done this to you. It's just difficult." "You've noticed the change in her, then?" "I never cared which face she wore." "Ah, so this isn't new?" "No." "That makes it worse, I think. Do you want me to choose another for your job?" "No!" Isha's brow wrinkled. Something pulled at her memory. The identity of the younger guard was right there, almost identifiable. She thought about leaning around the corner of the table and taking a peek, but she didn't dare. The mace saw everything. He would certainly see the tip of her head if it poked out. He was sneaky himself, but he would not take kindly to an eavesdropper. And if she got caught, they might not let her come in here to read at night any more. "My skills aren't compromised," the younger guard insisted. "It's a nuisance, not a problem." The mace remained silent for a long moment, and when he spoke again, Isha was surprised to hear that his voice had softened. "You may think you're the first one this has ever happened to, but I assure you that this is an old problem for close guards. I understand it well, believe me. I'm not sure that it doesn't actually make you a better guard. You'd throw yourself in front of the knife without a thought, no?" "Yes," the younger man replied bleakly, and Isha finally identified him. Pen Alcott. She crouched lower, trying to remember the rest of the conversation, to puzzle it out. "What of that woman you've found?" the mace asked. "Does she offer no relief at all?" Pen laughed, without humour. 10 minutes of relief, every time. "We can find another shield, you know," the mace told him. "Several of them are ready. Elston would jump at the chance." "No. It would be a greater torment to be out of the room than in." "You say that now, but think, Pen. Think about when she takes a husband, or even just a man for the night. How will you feel then, being right outside the door?" "She may not take either." "She will," the mace replied firmly. "She has her mother's recklessness, and her mind grows older by the day. It won't be long before she finds that outlet." Pen was silent for a long moment. "I don't want to be replaced. Partial or no, I'm the best man for the job, and you know it." "All right." The mace's voice lost its gentle edge and became iron-hard as he continued. "But mark me, I'll be watching. And if I see one sign of impaired performance, you're done. Not just with your post, but with this guard. Do you understand?" Silence. The pile of straw men began to collapse behind Isha's back, and she dug her heels into the floor, clutching her book, trying to keep the entire mountain from shifting down in an avalanche. "I understand," Pen replied stiffly. "I'm sorry to put you in this position." "Christ, Pen, we've all been there. You won't find a man in her mother's guard who didn't go through this at one point or another. It's an old problem. A difficult thing." Isha was losing ground. She pushed hard with her legs, pressing back against the corner, holding the pile of straw men in place. If they would only leave! "Better get about it now. She'll wake in a few hours." "Yes, sir." Footsteps retreated toward the door. "Pen?"
Sir?
"You're doing a good job. She doesn't mind having you a foot away, I can tell. and that's really a remarkable accomplishment. I'm not sure she wouldn't have killed anyone else by now. Pen didn't reply. A moment later, Isha heard the door open and close. She relaxed and felt one of the straw men topple to the ground on her right.
And you, hellcat?
Isha gave a small shriek. The mace loomed over her, his hands clenched on the table edge. Despite her fright, Isha couldn't help staring at those hands, which were covered in scars. Venner and Fell had told her that the mace was a great fighter, one of the greatest in the tier. To have hands like that, he must have been battling for a lifetime. That's what I want to be, Isha realized, staring fixedly at the 3 white scars across one knuckle. That dangerous. That feared.
I've heard of your nightly wanderings, girl. Venner and Fell tell me you've a great gift for the knife.
Isha nodded, her face flushing slightly with pleasure.
Do you come here every night?
Almost. I wish I could sleep in here. The mace was not distracted.
You've heard something you shouldn't. Something that could be very dangerous to the Queen.
Why?
Don't play foolish with me. I've watched you. You're a quick little thing.
Isha paused for a moment. I am quick, but I won't tell anyone what I heard.
You're not an easy child.
The mace looked closely at her, and Isha shrank back. His eyes were terrible things, invasive, as though he were turning her inside out with his gaze.
What do you mean to do with your knife one day, if you're as gifted as Venner and Fell claim?
I'll be a Queen's guard, Isha replied promptly. She had decided this 3 days ago at the very moment she had snuck under Fell's guard and dimpled his jugular with her knife.
Why?
Isha cast around for words, but nothing came. Only the image, deep in her mind, of Dar's shadow on the nighttime wall. That was nothing she could tell the mace about, even if she could explain Dar to anyone. There were huge swaths of memory gone. Dark patches where Isha's early childhood had simply disappeared. It would be an impossible tale to tell. But this place, the Queen's Wing, was safe, a well-lit shelter where they could stay forever. Maman said they were in constant danger here, but Isha could live with the danger of swords. She understood that it was Maman's queerness that had somehow gotten them in here in the first place. But the Queen existed above Maman, a godlike figure dressed in black, and Isha knew that she would never again have to see Dar's shadow on the wall. She couldn't tell any of this to the mace. All she could say was, I'd never do anything to hurt the Queen. I'd kill anyone who tried. The mace's arrow-like gaze pierced her for a moment longer, seeming to knife through her body. Then he nodded.
I'm going to trust you, Hellcat. More than that, I'm going to consider this your first test. Swordsmanship is an important quality for a Queen's Guard, but there are other things just as crucial, and one of them is your ability to keep a secret.
I can keep a secret, sir. Probably better than most adults. The mace nodded, pity in his gaze, and Isha realized then that he must know all about Dar. Maman sat right next to the Queen every day, brought her food and drink. They would have found out everything about her, and Dar had been no secret in their neighborhood. Even when Isha was little, no other children had ever been allowed over to their house to play. Captain?
What?
Even if I keep quiet, other people might find out. They might see it in Pen's face like you did.
Did you?
No, but I'm 12.
It's a fair point, the mace replied seriously. But let's just say that I see more in men's faces than most. I think the secret will be safe for a while, just between you and me.
Yes, sir.
Off to bed, Hellcat.
Isha scrambled up, grabbed her book and candle, and left. In their family room, she placed the red leather book carefully on her bedside table and climbed into bed. But she couldn't sleep yet. Her thoughts were too full of all she'd seen and heard. Pen Alcott was in love with the Queen, but the Queen couldn't marry one of her guard, even Isha knew that, though she could not have said why. So Pen had no hope at all. She tried to feel some sympathy for him, but could only muster up a little. Pen got to stand right next to the Queen every day, his sword protecting her from the wide world. Surely that was reward enough. Love was a real thing, Isha thought, but secondary. Certainly, love was not as real as her sword. Chapter 7. The Gallery. The Mort do nothing halfway. Anon.
Tree.
Tyler held up another slip of paper. The mace looked at it for a moment, wearing the same irritated, truculent expression that he always wore during these sessions.
Bread.
Tyler held up another slip, holding his breath. After some dithering, he had decided to throw some difficult words into this batch, for this particular student would not want to be coddled. The mace stared at the word for a moment, his eyes flickering back and forth between syllables. Tyler had encouraged him to sound out the words, but the mace refused to do so. He wanted to do everything inside his head. His reading level progressed at a pace that was nearly alarming.
Difference,
the mace finally declared.
Good.
Tyler put the cards down. That's very good. The mace wiped his brow. He'd been sweating.
I'm still having trouble between C and K.
It's difficult, Tyler agreed, not meeting the mace's eyes. Tyler walked a fine line in these sessions, tiptoeing between being encouraging and being solicitous. For if the mace felt that Tyler was treating him as a child, he would likely beat Tyler senseless. But still, Tyler found himself looking forward to these lessons. He enjoyed teaching, and was sorry that he'd waited until his 71st year to discover that fact. But this was the only enjoyable part of Tyler's days. His leg, which had fractured at the shin, was wrapped in a cast, a constant reminder of the Holy Father's anger. The entire Arvath seemed to know that Tyler was in trouble, and his brother priests had shunned him accordingly. Only Wide, who was too old to be concerned about his place on the Arvath ladder, seemed willing to be seen in Tyler's company. The mace was looking at him expectantly, waiting for more instructions. But Tyler had suddenly lost his enthusiasm for the lesson. He stacked the cards on his desk and looked curiously at the mace.
How did you get away with it all of these years?
The mace's expression tightened, became wary.
What does it matter?
It doesn't. I'm only curious. I could certainly never have pulled it off. The mace shrugged. He was immune to flattery.
Carroll knew. He wanted my skills in the Guards, so he helped me to keep it a secret. We had an agreement.
Why didn't he teach you?
He offered.
The mace looked away.
I refused. It didn't matter then anyway. Alyssa had about as much use for books as a cat has for a riding crop. But now...
Tyler heard the mace's unspoken thought easily. Queen Alyssa may not have cared about illiteracy, but Queen Kelsea would care very much.
But the Queen would never kick you out of the Guard.
Of course she wouldn't.
I just don't want her to know.
Tyler nodded, wondering, as he so often did, whether the mace was the Queen's father. His attitude toward her was often that of an exasperated parent, but the identity of the Queen's father was one of the most closely held secrets of the Guard. Tyler wasn't even sure whether the Queen knew herself.
What's next?
Tyler thought for a moment.
Practice stringing individual words together. In the Queen's library are several books by a man named Dahl. Choose one and try to work your way through it. Don't skip the longer words. Sound them out and bring the book with you the next time you come.
The mace nodded.
I think...
3 sharp raps sounded on Tyler's door. The mace sprung from his chair, a quick, silent movement. When Tyler turned to look behind him, the room was empty, the hidden door beside the desk just swinging shut.
Come in, please.
The door opened, and Tyler froze as the Holy Father entered the room. Brother Jennings was behind him, his round face curious, but the Holy Father left him outside, closing the door. Tyler grasped the edge of the desk and pulled himself to his feet, keeping his broken leg off the floor.
Good day, Tyler.
Your Holiness? Tyler offered him the good chair, but Anders waved it away.
Sit, Tyler, sit. You, after all, are the one with the broken leg. Most unfortunate, that accident.
Tyler sat, watching Anders' eyes dart all over the room, taking in everything, while his face remained immobile. In that way, he did remind Tyler of the old Holy Father, who never missed a single thing. All of Tyler's earlier feelings of bravery seemed to have evaporated quickly and quietly. and he was acutely aware of his own old age. How fragile he was in comparison to this hearty, middle-aged man.
"I am in a difficult position, Tyler."
The Holy Father gave a heavy, melodramatic sigh.
"The Queen. She has laid hands on me, you see."
Tyler nodded. No one was supposed to touch a priest of God's church, not publicly anyway, and it was unthinkable for anyone, let alone a woman, to lay hands on the Holy Father himself. It had only been a week, but Wyde, who worked at the homeless kitchens in the morning, said that the entire city already seemed to know what had happened at the Queen's dinner. Wyde had even heard one rumour that the Queen had given the Holy Father a savage beating with her bare hands. These stories were harmful to the Queen, certainly. The devout were scandalised. But the damage to the Holy Father was much greater.
"This won't stand, Tyler. If no consequences fall on the Queen for her actions, then we are all left hanging in the wind. The Arvath's political power will dwindle to nothing. You understand?"
Tyler nodded again.
"But if God's wrath were to fall on her swiftly, think of it, Tyler."
The Holy Father's eyes brightened, sparkling with a hint of that same terrible glee that Tyler had seen there on the night of Father Seth.
"Think of how God's church would benefit. Conversions would increase. Tithing would increase. Faith has grown slack, Tyler, and we need to make an example. A public example. You see?"
Tyler didn't see. Not exactly. But he didn't like the turn of the conversation. Anders had halted in his pacing now, right in front of Tyler's bookshelves. He pulled down a distant mirror, and Tyler tensed, lacing his fingers together at his waist. When Anders opened the book and ran a finger down one of the middle pages, Tyler's flesh crawled beneath his skin.
"The Queen is not vulnerable," he blurted out. "There is the mace, and she has magic."
"Magic!"
In a sudden sharp movement, Anders wrenched the book down the binding, tearing it in two. Tyler cried out, his hands reaching automatically before he snatched them back. He did not have the Queen's gall. He could not lay hands on the Holy Father. He could only watch as Anders dropped one shredded half of the book and began to rip pages out of the other, one at a time. They drifted lazily back and forth toward the floor.
"Magic, Tyler?"
Anders asked softly.
"And you a priest?"
A soft knock came at the door, and Brother Jennings leaned through the doorway, his avid eyes taking in the entire scene.
"Everything all right, Your Holiness?"
"Perfectly so,"
Anders replied, his gaze fixed on Tyler.
"Fetch a few more brothers in here. There's work to do."
Brother Jennings nodded and left. Tyler stared mutely at the books on his shelves. There were so many of them. "Please," he heard himself beg, "please don't. They never did you any harm."
"These are secular books, Tyler, and you've been storing them in the Arvath. I'd be well within my rights to burn them."
"They don't hurt anyone. I'm the only one who reads them." Brother Jennings knocked and entered. Several other priests followed, including Wyde, who gave Tyler an apprehensive glance as he came through the door. Anders pointed to the shelves.
"Remove the books and their holders to my private apartments."
The younger priests began to move immediately, but Wyde hesitated, staring at Tyler.
"Problem, Father Wyde?"
Anders asked. Wyde shook his head and held out his arms to accept a pile of books from the shelf. He didn't look at Tyler again. While they worked, Anders continued to rip the pages from a distant mirror. One landed at Tyler's feet, and when he looked down, he saw Chapter 7 in bold print. Tears filled his eyes, and he had to bite his lip to keep them there. Looking up, he made the unpleasant discovery that Anders was enjoying himself enormously, his eyes sparkling with pleasure. The priests continued to march in and out of the room, until finally the shelves stood empty against the wall. The sight made Tyler want to break down and weep. Brother Jennings levered the bookshelves from the wall and tipped them horizontal, and Wyde snuck Tyler one last apologetic glance as he grabbed hold of a corner. Then they were gone. The wall was blank. Only two whitened rectangles remained to show where Tyler's books had been. He stared numbly at them, And now the tears came, beyond his power to hold back.
Tyler.
Tyler turned, his heart pounding, to face the Holy Father. For the first time in his adult life, he wanted to do violence to another person. His hands had clenched into fists inside the sleeves of his robe. Anders reached inside his own robes and came out with a small vial of clear, colourless liquid. He passed it thoughtfully from one hand to another before remarking,
"The Queen is not protective of her person with you. I watched you pass her the bread at dinner. Does her drink ever pass through your hands?"
Tyler nodded jerkily. His face had gone cold.
"Tea. The mace can't consider you a threat, or he would never tolerate such an arrangement."
The Holy Father held out the vial. It looked smooth in his hand, almost oily, and Tyler stared numbly, unable to accept.
"I won't insult your intelligence, Tyler, by explaining what you're to do with this. But I want it done within a month. If not, you will watch me douse every single one of your books in oil and strike a match. I will do it personally, on the front steps of the Arvath, and you will watch."
Tyler cast around for answers, but there was nothing, only the pile of torn pages on the ground.
"Take it, Tyler."
He took the vial.
"Come with me,"
the Holy Father commanded, opening the door. Tyler grabbed his crutches and lurched forward to follow. Several brothers and fathers had their doors open, and they stared at Tyler as he went by, following the Holy Father down the hallway toward the staircase. Tyler sensed them, but didn't see them, his mind utterly blank now. It seemed important not to think of his books, and that meant not thinking of anything at all. At the end of the corridor, they emerged onto the staircase landing. Tyler tried to keep his eyes on the ground, but at the last moment he couldn't help looking up. Seth was there, sitting on his stool as he had done every day for the past 2 weeks, his legs spread wide to display the mangled area between them. The actual wound had been cauterized and stitched up somehow, but what remained was almost worse, a charred and seamed landscape of red flesh. Pink streaks radiated outward along Seth's inner thighs, signifying the beginning of infection. Hung around his neck was a placard with one scrawled word: "Abomination." Seth stared blankly down the hallway, his gaze so fixed that Tyler wondered if they were keeping him dulled with some sort of narcotic. But no, what killed pain would also kill the point of the lesson, wouldn't it? For the first week, Seth's moans of agony had been audible all the way down the hall, and none of them had slept for days. Tyler closed his eyes, and then, mercifully, they were past Seth and down the stairs. Anders began to speak again, his voice pitched low enough to reach Tyler, but not Brother Jennings, who trailed silently several feet behind.
"I am not unaware, Tyler, that this must be an unpleasant errand for you. And every unpleasant errand requires not only punishment for failure, but reward for success."
Tyler followed mutely, still trying to push Seth's image from his mind. The Holy Father's talk of reward did not cheer him in the slightest. In his childhood, Tyler had seen village dogs trained in much the same way for the ring. When an animal was beaten hard enough, it would work just not to be beaten, and consider itself well rewarded. The status quo could shift at any time.
My books.
The numbness broke slightly, and Tyler felt agony there, waiting, like freezing water beneath thin ice. He focused on walking, feeling each step as an individual ache. The old Holy Father had always used the lift to transport him between floors, but Anders rarely did so. He seemed to enjoy demonstrating his own fitness, and now he was surely enjoying Tyler's discomfort as well. The arthritis had woken up, causing Tyler's hip to throb unhappily. His broken legs snarled with each step, even though Tyler was careful never to let it bump against the ground. He concentrated on each of these discomforts, almost relishing them, easy pains that were entirely physical. After endless flights of stairs, they passed the ground floor and continued down the steps into the Arvath's basement. Tyler had never been to the basement, which was only a resting place for Holy Fathers deceased. No one came down here, except for 2 unfortunate brothers who had drawn the duty to keep the crypts free of insects and rats. These 2, men unfamiliar to Tyler, sprang to their feet and bowed as the Holy Father entered, Tyler following at his heels like a ghost. Anders took the torch that one of the young men offered and led Tyler into the tombs. It was bone-cold down here, and Tyler shivered in his thin robes. They passed the entrances to many crypts, decorated arches of stone that stretched high above them on both sides. The corpses of Holy Fathers were always embalmed before being laid to rest, but Tyler still thought that he could smell death in this place. Briefly, he wondered if Anders had brought him down here to kill him, and then he discarded that idea. He was needed. God, please show me the way out. The crypts were behind them now. Ahead was only a single large stone door covered with a layer of dust. As they drew up in front of it, Anders produced a simple iron key.
"Look at me, Tyler."
Tyler looked up, but found that he couldn't meet the other man's eyes. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the bridge of Anders' nose.
"I am the only person with the key to this door, Tyler. But if you succeed in your task, I will give this key to you."
He opened the door, though it required several twists of the key to do so. The door squealed miserably as the Holy Father shoved it open. No one had entered this room in a long time. The Holy Father beckoned him inside, but Tyler already knew somehow what would be there. And as light from the torch fell over the room, despair wrapped around Tyler's heart. The room was full of books. Someone had constructed shelves for them, the sort of rough-hewn furniture that had predominated after the landing, when even simple tools were difficult to come by. Tyler's eyes roamed helplessly across the room, shelf after shelf of books, thousands of them, all the way down to the far wall. He stepped forward, drawn helplessly, reaching out to touch the books on their shelves. Some were leather-bound, some paper. No one had cared for them, or even bothered to organize them. Titles and authors had been thrown together haphazardly, stacked horizontally on the shelves. Everything was covered with a thick layer of dust. The sight hurt Tyler's heart.
"Tyler."
He started for a moment. He'd forgotten that the Holy Father was there.
"If you succeed," the Holy Father said softly, "not only will you have the key to this room, but you will become the Arvath's first librarian. You will cease to be the keep priest, and I will relieve you of all other duties. No one will ever bother you again. Your only task will be to live down here and take care of these books."
Tyler turned back to stare at the room, breathing in the smell of old paper. He could spend the rest of his life in here and not read the same book twice.
"The poison is delayed," the Holy Father continued. "It will take some 2 or 3 hours for the Queen to show the first symptoms. This is your window to return to the Arvath."
"They'll come after me. The mace will."
"Perhaps. But not even the mace will dare to remove you from the Arvath without my permission. You saw how they had to lure Matthew to the keep in order to take him. You may never be able to leave the Arvath again, but so long as you make it back, you will be safe from reprisal, and you may live your life out here, with these books."
Thinking of the mace's uncanny ability to appear and disappear from walls at will, Tyler almost smiled. The mace would find him, no matter where he went, but Tyler didn't bother to correct the Holy Father. He wondered what the Queen would say if she could see this room. "What happens after she dies?" he asked, startling himself.
"There will be a bit of squabbling, certainly.
But eventually the Tear will become a Mort protectorate." Tyler blinked. "The Red Queen is a noted unbeliever. Will that not be worse for the Church?"
"No."
A smile played at the corners of Anders' mouth.
"Everything has already been arranged."
Poor bedfellows, Tyler thought sickly, recalling the mace's words. "My leg is still weak, Your Holiness. I would like to go back upstairs."
"Of course," Anders replied,
his tone solicitous now.
"We will go at once."
Anders locked the door behind them, and they moved slowly back between the tombs. Tyler's leg had gotten so bad that he was now forced to hobble.
"We will take the lift, Tyler, to spare your leg."
Together they crowded onto the thick platform of wood that stood beside the staircase, and Anders nodded to the two priests who waited there.
Brothers' quarters.
Tyler grabbed the railing, slightly sick again as the lift began to rise.
This is a test, Tyler, the Holy Father told him. God is testing your faith, your loyalty.
Tyler nodded, but he felt lost and bewildered. He had lived in the Arvath for his entire adult life, considered it home. But now it seemed a strange landscape, pitted with unknown dangers. When the lift reached the quarters, he wandered away from the Holy Father without a word, past Seth, and down the hallway, past the staring eyes of his brothers, past Wide, who waited beside Tyler's doorway, his eyes downcast.
"I'm sorry," Wide murmured. "I didn't want to, Tyler, but—"
Tyler closed the door in his face and went to sit on the bed. The bare walls seemed to glare at him, and he tried to ignore them, tried to pray. But he couldn't escape the feeling that no one was listening, that God's attention was elsewhere. Finally he gave up and pulled the small vial out of his robes, rolling it in both hands, running one thumb over the waxed stopper. The liquid inside was perfectly clear. Tyler could look straight through and see a distorted image of the tiny room around him, the room where not so long ago he had expected to live contentedly for the rest of his life. He thought of the Queen's library, the way time seemed to disappear as Tyler sat there, everything melting away until he felt that he was part of some better world. He could not do this thing, but he could not leave his books either. There seemed no way out. Tyler got up and placed his hand on the wall, smoothing a palm across the white stone. There was no help for him in prayer, he saw now. Nor could he afford to wait for miracles. God would not single Tyler out. If he wanted salvation, he would have to save himself.
"This is a fool's errand,"
Mace grumbled. "You think all of my errands are foolish, Lazarus? I'm not impressed." They were travelling in near darkness through one of the Mace's many tunnels that seemed to beehive the keep. The only illumination came from a torch carried by Father Tyler, who limped alongside Penn. In the dim amber light, the priest's face looked paler than ever. Kelsea had asked Mace what was going on in the Arvath to make Father Tyler so miserable, but Mace, being Mace, had refused to say, remarking only that the new Holy Father was even worse than the old. It was Father Tyler who had sent Kelsea on this little jaunt. The vision of William Tear had sent her into a kind of frenzy, and in the past week she had torn Carlin's library apart, determined to find some information about Lily Mayhew, about Greg Mayhew, about Dorian Rice, about any of them. When Father Tyler had arrived this morning, Kelsea had been sitting there on the library floor, in a rut of sleeplessness and failure, surrounded by Carlin's books, and she seized on the priest as a last resort. Were there any written histories about the years surrounding the crossing, the life of William Tear? There had been no actual publishing after the crossing, of course, but perhaps there was a handwritten history. Someone should have kept a journal, at least. Father Tyler shook his head regretfully. Many of the original generation of Utopians had indeed kept journals, but in the dark period after the Tear assassination, most of them had disappeared. Several fragments had been preserved in the Arvath, and Father Tyler had seen them, but they discussed everyday problems of survival, the scarcity of food, the labour of constructing the fledgling village that would one day become New London. Most of Father Tyler's own knowledge of the crossing was based on oral history, the same folklore that pervaded the rest of the Tearling. No real writings had survived. "But there is something, Majesty," Tyler remarked after a moment's thought. "Father Timpany used to tell stories about a portrait gallery somewhere in the lower floors of the keep. The regent would visit the gallery from time to time, and Timpany said there's a portrait of William Tear down there. Why on earth would my uncle visit a portrait gallery?" "It's a gallery of your ancestors, Majesty. Timpany said that when the regent was drunk, he liked to go down and scream at your grandmother's portrait." It turned out that Mace knew exactly where the gallery was, 2 floors down, on the laundry level. As they descended a twisting staircase, Kelsea could hear many people speaking through the walls. Although she had her own private laundry, Mace, who worried about contact poisons, had insisted on it. Kelsea had kept the keep laundry open, sending the rest of the Queen's Wings linen down there. Her uncle's keep had been stuffed with unnecessary services, But Kelsey couldn't bring herself to put so many people out of work. She had fired the worst of the keep servants, the masseuses and escorts, those she simply wouldn't have on her payroll, but she tried to make use of everyone else. At the bottom of the staircase, she could see no farther than the tiny, dim circle of torchlight that surrounded them, but she had the sense of a vast hollow space above her head. Who built all these tunnels?
They're part of the original architecture, lady. There are hidden ways all the way from the top of the keep down to the dungeons. Several passages extend out into the city as well.
Mention of dungeons made Kelsey think of Thorn, who now sat in his own specially constructed cells several floors up. Kelsey didn't trust him in the keep's dungeons, not even with Elston standing guard over him at all times. She also had a vague idea that Thorn should remain separated from the albino Brenner. So he remained in isolation, save for a gloating Elston just outside the bars of his cell. Kelsey didn't know what to do about Thorn. Should she put him to trial? For the past 6 weeks, Kelsey and Alice had been quietly converting the Census Bureau into a tax collection agency, but they'd also been pulling the honest men from the Bureau and moving them back into the judiciary. Creation of a justice system was slow going. The Tearling had few laws, and none of them were codified anywhere. Since the Mort had reached the border, Kelsey had found little time to devote to this endeavour, but at her request, Alice had kept at it. And now New London had 5 public courts where anyone could petition a judge for redress of grievances. The Crown could try Arlen Thorn in a public court, but what if he was acquitted? Judge or jury, either one could be bought. Conversely, even if Thorn's guilt was not beyond question, many jurors would condemn him, regardless of the evidence. After the Regent, Thorn was the most hated figure in the tier. There was no real purpose to a trial, and yet Kelsey felt there should be one, all the same. Mace wanted to simply put Thorn to death. The man was so universally hated that no one would protest a quick execution, particularly not if Kelsey made the execution public. She saw the wisdom of Mace's advice. Such a move would gain her throne the die-hard support of anyone who had ever watched a loved one put into the cage. Even the Arvath didn't protest against capital punishment these days, and Kelsey certainly had no problem with it. Yet something in her demanded a trial, even a show trial, something to legitimize the act. But there was legal precedent for summary executions. If Father Tyler's folklore was to be believed, William Tear had practiced them, had even carried one out with his own hands. And so have I, Kelsey thought, suddenly cold. In her mind she saw blood, thick and warm, spurting over her right hand and dripping down her forearm. The outside world assumed that Mern had simply been a casualty of the Battle of the Argive. Mace had allowed that belief to flourish, but Kelsey and the rest of her guard knew better, and no matter how she tried to dismiss the matter from her mind, the image kept recurring to her, her knife hand bathed in blood. It seemed so important for Thorn to have a trial.
"Cover your eyes, lady."
Kelsey shielded her eyes as daylight bloomed in the darkness ahead. She passed through one of Mace's hidden doors and found herself in a long, narrow room with a high ceiling. The light came from a bank of windows on the far wall. Looking out these windows, Kelsey saw that they were at the extreme western end of the keep. Outside, she saw first the rolling foothills of the city, and then the tan backdrop of the Clayton Mountains.
"Here, Majesty,"
Father Tyler announced from the far end of the hallway. Kelsey turned and found that the wall they'd just come through was lined with portraits. They ran the length of the gallery in both directions. Father Tyler had gone to the farthest portrait and rested a hand on the base of the frame where there was an engraved wooden plaque. The portrait showed the same man Kelsey had seen in her vision, a tall, severe man with short-cropped blonde hair, his face set in businesslike lines. Kelsey's heart leapt. She had known that her visions were real, of course, but it was still an enormous relief to have empirical proof.
"William Tear,"
Father Tyler announced, placing his torch in the empty bracket on the wall. The sunlight was so bright in here that there was no need of fire.
"The plaque says this was painted 5 years after the crossing."
Kelsey moved closer, staring up at the first Tear king. He stood in front of a fireplace, but not the sort of grand fireplace that littered the keep, more like that of the cottage where she had grown up. Even the artist had not been able to disguise Tear's annoyance at having to simply stand still. His expression betrayed extreme impatience. The portrait must have been someone else's idea. Dimly, in the background, Kelsey glimpsed a shelf full of books, but a thick layer of grime had accumulated on the surface of the portrait, and she couldn't make out any titles. "I want a keep servant to clean these," she told Mace. "Surely they have plenty of time on their hands." Mace nodded, and Kelsey moved on to the next portrait, a young blonde man barely out of his teens. He was good-looking, but even through layers of dust, Kelsey could see the worry that shrouded his eyes. She ran her fingers over the frame, looking for a plaque, and found it, coated with dust as well. She polished it with her thumb, wiping her dirty hand on her skirt, and bent down to read the engraving. "Jonathan Tear." "Jonathan the Good," Father Tyler murmured beside her. On Jonathan Tear's chest, Kelsey spotted a sapphire, one of hers, dangling on its chain. She looked quickly back to the portrait of William Tear. He wasn't wearing any jewellery, at least not that Kelsey could see. There was a sizable space between the two portraits, William and Jonathan, wide enough that Kelsey wondered if another portrait had once hung there. Who was Jonathan Tear's mother? Father Tyler shook his head. "That I don't know, Majesty. William Tear had no queen. Legend says he didn't believe in marriage. But there's no record of any doubt that Jonathan the Good was his son. The resemblance is marked." "What was Jonathan so worried about, do you think?" "Perhaps he feared death, lady," Corin replied behind her. "He was 20 years old when he was murdered. That portrait couldn't have been done more than a couple of years before." "Who murdered him?" "No one knows. But they got through Tear's guard. The worst moment in our history, that." Corin broke off suddenly, and she knew that he was thinking of Myrn. Barty had said the same thing about the Tear assassination. The guard had failed. Regretting Corin's discomfort, Kelsey swallowed the rest of her questions about Jonathan Tear and passed onward to the next portrait. A woman, very innocent-looking, with a beautiful head of reddish-brown hair that ran over her shoulders like a river, dropping in long streamers down her back. She smiled beatifically from the canvas. Kelsey checked the engraved plaque. Caitlin Tear, Jonathan Tear's wife. After the assassination, Caitlin Tear had been hunted down and slaughtered. Although the woman in the portrait was long dead, beyond any harm, Kelsey's heart wrenched. This woman looked as though she couldn't even conceive of evil, much less endure it. The next portrait made Kelsey suck in her breath. She would have known this man anywhere. He had stood in front of her fireplace 2 weeks earlier, the handsomest man in the world. He sat on the Tear throne. The elaborately carved back was unmistakable, smiling, an easy politician's smile. But his amber eyes were cold, and by an odd artist's trick they seemed to follow Kelsey no matter where she moved. Gingerly, she felt along the edges of the frame, but there was nothing, only an odd scarring of the wood that suggested that the plaque, if one existed, had been torn away long ago. She wondered at the handsome man's presence in this gallery of Tear royalty, but said nothing. "Handsome devil," Mace remarked. "No idea who he is, though. Father?" Father Tyler shook his head. "He doesn't match any Raleigh monarch I've ever heard of. He is exceptionally good-looking, though. Perhaps he was a companion to one of the Raleigh queens. Several of them never married, but all of them managed to produce heirs. They had an eye for the handsome men." Kelsey picked that unfortunate moment to look at Penn, and found his eyes on her as well. The night he had rejected her sat between them like a vast gulf, and Kelsey had a terrible feeling that they would never get back to the easy friendship they'd had before. She wanted to say something to him, but there were too many people nearby, and after a moment even the impulse at reconciliation vanished. The eyes of the man from the fireplace were hypnotic, but Kelsey dragged herself away and moved on to the next portrait. They were into the Raleighs now. All of these portraits had their plaques intact, and the engravings became clearer, less worn by the passage of time, as Kelsey moved closer to the present day. All of the Raleighs wore both sapphires, the jewels appearing chainless from one portrait to the next. These were Kelsey's ancestors, her blood, but she found them somehow less important than the 3 Tears, less real. Carlin had never admired the Raleighs. Perhaps her prejudices in this, as in so many things, had simply trickled down to Kelsey over the years. In the 10th portrait, Kelsey was confronted with a woman so beautiful that she almost defied description. She had the same blonde hair and bright green eyes as many of the Raleigh queens, but her face was creamy-skinned and flawless, and she had the most gracefully proportioned neck that Kelsey had ever seen on a woman. Unlike the previous portraits, which had focused on one person at a time, this one also portrayed a child, a pretty girl of nearly 6 years, who sat on her mother's lap. And in this portrait, Kelsey noticed a new development. The woman wore one sapphire, the child wore the other. Kelsey bent down to the attached plaque and read, Amanda Raleigh.
Ah, the beautiful queen.
Father Tyler moved down to join her in front of the portrait. Kelsey's guards, most of whom had been scattered down at the far end of the room, slightly bored, moved closer as well, staring avidly up at the portrait. Kelsey felt irritation bite against her mind. But then she spotted a second child in the portrait, tucked almost behind the beautiful queen's skirts. This girl was even younger than the child on the queen's lap, perhaps no more than 3 or 4, but already she was dark-haired and sullen-looking, and Kelsey was suddenly reminded of her own childhood self, staring back at her in the pool of still water behind the cottage. In the radiance of the beautiful queen and her daughter, the girl was easy to miss, and Kelsey realized that this must have been the artist's deliberate choice, to highlight one child and obscure the other.
The beautiful queen had only one child, so I'm told.
That must be Queen Elaine on her lap. Kelsey pointed to the little girl who cringed behind the beautiful queen's skirts. So, who's this? Mace shrugged.
No idea.
Father Tyler considered the girl.
But his favourite child would be my guess. Amanda Raleigh had a husband, Thomas Arness. He was Elaine's father. But I've heard that Amanda was hardly faithful to Arness, and there may have been other children. Disfavoured children sometimes show up in royal portraits from the pre-crossing, but never in positions of prominence. A cruel thing, really, almost worse than not being included at all.
Father Tyler studied the portrait for a moment before remarking,
This is the worst case I've ever seen. That child is completely marginalised.
Kelsey stared at the little girl, pity stirring inside her. Unlike the smiling princess on the beautiful queen's lap, the hidden girl had dark, unhappy eyes. She wasn't looking at the artist, as the other 2 subjects did. Rather, she was staring up at the beautiful queen, her gaze filled with poorly concealed longing. Kelsey suddenly wanted to weep, and didn't know whether it was for the child or for herself. In the next portrait, the child on the beautiful queen's lap had grown up and borne a child of her own. The engraving identified them as Queen Elaine and Crown Princess Arla. Elaine was not as beautiful as her mother. But who could be? Kelsey wondered bitterly. But she reminded Kelsey of someone. Anderlei? No, for although this woman was a brunette, she didn't have Anderlei's pale, ethereal style of beauty. Queen Elaine did not smile for the artist. She, too, looked extremely annoyed at having to sit for a portrait.
See here, lady.
Dyer pointed at Elaine's face.
She has your stubborn jaw.
Hilarious, Kelsey muttered. But she couldn't deny that there was a likeness, even now, when so many changes had overtaken her own face. Before Dyer could remark on anything else, she continued to the next portrait. Arla the Just sat on the tier throne, no child in sight, both sapphires around her neck, and the tier crown on her head. Fascinated, Kelsey stared at the crown, a single elegant circle of silver, set with perhaps 4 or 5 sapphires. She tapped her finger against the canvas. "Any luck on finding that thing, Lazarus?"
"None yet, lady."
Kelsey nodded, disappointed but not surprised, and turned back to the portrait. Queen Arla had not been particularly pretty, but she possessed a magnetic quality that shone clearly through the canvas. She was much older than the other Raleigh women, and Kelsey remembered then that Queen Elaine had lived long, that her daughter had not been crowned until she was nearing her own middle age. Arla had been an autocrat, and the portrait showed her as such, reflected a clear determination to have her own way. Her smile was so contented that it was nearly smug, radiating pride to the point of arrogance. But pride had gotten Arla in trouble in the long run.
"Barbarians at the walls,"
Kelsey's mind whispered. And she provoked them, just like you. She shook the thought off, moved quickly to the next portrait, and found herself staring up at her mother. Queen Alyssa did not look at all the way Kelsey had imagined. There had been long days in the cottage, lonely days, when Carlin had been angry with her, when Kelsey would console herself by picturing the phantom woman who had borne her, a delicate, willowy woman, like something out of a grim tale. But the Alyssa in the portrait did not look frail at all. She was tall, taller than Kelsey, and she radiated health and substance, a striking blonde woman with sparkling green eyes. She stood beside a plain, unadorned table, but she was grinning, the carefree grin of a woman with nothing in the world to worry about. Kelsey, who had almost been pleased with this version of her mother, found herself latching on to that grin. Even if the portrait had been painted immediately after Alyssa took the throne, the Mort would already be tearing their way through the Tear countryside. The Mort Treaty, the lottery, these things couldn't be far away, and the utter carelessness of her mother's expression sharpened Kelsey's resolve, her determination that no one would suffer for her mistakes.
Lady,
Mace murmured. What?
It does no good to dwell on the past. The future now, that's everything.
Kelsey was annoyed that Mace had read her so easily, but she saw no judgment in his face, only his own brand of hard truth, and after a moment she relaxed, shrugging. And yet sometimes the answer to the future lies in the past, Lazarus. Mace turned and barked.
Spread out, all of you.
Kelsey's guards moved away, to all ends of the room. Kelsey stared at Mace, bewildered, but he only moved closer and murmured,
Is that where you go at night, lady? On your wanderings? The past?
Kelsey swallowed, though something seemed to catch in her throat. What makes you think I go anywhere?
Penn missed it, that night last week. He was on the library door. But I was right next to you, lady. You said, there's a better world out there, so close we can almost touch it.
I know those words.
There was a song about them in the village where I grew up. A song of the crossing.
I was sleepwalking. Mace chuckled.
You're no more a sleepwalker than Andali's little one, lady. I found her in Arliss's office the other night. When Arliss is gone, that office is always locked. But Glee got in there, all the same.
What's your point, Lazarus?
That night, for a minute, just before you came out of your fugue, you seemed to fade.
Fade? The word chilled Kelsey, but she produced a half-hearted snicker.
Laugh if you like, lady, but I did see it.
Mace leaned in even closer now, lowering his voice to a whisper.
Do you ever consider, lady, that it might be better to simply take them off and throw them away?
Kelsey reached up automatically, taking her jewels in a clenched fist. She didn't know whether they even functioned any longer, or whether something else was working on her now. But everything in her rebelled at the idea of taking them off. Mace shook his head and then gave her a pained grin.
Well, it was worth a try. Look here, lady,
Corin announced, pointing to the next portrait. Oh, for God's sake, Kelsey breathed. Her uncle's face beamed down at her from the wall, younger than the man she had met, but unmistakably Thomas Raleigh. He carried less weight, and his nose didn't quite have the alcoholic shade of red that it would attain later, but the air of entitlement, the sense of being God's gift to the earth, these things emanated from the canvas in nearly visible waves. Take that nonsense down, Kelsey snapped. He's not a Tear monarch. He never was. Get rid of it.
I'll take care of it, lady, Mace replied. I had no idea he'd put up a portrait. I haven't been down here in years.
Doesn't anyone use this gallery?
I doubt it. Look at the dust.
Kelsey went back to glaring at her mother's portrait. Even as she somehow found a solution to the Mort nightmare on the horizon, it did nothing for the 50,000 Tear who had already gone to Mortmain. Her mother's gift to the world. This was familiar territory, a problem with no solution.
May I ask you a question, lady?
Dyer asked.
Please. I wondered if you had decided what to do with the prisoner Javel.
I will let him out of prison, certainly, but only once I've thought of a way to keep him from drinking himself to death. Kelsey turned away from the portraits to face her 5 guards, who stood in front of the sunlit windows like a row of chessmen. "I don't know what to do with the boy, the jailer, either. He's earned some reward, but for the life of me I don't know what to give him. Does he have no friends? No one who knows him well?" Corin spoke up.
"I know his father a little. The old jailer retired now. I can ask."
"Do that. I don't want the reward to be meaningless. They gave us a great gift, both Ewan and Javel."
"And what will you do with the gift?"
Penn asked. It was the first full sentence Kelsey had gotten in days, but she wished that she could just ignore him.
"What about Thorn?"
"I don't know."
"Better decide soon, lady,"
Dyer cut in.
"The entire kingdom is screaming for his blood."
"Yes, but they scream for the wrong reasons. They want him to suffer because of his years as overseer of the census. Yet that was a government position, and as terrible as they were, Thorn's actions as overseer were legal under the Regency. I can't have a rule of law that bows under public pressure. If I execute Thorn, it must be for his crimes."
"He's guilty of treason, lady."
"And yet that's not the reason the entire kingdom will line up to watch him hang." The 5 guards stared at her, and Kelsey felt more than ever that she was on a chessboard, a pawn facing 5 power pieces. "You all agree that I should execute him?" They all nodded, even Penn, who Kelsey had thought might be a secret holdout. "I'll make a decision soon, but not yet. I did promise Elston his fun, you know." Leaving them chuckling behind her, Kelsey moved back down the gallery to have another look at the man from the fireplace. He was even more striking in daylight, and although the portrait was clearly very old, he had not aged a day since. His eyes followed her as she came closer, and although Kelsey knew it was silly, she felt as though he really could see her from a distance. "Take this one down as well," she said finally. "I don't know who he is, but he is not a monarch. He doesn't belong on this wall."
"Shall we get rid of it?"
"No. Bring it upstairs." She peered around her guards until she found Father Tyler staring out the window. "Thank you, Father. Most interesting, this place."
"Yes, lady,"
the priest replied absently, but his bleak gaze remained fixed on the mountains. What have they done to him? Kelsey wondered again. Her eyes strayed to the cast on his knee. She was surprised by her own protective instinct toward the priest. He was an old man, one who wanted only to sit and read books and think about the past. It seemed a crime for anyone to harm him. On several mornings lately, Kelsey had found Father Tyler asleep on his favourite sofa in the library, as though he no longer wished to spend his nights in the Arvath. Had the Holy Father done something else to him? If he had— Stop, Kelsey told herself. She couldn't try to assert authority over the inner workings of the Arvath. That path would only lead to disaster. She pushed God's church from her mind, and as it went, she suddenly had an idea. A possible solution. Not to Father Tyler, but to another problem. "Lazarus, can any of the guards speak Mort?" Mace blinked in surprise.
"Kib, Dyer, and Galen, lady, and myself."
"Do any of them speak it well enough to pass for Mort?"
"Only Galen, really."
Mace's brow furrowed.
"What's on your mind?"
"We're going back upstairs now, but not everyone. 2 of you go down to the dungeon and bring me Javel. Try to wake him up a bit." But an hour later, when Javel entered the Queen's wing, Kelsey was disappointed to see that his earlier apathy had not changed. He looked around without interest as Corin escorted him to the foot of the dais, then simply stood staring at the ground. Where was the man who had attacked the burning cage all alone with an axe? Kelsey wondered whether she would have seen the real Javel on the day Thorn had broken into the dungeon. Ewan had been very cagey about what had happened down there, but Mace finally got the whole truth from him. If Ewan hadn't intervened, Javel would have beaten Thorn to death with his bare hands. That was the man Kelsey wanted to see. She was pleased to notice that Ewan had at least left off Javel's manacles. There was no need for restraint. Javel merely stood there, straight and beaten, as though waiting for his own execution. "Javel?" He didn't look up, only replied hollowly,
"Majesty."
"You've done me a great service in the capture of Arlen Thorn."
"Yes, Majesty. Thank you."
"I have pardoned you. You're free to leave the keep now at any time and go your own way." But I would ask you to stay and listen to a proposal.
What proposal?
I'm told that your wife went to Mortmain in the shipment 6 years ago. Is this correct?
Yes.
Is she still alive?
I don't know,
Javel replied listlessly.
Thorne said so. He said he could get her back, but now I think it was all lies and she's dead.
Why?
She was a pretty woman, my Ally. They don't last long.
Kelsey winced but ploughed forward. Was your Ally pretty and weak, Javel? Or was she pretty and tough?
A damn sight tougher than me, lady, though that doesn't say much.
And yet you think she couldn't have survived 6 years in a Mortnock house? Javel looked up, and Kelsey was pleased to see a hint of anger in his eyes.
Why say this to me, lady? Do you wish to make it worse?
I wish to see whether you still care about anything at all. Do you think your wife would be happy to see you here now, like this?
That's between her and me.
Javel looked around him, seeming to notice Colin for the first time.
You said I was free to leave.
So you are. The door is behind you. Javel turned and walked away. Kelsey sensed Mace bridling beside her, but to his credit, he kept quiet. "What will you do now, Javel?" she called after him.
"Find the nearest pub."
"Is that what your wife would have wanted?"
"She's dead."
"You don't know that." Javel kept walking. "Don't you want to find out?" He halted, perhaps 10 feet from the doors. "I have ended the lottery, Javel," Kelsey continued, staring at his back, willing him to stay still. "No shipment will ever leave this country under my crown. But that doesn't redress the wrongs of the past, the Tear already in Mortmain. What do I do about all of them, all of those slaves? The answer is clear. I have to get them out." Javel remained in place, but Kelsey saw his shoulders heave once, an involuntary movement. "Lazarus is thinking that I have other things to worry about," she continued, with a nod to Mace. "And he's right. My people are starving and uneducated. We have no true medicine. On the eastern border is an army that will crush us into dust. These are real problems, and so for a time I've let the others lie. But here is where Lazarus and I differ a bit. He believes that avoiding the wrongs of the future is more important than righting the wrongs of the past."
"So it is, lady,"
Mace muttered, and Kelsey threw him a quick, pained grin. She wished that Father Tyler was still here. He would have understood. But he had already gone back to the Arvath. "Lazarus means well, but he's mistaken. The wrongs of the past are not less significant, they're just harder to fix. And the longer you ignore them in favor of more pressing issues, the worse the harm, until the problems of the past actually create the problems of the future. And that brings us back to your Ally." Javel turned around, and Kelsey saw that his eyes were wet. "Let's say, for argument's sake, that your wife is alive, Javel. Let's say that the very worst has happened to her in Mortmain, the most terrible thing that your imagination can conjure. Would you still want her back?"
"Of course I would,"
Javel spat.
"Do you think it was easy, watching her carted off in the cage? I would do anything to change it."
"You can't change it. And since you can't, I ask you again, do you still want her back?"
"I do."
"Then, here is my proposal. You will go to Mortmain with 2 of my guard. I will arm and fund you. And if you can get your Ally out, then I'll know it can be done." Javel blinked, his expression doubtful.
"I'm not a particularly good fighter, lady. I can't even speak Mort." "And you're a drunk," Dyer remarked from the wall.
"Shut up, Dyer," Kelsey snapped, thinking of Barty. Barty, she now suspected, had been an alcoholic. There was no way to know for sure, but 1,000 tiny hints had been scattered throughout her childhood. "Your drunkenness, Javel, is not my primary concern. I want someone committed to the enterprise."
"I only want my Ally back."
"That's all I'm asking you for."
"I'll go."
Javel's eyes gleamed. Not with life, not yet, but at least with some purpose.
"I don't know how it can work, but I'll go."
"Good. Take a few days for yourself, get your affairs in order. Lazarus will be in touch." Javel's face fell, He had clearly meant to leave right then. Mace stepped forward and growled,
"Do yourself a favour, gate guard, and stay out of the pubs. This will be a tough trick, even with a clear head."
"I can do that."
"Good. Devin, escort him to the gate."
Jervell followed the guard out the door with wandering footsteps, as though unsure of where he was going.
"You're mad, lady," Mace muttered. "The ways that this can fail, I can't even list them. And you want to send 2 of my best men along with that ass."
"When it fails, they do call it madness, Lazarus. But when it succeeds, they call it genius. And the genius will be yours, for I'm putting this entire operation into your hands. I want to know nothing more about it."
"Thank God for small favours."
Kelsey smiled, but as the doors closed, she whipped around sharply. "Dyer!" He came forward. "Your mouth is a fine source of amusement to me, Dyer, but that means nothing if you can't learn when to keep it shut."
"I apologise, Majesty."
"You speak passable, Mort, yes?" Dyer blinked.
"I do, lady. My accent isn't wonderful, but I am fluent."
"Why?" Kelsey glanced at Mace, who gave her an almost imperceptible nod. Dyer stared at them for a moment, then groaned. "Oh, lady, don't tell me."
"You're going, my friend," Mace cut in. "You and Galen."
Dyer looked up at Kelsey, and she was surprised to see real hurt in his eyes.
"Am I being punished, lady?"
"Of course not. This is important work."
"To break a single slave out of Mortmain? Think bigger, you prick," Mace growled. "I'm sending you over there. Do you really think you'll have only one agenda?"
This time it was Kelsey who blinked, but she recovered quickly. If she was already looking further down the road, it was no surprise that Mace was doing the same. The Mort Rebellion. It had to be. Mace had made it something of a pet project in his limited free time. Under his direction, the Crown had already sent several shipments of goods to the rebels in Cité Marche.
"I apologise, Majesty,"
Dyer said. "Accepted?" Kelsey glanced at her watch. "Is it dinner yet?"
"Miller says 30 minutes, Majesty,"
a new man called from the kitchen doorway. "Call me when it's ready," Kelsey told Mace, climbing off the throne.
"All of you have worn me out today."
In her chamber, she found the portrait they had brought up from the gallery now leaning against the wall beside her fireplace. Kelsey stared at it for a long moment, then turned to Penn. "Go away."
"Lady."
"What?" Penn laid his hands.
"Things can't remain like this forever. We have to move past what happened."
"I have moved past it."
"You haven't."
Penn spoke quietly, but Kelsey heard the low hum of anger in his voice. "It was a weak moment, and it won't repeat."
"I'm a Queen's Guard, lady. You have to understand that."
"I understand that you're just like every other man in the world. Get out." Penn's breath hissed through his teeth, and Kelsey was pleased to see real pain in his eyes for a moment before he retreated to his antechamber. But as soon as he pulled the curtain closed, she collapsed in her armchair, regretting her own words. Here had been a perfectly good opportunity to repair the situation, and she had thrown it away. Why must I be such a child? Looking up, Kelsey caught a glimpse of her own reflection in the mirror and stiffened. She wasn't a child any more. The ground had shifted beneath her again. A pretty, though stern woman stared back at her from the glass. Even by the soft light of the fire, Kelsey could see that her cheekbones had become more prominent. They seemed to shape her face, pointing it downward toward a mouth that had somehow become lush. Kelsey gave a croak of laughter. If she had a fairy godmother somewhere, then the old woman must be senile, for she was granting the wrong wishes, those that mattered least. The Tear was in a shambles, and the Mort army had begun its assault on the border, but Kelsey grew prettier by the day. Maybe this is what I wished for, she thought, staring at the mirror. Maybe this is what I wanted more than any other thing. A phrase from one of Carlin's books recurred. Blood will tell. Kelsey thought of the portrait 2 floors beneath her, the smiling blonde woman with no care in the world beyond her own pleasure, and felt like screaming. But the face in the mirror remained serene, mysterious, just on the point of deepening into beauty. "True queen," Kelsey muttered bitterly, and heard her voice crack. Her reflection blurred for a moment, became indistinct. She blinked, confused, and then found herself fading, that curious sense of incipient otherness, of becoming someone else, which she had experienced before. She should call Penn, warn him that she was starting on one of her fugues, but humiliation overwhelmed her, and for a moment she could not find her voice. The power of this particular memory did not seem to fade with the passage of time. At any moment it could rise like the tide, swamping Kelsey and drowning her in an ocean of shame. Why should she tell Penn what was coming? It would serve him right if she blundered into a wall or a piece of furniture, if she injured herself on his watch. You are being utterly childish. These aren't real problems. Lily has real problems. The Tearling has real problems. Your little dramas aren't even on the map. Kelsey tried to shut the voice out, but it was too right to ignore, and for a moment she loathed the sensible side of herself, that pragmatic core that no longer allowed her even the luxury of throwing a tantrum. The room faded around her, rippling, and Kelsey felt a moment of wonder at how close the two worlds seemed to be, Lily's life and her own. Sometimes it seemed as though they lay right beside each other, perfectly aligned, as though Kelsey could step over some line and simply be in a different time, in the America that was gone. "Penn?" He appeared in moments, his face stiff. "I'm going," Kelsey murmured. The room was fading away now, and as Penn approached, she found that he was fading as well, until she could look right through him into a sunlit room. "It's all right, lady," Penn murmured. "I won't let you fall." His grip on her arm was good, strong and comforting, but Kelsey sensed that in time, even that would fade. Chapter 8. Row Thin. The Farewell administration liked to propound the age-old fiction that women were frail and indecisive creatures, badly in need of homes and husbands to give them structure and guidance. But even the most cursory glance at the late pre-crossing suggests otherwise. American women were extremely resourceful in this period. They had to be, in order to survive in a world that valued them for only one thing. Indeed, many women were forced to create secret lives, lives about which we know very little, and about which their husbands certainly knew nothing. The Dark Night of America. Lee Delamere. After 2 days, Lily had run out of books. Dorian was a voracious reader, and she went through Lily's hidden stash like lightning. Lily offered her a pocket reader, but Dorian dismissed it with a contemptuous sniff. "All the e-books are edited and purged. I worked a stretch in a smart book factory, and the government people were all over the place editing content. Stick with hard copies. They're harder to alter after publication. In the better world, there won't be any electronics at all." The better world. Lily had thought it was only a slogan, something that the Blue Horizon used to make its deeds seem more innocuous. But now she wondered. The tall Englishman, Tear, had seemed so certain that it was real. "There is no better world." "There will be," Dorian replied calmly. "It's close now. So close that we can almost touch it." That was the same thing Tear had said. The words had the ring of religious rhetoric, but Dorian seemed too practical for that. For that matter, so did Tear. In the past couple of days, Lily had done several online searches, but the information was very sparse. There was a birth record for a William Tear from Southport, England, in 2046, and 11 years ago a William Tear had been awarded the Military Cross for heroism with the Special Air Service. Lily had assumed that the Special Air Service was the British version of the old American Air Force, but after some more research, she found that the American analogue to the SAS was actually the SEALs. Now she was certain she had the right man. She had met plenty of paramilitary types through Greg, and the men always projected an air of invincibility. Tear had given the same impression, but it was combined with something else, something close to omniscience. For a few insane moments, there in the nursery, Lily had been sure that he knew everything about her. There was no other information on Tear, which seemed impossible. Lily could look up her friends' drug prescriptions, the legal ones anyway, their genealogies, their medical records, tax statements, even their DNA sequences, if she felt like it. But William Tear had been born, had served in the British Special Forces, and that was all. The rest of his life had disappeared. When Lily searched for Dorian Rice, she found the same thing. The results yielded countless news stories, but they had all been published in the last few days and dealt with the explosion at the airbase. Greg had said that Dorian had escaped from the Bronx Women's Detention Center, but there was no arrest record online. There was no mention of Dorian's family, no birth certificate. It was as though someone had literally wiped Dorian and Tear from history. But only security had the power to remove things from the net. The days when citizens could edit their own information had vanished with the enactment of the Emergency Powers Act. Lily longed to ask Dorian about herself, but she didn't want Dorian to know that she'd gone snooping. Dorian had stopped jumping at every little thing, but she still displayed an odd paranoia that came and went. She didn't want to discuss William Tear. Whenever Lily mentioned him, Dorian would snap, "No names," making Lily feel as though she had blasphemed somehow. Dorian was able to sit up now to make her way across the nursery, but she still froze whenever the phone rang, and she didn't like to be touched. She insisted on doing her own injections. Tear wasn't the only topic that was off-limits. When it came to the better world, Dorian remained maddeningly evasive, speaking in vague phrases and giving no real answers. Lily couldn't tell whether she was holding something back. Maybe Tear's followers didn't understand the better world either. Maybe they were just as much in the dark. And yet Lily was desperate to know. The vision she had seen that night with Tear had taken hold in her mind, a vast open land covered with wheat and the blue ribbon of river. No guards or walls or checkpoints, only small wooden houses, people moving along freely, children running through wheat. "When does it arrive, this better world?" Lily asked. "I don't know," Dorian replied, "but I don't think it's very far off now." On Sunday, Lily had to leave Dorian alone to go to church, and she fretted through the service. She barely heard the priest's lecture on the sins of a childless woman, although, as always, the priest looked right at Lily and the other delinquents in his congregation. Greg put a hand on Lily's back, trying to convey sympathy, she supposed, but the deep gleam in his eyes made her uneasy. Greg was planning something, certainly, and it could be nothing good. For a brief moment she wondered if he was scheming to divorce her. Even after the Frewell laws, the government would still ease the way for rich executives who wanted to shed barren wives. But Lily was beginning to see something now that she'd never seen before. To Greg, she was property, and Greg wasn't a man to give property away, not even if it was damaged. Lily wondered if things would change someday when she became irreparably childless. "Cheerful thoughts, Candy-ass," Maddie whispered, and Lily blinked. Ever since Dorian had rolled over the back wall into the garden, it seemed as though Maddie was everywhere, always ready to offer her opinion. But it was rarely anything that Lily wanted to hear. After church, Greg directed his driver, Phil, to take them to the club. Lunch at the club was a Sunday routine, but Lily wished she could beg off. The thought of their friends was almost unbearable today. Lily wanted to be back in the nursery with Dorian, trying to unravel the mystery of the better world. As they pulled out of the church parking lot, Greg pushed the button that raised the partition, blocking Phil out. Lily was alarmed to see his eyes bright with excitement. "I found a doctor." "A doctor?" Lily repeated cautiously. "He's not cheap, but he's licensed, and he's willing to do it." "Do what?" "Plant you." For a moment, Lily had no idea what he was talking about. The word plant made her think of implants, and her mind went automatically to the tag in her shoulder. But no, Greg meant something else. A truly awful idea popped into Lily's mind, and she shrank from it. But she also knew that it was exactly what Greg meant. "In vitro?" "Of course." Greg took her hand, leaning forward. "Listen to this. The doctor says he can use my sperm, just stick it in another woman's eggs. You have the baby, and no one ever has to know." Lily's mind went blank. For a moment, she considered simply throwing open the car door, rolling out while it was still in motion, and fleeing to... where? What if it's not my eggs that are the problem? Greg's brow furrowed, and his lower lip pushed out a fraction of an inch. He had expected his idea to be received with enthusiasm, Lily saw now, and the unadulterated contempt that had reared its head on the night of Dorian's arrival, of the rape, Maddie reminded her, seemed to multiply and fester inside her. Greg thought that he'd come up with a great idea, that having another woman's eggs forcibly implanted inside her would seem like a godsend to Lily. and for the first time it occurred to her to wonder whether Greg even understood that he had raped her. After Frewell, it was almost impossible to prove rape at all, and spousal rape hadn't been prosecuted in years. What would consent even mean to Greg? The bulk of his sexual education seemed to have come from his father and his frat buddies, and none of them had done him any favours. Lily cleared her throat, dragging the words up as though with a chainfall. It would be so much easier not to say anything, but she had to know. The other night—
I'm sorry, Lil.
Greg took her hand, cutting her off.
I didn't mean to take it all out on you, even without the bombing. Work has been so bad lately.
You raped me. Greg's mouth popped open, an expression of such complete surprise overtaking his face that Lily realized she had been right. He didn't know. She turned away, staring out the window. They were just passing through the great stone arch of the New Canaan Country Club, and beyond the vast greens of the golf course stretched toward the near horizon. Greg cleared his throat, and Lily knew what was coming even before he spoke.
You're my wife.
Before she knew what she was doing, she laughed. Greg's face darkened, but he didn't know that Lily wasn't laughing at him, but at herself. Frewell's bullshit had worked on her too, because until the other night she had honestly believed that marriage turned men into better people, better protectors. But marriage didn't change anyone. Lily had married a man shaped by his father, who had put a hand on Lily's ass at the wedding rehearsal dinner and asked whether he could get an early slice of the cake. Was she actually surprised now that this was where they had ended up? Was she even allowed to complain?
The tag, Lil,
Maddie whispered. And she was right. The tag was the great equalizer. Lily couldn't run, because no matter where she ran to, all the money in the world wouldn't keep Greg from finding her there, and security wouldn't lift a finger to stop him from taking her back. They would fall all over themselves to assist one of their own. The car pulled up at the entryway, and Lily sensed Greg's relief at the end to the conversation. Coldness had descended on Lily now, a state of nearly frozen calculation. For the first time she saw that she might have even bigger problems than what had happened the other night. She knew the amount of professional grief Greg was enduring about being childless. It was certainly impeding his career. But she had underestimated how desperate Greg was, how far he was willing to go. They moved through the enormous marble entryway of the club, an edifice that Lily usually admired, but now she barely saw it, her mind continuing forward on its unpleasant track. In vitro fertilization had been illegal since Lily was in grade school, but it was a booming black market among wealthy couples who saw additional children as an easy way to earn the Frewell tax breaks. If Greg had found an in vitro doctor, would that doctor be able to tell that Lily was on contraception? Was there a way to flush the hormones out of her system somehow? She couldn't ask the internet. That was the sort of search that got you a visit from security. Why don't you tell him you don't want kids? But that was no longer possible, if it ever had been. She had told Greg so in tiny ways for years. It was nothing he was able to hear. And if the other night had proven anything, it was that what Lily wanted wasn't worth a damn. She would have to find a way around the in vitro doctor, just as she had always circumvented the surveillance system in her house. But at the moment, she could think of nothing. All of the years of her marriage, years she had spent scrambling, trying to escape this noose. And now it seemed to be drawing tight around her neck. Lily estimated that she had less than half an inch of space left. In the restaurant, the maitre d' led them toward their table, where Lily saw several of their friends, the Palmers and Keith Thompson, already seated. Lily didn't enjoy the circle jerk that was lunch with Greg's golf buddies and their wives. But their presence suddenly seemed like a godsend, infinitely better than sitting across from Greg alone. And Keith wasn't too bad, definitely her favourite of Greg's friends. He never leered or groped or shot veiled barbs about Lily's failure to get pregnant. He was a hurried little man who'd risen to become president of his family's grocery chain. His father was the chairman. At one of their dinner parties, Keith had wandered, extremely drunk, into the kitchen where Lily was organising dessert, and they'd had a long talk, during which he confessed to Lily that he was simply waiting for his father to die. But he was only drinking water today, and his brittle smile telegraphed his displeasure at his lunch companions.
Mayhew!
Mark Palmer stood up, and Lily saw that he was already drunk. His cheeks were rosy, and he had to grab the edge of the table for balance. Michelle, beside him, had her own buzz going. Her eyes were dull, and she merely nodded as Lily greeted her and took a chair. When Dow and Pfizer had merged, the resulting company had kept Mark and fired Michelle. But Michelle still had friends somewhere in the production line. She sold under-the-counter painkillers to half of New Canaan and made a good profit. Lily's body still ached whenever she sat down, and for a moment she considered doing a little business with Michelle today, but then discarded the idea. She was hiding a terrorist in her nursery, and Greg wanted to haul her off to a back-alley doctor. Painkillers would make Lily as dull as Michelle, who was her own best customer, and Lily couldn't afford that. But they would still need to go off to the bathroom at some point, so that Lily could return Michelle's books and ask for more. Greg ordered whiskey, shooting another resentful look at Lily as the waiter walked away. She had driven him to drink, that look said. There was no introspection in Greg's gaze. The word rape seemed to have rolled off him like water. Lily suddenly remembered a day several years ago, a weekend in college, when they had driven up the coastline, not going anywhere in particular, simply cruising, Lily with her right foot stuck out the passenger side window, and Greg with his left hand on her thigh. What had happened to those two kids? Where had they gone? Lunch was served, but Sarah and Ford did not appear, which was odd. They always lunched at the club on Sundays. Lily hadn't seen them in church either. "Where's Sarah?" she finally asked Michelle. The table went quiet, and Lily realized that everyone knew something she didn't. Michelle gave her a discouraging shake of the head, and Mark quickly began to tell a story about some mix-up at work. A few minutes later, Michelle jerked her chin toward the lobby, and Lily stood up. "Where are you going?" Greg had grabbed her wrist and was looking up at her with narrowed, suspicious eyes. Lily suddenly realized that she hated her husband, hated him more than she had ever hated anyone or anything in her entire life. "To the bathroom? With Michelle?" Greg let go, giving her arm a small jerk as he did so, and Lily stumbled away from the table. Keith Thompson stared after her with concerned eyes, and Lily wished she could tell him that it was all right, but that seemed extremely optimistic. In the bathroom, Lily asked again, "What happened to Sarah?" Michelle paused in the act of fixing her eyeliner. "It happened 3 days ago. How do you not know?" Fair question. There were no secrets in New Canaan. Lily usually knew the scandals of her neighbours before they even knew themselves. "I've been busy." "With what?" "Nothing special." "What happened?"
"Sarah's in custody."
"What for?"
"She tried to take out her tag."
Lily said nothing for a moment, trying to connect this information with Sarah, who had once told Lily that her husband only used his fists because he cared so much. Of all Lily's friends, Sarah seemed the least likely to try something so drastic. What happened?
"Don't know."
Michelle began to fix her lip liner.
"She went at her own shoulder with a knife, missed the tag, but she nearly bled to death. Ford turned her in."
Now that was in character. Once on a family vacation, Ford had left Sarah at a rest stop on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. If Sarah hadn't called him a few minutes later, he might have been all the way to Harrisburg before he noticed she was gone. What'll happen to her? Michelle shrugged, and Lily saw that Michelle had already begun to forget about Sarah, to move on. This forgetting was something you learned to do when someone disappeared, the response so ingrained that it seemed like poor taste to do anything else. Lily had not been able to forget Maddie, but that was different. She bore fault. "I have your books." Lily pulled them from her bag, but before she could hand them over, Michelle reeled away, bent over, and threw up into the sink. Even before she was finished, the sink's cleaning mechanism began to wipe it away, making small, methodical, sweeping sounds. "Are you all right?" Lily asked, but Michelle waved her away. Her voice, when it came, was garbled.
"I'm pregnant again."
"Congratulations," Lily replied automatically. "Boy or girl?" Michelle spat into the sink. "Boy. And a good thing, too. If we had another girl, Mark wanted to have it taken care of." "What?"
"I don't really care either way.
Lily stared at her. Michelle had never talked this way before, and although Lily could imagine that it was no picnic being Mark Palmer's wife, she had always assumed that Michelle was like the rest of her friends, happy to be a mother. Michelle was always going to soccer games and bragging about her children's grades. Lily tentatively offered her the books again, and Michelle shoved them inside her enormous purse. The size of Michelle's handbags was a running joke among their group of friends, but she needed the space for all the contraband she had to transport around New Canaan. Michelle did many of her dealings in this very bathroom, one of the few places in the city that had no surveillance camera. "What are you going to do?" Lily asked.
"Have it? What else am I going to do? Mark's already bragging to everyone at work."
"What about the painkillers?" Michelle narrowed her eyes.
"What about them?"
Lily pursed her lips, feeling like the unpleasant chaperone at a party. "Aren't they bad for the baby?"
"Who cares? 80% of upper-income mothers are on tranquilizers or painkillers or both. Didn't you know that?"
"No."
"Of course you didn't. Drug companies don't want that information made public. People might start asking why."
Michelle fixed her with a disgusted stare.
"And then there's you. Never have to be pregnant, do you? Never have to be a mother?"
Lily recoiled. She and Michelle had never been good friends, but they'd always gotten along. And now Lily realized how little that meant.
"Mark laughs at you two all the time, Greg and his empty oven. But you'll never have to have 4 screaming kids hanging off you, will you?"
Lily backed up a step at the sight of Michelle's normally pretty face, contorted with hatred. And jealousy? Lily thought it was. But even as she backed away, she felt her temper rising. The picture Michelle painted was the stereotype of a poor woman with too many mouths to feed. Lily had even seen the image on government posters whenever a social services bill was up in Congress. But Michelle had 2 nannies to help raise her 3 children. Some of their friends even had 3 or 4 nannies. Michelle spent perhaps an hour a day actually being a mother. Michelle had taken out a bottle of pills now, and she swallowed 2 of them with ease. The digital cleaner had finished, and now the sink was as clean and gleaming as it had been when they came in. Michelle splashed some water on her face and dried it with a towel.
"We should go back out."
When they sat down at the table, Keith leaned over and asked Lily, "Are you all right?" She nodded, fixing a pleasant smile on her face. For the rest of the meal she tried to keep her eyes off Michelle, but she couldn't help it. Were all of her friends so miserable on the inside? Sarah had answered that question. Jessa, maybe. Her husband Paul was a decent enough guy until he drank. Christine? Lily didn't know. Christine's eyes had a constant glazed shine that could be either drugs or religious fervour. Christine was the head of the women's Bible circle at their church. Lily had never trusted any of her friends, but she had thought she knew them. Over lunch, Lily tried to talk to Keith, who asked after her mother and about her plans for the rest of the summer. But Greg was now staring at Keith as well, with the same narrow, suspicious stare. Lily had seen that look many times growing up, on their dog, Henry, who didn't like to share his chew toys with anyone else. Here was the real pig in a poke. She didn't belong to herself any more. She was a doll that Greg had bought and paid for. "There are ways around that," Maddie whispered. But it did nothing to alleviate Lily's anxiety. Dr. Davis's clinic was one thing, but finding a doctor who would perform an abortion, that was a whole different level of illegal. She suddenly remembered the heavily pregnant woman in the clinic, the one who had bled all over the chair. Was it possible that Dr. Davis performed abortions as well? Lily had never heard a whisper of that, but of course she wouldn't have. That was something you didn't tell anyone. Greg was staying at the club to play golf with Mark and a few of their other friends, so Lily went home alone, glad for the quiet emptiness of the back seat. After Phil dropped her off, she made Dorian some broth and took it to the nursery, along with a bottle of water. She'd been afraid to feed Dorian anything but broth, chicken, and beef. But if Dorian had grown tired of the selection, she didn't say anything. When Lily entered the nursery, she found Dorian on the floor, stretching, reaching for her toes. Her shirt was soaked with sweat. She must be getting better to be able to stretch that way, but she still looked very pale. Won't you tear your stitches? Lily asked.
Doesn't matter,
Dorian grunted. She had tied her blonde hair up into messy pigtails, and this made her look more like Maddie than ever.
Can't afford to be laid up.
I'm sure he'd rather you get well first. Out of deference to Dorian, Lily didn't use Tear's name out loud. But she wondered, was the Englishman really so demanding that he would expect Dorian to be up and about 2 days after being shot? Or did she put this pressure on herself?
This is a nice nursery, Dorian remarked, but I don't hear any kids running around.
A wild giggle popped from Lily's mouth.
I don't want kids. Me neither.
No, I mean, I might want them, but not here. She gestured toward the house around her.
Not like this.
I take pills.
She had hoped to surprise Dorian, maybe impress her, but Dorian merely nodded and continued with her stretching.
Have you ever been married?
God, no. I'm a dyke.
Lily recoiled, slightly shocked. You have sex with women?
Sure.
The nonchalance with which Dorian confessed this stunned Lily into silence. Openly confessing a crime to a stranger, especially a serious crime like homosexuality, that seemed like real freedom. She pointed to the scar on Dorian's shoulder. Was that from your tag?
Yep. First thing we do is to remove that little bastard.
How?
Can't tell you,
Dorian replied, panting as she reached for her toes.
Valuable information if you were ever taken into custody.
I wouldn't tell. Dorian smiled grimly.
Everyone tells in the end.
I mean, I'm trustworthy.
Trust me with the secret, then. Where do you hide your pills?
Lily showed Dorian the loose tile in the corner, the pile of contraband underneath.
It's good. Well camouflaged. How many hiding places do you have?
Just this?
That's no good. You should always have more than one hiding place.
I can't hide anything anywhere else. Greg will find it. He does inspections now, but he never comes in here.
Jonathan says you fixed the surveillance in this place.
Dorian gave her a look of frank admiration.
Where'd a wall lady learn to do something like that?
My sister. She was good with computers.
Well, I'd still get another hiding place. One is never enough.
How many do you have?
When I was a kid, dozens. But I don't have any now.
Dorian pushed herself up and reached for the bowl of broth.
In the better world, we won't need to hide anything.
I don't understand. Is the better world biblical? Are angels going to descend and wipe the earth clean?
God, no, Dorian replied, laughing. In the better world, no one will need religion.
I don't understand, Lily repeated.
Well, why should you? The better world's not for people like you.
Lily recoiled as though she'd been slapped. Dorian didn't notice. She was busy eating her broth and staring out the glass doors into the backyard. She was waiting, Lily realized now, waiting for the Englishman to come and take her away. Part of her was already gone. Lily left the nursery, closing the door carefully behind her, and went downstairs. It was all nonsense, she told herself. Tear and his people were probably crazy, the whole lot of them. But all the same, she felt as though they had left her behind. When Kelsey came back to herself, she heard thunder. She looked up and found the blessed comfort of Carlin's bookshelves, the long rows of volumes, each in its own place. She reached out to touch the books, but then Lily's sorrow echoed in her mind, pulling her back across centuries. Why am I seeing this? Why do I have to suffer with her when her story is already done? The thundering sound came again, and with it the last of Lily's memories faded away, and Kelsey was suddenly alert. Not thunder, but many feet moving in the hallway outside. Kelsey turned away from the books and found Penn standing just behind her, listening intently, his manner so grave that Kelsey forgot to be angry at him. "Penn, what is it?"
"I had a thought to go investigate, lady, but I'm not supposed to leave you at such times."
Now Kelsey heard a hollow, muffled groan, slightly distant, as though it came from down the corridor. "Let's go and see."
"I think it's Kib, lady. He's been sick for 2 days now, getting worse all the time."
"Sick with what?"
"No one knows. Flu, maybe."
"Why didn't anyone tell me?"
"Kib didn't want us to, lady."
"Well, come on." She led him into the corridor where nothing was moving, only the flicker of torches. In the dim light, the hallway looked twice as long. It seemed to stretch miles from the darkened door of the guard quarters to the well-lit audience chamber. "What time is it?" she whispered.
11:30.
The hollow groan sounded again, muffled agony, weaker this time, near the guard quarters.
"Mace won't want you down there, lady."
"Come on!" Ken didn't try to stop her, which afforded Kelsey some small satisfaction. Weak torchlight gleamed from the open door of one of the chambers near the end of the hallway, and Kelsey walked faster, her feet hurrying her along. Turning the corner, she found herself in what was clearly a man's bedchamber. Everything seemed to be dark, and there was very little decoration, but Kelsey admired the room's austerity. This was just the way she imagined her guards' quarters. Kib lay on the bed, his brow shiny with sweat, naked down to his hips. Bent over him was Schmidt, Mace's doctor of choice for emergencies. Elston, Corrin, and Welmer were at the bedside, and Mace, crouched at the foot of the bed, completed the tableau. As Kelsey entered the room, Mace's face darkened, but he only muttered, "Lady."
"How is he?"
Schmidt did not bow, but Kelsey didn't take offence. There seemed to be no ego to compare with that of the doctor in demand. His voice revealed a heavy Mort accent.
"The appendix, Majesty. I would try to operate, but it would do no good. It will burst before I am able to get in there clean. If I perform as quickly as I must, he will bleed to death. I have given him morphia for his pain, but I can do nothing else."
Kelsey blinked, horrified. Appendectomy had been a routine pre-crossing surgery, so simple and common that Lily's procedure had been done by machines rather than human hands. But the grim resignation on the doctor's face said everything that needed to be said.
"We've promised to take care of his mother, lady,"
Mace murmured.
"We've made him as comfortable as possible. There's little else we can do. You shouldn't be here for this."
"Perhaps not. But it's a little late to walk away."
"Well?"
Kib asked. His voice was slurred with some kind of narcotic.
"I'm right here, you ass," Elston muttered. "I'm not going anywhere."
Elston was holding Kib's hand, Kelsey saw. It looked odd, Kib's small hand buried in Elston's giant fist, but she couldn't even smile. They did everything together, Elston and Kib, and Kelsey couldn't remember a time when she'd seen one without the other. Best friends. But now, looking at their clasped hands, at the agony that Elston was trying so desperately to hide, Kelsey's mind came up with a third and fourth piece of information. Neither Elston nor Kib had a woman in the keep, and their chambers adjoined. Elston looked up at her dumbly, and Kelsey did her best not to blush. She reached for Kib's other hand, which lay fisted at his side. His eyes were closed, his teeth clenched against another groan, and cords stood out on his neck. Kelsey could see individual beads of sweat as they rolled down his temples and cheeks to settle in the matting of his hair. At the touch of her hand, Kib's eyes opened again, and he attempted a smile through gritted teeth.
"Majesty,"
he croaked.
"I'm a Queen's Guard of the Tear."
"Yes," Kelsey replied, not knowing what else to say. Her own helplessness had frozen her tongue. She wormed her hand inside his, felt him clasp it gently.
"My honor, lady."
Kib smiled, a smile of drugs, and his eyes slipped closed again. Elston made a choking sound and turned away, but Kelsey could not. Schmidt was undoubtedly the best doctor Mace could find, but he was only the shadow of a dead breed. There was no real medicine any more. All of it had gone down with the White Ship, the medical personnel left behind bobbing in the waves beneath the storm. What Kelsey wouldn't give for even one of those doctors now. She thought of the brutal cold the survivors must have endured, treading water in the middle of God's ocean until exhaustion made them sink beneath the waves. By the end they must have been in agony. Frigid air seemed to coalesce around Kelsey, and she began to shiver helplessly, her legs cramping. Her vision went dark.
"Lady?"
A great shock slammed into Chelsea's chest so hard that she gasped. Pen caught her from behind, or she would have fallen backward. She clamped Kib's hand more tightly, struggling to hold on to him, knowing somehow that if she let go, the spell would be broken and nothing could be done. Her stomach imploded in pain. Kelsey clamped her mouth shut, but a shriek built behind her lips and her body bucked in rebellion. Unbearable pressure laced across her abdomen and seemed to wrench her muscles, stretching them beyond their capacity.
"Hold her! Get her mouth open!"
Hands were on her arms and legs, but Kelsey barely felt them. The pressure on her abdomen doubled, tripled, going up and up, a feeling that had no comparison for Kelsey beyond the increasing scream of a tea kettle. Her body continued to thrash, her heels digging into the chamber floor, but the inner Kelsey was thousands of miles away, struggling in the dark of God's ocean, trying not to go under. A wave of freezing water broke on her, closed over her head, and Kelsey tasted bitter salt. Fingers forced her mouth open. Somehow she knew they were pens, and groped for her tongue, but it all seemed very distant. There was only the shredding agony in her belly and the cold, a paralyzing cold that seemed to have enclosed the entire world. Kelsey breathed in shallow gasps, trying not to gag at the intrusion of fingers pinning her tongue.
"You, doctor, get over here!"
Hands on her shoulders now, bruising hands, holding her down with great force. Mace's hands, his face above her, torn with anxiety, shouting commands because that's how Mace deals with crisis. Sometimes it seemed he could do nothing but give orders. The pain vanished. Kelsey took a deep breath and lay still. After a few moments, the hands on her relaxed but didn't let go entirely. She looked up and saw them crouching over her. Mace, Penn, Elston, Corrin, and Welmer. The ceiling was a mass of incomprehensible tiles over their heads. With a muttered apology, Penn removed his fingers from her mouth. Kelsey's body felt light, clear, as though her blood had been replaced with water. The water that came from the spring near the cottage, so clean that they could prepare food with it directly from the pool. The unnatural cold had gone as well, and Kelsey was warm now, almost drowsy, as though someone had wrapped her in a blanket.
"Lady, are you in pain?"
Kelsey was still gripping a hard object, Kib's hand. She sat up, feeling Penn move to support her shoulders. Kib lay entirely still now, his eyes closed. "Is he dead?" Schmid leaned over Kib, his hand moving in a rapid, clinical way that Kelsey admired, forehead to pulse and back to forward again. He checked these areas with increasing agitation before finally turning to Kelsey, his face blank.
"No, Majesty. The patient breathes easy."
He pressed downward on Kib's abdomen, tentatively, ready to withdraw at any twitch. But there was nothing. Even Kelsey could see Kib's chest rise and fall now, the deep, even breathing of a man in the darkest part of unconsciousness.
"His fever is finished,"
Schmid murmured, pressing hard on Kib's stomach now, as though desperate to elicit a response.
"Really, we should dry and cover him, or he will take a chill." "The appendix?"
Mace asked. Schmid shook his head, sitting back on his heels. Kelsey reached up to clutch her two sapphires. They hadn't spoken to her since the Argive, but still their weight was comforting, a solid thing to hold.
"Sir?"
One of the new guards was peeking around the doorway. "Is everything all right? We heard—"
"Everything is fine,"
Mace replied, turning a threatening glare on everyone in the room.
"Back to your post, Aaron, and shut the door behind you."
"Yes, sir." Aaron vanished. "He's all right," Welmer whispered. His face was pale and young, just as it had been months ago when Kelsey first met him, before life had begun to mature him a bit. Mace didn't answer, but only turned to Schmid with a resigned expression, the face of a man waiting for a verdict who knows that he's already condemned. The doctor wiped his forehead.
"The swelling is gone. He appears to be completely healthy. But for the perspiration, and even that could be explained as the cauchemar, the night terror."
Now they all turned to look at Kelsey. All of them except Elston, who continued to stare at Kib.
"Are you all right, lady?"
Penn finally asked. "I'm fine," Kelsey replied. She thought of that first night when she had cut open her own arm. She had done so several times since. It was a coping mechanism, and her body was a good place to divert the rage. Her legs were better to cut than her arms, easier to hide. But this was a similar thing. Or was it different? If it was her jewels, why didn't they give any sign? Kelsey's shoulders felt like brick. "I'm tired, though. I need to sleep soon." Schmid's face was a portrait of upset, his eyes moving swiftly between Kelsey and Kib.
Majesty, I do not know what I have just seen, but—"
Mace grasped the doctor's wrist.
"You saw nothing."
"What?"
"None of you saw anything. Kib was ill, but he took a turn for the better in the night."
Kelsey found herself nodding.
"But, Welma, use the brain God gave you,"
Mace snapped.
"What happens if word goes out that the Queen can heal the sick?"
Oh. Welma pondered this for a moment. Kelsey tried to think as well, but she was so tired. Mace's words jangled in her mind. Heal the sick? What did I do?
"I see, sir," Welma finally replied. "Everyone would have a sick mother, a sick child."
"Kib!"
Mace bent down and shook Kib's shoulder and then slapped him lightly across the face. Elston winced but said nothing.
"Kib, wake up!"
Kib's eyes opened, and by a trick of the torchlight, Kelsey thought that the pupils seemed almost transparent, as though they had been cleaned out and replaced with— what? Light? She turned her senses inward and examined her own body, her own heartbeat. Everything was moving faster. She shook her head, trying to get rid of the rays that seemed to be shining through her mind. They went, but with a slight twinkle of mischief that did nothing to allay the feeling of unreality that swamped her.
"How do you feel, Kib?"
Mace asked. "Light," Kib groaned. "All light." Kelsey looked up and found the doctor staring at her again.
"Do you remember anything?"
Kib laughed softly. "I was on the edge of a cliff and sliding. The Queen grabbed me back. Everything was so clear." Mace crossed his arms, his jaw clenched in frustration.
"He's like a man on an opium binge." "Will he sober up, lady?"
asked Corrin. "How would I know?" Kelsey demanded.
All of them, even Penn, were looking at her with the same suspicion, as though she had hidden something from them, some long-time secret that had finally come to light. She thought of the cuts on her arms and legs again, but forced the thought away. Mace grunted in exasperation.
"We'll have to hope he'll come out of it. Leave him in here and post a guard. No visitors. Lady, you should go on back to bed."
This sounded so wonderful to Kelsey that she merely nodded and trudged away, ignoring Penn's nearly silent tread behind her. She wanted to sort things out, but she was too exhausted to think. If she could heal the sick— But she shook her head, cutting off the rest. There was power there, yes, but it was a ruinous sort of power. Even now she could feel the edges of the idea curdling inside her head.
"Heal the sick. Heal the sick."
Mace's words rang like bells in her mind, no matter how she tried to push them away. The next evening, after dinner, Kelsey was in the middle of her daily argument with Arliss when a messenger arrived bearing the news she'd been dreading. 6 days ago, the Mort had broken through on the border. Having been frustrated in several attacks by the line of archers in the trees, Ducat had finally taken the most direct method and simply set the entire hillside on fire. Hall had had the good sense to withdraw his battalion back toward the Almont and avoid direct battle, but nearly all of his archers had been caught in the fire, burning to death in their treetop nests. By now, the Mort would be transporting their heavy equipment over the hillside, and the bulk of their infantry would already have moved down into the Almont. On Berman's orders, the Tier army had pulled back to the Cadell. Fire still raged across the border hills. If it didn't rain soon, thousands of acres of good timber would be destroyed. Kelsey had thought herself prepared for this news. After all, it had been inevitable from the start. But still, it hit her hard, the idea of Mort soldiers on Tier land. For the last 2 weeks, a separate wing of the Mort army had been besieging the Argive Pass, just as Berman had warned her. The Mort Road was a much more convenient route by which to move supplies from Domain than the rough ground of the border hills. But so far, the Argive had held, and while the Mort had been pinned inside their own territory, the invasion had seemed somehow less real. The Mort would find no reward in the Almont. The eastern half of the kingdom was nearly empty now, but for a few isolated farming villages on the extreme northern and southern outskirts, whose occupants had chosen to remain where they were. There was nothing for the Mort to pillage, but still, Kelsey hated the idea of them out here, moving like a slow, dark tide across her land. She crumpled the message in one fist, feeling a new cut open on the inside of her thigh. The cuts kept her anger inside her, kept it from spilling out all over everyone surrounding. But it had grown frustrating, always having to hold back. Kelsey longed for a real target, someone she could actually injure, and this longing had then led her to cut herself more deeply, to relish the pain even while she bled. The cuts healed themselves at an incredible rate, sometimes even before a day had elapsed, and so they were fairly easy to hide from everyone. Everyone except Anderlei, who dealt with Kelsey's laundry. Anderlei remained silent, but Kelsey knew that she was concerned. Despite the heat of the summer, Kelsey had taken to wearing nothing but thick black dresses with long sleeves, and this only served to deepen her kinship with Lily Mayhew, who had so many things to hide. Kelsey spent long periods of time trying to understand Lily, to understand what possible connection there could be between them. For Kelsey could not believe that she would see anything so detailed, so realistic, for no reason at all. With Father Tyler's help, she had now been through all of Carlin's history books, and there was no record of Lily anywhere. Historically speaking, Lily was unimportant. But it never felt that way when Kelsey was with her, bound up inside her life. Still, she had tabled her research, for there was only so much time she could expend on Lily, on the past. The present had become too terrible. With Berman's message still clutched in her fist, Kelsey left Alice's office and stormed down the hall to her own chamber. Closing the curtain on Pen, she wandered over toward the fireplace. The portrait of the handsome man still leaned on the wall, covered with a drop-cloth. Kelsey had found that the picture made her a bit uneasy. The man's eyes did indeed follow her wherever she went, and he seemed to be smirking at her. Anderlei, too, disliked the man in the portrait intensely. If she or Glee had had any more visions, Anderlei kept them to herself. But she treated the portrait like poison, and she was the one who had draped a sheet over the man's face. Now Kelsey pulled off the sheet and stared at the portrait for a very long time. If nothing else, the man from the fireplace was extremely handsome, enjoyable to gaze at. Anderlei said that the man was evil, and he was. Kelsey could sense it even in the portrait, the hint of cruelty in his smile. But Kelsey realized that was also part of the draw. She'd had several dreams about the man now, barely remembered dreams in which she had been naked before him on what felt like a bed of fire. Always, Kelsey woke up just before physical contact, her sheets soaked with sweat. It was different from what she felt for the fetch, who, despite his misdeeds, seemed fundamentally decent. This man's wickedness pulled at her, magnetic. She drew a finger down the canvas, debating. He said he knew how to defeat the Red Queen. Kelsey had only half believed him, but the Mort were here now, and she could no longer afford not to grasp at straws. The man had said that he wanted freedom. He had said he would come when she called. Kelsey sat down in front of the fire, crossing her legs beneath her. The fire was strong, and the heat baked her face. "I'm only keeping my options open," she told herself firmly. "There's nothing wrong with that." "Where are you?" she whispered. Something seemed to gather darkly in front of the flames, like coal dust compacting, and a moment later he appeared, just in front of the mantel, tall and substantial. Kelsey's reaction to his presence was even stronger now than it had been before, a flurry of pulse and nerves that she fought to force down. Lust made her stupid, she saw now, and she could not afford to be stupid with this creature. "Where do you come from?" she asked him. "Do you live in the fire?" "I live in dark, Tear air. I've waited long years to see the sun." Kelsey pointed to the portrait. "This picture is very old. Are you a ghost?" He surveyed the portrait, a humorless smile crossing his face. "You might think of me as a ghost, but I am flesh. See for yourself." He placed a hand on Kelsey's chest, just above her breasts. Her shoulders hitched involuntarily, but he didn't seem to notice, giving her a searching look. "You are stronger, Tear air. What has happened to you?" "I want to bargain." "What? No time for pleasantries." He smiled, and Kelsey was alarmed by her own response to that smile. "Pleasures make life bearable, you know." Kelsey shut her eyes, focusing, then hissing as a new slice opened on her forearm. It was a deep one, and painful, but it steadied her, calming her pulse, the ache in her breasts. You said you knew how to defeat the Queen of Mortmain.
So I do. She is not invulnerable, though she would like to be.
How can she be beaten?
What do you offer in return, Tear Heir? Yourself.
You don't want me.
You want your freedom. I want many things.
What can a creature like you possibly want in the physical world?
I still take joy in physical things. I must sustain myself.
Sustain yourself on what?
He grinned, though a flare of red sparked in his eyes. You are quick, Tear Heir. You ask the right questions.
What do you want? Be explicit.
Shall we draw up a bargain, like the treaty that wrecked your mother?
Did you appear to my mother this way as well?
Your mother was beneath my notice.
He meant this as a compliment to Kelsey, she could tell, and it worked, creating a tiny warm glow inside her. But she pressed on, knowing that she could not afford to be sidetracked. If we're to bargain, I want the terms clearly defined.
Fine. You will set me free, and I will tell you of the Red Queen's vulnerability. Have we a bargain?
Kelsey hesitated. Things were moving too quickly. The Mort were hampered by their siege equipment. By Hall's estimates, Kelsey had at least a month before they reached the city. That was not long, but it was enough time to reflect, to make a good decision. And now a new worry struck Kelsey. Even if she was somehow able to destroy the Red Queen, would that necessarily translate to defeating her army? Would it die with the head cut off, or would it simply grow a new one, Hydra-like?
Too many unknowns here, Kelsey,
Carlin whispered, and Kelsey knew she was right. I will consider it, she told the man before her. He blinked as though fatigued, and Kelsey realized that he looked less substantial somehow. Squinting, she saw that the fire behind him was clearly visible, flames flickering dimly through both his clothing and the area where his rib cage should have been. His face, too, had turned pale with fatigue. Noticing the direction of Kelsey's gaze, the man frowned. He closed his eyes for a moment, seeming to solidify right in front of her, becoming more opaque. When he opened his eyes, he was smiling again, a smile of such warm, calculating sensuality that Kelsey took a step back. Her arousal instantly darkened, became tinged with an edge of fright.
What are you?
His gaze darted behind Kelsey over her left shoulder, and his face compacted into a snarl, lips drawing back from his white teeth. His eyes gleamed red, burning with a sudden blazing hatred that made Kelsey stumble backward, her feet tangling in her dress. She braced herself to land on her tailbone with a hard thud, but before she could, someone caught her beneath the arms. When Kelsey looked up, the last of the fire had gone out, and the man was gone. But arms remained around Kelsey from behind, and she struggled, kicking against the floor.
Easy, Tear Queen,
a voice murmured in her ear, and Kelsey quieted.
You?
How did you get past Penn?
He's unconscious.
Is he all right?
Of course. I put him out for a bit, only long enough for us to do some business.
Business. Of course it would be business. Let me go. I'll light a candle. The fetch released her, giving her a firm push-up, and Kelsey shuffled her way to the bedside table. Her cheeks were still flushed, and she could feel the blood burning there. She took her time about lighting the candle, trying to get some control back, but as she fumbled around on the table for her matches, his voice echoed behind her.
2 inches to your left.
So he does see in the dark, Kelsey thought, irritated. When she finally lit the candle and turned to face him, she expected to see the man she remembered, all amused mouth and dancing eyes. But his face was grave in the candlelight.
I knew he would come here, sooner or later.
What did he ask for? Nothing, Kelsey replied, but she knew that the blush on her cheeks would give her away. She had never been able to lie well, and certainly not to the fetch. He stared at her for a long moment.
Let me give you some friendly advice, Tear Queen. I have known this creature for a very long time. Don't give him anything. Don't even converse with him. He will only lead you to grief.
Who is he?
Once he was a man, a powerful man. You would know him as Roland Finn.
The name rang a bell deep in Kelsey's mind. Carlin had mentioned Finn once. Something to do with the landing. What had it been? The fetch stepped closer. He was staring at her face, Kelsey realized, cataloguing the changes, and she dropped her chin, peeking up at him as she pretended to study the floor. He looked healthy, if somewhat leaner than the last time Kelsey had seen him. His face was slightly tanned, as though he had been in the south. He still pulled at her, as much as he ever had, and the pull was accompanied by a sick sense of loss deep in Kelsey's stomach. All the lust that had governed her body in the last few minutes had transferred easily to the fetch, and now she realized how hollow her earlier reactions had been. What she felt for this man dwarfed anything she would ever feel for anyone else. She had dreamed of the day when she would see the fetch again, when she would greet him not as a round-faced girl, but as a pretty woman, perhaps even the beautiful one. But she didn't like the way he was staring at her. Not at all. "Who are you, Fetch? Do you have a real name?"
"I have many names. All are useful."
"Why not tell me the real one?"
"A name is power, Tear Queen. Your name was once Raleigh, and now it's Glynn. Did the change mean nothing to you?"
Kelsey blinked, for his question made her think not of Barty and Carlin, not even of her own mother, but of the Mort Treaty, the signature in red ink at the bottom. The Queen of Mort Main, her true name hidden from the world. Why did she hide it so closely? Kelsey was Glynn now, but she had also been Glynn as a child, because the entire world was looking for a girl-child named Raleigh. But why would a woman as powerful as the Red Queen need to hide her birth name from anyone? Was she so anxious to leave the past behind? Who is she really? The fetch had wandered over to her desk, fingering the papers there.
"You've lost weight, Tear Queen. Don't you eat enough?"
"I eat plenty."
"Then stop trying to hide your face. Let me see what you've done to yourself."
There was no help for it. Kelsey turned for his inspection, keeping her eyes on the floor.
"You have transformed," the fetch stated flatly. "Is this what you wanted?"
"What do you mean?" He pointed to her sapphires.
"My knowledge of those things is not extensive, but this isn't the first time I've seen them grant a wish. You performed a great feat in the Archive. What else have you been able to do?"
Kelsey firmed her jaw. "Nothing."
"I know when you're lying, Tear Queen."
Kelsey recoiled. His tone was eerily reminiscent of Carlin's when she caught Kelsey committing minor infractions, sneaking an extra cookie from the kitchen, or dodging chores. "Nothing. I have dreams sometimes. Visions."
"About what?"
"The pre-crossing. A woman. What does it matter?" His eyes narrowed.
"When in our acquaintance have you ever been the one to decide what matters?"
Kelsey's composure seemed to buckle beneath her like a beam made of weak wood. "I'm not a child in your camp anymore. Don't talk to me like that."
"In my eyes, Tear Queen, you are a child. An infant, even."
Angry tears sprung to Kelsey's eyes, but she fought them, swallowing great gulps of air, the bleak thought recurring in her mind. This isn't how it was supposed to go.
"What does she look like, this pre-crossing woman?"
the fetch asked. "She's tall and pretty and sad. She hardly ever smiles."
"Her name?"
"Lily Mayhew." The fetch smiled then, a slow, genuine smile that undermined Kelsey's anger, washing away its foundations like the tide.
"Is there a girl there? A girl with long reddish hair?"
Kelsey blinked. Running quickly through Lily's memory, she shook her head, and was shocked by the disappointment in the fetch's face. He had needed her to say yes, needed it badly. "Who is Lily Mayhew?" The fetch shook his head. His eyes glimmered, almost with tears, though Kelsey refused to believe that when she had never seen this man moved by anything.
"Only a woman, I suppose?"
"If you're only going to ask questions and give no answers, then fuck off."
"The mouth on you, Tear Queen."
"I mean it. Speak plainly or get out."
"All right."
He sat down in her armchair and leaned back, crossing his legs, all trace of emotion gone.
"There is a protest movement growing in Mortmain."
"I've heard about it. Lazarus has sent them some goods."
"They need more support."
"Support them, then. My kingdom barely has the cash to arm itself."
I do support them. I've funneled a considerable amount of my own wealth in that direction.
Ah, so it is you. Le Vieux, is it? The old? Did you never think of funneling some of that wealth into the Tear?
Until very recently, Tear Queen, I would sooner have invested my money in magic beans. Now I'm committed to these people who agitate for a more equitable Mortmain. But they require victories to keep going. Open support from the Tearling would be good for morale.
What of Kader?
The Cadaries have already begun to sabotage their tribute to Mortmain, which is a useful distraction. But the Mort hold the Cadaries in small esteem, whereas you're a figure of much curiosity over there, particularly among the poor.
I'll consider it. I need to talk to Lazarus.
You know the Mort have broken through the border.
Yes.
What will you do when they come?
The entire population will be in New London by then. It'll be a tight fit, but the city can hold them, at least for a time. I have an entire battalion laying in supplies for siege and fortifying the backside of the city.
They will breach the walls eventually.
Kelsey frowned. I know that.
And what will you do?
She said nothing, but kept her eyes away from the fireplace. The fetch didn't press her further, only leaned his chin on one fist, watching her with clear amusement.
Your mind is a fascinating thing, Tear Queen, always moving.
She nodded, wandering across the room to her desk. She realized that she was trying to put herself front and center, trying to force him to notice her, the way she always noticed him. She suddenly found herself loathsome. She was the same Kelsey she had always been, and he hadn't wanted her before. If he suddenly wanted her now that she had a pretty face and a pretty body, what did that make him? I can't win. Her old appearance had been genuine and had gained her nothing. But her new appearance was worse, hollow and false, and anything that she gained by it would carry that falsity like a disease. If this was the work of her jewels, then Kelsey didn't want it any more.
You grow pretty, Tear Queen.
Kelsey flushed. The statement, which might have pleased her moments before, now made her feel sick.
What will you do with your new beauty? Catch yourself a rich husband.
I won't share my throne. Not with anyone.
What about an heir?
There are other ways to get one. He threw back his head and laughed.
Practical, Tear Queen.
Kelsey looked toward the curtain, thinking of Pen. If the fetch's laughter hadn't woken him, he really must be out cold.
Your guard is fine. I'll wake him on my way out. If it's any consolation, he was a tougher mark than your uncle's guards ever were. At least Olcott stays awake on duty.
Seeing an opportunity to change the subject, Kelsey jumped on it. I suppose I should thank you for my lawn ornament. The fetch's face sobered, turning thoughtful.
Thomas died well, though it galls me to admit it. He died like a man.
Dying well. Kelsey closed her eyes and saw again the Mort coming, crossing the Cadell and breaching the walls. She turned away, staring at the fireplace. Where was the handsome man, Roland Finn, now? Where had he gone back to?
Don't think about him, Tear Queen.
She whirled to face him. Do you read minds?
I don't need to. You've never hidden anything from me. I can't stop him from coming here as he pleases. But I repeat my caution. Give him nothing. Nothing he asks for. No house room in your mind. He is a seductive creature, I know.
Kelsey started in surprise, feeling caught.
And even I was deceived once long ago.
How long? Kelsey blurted out. How old are you?
Too old.
Why haven't you died?
A punishment.
What are you being punished for?
The worst of all crimes, Tear Queen. Now be quiet and listen.
Kelsey winced. He had used Carlin's tone again, the tone one would take with a wayward child, and Kelsey felt a sudden desperation to prove him wrong, to show him that she wasn't a child anymore, but she didn't know how.
Ro Finn, the man, was a liar, the fetch continued. He is a liar still. The Mort Queen gave in. She was a fool. Are you a fool as well?
No, Kelsey mumbled, though she knew she was. She had become pretty, and she no longer felt like a child. But she was the worst fool in the world for thinking that these things would make a difference to the fetch. He was still as far beyond her reach as he had ever been. "You've impressed me, Tear Queen. Don't ruin it all now." The fetch stood from the chair, pulling something from his pocket, and Kelsey saw that it was his mask, the same dreadful mask he liked to wear about the countryside. He meant to leave now. This was all she would have. "Good riddance," a voice whispered inside her head. But Kelsey recognized that for what it was, her mind's sad attempt at self-defense. The fetch would disappear now, leaving her with nothing. She longed for something to hold on to, and on the heels of that longing came anger. She was the most powerful woman in the Tearling, and still this man was able to wreck her with only a few words. Was this really the way it would always be? Not always. Not forever. Please, God, give me some light at the end. She took a deep breath, and when she spoke, she noted with pleasure that her voice had strengthened, become hard. "Don't ever come here uninvited again. You're not welcome." "I'll come and go as I please, Tear Queen. I always have. You just make sure I don't have to come for you." He drew the mask over his head. "We made a deal." "Fuck the deal," Kelsey snarled. "That creature Finn offers actual aid. What have you ever offered? Only your life, you ungrateful brat. Get out!" He gave her a mocking bow, eyes gleaming behind the mask. "Perhaps in time you'll grow as pretty as your mother." Kelsey grabbed the book from her bedside table and flung it at him, but it only bounced harmlessly off his shoulder. The fetch laughed, bitter laughter, that emerged hollowly from the mask's mouth. "You can't hurt me, Tear Queen. No one can. I don't even have the ability to wound myself." He slipped into Penn's antechamber, closed the curtain behind him, and was gone. Kelsey fell on the bed, buried her face in the pillow, and began to cry. She hadn't cried in months, and tears were a relief, easing some strand inside her that had been stretched tight. But the pain in her chest wouldn't ease. "I'll never have him." She even murmured it into her pillow, but the fetch remained there, lodged in her chest and throat like something she'd swallowed, too big for her to contend with. There was no way to make him be gone. A hand touched Kelsey's shoulder, gently, making her jump. Looking up with bleary eyes, she saw Penn standing over the bed. She put up a hand to convey that she was fine, but he stared at her in quiet consternation, and the anxiety in his face brought on fresh tears. "Here's the man I should have fallen in love with," she thought, and that only made her weep harder. Penn sat down on the bed beside her and placed his hand gently on top of hers, clasping her fingers. The small gesture wrecked Kelsey, and she cried even harder, her face swollen and nose running freely. So many things in this life had proven more difficult than they were supposed to be. She missed Barty and Carlin. She missed the cottage with its quiet patterns, where everything was known. She missed the child, Kelsey, who had never had to make more than a day's decisions or worry about more than a child's consequences. She missed the ease of that life. After a few minutes, Penn tugged her up from the pillow and wrapped his arms around her, holding her against his chest, rocking her in the same way Barty used to when she'd taken a fall. Penn wasn't going to ask her any questions, Kelsey realized, and that seemed such a gift that her tears finally began to subside into gasps and hiccups. She huddled against Penn's bare chest, liking the feel of it, warm and hard and comforting against her cheek. It could be a secret, her mind whispered, the thought coming from nowhere. But a moment later, Kelsey realized that the voice was correct. It could be a secret. No one had to know, not even Mace. Kelsey's private life, her private choices, were her own business. And now she found herself whispering, repeating the thought out loud. It could be a secret, Penn. Penn drew back, looking down at her for a long moment, and Kelsey saw, relieved, that he knew exactly what she was offering, that she didn't have to explain. "You don't love me, lady?" Kelsey shook her head. "Then why would you want this?" That was a good question, But part of Kelsey was annoyed anyway that Penn had asked it.
"I'm 19, she wanted to snap. 19 and still a virgin. Isn't that enough?"
She didn't love Penn, and he didn't love her. But she liked the way he looked without a shirt, and it seemed desperately important to prove that she wasn't a child. She shouldn't need a reason for wanting the same things as everyone else. But she couldn't say these things to Penn. They would only hurt him. "I don't know. I just do." Penn closed his eyes, his mouth twisting, and Kelsey recoiled, suddenly remembering the balance of power between them. Did he think she was ordering him to sleep with her? Penn had principles, and as he had pointed out, he was a Queen's Guard. Maybe it wasn't enough that no one else would know. Penn would know. That was the problem. "It's entirely your choice, Penn," she told him, placing a hand against his neck. "I'm not the Queen right now. I'm just—" Penn kissed her. It wasn't anything like her books. Kelsey barely had time to decide what she was feeling. She was too busy trying not to be inept, trying to figure out where her tongue was supposed to go. A lot of work, she thought, slightly disappointed. But then Penn's hand crept up to her breast, and that was better, closer to the way she thought it was supposed to be. Kelsey wondered if she should take off her own dress or let Penn do it, and then realized that he was already far ahead of her, half of her buttons undone. The room was cold, but she was sweating, and when Penn's mouth found her nipple, she jumped, stifling a moan. He pulled the rest of her dress off, then froze. Kelsey looked down and saw what Penn saw, her arms and legs crisscrossed with wounds in various stages of healing. They didn't look as bad as they would have in the daylight, but even Kelsey, who was used to her own injuries, knew that her limbs were a ghastly sight. "What have you done to yourself?" Kelsey grabbed her dress, tugging the sleeves back on. She had botched this, just as she always seemed to ruin things when she tried so hard to behave like an adult. Penn stopped her, taking her wrist in a light grip, his face unreadable. "You can't talk about it." Kelsey shook her head, staring truculently at the ground. Penn ran a light thumb over the scar on her thigh, and Kelsey realized suddenly that she was sitting there nearly naked, a man looking over her body, and she wasn't even blushing. Perhaps she was growing up a bit after all. "I see," Penn said. "It's not my business." Kelsey looked up, surprised. "You live in a world none of us can see, lady. I accept that. And your choices are your own." Kelsey gazed at him for a moment longer. Then she took his hand from her thigh and placed it gently between her legs. Penn kissed her, and she suddenly found her hands all over him, as though she couldn't pull him close enough. "This may hurt," he whispered. "It does, your first time." Kelsey stared up at him, this man who had done nothing for months but guard her from danger, and realizing that the vast majority of her books had been misleading. They painted love as an all-or-nothing proposition. What she felt for Penn wasn't close to what she felt for the fetch. But it was love, somehow, all the same, and she placed a hand against his cheek. "You won't hurt me, Penn. I'm tough." Penn grinned, his old grin, the one Kelsey hadn't seen in weeks. When he pushed inside her, it did hurt, a stinging burn that made her want to close her legs. But Kelsey wouldn't have let Penn know it for the world, and she pushed up against him, trying to match his movements. The pain deepened, but there was no going back now. Kelsey felt as though she'd crossed a chasm, some bridge that lay broken behind her. The Mort were there, waiting. Kelsey shook her head, trying to shove the thought away. The invasion shouldn't intrude here, not now. She tried to focus on Penn, her body, but found that she could not rid herself of the image. A head, waiting, like an awful tide. The Mort. Chapter 9. The Dark Thing. "Oh, what may man within him hide, though angel on the outward side." Measure for Measure, William Shakespeare. Pre-crossing, Angleterre. August dawned, bright and burning. The city stank with the heat. Whenever Kelsey went out on her balcony, she could smell sewage, and the less pungent but still unpleasant smell of animal flesh left to rot in the sun. Without grazing fields, many of the animals that the evacuees had brought with them were beginning to die of starvation. After a quick consultation with Mace, Kelsey had ordered that all farm animals in and around the city, save for milking cows and goats, be immediately slaughtered and their meat cured for siege. This decree had earned her no points with the cattle farmers of the Almont, but their anger seemed preferable to the disease that would surely spread if animals died and rotted on the banks of the Cadell, contaminating the city's water supply. Javel, Dyer, and Galen left for Domain on the 2nd of August. They departed in the dark of night, quickly and quietly, so quietly that even Kelsey didn't know until they were already gone. She was furious, but Mace merely pointed out to her in his usual laconic manner that she had put him in charge of the operation, and there was nothing Kelsey could say to that. On the 4th of August, Kelsey found Anderlei alone in her chamber, and closed the door, leaving Pen outside. She had spent days quietly working up the courage for this, but before Anderlei's questioning gaze, she nearly lost her nerve. She and Pen had slept together 3 more times, and while it had certainly gotten better, each time an unpleasant truth had been weighing more and more heavily on Kelsey's mind. "Anderlei, can I ask you a favour?" "Yes, lady." "When you go to the market, do you ever hear of black market items being available down there?" Anderlei's gaze sharpened. "What is it you're seeking, lady?" "I want—" Kelsey peeked toward the door, making sure that Pen hadn't somehow slunk back into the room. "I want contraception. I've heard it's out there." If Anderlei was surprised, she didn't show it. "It is out there, lady. The question is how to distinguish the true from the false. And the true is always very expensive. I've got the money. Can you do it? I don't want anyone to know." "I can do it, lady. But I wonder if you considered the consequences?" Kelsey frowned. "You have moral objections?" "God, no," Anderlei chuckled. "I would have taken the stuff myself, but we never had the money. It was all I could do to feed all of my children 2 meals a day. I do not condemn you, Majesty. I simply mean that even I have heard the tone of the city. The people want an heir. I don't know what happens if you take a contraceptive and it is discovered. Public opinion is the least of my concerns right now. I'm 19. This kingdom doesn't own every part of me. They will disagree with you on that. But regardless, I can get the syrup, if that's what you want." "It is," Kelsey replied firmly. "When do you go to market?" "Thursday. I'll give you the gold. I appreciate this." "Be careful, lady," Anderlei cautioned. "I know all about the wildness of youth, believe me. But regret has a terrible ability to follow you, long after youth has vanished." "Yes." Kelsey had been looking down at her feet, but now she abruptly looked up at Anderlei, nearly begging. "I only want to be able to have a life, that's all. A life just like any other girl my age would have. Is that so terrible?" "Not terrible at all, Majesty," Anderlei replied. "But though you may wish for an ordinary life, you will not have it. You are the Queen of the Tearling. There are some things you cannot choose." A few days later, Kelsey finally got up the courage to run an errand she'd been putting off for nearly a month. Gathering up Mace, Pen, and Corin, she left the Queen's wing, travelled up 3 flights of stairs, turned left, then right, then left again, and entered a large windowless room on the 12th floor of the keep. Elstone stood up from an armchair just inside the doorway. For once, Kib was not with him. Although Kib appeared to have completely recovered in a physical sense, Mace was still wary, still testing Kib to see if anything had changed. "Enjoying yourself, Elstone?"
"More than you can imagine, lady."
The room was lit by many torches, and at its centre was a steel cage that stood almost to the ceiling. The bars were thin, but they looked to be extremely strong. In the centre of the cage, Arlen Thorne sat in a simple wooden chair, his head tipped back, his gaze focused on the ceiling. The chair was the only furniture in the cage. "He doesn't even have a cot?" Kelsey asked Mace in an undertone.
"He can sleep just fine on the floor."
"What about a blanket?" Mace's brow furrowed.
What is this sudden sympathy for Thorn, lady?
Not sympathy, concern. Even worse criminals would deserve a blanket.
Have you come to gloat, Majesty? Thorn called from the centre of the room. Or will you merely mumble to each other all day over there?
Ah, Arlen, how the mighty have fallen. Kelsey moved to stand 10 feet from the bars, and Penn followed, placing himself between Kelsey and the cage. For a moment she was distracted by Penn's lithe sword-fighter's form, which she now saw in an entirely new light. The sex was getting better, and it was difficult these days to keep from picturing him naked. But they had agreed to keep this thing in the dark, and in the dark it would stay.
Corin, can you find me something to sit on, please?
Lady. How goes the invasion, Majesty? Thorn asked.
Poorly, Kelsey admitted. The Mort are pushing inward from the border. My army won't hold for long.
Thorn shrugged.
The inevitable result.
I'll give you this, Arlen. At least you don't feign remorse.
What is there to be remorseful about? I played the hand I was dealt as well as I could. Bad luck is bad luck.
Thorn leaned forward, his bright blue eyes piercing in the dim room.
How did you find out about my special shipment, lady? I've always wondered. Did someone talk?
No.
Then how did you know?
Magic.
Ah, well.
Thorn sat back.
I've seen magic worked, once or twice.
Don't you care about anything, Arlen?
Care is a liability, Majesty.
Corin reappeared with a chair, and Kelsey sat down in front of the cage.
What of Brenna? Surely you care for her, or have I been misinformed?
Brenna is a useful tool, and she enjoys being used.
Kelsey's mouth twisted in disgust, but then she remembered the spitting, raging woman down in the dungeon. Perhaps there was something in what Thorn said.
How did Brenna come to be what she is?
Environment, Majesty. My Brenna and I grew up in the worst hell imaginable.
Thorn tipped his head toward Mace, his mouth twisting with malice.
You know what I'm talking about. I saw you there. You are mistaken, Mace replied tonelessly.
Thorn smiled.
Oh no, Captain of Guard. I'm sure it was you.
In the next instant the mace lashed against the bars, a deafening clatter of steel on steel in the confined space.
Keep talking, Thorn, Mace said in a low voice, and I will end you.
What do I care for that, Captain? You or the rope?
Makes no difference to me. And what about when I send that pet of yours to Mortmain, to Lafitte?
Mace grasped the bars, pressing against the cage, and Kelsey was suddenly glad that she could not see his face. Mace never allowed himself to be rattled so easily. Thorn must have touched a very deep nerve.
Albinos are a curiosity, you know. Such women will always draw customers. You have no reason to harm Brenna. But I will do it, Thorn, if you drive me there. Keep your mouth shut.
Thorn raised his eyebrows.
You support this, Majesty?
Kelsey was uncomfortable with the turn of the conversation, but she nodded firmly. I support whatever Lazarus chooses to do.
See? I knew it. Kelsey the virtuous, Kelsey the selfless.
Thorn shook his head, chuckling.
Those poor deluded bastards out there have worked themselves into a frenzy over you, Majesty. They think you'll save them from the Mort. A clever act, yours, but I always knew you were no better than the rest of us.
I never claimed to be virtuous or selfless, Kelsey snapped back, and I hardly know how you can claim any sort of high ground.
But I make no secret of what I am, Kelsey Raleigh. I suppose it's Glynn now, isn't it? These delusions the rest of you suffer. So much work and architecture to convince yourselves that you're better, more pure. We all want what we want, and there's very little we won't do to get it. Call yourself whatever you like, Queen Kelsey, but you're a Raleigh through and through. No altruists in that line.
I don't want to die, Arlen, but I would lay down my life for any of these men, or they for me. That's a real thing, sacrifice. But you will never understand.
Oh, but I do understand it. I have a piece of information that your Majesty would find valuable. So valuable that I've thought many times that I could likely trade it for my own life. But I will not do that.
What information?
First, my price. The life and welfare of Brenna.
Mace began to bark, but Kelsey cut him off. Define welfare.
Brenna is known as my charge. When I'm gone, many people will seek to unleash their wrath on her as well. She needs protection.
Don't try to paint your albino as an innocent Thorn. She's a dangerous creature.
She's been unfortunate, Majesty. Brenna and I were raised as animals. But for luck, even your Mace might have turned out just like us.
Mace lunged toward the bars, his big hands grasping for Thorn. Thorn didn't flinch. Even Mace's long arms couldn't reach far enough through the bars.
"What?" Thorn asked. "Don't want to reminisce with me? Not even about the ring?"
"Elston!" Mace turned, snarling. "Keys!" "Elston, don't you dare!" "Let us have him, lady," Elston replied eagerly, moving forward and pulling the keys from his belt. "Please, I beg you." "Sit down, Elston. And you, Lazarus, enough. This man will die in front of the people he's wronged, not you." Mace had started forward again, but now he stopped.
"You will execute him?"
"Yes, I've decided. Next Sunday, in the circus."
"Thorn has wronged me, lady," Elston said quietly. "My grievance is as good as any in the Tearling. Let me be the one."
"Good Christ, grow up," Thorn snapped. "It was an accident."
"I'd no idea what you were. 20 years later and you still can't move on with your life. You flesh-peddling—"
"Enough!" Kelsey shouted, losing patience. "Out of here, now! Everyone but Pen. Lady, out, Lazarus!" Mace had the good grace to look a bit ashamed as he departed, taking Elston and Corin with him. The door closed with a thump.
"Thank God for small favours,"
Thorn muttered. He collapsed into the chair, tipped his head back, and closed his eyes. Kelsey was disturbed. The conversation had taken a sharp turn into uncharted territory. Mace had given her the impression that the albino was an odd remnant of Thorn's past, a fetish that he carried around with him like a good-luck charm. But unless Thorn was playing some deeper game here, and Kelsey couldn't imagine what it might be, what she was seeing now was a wholly altruistic act, one that did not accord with Arlen Thorn at all. "Where did you grow up, Arlen?"
"You will execute me next Sunday, Majesty. I don't owe you a biography."
"Perhaps not. But if something terrible was truly done to you as a child, perhaps I could prevent it from happening to others."
"What happens to others is their own concern. I only care what happens to Brenna."
Kelsey sighed. The altruism, if that was what it was, would clearly extend no further. "Assuming that I like what you're selling, what is it that you want me to do with her?"
"I want a place for Brenna here."
"In the keep?" Kelsey asked incredulously.
"There's nowhere else she would be safe, Majesty. You cannot hide her, she's too recognizable. I want her in a safe structure, decently fed and clothed, and protected by a loyal guard who cannot be suborned with bribes."
"Even the most loyal guard can be turned, Arlen. You destroyed one of mine."
"Morphia destroyed Mern, lady, just as it has destroyed so many fools who tried to hide from the here and now. I am merely the man who found the corpse, dusted it off, and made of it what I could."
"God, you're cold, Arlen."
"So I'm told, Majesty. But the fact remains that only a fool blames the dealer."
Kelsey took a deep breath and blanked all thoughts of Mern out of her mind. "What makes you think Brenna would accept my protection? She doesn't seem to care for me much."
"An understatement, lady, I'm sure. But she will accept."
"And what do you offer in return?"
"A bargaining chip against the Red Queen."
Kelsey eyed him skeptically.
"Ours has been a long acquaintance, Majesty. No one knows the Red Queen well, but I venture to say I know her better than most men who live to tell the tale."
"Is your bargaining chip one that would turn her away from us and send her army home?"
"No, Majesty."
"If it were, we would be dickering for my life, as well as Brenner's. If your information won't save the Tearling, then what do I care?
Only you can say, lady.
Thorne shrugged.
But I myself have never regretted acquiring a piece of leverage. Such things often come in handy when we least expect it.
Kelsey winced, feeling herself manoeuvred. This man was a liar, one of the best in the tier, and yet she believed him. He seemed resigned to his fate, and in the scheme of things, what he asked was very small.
I don't break my word, Majesty, and I've heard tell that you don't either.
Thorne's bright blue eyes glimmered through the bars of the cage.
I'm not trying to cheat you. An honest bargain, the safety and care of my Brenner for a good piece of information. Do you accept?
Dealing with the devil, Kelsey thought. She should call Mace in here, get his opinion. But somehow this seemed like a decision that should belong to her alone. She considered for a moment longer, then sighed and nodded. We have a bargain, Arlen. Thorne offered a hand through the bars for her to shake, but Kelsey shook her head. Not a chance. What's your information?
Your 2 sapphires, Majesty. She wants them more than you can possibly imagine.
These? Kelsey looked down, but her hand had already gone instinctively to clutch the sapphires, and now they were hidden from view. Why didn't she simply demand them from my mother as part of the treaty? She could have done so.
I don't think she wanted them so badly in those days, Majesty. At any rate, she wanted slaves more. But she and I have had a long and fruitful business relationship, and while you were in hiding, I saw her longing for those jewels grow like a fever. She was just as desperate for news of them as she was for your head, and each year that your uncle failed to lay hold of them, she held him in more contempt.
What does she want with them exactly?
She never told me, Majesty.
Care to hazard a guess? Thorne shrugged.
She's a woman terrified of dying, of ceasing to exist. I noticed it often, though it's a quality she tries desperately to hide. Perhaps your jewels would help?
Kelsey's mind went immediately to Kib, lying on the sickbed covered in sweat. She thought of Rove Finn's offer, a way to destroy the Red Queen. Mace had said it had been years since anyone had tried to assassinate her. Everyone assumed it couldn't be done. Was it possible that the Red Queen was still physically vulnerable somehow? But even if Rove Finn knew of that vulnerability, what good could such information do Kelsey now? An army of at least 15,000 lay between New London and Domain.
But this is conjecture, Majesty, Thorne continued. The Mort have designated her un maniaque, what we would call a control freak. You, your sapphires, these things are variables, and the Red Queen is not a woman who is comfortable with variables. Not even pleasant ones.
Kelsey stared at him, fascinated and disgusted at the same time. Did you sleep with her, Arlen?
She wished me to. She sleeps with a man and then feels that he is hers, neatly categorized and collected. But I am part of no one's collection.
Thorne stood up and stretched. His arms were so long that he nearly reached the top of the cage.
I delay my execution until Sunday, Majesty. I'm tired of waiting, and I'm certainly tired of Elston's company. Why not simply do it now?
Because even in death, Arlen, you will be useful. Your execution will be a public event, and announcements will go out to all corners of the kingdom. The people want this, and I will give it to them.
Ah, the pleasure of the mob. It's a wise move, I suppose.
You don't fear death?
Thorne shrugged. Do you play chess, Majesty?
Yes, but not well.
I play a great deal of chess, and I play well. I don't often lose, but it has happened. Always in such games there is a point at which you realize you will be bested, that checkmate is 4 or 10 or 12 moves away. One school of thought says you should make the best endgame you can, fighting until the bitter finish. I've done the math, and I was checkmated from the moment your people grabbed my Brenner. All moves since then have been the pointless scurrying of pawns.
What is Brenner to you? Kelsey asked. Why does she mean so much when all other people mean nothing?
Ah,
Now that story will cost you my life, Majesty. Are you willing to trade? No, but I will bring Brenna up here and allow you to say goodbye. Not good enough. Then we are done. Kelsey stood up from the chair. If you change your mind, let Elston know. She made it halfway to the door before Thorne called. Glynn Queen. Yes? I will not tell you the tale of my life, and neither will Brenna. But your mace might do so if you could force it from him. Kelsey turned, considered him for a moment, then replied, You are transparent, Arlen. You only want to drive a wedge between us. Thorne's lips thinned in a smile. Perceptive, Majesty. But curiosity is a terrible thing. I believe my wedge will burrow deeper over time. I thought you were done. Even the checkmate phase has its entertainments. Thorne sat back down in his chair, giving her a tiny wave of farewell. Good day, Glynn Queen. Increase the dosage. What? Increase the dosage, the Queen snapped, doing her best to force her voice through the thick pane of glass. Medea nodded and hurried around the examination table, on which was strapped a slave from Calais. The slave didn't know it, but she was already dead. The only question was how long it would take. A thin line of reddish foam had begun to work its way from the corner of her mouth, and she gasped for breath, her fingers clenching and unclenching at her sides. The Queen wondered if the woman was making noise. The pane of glass was almost perfectly soundproof, one of Kader's finest achievements. She checked the watch in her hand and found that nearly 70 seconds had elapsed. The woman gave a final gasp, her mouth rounding like that of a fish. Then her eyes fixed on the ceiling, and she was still. Medea reached for her wrist, monitored the pulse for a moment, and nodded at the Queen, who checked her watch again. 74 seconds, she told Emmon, who stood beside her with his pen and paper. Better than the last trial. Much better, but we should refine it even further if we can. Oddly enough, the Queen owed this newest discovery to the Tearling. More than 1,100 soldiers had died of snakebite at Lake Karchmar, and the recovered bodies had arrived in Domain, bloated black, pumped full of toxin. The toxin had been difficult to harvest, and several soldiers had died collecting specimens, but the rewards were worth it. Not only did the venom kill quickly, via both injection and ingestion, but it also had a sweet taste, easily hidden by wine or mead. So many poisons were bitter. This one would be a valuable addition to the Queen's collection. Your Majesty? Beryl had come in behind her, his soft tread inaudible. He rarely came down to her laboratory. Beryl was the most efficient man the Queen had ever known, but he didn't have the stomach for her experiments. He kept his eyes carefully away from the glass. What is it? A rider from General Ducart. The army has broken the Tier line in the Almont and begun to move down the Crythe. The Tier are in retreat. The Queen smiled, a more genuine smile than she had produced in weeks. There had been so little good news lately. Send some heralds out to announce it here and in Cité Marche. That should stop their squabbling up there. The General estimates that he will advance at least 3 miles per day. Ducart's estimates are always accurate. Send him my congratulations. Beryl consulted the letter in his hand. He also reports that the villages in the eastern Almont were evacuated in advance of the army's arrival. There was no plunder. All the army found were a few sick animals left behind. The rest of the Almont may be abandoned as well. So, Ducart's soldiers grow restless, Majesty. Spoils are a part of their compensation. I don't care about spoils, the Queen muttered, her voice petulant. Gold, slaves, livestock, lumber, these things would matter greatly to the army, yes,